Splash, splash. The waves hit the beach. The fishy smell filled the air. A crab upside down was washed to the shore by the sea. It turned over and crawled towards the shore until it was surrounded by a white barrier. The white barrier surrounded an open space in a square shape. There was a platform in the open space. On it sat a man with a plump face and two small mustaches. Several samurai with swords on their waists stood around the man with the small mustache. Cold eyes stared at the many death row prisoners kneeling on the ground with their faces covered by white paper. There was another group of people standing on both sides of the death row prisoners. They wore different clothes from the samurai and had different hairstyles. The age of each person fluctuated greatly. They were guards, also known as executioners. They came from a family called Yamada Zeneman. The family had been doing beheading for generations. The death row prisoners kneeling on the ground should have been beheaded by them. But today they were escorted here by the order of the general. Where's this? How long do we have to kneel? Kneel until there are only 10 of us left. The man who answered the doubts of the death row prisoner next to him was named Song Ming. His words attracted the attention of the surrounding prisoners. Compared with the others who were at a loss, Song Ming was particularly calm. Kneel until there are only 10 of us left? What kind of punishment is this? I have never heard of it. You will know in a while. As long as you have the ability, you can be exempted from the death penalty and gain freedom. Song Ming said, Really? Can you be exempted from the death penalty? The death row prisoners looked at each other, their words full of interest. Before coming here, I received inside information. As long as one of us can help the general get something, we can be acquitted. Haha, there's always a way out. As long as you complete the task, you don't have to die. Great, then I can go home. They're all evil people who do all kinds of evil. Each of them has taken several lives and done many dirty things. What does the general want? Asked a murderer. What the general wants is on an island. Island? A beautiful island, and there is a certain chance of practicing dual cultivation with the locals. Dual cultivation? Don't believe his lies. I have never seen a death row prisoner pardoned. A big man said unhappily. Believe it or not, I'm telling the truth anyway. You know so much. Why was he sentenced to death? Asked the thin man kneeling next to Song Ming. Because he slept with the young wife of the shogun. He was sentenced to death. The wife of the shogun. Everyone was shocked. Not the general's wife, but the general's young wife. Song Ming emphasized again. The shogun that Song Ming mentioned is equivalent to the position of prime minister and general in ancient China. In addition, the era is the end of the Edogawa period. The emperor of this period was just a decoration. The power of the shogun is above the emperor. So the current shogun is equivalent to the highest leader of the island country. It is equivalent to Song Ming sleeping with the emperor's concubine. You slept with the general's wife, but instead of dying, you were sent here? Because they couldn't kill me, they sent me here. He slept with the shogun's wife? Do you believe such nonsense? The big man retorted again. His tone was extremely angry. I just listened to his bragging to relieve my boredom. I'm afraid there is no one in the world who dares to sleep with the shogun's wife. Who said there is no one? I would like to, but I don't have the chance. A rapist said, I had the honor of seeing the shogun's wife once. She was very young and beautiful. The arsonist behind Song Ming interrupted. Quiet down. At this time, a samurai on the stage shouted loudly that everyone's eyes were focused on the seat. Who is that person sitting there? It looks like a nobleman. I know that person. Song Ming smiled, as if he saw an old friend. Do you know him? Who is he? Before Song Ming could answer, the warrior on the stage shouted in a loud voice. The person sitting here is the 11th shogun Tokugawa Ienari. He was originally a nobleman that you rarely saw, but now you have the honor to see him. What? Can a man like this be a general? He doesn't look like a general at all, but more like a servant. The appearance of the general made the death row prisoners in the audience dissatisfied. Anyway, they were going to die, so that they could say whatever they wanted. He is a shogun. Did you sleep with his wife? The thin man blew up the white paper in front of him, glanced at the general on the stage, and then glanced at Song Ming. It's understandable that Song Ming had slept with someone else's wife, but it's completely impossible to see that he has the ability to sleep with the general's wife. That's right, he has 20 wives, and I only slept with 19. It's a pity that I didn't have time to sleep with one more. Shut up. I want to tear your mouth open now. The big man ate the white paper in front of him and roared at Song Ming. I have seen people who brag, but I have never seen someone who brags as much as Song Ming. It's fine if he said he slept with one of the general's wives. He even dared to say that he slept with 19 of the 20 wives. Even the general himself might not believe it. After all, the general only caught one of them in bed, and he did not see the other 18 wives committing adultery. I will be free soon, and after I am free, I will end my last regret. Do you know why I was sentenced to death? The big man's eyes were wide open, as if he wanted to eat people. Does he look like Jiang Mention? Because he brags too much. I was really fed up with him when we were drinking at night, so I killed him. I chopped his body into more than 40 pieces. Everyone here is a notorious and extremely evil person. It is said that the ninjas of Jialan did not scare me, but you are still a little naive. If there are really only 10 people left, I will kill you first. The big man said cruelly. Count me in. You are such a boaster. If it's true, I'll kill him. Since you don't believe me, I'll prove it. The hand rope that bound Song Ming's wrist suddenly broke, and he took off the white paper covering his face. How are you going to prove it? The prisoners around were watching. He suddenly stood up and shouted to the general on the stage. Hey, long time no see. After confirming that the look in his eyes was someone who had cheated on him, the general's approachable expression just now immediately became furious. And he pointed at Song Ming with a glare and said angrily, Why is this guy here? You haven't killed him yet? The general is really unkillable, like a monster. Just now this guy said that he also wanted to taste the general's wife, and he said that he would tie you up to watch the whole process. Song Ming pointed at the strong man, and the strong man looked shocked. He was in a bad mood because he was cheated, and when he heard that the man next to him also wanted to cheat on him, the general on the stage was instantly furious. Go over and kill that man immediately. Since he couldn't kill Song Ming, he planned to kill an ordinary person to vent his anger. I didn't say that. The Khan looked innocent, and his arrogance just now was gone. A man should be responsible for his actions. Just now, you talked to me about the general's 20th wife with white skin and big breasts. It has always been the material for your dreams at night. You are full of nonsense. I never said that. The big man was anxious and explained frantically to the executor who came. The executor didn't ask the reason and cut the big man's head neatly. The slasher wore a black pirate eye mask on his left eye, long red hair, and bangs combed back to reveal his forehead. His name is Yamada, a seaman Weishan. General, do you want to kill this person too? Weishan asked in a calm tone. Beheading a prisoner is easier for him than killing a chicken. No need. If I could kill him, I would have killed him long ago. The general sat down helplessly. Kill me? You'd better eat and drink more now. Otherwise, it will be a pity to die later. Song Ming provocatively said. Before Wei Shan could reply, another angry young man spoke up. Sir Wei Shan ranks first in Yamada as Seaman's Tritorial. With all of you criminals, no one can kill him. There's no need for the chief to argue with a dying man. Wei Shan said with a smile, not taking Song Ming seriously at all. Yes, Sir Wei Shan. Zakiri, you must remember what Wei Shan boasted, because he will pay the price for underestimating his enemy. Faced with the sudden Yamada as Seaman Zakiri, the only female executor of the Yamada family, was a little confused. Chapter 2. A facade of redemption, yet a subtle dance with death. Please take your seats. I have a significant announcement to make. As the atmosphere settled, the warrior continued. We shall issue a covert decree, granting each of you condemned souls an opportunity for exoneration, bestowing upon you a royal pardon. The mere mention of a pardon ignited an unparalleled joy within the hearts of those sentenced to death. A pardon is tantamount to a golden ticket to life itself. Regardless of past transgressions, acquiring such a decree equates to a rebirth, accompanied by the general's protection, rendering one invincible to any vengeful adversaries. For the condemned, it is akin to a priceless treasure. How wonderful it would be to receive a pardon and resume my murderous ways, murmured a convicted killer. Once I am free, I shall slay the entire family of my accuser. Dissection, human dissection. Haha, I shall continue my masterpiece. The majority of the condemned, upon receiving their sentences, yearned to take more lives to satiate the void that had long plagued them. Among them stood a tall, slender girl with a high ponytail, known as Yamada Asuamanzo. She gazed upon the grotesque visages of the criminals, hearing their vile declarations, and felt an immediate urge to behead them. Yet, the shogunate had granted them this opportunity. Before you embark on your journey to the island, we will show you something. No sooner had the warriors spoken than a corpse, covered in blossoms, was presented upon the platform. This individual was the sole survivor from the East Island investigation team, now unrecognizable, having returned with grotesque tumors that had blossomed overnight. The whereabouts of over 60 other investigators remained unknown. What had transpired on the island was a mystery, and this scanned intelligence offered no clues. Are you suggesting we venture to the island to gather information? Indeed. I would rather face execution than set foot on that island. Indeed. Who knows if the island might be more terrifying than death itself? Think about it. The blooming is quite extraordinary, isn't it? It would be a shame if it were to happen to you condemned souls. What insolence is this? Why not let it bloom upon your own rear? The condemned expressed their discontent, for the sight of a corpse adorned with flowers was utterly terrifying, an existence that defied all reason. Enough. You are all on the brink of death, yet when presented with an opportunity, you fail to appreciate the great mercy bestowed upon you by the general. It is truly despicable, and no wonder you are all condemned. The warrior bellowed, his disdain aimed at the ungrateful assembly before him. Such persuasive tactics rival the finest. Hey, does anyone here know anything about that island? What if there is no elixir? A girl, resembling a boy, inquired. Her appearance evoked a sense of boyishness. Prior to the arrival of the condemned, some had already gleaned knowledge about the elixir and the island, thus understanding the reason for their presence here. Indeed. Shall we return empty-handed? Wouldn't that be tantamount to courting death? How could such an elixir even exist? Engaging in a debate is futile. Participation in this expedition to the island is entirely voluntary, and one may withdraw at any moment, the warrior stated calmly. Upon hearing that withdrawal was still an option, a portion of the crowd began to stir restlessly. I choose not to partake. My companion in the cell has already prepared himself, and I wish to return, one declared. Very well, you may return to indulge in your companion's company. The warrior permitted without obstruction as the tattooed giant rose to leave. Others, witnessing this, contemplated following suit. However, the sound of a blade being drawn pierced the air. Yamada-sama Wisen had already unsheathed his sword. Do you intend to leave without consulting my blade? Wisen sheathed his sword, yet a mere glance from him compelled several condemned men to lower their heads. Wisen has performed admirably. He feigned bravado even in the face of death, spoke the voice of Song Ming. Yamada-sama Wisen furrowed his brow, pointing his blade at Song Ming and exclaimed, Speak another word, and you shall be the next to die. That is improbable. I shall surely outlive you, Song Ming retorted provocatively, causing the surrounding condemned men to gasp in shock. They had heard of Yamada's formidable reputation. Those from the Yamada clan were renowned for their strength. And as the foremost among them, Wisen was undoubtedly more powerful. Though provoked, Wisen could only grit his teeth. After all, he was under the jurisdiction of the shogun and could not take a life without a command or in violation of regulations. Silence. There is one more matter I neglected to mention. Upon your arrival on the island, you shall be accompanied by others, namely Yamada-sama, he continued. Accompanied? May I request a woman? That tall lady seems appealing. I could entertain myself with her for a year until I tire of her, one of the condemned men suggested. His gaze fixated on the statuesque figure of Zoche. Many among the condemned men eyed Zoche hungrily, wishing to strip her bare with their stares. Gentlemen, I shall reserve her. That girl will accompany me to the island, Song Ming declared outright. Before you step foot on the island, I must eliminate you. To dare vie for a woman with me is a death sentence, Wisen threatened. Take me along. It would take at least 3 men to conquer her. Another chimed in. Do not trust this man. He has been sentenced to death for repeatedly sleeping with others' wives. A slender man beside Song Ming interjected, immediately branding Song Ming as a scoundrel. This infuriated Song Ming, who shouted at Wisen, You must execute him at once. I could spare your life on the island. You should deliberate on who among you shall remain, Wisen replied, indifferent to their exchanges. The crimes of you lot are already established facts. In other words, should any misconduct occur on the island, they shall be executed on the spot. The foreman will accompany a criminal as an inspector. Zoche, let us form a team. Along with the lady in revealing attire, Song Ming suggested, pointing at another female ninja. I am not called Lady Shiranui, I am Kei. The ninja corrected him. My mistake. However, your attire bears a resemblance to Lady Shiranui, albeit lacking the same alluring presence. What? Lady Kei clenched her fists and sensed. If Zoche wore your garments, she would undoubtedly surpass you in allure. Such nonsense. Zoche felt a flush of embarrassment, her heart racing as she unsheathed her longsword, intent on striking down Song Ming. A glance at the attire upon his frame conjured memories of her own donning of that very garment. Song Ming, cease your words. The warrior commanded. It would be wise for you to abandon any treacherous thoughts. Our adversary is the executioner of the Yamada clan. Those who dare to raise a blade against him shall lose their heads, and upon your arrival on the island, you shall find yourselves bound and helpless, rendering you incapable of confronting them. Bound and helpless? What of our necessities? How shall we relieve ourselves? What if I experience discomfort? A woman, her upper body partially exposed, shyly inquired. Rest assured, The Yamada clan would not stoop to such indignities, Wei Shan retorted, casting a disapproving glance at the bashful woman. Moreover, there is another matter at hand. We must reduce our numbers before we embark. What do you mean by reducing numbers? Not all may set foot on the island. The vessel has a limited capacity, unable to accommodate such a multitude. Thus, a selection must be made. What do you mean? It is quite obvious. As the conversation unfolded, a man with explosive yellow hair, his right side adorned with a small braid and his face marred by several scars, tightened his grip around another's throat. That unfortunate soul was none other than Song Ming himself. What is the meaning of this? Why do you seek to slay me first? Should it not be that wretch over there? Song Ming pointed at a nearby victim, who was originally meant to be the first to meet the executioner's end. Yet fate had deemed otherwise, as it was Song Ming who stood on the precipice of death. Your incessant prattle has sealed your fate. Thus, you must be eliminated first. Chapter 3. The Death Row Showdown. Eliminate that fellow. The gaunt man beside him wholeheartedly endorsed the approach of the notorious thief, Yatso Hanbei. He could hardly contain his eagerness for Yatso Hanbei to swiftly rid the world of the boastful Songming. He even contemplated moving closer to apply some pressure to Songming's neck. Ah, how delightfully malicious. Yet, despite being tightly ensnared by Yatso Hanbei's robust arm, Songming exhibited no sign of discomfort, instead engaging the thin man in leisurely conversation. Indeed, what can you do to me? Hurry and strangle him. So he cannot utter another word. The thin man laughed, even making a grimace. Do you know what I despise the most? Yatso Hanbei suddenly inquired. And Songming sensed a significant easing of pressure around his neck. It must be the chatterboxes like him. No, I detest those who point fingers and issue orders at me. With that, Yatso Hanbei released his grip and lunged at the thin man, forcibly twisting his head back. What are you doing, you imbecile? Some death row inmates were perplexed by Yatso Hanbei's actions. See, they are observing us yet remain silent, aren't they? A sinister smile crept across Yatso Hanbei's lips. He was correct. Even murder went unchecked. His formidable adaptability enabled him to adjust to his surroundings far more swiftly than others. The onlookers cast a glance at the stage. The samurai and the general remained silent, fixated on the unfolding scene. Do they truly not care? Then we are free to kill. An enthusiastic murderer with a penchant for tormenting the dead was exhilarated. Yes, indeed, I shall be the first to slay you. The man beside him raised a rock and swiftly struck down the recently vocal death row inmate. Sitting atop him, he repeatedly smashed the stone into the inmate's face until it caved in completely. Those slow to react would find themselves overpowered by their neighboring inmates seizing the opportunity. Let the slaughter commence. Hesitation could lead to one's demise in the blink of an eye. Yatso Hanbei chuckled at the chaotic scene. Behind him, two men exchanged glances and charged toward Yatso Hanbei. A mere band of miscreants. You think to ambush me? Yatso Hanbei executed a spinning kick, landing a blow on both their faces. One collapsed, and Yatso Hanbei followed up with a brutal stomp, obliterating his face. The other, just rising, was met with a similar fate, being kicked down and crushed beneath Yatso Hanbei's foot. In an instant, the scent of blood permeated the arena. The bloody tempest below invigorated the general on the platform. Splendid, splendid. It is rare in these times to witness such fierce combat. I have longed for this spectacle. General, this trashy skirmish lacks appeal. Rather, it is those marked with the seal that promise a more intriguing battle, remarked the samurai beside him. Who bears the seal? The general's interest was piqued, and the samurai began to enumerate. Among the condemned, some possessed abilities beyond the ordinary, perhaps even deserving of the title of extraordinary. Such as the young man who first committed murder, a notorious thief who had established a bandit village deep within the mountains. The female ninja, whose spherical form swayed incessantly during battle, is named Kagaya, the true instigator of last year's invasion of Luchiking. Despite her alluring figure, she single-handedly felled the entire retinue within the city. Hey, I am not Kagaya. I am G. G growled in frustration, fearing that she might truly be mistaken for Kagaya if further clarification was not provided. The misnomer arose entirely from the folly of Esme. With this thought in mind, G shifted her focus, scanning the crowd but failing to locate Esme's figure. Where had that oblivious fool gone? Meanwhile, the samurai remained undeterred, continuing to observe the battlefield. Addressing the general, that individual is renowned as the sword dragon and the unmatched master of the 8 prefectures, with swordsmanship of the highest caliber. The man sprawled on the ground is a giant capable of swallowing a bear whole, said to be impervious to blades and bullets. The most notable spectacle, however, is the living legend, the K-Ran of the Huame pill. The general had heard of the K-Ran before, a ninja infamous for her countless kills, instilling terror in her foes. Yet, this so-called legend stood there, motionless. Amidst the chaos, Yamada Asame's men were not idle. "Esku, are you feeling overwhelmed?" Wei Shan inquired, viewing Esku merely as an inexperienced recruit unfamiliar with the battlefield. "Lord Wei Shan, I do not feel fear," Esku replied, understanding Wei Shan's implications. As the sole female executor, she had frequently faced condescension from others who viewed her as weak. The challenges ahead after reaching the island would be even graver. What lay ahead could be more terrifying than these criminals. As a woman, survival will be difficult for you. Ultimately, you are ill-suited to be a designated sword wielder. Women are unfit to wield blades. Wei Shan's remark darkened Esku's countenance, igniting her displeasure. Just as she was about to retort, Esme interjected. "What? Unable to defeat the brute, so you resort to bullying women? What brings you here, you fool? Do you wish to court death?" Esme's arrival infuriated Wei Shan. "I am not courting death. I have come to protect Esku, as there will be criminals targeting her shortly. You silver-tongued rogue, keep your distance, or you shall be the first to test my blade." Esku had never struck a living criminal aside from those sentenced to death. "You are rather fierce. I am here to protect you." From the shadows, 3 death row inmates recognized Esme. They were the very individuals who had sought to team up with Esku moments ago. "What is happening? These were supposed to be the criminals targeting you. And now they have turned their attention towards me." Once again, an unexpected turn of events left Esme bewildered. As the throng surged toward him, Esme instinctively dodged behind Esku. Esku hesitated, but as the 3 criminals drew near, she stepped forward, unsheathing her blade to prove herself. With a swift flourish, she dispatched them one by one, their heads rolling to the ground in unison. "Impressive. Your swordsmanship is commendable. Who is it that claimed women cannot wield blades? I fear that Wei Shan is largely envious of you, thus reluctant to allow you to showcase your abilities. I believe that ascending the island presents a commendable opportunity for Zoche. Should you forego this chance, you would miss out on a moment of personal growth." Song Ming's words resonated deeply within Zoche, evoking memories of childhood encounters and the skepticism of others. With newfound determination, he declared, "He is indeed correct. I shall certainly journey to this island under the guidance of Lord Wei Shan, and I am the executioner of Huame Wan. During this operation, I shall guard him. By the way, would you mind having an additional criminal to observe? Not only can I assist you in dealing with criminals, but I can also aid you in slaying deities." "Slaying deities?" Zoche scoffed. Moments ago, several criminals had caused Song Ming to cower behind a woman. How could he dare claim the ability to confront gods? Whether or not deities existed was unclear to Zoche, but he was certain of Song Ming's limited prowess. Chapter 4. The bloody selection and the allocation of quotas. Is there not an alternative method for selection? If possible, I would rather not take a life. The silver-haired youth, Wamaiwan, spoke with a drowsy gaze. His simple words crafted a scene of utmost shock, not only capturing the attention of the crowd but also momentarily halting the battlefield. The female ninja gang kicked aside the condemned man before turning her gaze to Wamaiwan, who stood beneath the platform. "Is this the legendary Wamaiwan of the Karen? Not only is he short, but his cowardice is utterly disappointing." With her hands outstretched, she sighed. "If you do not wish to kill, then forfeit." The warrior on the platform shouted, his expression one of frustration. Not long ago, he had boasted to the general about a legendary figure among the condemned. A man known as the strongest ninja in the archipelago, Wamaiwan, who had claimed countless lives. The general had even scrutinized Wamaiwan for an extended period. Yet, there he sat, yawning on the ground. 5 minutes of staring had proven to be a fruitless endeavor. Now, the so-called strongest ninja openly declared his reluctance to take a life. This was akin to the leading courtesan of the Ihong courtyard proclaiming herself a virgin. "I do not wish to forfeit my immunity." "Then you must kill them to secure your place." "But I do not wish to kill." "Hey, you over there. Eliminate him. By killing him, you can secure your selection." The warrior, unwilling to engage in further debate, pointed at a nearby group still embroiled in conflict. "Is it sufficient to slay just one?" The group of scoundrels had never heard of Wamaiwan's legend. They merely sensed his incongruity. "Indeed, act swiftly. We have no need for those lacking in spirit." Upon hearing this, the crowd began to stir, slowly converging towards Wamaiwan. "Hey, surely you do not wish to engage in senseless slaughter? We could easily split into 2 factions to ascend the island." "What nonsense! I shall kill you now. I heard that your executioner is a woman. Once I eliminate you, she will naturally be left unoccupied." One burly man hurled a stone, the size of a head, towards Wamaiwan. Without moving an inch, Wamaiwan effortlessly evaded the stone, lazily inquiring, "Do you not comprehend human speech?" It is you who fails to understand. I will kill you. Since you seek death, then I shall oblige. While Maiwen's expression suddenly transformed. The abrupt shift in his gaze sent a chill through those confronting him. He began to walk slowly towards one of the condemned men. And none perceived that the specter of death had arrived before him until Maiwen's hand grasped the man's throat, violently tearing it out. Only then did the crowd realize the horror, but it was too late. Those who had intended to attack Maiwen met a gruesome fate. Their hearts and entrails laid bare in a brutal display. What a cruel method of killing, Wei Shan remarked in astonishment. Indeed, it was a brutal end. But none can compare to the injustice of your demise, interjected Song Ming. Why do you linger behind us instead of confronting the condemned? Wei Shan, gripping the hilt of his blade, swiftly drew his sword. However, just as the blade emerged from its sheath, Song Ming's hand blocked it. The man stalks the cicada, while the yellow sparrow waits behind. Once the condemned have fallen, it will be my time to shine. Your heart is burdened with too many thoughts. Wei Shan wished to continue drawing his sword, only to find himself utterly powerless. The long blade had, unbeknownst to him, become entwined with creeping vines. Gradually, the entire sword was enveloped by foliage. Rather than confronting me, it would be more prudent to attend to Zoche. With a reminder from Song Ming, Wei Shan noticed that Zoche was on the verge of tears. What unfolded before them was undeniably a scene of carnage. Could Zoche truly be moved to tears? Are you all right? It was indeed a mistake to send you. Seizing the moment, Wei Shan urged Zoche to withdraw. No, I will personally sever the head of Huame Wan. Wiping away his tears, Zoche's gaze grew resolutely determined. At that moment, a warrior on stage bellowed. This is the end for you criminals. The remaining among you shall ascend the island. One by one, the warrior recited the names of those permitted to ascend. Thief King, Yizwood Diao Bingwei. Upon hearing his name, Yizwood Diao Bingwei grinned broadly, as if someone were about to capture his likeness. Sword Dragon, Mingu Yin Taizhai. Mingu Yin Taizhai displayed a rather cheeky expression. Mountain Dweller, Ru Hai, a girl who appeared rather tomboyish, had been idly floating through the ordeal and yet found herself selected. Song Ming added, 100 books bestow, Waiji Qing Yun, resembling a master of weaponry. The only distinction being he did not wield a street lamp. Killer Chant, Fa Lu Fong, appearing to be over 80 years old. Fleeing Ninja, Jiao Lan's Huame Wan. Man-eating courtesan, Qi Wan, a woman even more alluring than a pole, possessing an extraordinarily voluptuous figure. Female ninja, Qing Zhuji Gang, slender and tall. She could easily cosplay a weight-loss version of the renowned dancer, Noheim. Reformed cultist, Mao Long Mu Yi, with a face reminiscent of cannon fodder. Lies in Great Giant, Lu Lang Tai. Wei Shan, this fellow is quite weak. You shall keep watch over him. What are you muttering about behind my back? Wei Shan was tempted to unsheath his blade and behead Song Ming, but alas, the sword was now thickly entwined with vibrant green vines, which would lash out at the slightest touch. There is another. Initially, the warrior had overlooked Song Ming, who was concealed behind Wei Shan, mistakenly believing the ordeal to be concluded. Indeed, I am not dead yet. I do not mind being the 11th. Apologies, but this journey can only accommodate 10. One among you must meet their demise. The warrior chuckled, suggesting that since the remaining individuals were all elite, the ensuing battle would be quite entertaining. Among us 10, who do you think should perish? Yizwood Diao Bingwei surveyed the survivors with a smile. That fellow claims to have slept with the shogun's wife. I shall avenge the shogun by slaying him. The reformed cultist, Mao Long Mu Yi, remarked, wishing to leave a good impression on the shogun before the battle commenced. He gave me a ridiculous name and, most importantly, said my chest was small. Gang crossed her arms in dissatisfaction. This young man appears rather adorable. He must be quite delectable. Qi Wan purred enticingly. I detest those who chatter endlessly. Should you refrain from action, I shall take the initiative. Is it permissible to bring along one more? I am rather weak, allowing my executioner to have an additional target to observe. The diminutive Ru Hai remarked. Within the depths of Yamada Asaman's heart, he thought, I appreciate your concern for me. Why is everyone targeting me? Do you all wish to dance? Song Ming smiled at the crowd. Do not waste time. You should altogether slay him, the general, burdened by the grievance of the green hat, urged. No sooner had he spoken than several individuals lunged toward Song Ming. The king of thieves struck first, his claws aimed at Song Ming's throat. Song Ming effortlessly leaned back to evade the attack. Next came a high kick aimed at his temple, but Song Ming easily caught the leg in his grasp, while his other hand roamed along its length. What a pity that this leg isn't clad in black silk. Gritting his teeth, the assailant withdrew his kicked leg, pivoting to launch another strike. Yet, this too was captured effortlessly. A 2-for-1 deal? Am I to explore both legs? The beauty's ploy is rather transparent, is it not? Touch the legs of the one I admire, and you shall meet your demise. The powerful fist of Morinoki surged toward Songming's face. There is no need for the sycophant to board the island. Allow me to lead you in a dance first. Songming released the captured thigh and seized Morinoki's fist. Chapter 5. The condemned on the island stop. Suddenly, a warrior bellowed. The audience below ceased their fighting, their gaze fixated on the stage. The 10 criminals had already been determined. There was no need for further combat. As the crowd surveyed their surroundings, they beheld another condemned man, Allocating, lifeless at the feet of Zoche. Allowing a weakling onto the island brings forth only advantages, hence I have fought for his spot. Songming's capabilities are far from remarkable. While Allocating, notorious for his murderous intent and chanting of scriptures, surely possesses formidable strength. Rather than let Songming meet his demise, it would be more prudent to ambush a stronger opponent. This would significantly diminish the competitive landscape on the island. Thank you, Zoche, in a moment of crisis. I shall save your life, Songming said with a smile, but Zoche paid him no heed. A man who hides behind a woman seeking protection is not someone Zoche would rely upon for assistance. Consider yourself fortunate. I shall deal with you once we reach the island, Imrongmai remarked, retracting his fists and casting a fierce glare. The announcement of the executioners commenced. The 12th-ranked Showdown practitioner, Yamada Asahime, accompanied by Karasumaru. Asahime glanced at Karasumaru, who languidly sat upon the ground. The intern, Yamada Asahime Karima, was partnered with Zoche. Karima, with his long black hair cascading over his shoulders, bore a striking resemblance to a woman, yet was undeniably male. He regarded Zoche not as a condemned man, but more like a family member. The 10th-ranked practitioner, Yamada Asahime Tens, was paired with Nuhei. Tens, with his charming visage and golden hair, wore a forehead protector. The 9th-ranked Yamada Asahime Fuji was accompanied by Yanti Ezai. Fuji was of modest height, sporting a mushroom haircut and a fringe, with anatomical tools hanging from his waist and 2 blades slung over his shoulder. The 5th-ranked Yamada Asahime Sentai was alongside Gang. Sentai, a chubby youth with glasses and a backpack, appeared rather naive. The 4th-ranked Yamada Asahime Shiera was paired with Ruta. Shiera, a man with neatly cropped silver hair, bore a scarred visage and was blind. The 1st-ranked Yamada Asahime Aizen was accompanied by Akakinu. The 11th-ranked Yamada Asahime Chishin was paired with Wainakian. Chishin, a man with a short hairstyle and a distressed expression, contrasted sharply with the 8th-ranked Yamada Asahime Yuanshir, who stood tall and robust with dark skin, alongside Songming. The remaining individual accompanied Imrongmai. At this moment, the Yamada Asahime members took their positions beside the condemned criminals. Should any of you engage in even the slightest transgression, your accompanying executioner shall carry out immediate punishment. Now, let us commence. Just as the crowd took a few steps forward, Songming suddenly called out, "Wait a moment." Things seem to be unfolding incorrectly. Damn it, how is this guy always causing trouble? Mao Longmu clenched his fists, vowing to strike Songming's face as soon as he set foot on the island. It seemed highly inappropriate for the top-ranked Wei Shan to guard a voluptuous woman, just as it was for a blind man to oversee a giant. Such arrangements were dictated by the general. It would be prudent to reconsider. Wei Shan appeared anything but virtuous, and upon arrival, he might harbor ulterior motives towards Qi Wan, for he certainly did not exude the qualities of a righteous man. "You scoundrel! Do not utter such nonsense before the general," Wei Shan bellowed, asserting that even in his thirst, he would never engage with a death row inmate. Songming's executor, Yuan Ci, fixed his gaze upon Qijuan's alluring form. Though he presented a facade of strength and integrity, he harbored an undeniable curiosity about the unexposed aspects of Qijuan's physique. "Indeed," the general remarked, snapping his fan. "This woman, Qijuan, is undeniably beautiful. Even I find myself stirred. Should a blind man guard her, he would undoubtedly be immune to her charms." Upon hearing this, the warrior hastened to the general's side. Since the general had shown interest, why not have the woman serve him? Afterward, she could be sent to the island, thus exhausting her final worth. No need for that. She appears quite formidable, and I cannot hope to control her. The warrior nodded, rising to declare, "The general commands that Yamada Asame and Wei Shan guard Rulong Tai, while Yamada Asame ensure Yuan oversees Qiwan." Perfect. Songming smiled at Wei Shan, who remained oblivious to Songming's true intentions, yet seethed with anger over the earlier insult. "Once we reach the island, I shall kill him," Wei Shan thought, gripping the hilt of his sword, the plant life upon it now meticulously cleared away. "Now, The Yamada family would accompany them to the secret island in the South Sea in search of the elixir of immortality. Whoever found the celestial potion would be granted absolution. Amidst the warriors' shouts, the group departed, embarking on a grand vessel. Along the way, silence enveloped them, each individual scheming in their own mind, with only one absolution available. The first to discover the elixir would claim it. The fewer companions there were, the greater the chance of finding the potion. Thus, eliminating each other became the primary objective for all as they approached the island. After a while, the ship drew closer to the shore. "Let us halt here. Everyone will take small boats to the island and disperse," Wei Shan advised. Following his lead, the group rose. The death row inmates shared small boats with their respective executors, each vessel heading towards different destinations. Soon, Songming's boat reached the shore. "Disembark. You may encounter many foes along the way." Yamada Seiman Yuan Ci expressed his dissatisfaction. He preferred to be in a party with Qi Yuan. However, upon turning, he noticed Songming sitting at the stern, facing away, unresponsive. "Did you not hear to disembark?" Yuan Ci drew his sword, shouting. Each member of the Yamada clan maintained a heightened vigilance towards the death row inmates. Yet, Songming remained seated, unmoving. "If you choose to ignore me, do not blame me for what comes next." The thought of killing Songming to guard the female inmate spurred Yuan Ci to draw his blade without mercy. With a swift stroke, the head of the wooden figure seated at the stern of the boat fell into the water. However, contrary to expectation, blood did not spurt from the neck. Filled with curiosity, Yuan Shi leaned in for a closer look, only to discover that the figure was indeed a mere wooden effigy. The real Songming had slipped away at some point. "Damn it," he thought. "Had I known, I would have heeded Lord Wei Shan's advice and dealt with you aboard the vessel." Meanwhile, Zoche and Huamei wanted just set foot on the island, engaging in a discussion regarding the veracity of the elixir of immortality. Huamei Wan was convinced of its authenticity, having witnessed the village chief of Shirin endure fatal wounds without succumbing. His conviction in the existence of the elixir was unwavering. Zoche, however, harbored doubts, but as they stepped deeper into the island and beheld the surreal scenery, his steadfast belief began to waver. The flora surrounding them was unlike anything encountered before. Blooming flowers appeared to bear smiling, human-like faces. Occasionally, they spotted grotesque plants resembling human corpses, overgrown with weeds and blossoms. The trees twisted into bizarre forms, reminiscent of standing bodies. As a seasoned ninja, Huamei Wan immediately sensed danger. He swiftly untied the ropes binding his wrists, an action that drew a frown from Zoche. "Do not untie those bindings," she admonished, positioning herself in front of him with an unfriendly expression. Yet, Huamei Wan paid little heed to her demeanor and explained, "Those bindings serve no purpose for me. They cannot truly restrain me, and they hinder my movements. Your convenience is of no concern to me. My duty is to monitor you, ensuring you do not escape or resist. Unless an extraordinary situation arises, I shall not allow you to free yourself." Her voice was firm. "You have observed the peculiar nature of this island. Unexpected events could unfold at any moment. Hence, keeping you bound is the wisest course of action." A tone of defiance lingered in Huamei Wan's words. Zoche, drawing her blade, pointed it menacingly at him, commanding, "Rebind your hands." But just then, another man's voice echoed from the woods, "Wood release, vines." Chapter 6, The Art of Wood Release. As the voice faded in the forest, several vines suddenly sprang up from the ground, binding Huamei Wan's wrists. Both were taken aback. "Who is it?" Zoche directed his blade towards the direction of the sound. "It is I, the one who previously had you wear the attire of Shiranui, Songming," came the reply. As Zoche's blade pointed towards him, the dense trees began to part, forcibly creating a path. Songming. The memory of their earlier encounter tightened Zoche's grip on his weapon. Songming had previously provoked him and insulted the esteemed Yamada family's Lord Wei Shan. Among the death row inmates, Songming was the least favored. "Do not be alarmed. I am merely passing through," Songming quickly clarified upon noticing Zoche's blade aimed at him. "What brings you here? Where is your companion?" Lord Yuanzi? Faced with Songming, who once cowered in the shadows, Zoche dared not let his guard down even for a moment. "He dislikes accompanying me." So he sought out other death row inmates. "That is impossible. Once a command is given, all executioners must remain with their assigned death row inmate until the inmate's demise." The fact that Songming was alone indicated that Yuanzi had likely met with misfortune. Encountering each other is fate. Why not journey together? Songming suggested. "That would violate regulations. I am obligated to carry out Lord Yuanzi's execution in his stead," Zoche responded, his eyes filled with murderous intent. In the next moment, He lunged forward with his blade raised. Swish. The long sword swiftly aimed for Song Ming's neck. Hey, I merely said I was passing through. There is no need to decapitate me right away. Zoche's intentions were clear as each strike aimed for vital points. Song Ming stepped back, fully aware of Zoche's sudden fury. Rest assured, Yuanzi is not dead. Given the current circumstances, Song Ming's words held little credibility. Zoche's mind had already concluded that Yuanzi had been slain by Song Ming. His katana relentlessly slashed towards Song Ming. Would release, silent binding technique. A sturdy tree trunk rapidly elongated, firmly ensnaring Zoche's body. Curse it! Release me! Zoche shouted in frustration, unable to free himself. Release you? Do you believe that is possible? Song Ming chuckled. Meanwhile, Huamei wanted freed himself from the vines. In his eyes, the sudden intruder could only be an enemy. The absence of executioners by Song Ming's side heightened the sense of danger. If you wish to kill her, feel free to do so. My only purpose on this island is to acquire the elixir. With this statement, Huamei Wan distanced himself from the two, having earlier contemplated slaying Zoche. I do not harm women. My intention here is solely to gauge your strength, Huamei Wan. Then your aim is directed at me? Merely a friendly spar, nothing more. Detecting the provocation, Huamei Wan refrained from further dialogue, swiftly moving towards Song Ming with his hands drawn back. Would release, silent binding technique. Employing the same technique. A tree trunk flew from behind, ensnaring Huamei Wan. The ability to manipulate trees, extending, shortening, softening, and hardening, surprised him. As the most formidable ninja, he had never encountered the wood release spoken of by Song Ming. However, he possessed his own unique ninjutsu, the Fire Master technique. In an instant, Huamei was engulfed in flames, breaking the restraints of wood release. The moment he landed, Huamei lunged forward and embraced Song Ming. The fire rapidly spread across Song Ming's entire being, and within moments, he was reduced to ashes. Such power. Zoche was taken aback. Huamei strength was indeed capable of incinerating a living person in an instant. Yet, Zoche was not the only one astonished. Huamei was equally perplexed. His fire-based ninjutsu was indeed potent, but it should not have been sufficient to turn a person to ashes so swiftly. Thus, he crouched down to collect the ashes on the ground, sniffing them curiously. He is dead. Yet why did the ninjutsu not cease? Zoche struggled against his bindings. What was burned was merely a piece of wood. Wood? I distinctly witnessed you incinerate him. I am not dead. That was merely a substitution technique. In Konoha, the substitution technique is considered fundamental ninjutsu, but for you, it may be challenging to comprehend. Song Ming emerged from behind Zoche, taking a moment to clarify. Who exactly are you? Are you an assassin sent by a Wagakure? The peculiar ninjutsu piqued Huamei interest. He was a fugitive from a Wagakure, and any assassin sent to kill him could originate from anywhere. The Wagakure? I hail from Konoha. I have not heard of it, but if you were sent by the village chief to kill, I shall show no mercy. Huamei expression turned even colder than before. He pulled up his mask, preparing to take action. Suddenly, a meteor hammer flew out from the forest. Huamei was struck, crashing into a tree along with the weapon. Oh, so easily dispatched one. A towering man clad in a monk's robe and wearing a monk's mask emerged from the woods. Excitement evident on his face as he retracted the meteor hammer. Beside him stood a man with a long face, whose height barely reached the monk's shoulders. Alas, there is another? The robust man was slightly taken aback. Typically, each group comprised 2 individuals. The sudden appearance of an extra person was unexpected. Huamei, who had fallen, sat up abruptly, rotating his neck before standing. That blow interrupted my casting. Not dead. The man's astonishment shifted back to Huamei. Are you all right? Zoche inquired. My neck was merely dislocated. I am fine now. Huamei dusted off his clothing. What was that fellow's story? Huamei pressed for answers. He became enchanted by weaponry during his monk training, losing himself in obsession. He has seized over 100 weapons from martial artists and has even slain renowned swordsmen, purportedly killing hundreds. I was not inquiring about his past. I meant to say that fellow has no binding ropes. Your Excellency, what is going on? Zoche, you remain overly rigid. There is no need to engage in feudal disputes with criminals on this island. Moreover, what transpired? Why were you bound to a tree? Song Ming has slain Lord Yuanzi and now seeks to eliminate us. What? Qixing turned his gaze towards Song Ming, having believed that the murderer watched over by Yuanzi was the safest. Yet, he became the first executor to meet his demise. Zoche, have you beheld Lord Yuanzi's corpse? I have not, but his solitary actions indicate that Lord Yuanzi has indeed fallen victim to foul play. Surely, It was his negligence that led to his untimely end at the hands of this individual. Enough. Do not disregard my presence, bellowed Iji Qingyun, attempting to capture the attention of those around him. Iji Qingyun, I shall not hinder you from eliminating the other death row inmates, but before you take down Wamaiwan, you must first eliminate that Songming. Lord Qixingyu. Qixing's actions surprised Zoche, as it appeared that a clandestine agreement existed between the two. Zoche, you are still too inexperienced. This struggle involves not only the death row inmates but also the executors. Should the inmates procure the elixir alongside the executors, they would be rewarded handsomely. Kill him? My previous kills were renowned warriors and swordsmen. Slaying an inconspicuous youth would tarnish my hands. Iji Qingyun regarded Songming with disdain, viewing him as a mere death row inmate who had evaded capture by hiding behind a woman. Do not forget our collaboration. Qixing shot him a glare. Very well. Let me cleanse my weapon with that fellow's blood. Iji Qingyun brandished his meteor hammer, spinning it above his head. His gaze fixed on Songming, who stood motionless, exhibiting no intention of escape. With a swift motion, the meteor hammer soared through the air, striking Songming squarely in the face. Boom. Both man and hammer crashed into a large tree behind them. Unanticipated was Songming's refusal to evade. Perhaps he resigned himself to his fate, fully aware of his impending doom. I told you, this fellow is utterly weak, unworthy of my efforts to eliminate him. He has sullied my weapon. Regardless, it counts as a kill. Qixing remarked with a grin. I have no desire for this hammer. I shall seek another once we leave the island. Is it truly necessary to act so ostentatiously? Just because you killed me, you wish to discard the hammer? The voice was alarmingly close. Iji Qingyun turned his head, his gaze suddenly filled with astonishment. The deceased Songming stood eerily upon his right shoulder, akin to a specter. Chapter 7. Let's have Zoche as a maid, human or ghost. Weiji Qingyun believed he was experiencing an illusion, for with the strength of Songming, that previous strike should have been fatal. It was a ghost. Songming lifted his right foot and delivered a fierce kick to Weiji Qingyun's face, subsequently rolling to a nearby spot. The monk's mask on Weiji Qingyun's face shattered, blood flowing from his nose to his lips. Seeking death. Enraged, Weiji Qingyun swung his meteor hammer. Yet, Songming remained motionless in the face of the incoming attack, just as everyone presumed Songming would employ a substitution technique once more. He suddenly pressed his palm to the ground, chanting, "Wood release, wooden pillar wall." A series of wooden pillars bent upward from the ground, forming an archway that enveloped Songming in layers of protection. Boom. The meteor hammer struck above, leaving multiple dents. What a bizarre technique. Weiji Qingyun's eyes widened in astonishment. Witnessing someone summon trees for protection was nothing short of extraordinary, and the form was exceedingly exaggerated. This was not merely a strange technique. It was a ninjutsu capable of granting you a funeral. A voice emerged from within the wooden pillar wall, Songming's response echoing. Weiji Qingyun retracted his swung meteor hammer. In his eyes, wood was still wood. It could not possibly be harder than steel. With a few more strikes, he would inevitably unearth that Songming hidden inside. Furthermore, Weiji Qingyun noted that Songming's ninjutsu primarily revolved around defense, substitution techniques to evade attacks, and the wooden pillar wall for protection. Throughout, there had been no formidable offensive tactics. This realization only intensified Weiji Qingyun's resolve to eliminate Songming. Let us see how long you can endure, Weiji Qingyun sneered as he swung his meteor hammer once more, gathering strength. Soon, a scene unfolded that would slap him in the face. From within the wooden pillar wall came another shout. Wood release, wood dragon. The protective archways encasing Songming transformed into a wood dragon that surged forth, striking the over 2-meter-tall Weiji Qingyun and sending him flying several dozen meters away. The meteor hammer in his hand soared into the air, descending mere centimeters from his head. Sweat beaded on Weiji Qingyun's forehead as he glanced at the meteor hammer beside him. The impact to his abdomen from the wood dragon left a dull ache. Attempting to rise, he was quickly forced back down by the pain. He had been bested by Songming. Zoche was astonished by Songming's prowess. He was far from the weakling they had anticipated. Damn it. After a brief respite, Weiji Qingyun glared at his aching abdomen and struggled to rise. Seeing that Weiji Qingyun had survived, the crowd let out a collective sigh of relief. After all, if such a large figure were to be instantly vanquished, it would serve as a testament to Songming's terrifying strength. At present, they did not wish for Songming to possess formidable capabilities. Are you all right, Weiji Qingyun? Qixing inquired, drawing his long knife, evidently prepared to fight alongside him. I was careless not to evade earlier. This time, I shall not allow him to succeed. Weiji Qingyun gritted his teeth in resentment. In less than 10 minutes, he had gone from mocking Song Ming for being too weak to sustaining serious injuries. No longer underestimating Song Ming, he lifted a large wooden box that stood on the ground. It could also be deemed a weapon chest, for within it lay a plethora of weaponry belonging to the deceased, each item unique. Moments ago, the wood dragon was unleashed, and the barrier of wooden ingots surrounding Song Ming was dispelled. The two opponents locked eyes once more, with Wei Jiqingyan's gaze brimming with murderous intent. In stark contrast, Song Ming appeared at ease, his demeanor lacking the ferocity expected in such a confrontation. Fearing that Song Ming might re-establish his defensive stance with the wooden ingot barrier, Wei Jiqingyan initiated the assault. He hurled a weapon box into the air, its trajectory capturing the attention of onlookers. Just before it hovered above Song Ming, Wei Jiqingyan unleashed a meteor hammer, shattering the weapon box, causing its contents to rain down upon Song Ming. In response, Song Ming invoked the wood release technique, summoning a barrier of sturdy wooden beams that erupted from the ground, forming an archway to shield himself from the descending weapons. "I will end your life," Wei Jiqingyan declared as he charged forward, seizing a large blade embedded in the ground. With a swift motion, he aimed to cleave Song Ming in two. Yet, confronted by his fierce advance, Song Ming pressed a hand to the ground and called out, "Would release, piercing sword." A straight wooden sword shot forth from below, impaling Wei Jiqingyan in a most gruesome manner, penetrating through his body from the rear and emerging from the top of his head. The onlookers gasped in horror at such a brutal ninjutsu. Qi Xing's face paled in shock, and the previously determined Huang Meiwan hesitated, realizing that he had come to the island in search of an elixir, not to engage in battle. With the skirmish concluded, Song Ming turned to Zoche and stated, "Surely, you now believe I did not kill Yuanzi?" Zoche found himself momentarily speechless, stammering, What do you intend to do?" Meanwhile, Qi Sheng seized the opportunity to flee, intent on relaying the events on the island to the other members of the Yamada clan. Song Ming did not look back, but the sound of Qi Xing's scream echoed behind him. The fleeing Qi Xing was ensnared by tree branches, toppling helplessly in midair before being brought before Song Ming. Song Ming picked up the fallen blade and addressed Qi Xing. "Having just witnessed my display of ninjutsu, do you think you can depart without leaving something behind?" His tone was calm, yet it carried an unmistakable weight of intimidation. "If you kill me, the Yamada clan will not spare you," Song Ming retorted. "Since you believe I have slain Yuanzi, what difference does it make to eliminate one more? Spare me," Qi Sheng implored. "I will not disclose what transpired today to anyone." "To spare you? That depends on Zoche's response," Song Ming replied, lifting Zoche's chin. Although she was a woman, Zoche stood her ground against the threat. "I will not acquiesce to any of your demands." "Very well, I shall commence with Qi Xing. Should he perish, you will be next." "No. Her refusal is her own affair, but I shall comply with your demands. Speak freely," Qi Xing sobbed, his tears mingling with sweat. "What purpose do you serve? You cannot assist me in training my techniques, so you might as well remain a lifeless body." As his words faded, the wooden rods binding Qi Xing's legs sprouted sharp, slender branches, which extended beneath him, penetrating through his shoes and piercing the soles of his feet, drilling deeper into the sole of his foot. "Ah!" Qi Xing's anguished cries echoed, prompting Zoche to acquiesce to his plea. Listening to Qi Xing's torment, Zoche felt an ache in her heart. Were it her own suffering, perhaps her resolve would remain unshaken. Yet, witnessing a kin, once a companion in training, endure such agony, Zoche shut her eyes. Not far off, Huang Meiwan remained as still as a wooden figure. He neither wished to intervene nor dared to act, nor did he want to distract with an escape. "Cease. What is it that you truly desire?" Zoche suddenly shouted, her eyes flaring open. Her words momentarily alleviated the pain beneath Qi Xing's feet. "I have heard that women from the island are adept at tending to their husbands. Thus I require you to serve as my attendant and cater to my needs while I reside on the island." An attendant, Zoche, the daughter of a renowned family, now found herself threatened into servitude. Glancing once more at the suffering Qi Xing, she contemplated if it would be better for him to perish. Chapter 8. I come from the great Qing Empire's Zoche, please agree. Qi Sheng could no longer contain himself as Zoche remained silent. After all, it was not he who was to serve as a servant. Even if he desired, he would not look down upon such a role. "As a woman of the Yamada family, I could never serve a death row inmate," Zoche declared resolutely. Zoche's firmness rendered Qi Xing uneasy, prompting him to hastily persuade her, "Zoche, although our Yamada family holds prestige, we are ultimately servants of the shogunate. Whatever the shogunate commands, we must obey. Merely accompanying a death row inmate to the island in search of the elixir of immortality is sufficient proof of our expendability." Zoche appeared reluctant. Yet Qixing swiftly endeavored to influence her thoughts. This reasoning struck a chord within Zoche, for it was rooted in truth. The members of the Yamada family were merely tools exploited by the shogunate. Even with the awareness of why do you choose to act in such a manner? Zoche is acutely aware of the formidable power of the shogunate, which surpasses that of the Yamada clan, and many other families are also under its dominion. The audacity of Tsangming to proclaim the destruction of the shogunate inevitably raises suspicions regarding the forces that support him. I neglected to mention that I hail from a place known as the Great Qing Empire. I am not one of your countrymen and, deep within, I hold no compassion for you. The Great Qing Empire. Zoche was taken aback. He seemed to recall his father mentioning it was a nation even more formidable than the shogunate. However, due to its relatively weak naval power, it had never launched an attack. In an instant, Zoche altered his demeanor and replied, I acquiesce to your earlier request, rather than feeling threatened. Zoche was far more intrigued by the purpose of Tsangming's presence here as a representative of the Qing Empire. His agreement was merely a strategic ploy to buy time. Splendid. Thank you, Zoche, Qixing exclaimed, tears of excitement welling in his eyes, believing Zoche's consent was a result of his own influence. Should he be mistreated, he would not hesitate to take the burden upon himself as a means to repay Zoche's life-saving grace. Zoche, without casting a glance at Qixing, continued, Shall we cease this now? As soon as they finished speaking, the restraints binding the two disappeared. Qixing fell to the ground, exclaiming in surprise. Zoche stretched his aching body. Zoche, thank you. Qixing expressed his gratitude as he landed. Are you all right, Your Excellency Qixing? Zoche inquired softly, revealing little concern. As they were not particularly close, having only met occasionally at the estate for brief exchanges. Compared to your plight, my injury is of little consequence. Could you assist me in rising? Qixing spoke with great gentleness, and the disdain in Zeki's gaze transformed into a sense of indebtedness. Zeki did not resist, as Qixing pulled him up. As soon as he stood, Qixing leaned close to Zeki's ear and softly said, Zeki, bear with it for a moment. I will ensure that the Yamada family comes to your rescue upon my return. Your Excellency Qixing, there is no need for concern. You may return first. Tsangming holds no interest in men. Zeki deliberately spoke within Tsangming's hearing, crafting a transparent excuse for Qixing's departure. My lord Tsangming, I shall take my leave now. And Zeki will serve you diligently. Qixing, suppressing his pain, limped away, leaving a trail of blood with each step. Hey, wait, he faltered, his body trembling as he halted. At that moment, sweat poured from him, and anxiety gnawed at his heart as he fervently prayed for Tsangming's mercy. Why the haste? Tsangming inquired, patting Qixing's shoulder. The gentle touch sent a sharp pain through Qixing's foot, yet he managed to smile, turning to say, My lord Tsangming, it is not that you dislike me. So I wish to depart swiftly. Your injury has not healed. Would it not be wiser to mend it before leaving? I appreciate your kindness, my lord. But this minor injury is of no consequence. Minor injury? Are you suggesting that my strength is so lacking that it could only inflict a trivial wound upon you? Ah, that is not what I meant, Qixing stammered, caught off guard. I was merely jesting. I wanted to remind you to take the head of the condemned criminal when you return. Otherwise, returning empty-handed may arouse the suspicions of the shogunate. Yes, indeed, Qixing realized, the weight in his heart lifting. Thank you for the reminder, my lord. Rest assured, I shall not speak of your affairs. Upon my return, I will inform the Yamada family of Zeki's demise. Consequently, no one will seek him, regardless of where you take him. Zeki severed the head of the twisted Qiyun and handed it to Qixing for his report. Nodding, Zeki drew his blade and swiftly struck down Qiyun's head. He then removed Qiyun's clothing, cradling the severed head and presenting it to Qixing. Thank you, Qixing expressed once more, his gratitude flowing as freely as water. Hurry and inform my father that I was slain by Qiyun, and that you avenged me. Zeki was determined to play out the separation of father and daughter to the end. Yet Tsangming understood the unspoken calculations in both their hearts. He remained silent, merely observing. If they continued to converse, they might burst into laughter. My lord Tsangming, I shall take my leave, Qixing said, lifting the head before departing. Go, Tsangming replied nonchalantly. With Tsangming's approval, Qixing felt a sense of reassurance as he limped away. Despite his lameness, his pace was not slow. After covering a distance, Qixing collapsed beside a large tree, his face contorted in pain. Curse that Zeki, if only he had agreed sooner, my wound would not have worsened. He removed his shoe to examine his injury, revealing a gruesome, blood-soaked gash that was difficult to behold. When I return, I will ensure that the entire Yamada family comes to the island to avenge me. As he spoke, Leaves fell from the trees around him. Confused, he looked up only to find Songming perched atop a branch above him, his presence evoking a look of sheer terror on Qixing's face. Before he could react, a vine descended swiftly from the tree, wrapping around his neck. He was hoisted into the air. After struggling for a moment, Qixing fell still. With death inevitable, he thought, it might be better to embrace an early demise and seek rebirth. Songming seized the moment to resolve the situation with Qixing. Upon returning, Wang Maiwen remained in place, deliberately adjusting his trousers and inquiring, "What are your plans?" "My only intention is to reunite with my wife. I shall not interfere with other matters nor divulge any secrets. However, should you choose to act against me, I will not hesitate to employ all my strength. I abhor violence. It would be preferable for you to accompany us. I will assist you in resolving matters concerning your wife. Can you help me eliminate Shireen Village? It is merely Shireen Village, not Sandine Village. It poses no challenge for me. Why would you assist me?" Wang Maiwen harbored no illusions about Songming's character. "Because I have a deep admiration for pure-hearted warriors." Pure-hearted warriors? Wang Maiwen found the term perplexing, unaware that it was in fact his true title. "So many insects," exclaimed Zoche from the other side. Numerous centipedes emerged from the forest. Compared to ordinary centipedes, those on the island were longer, with many legs and swift in their movements. In the blink of an eye, the corpse of Wei Jiqing was covered in centipedes of various sizes. The creatures voraciously feasted upon the flesh of the deceased. "Let us depart. These centipedes only consume corpses and pose little danger." Songming led the way, followed closely by the other two. Behind them, Wang Maiwen remained uncertain of Songming's words. Yet, as long as there existed a glimmer of hope, he was willing to take a chance. Chapter 9. The Island's Specialty, the Buddha fish head monster during the time of the battle with Songming. The condemned prisoners in other locations also sensed the peculiarities of the island. Various experiences hinted at the island's unpredictability, stirring their hearts with anticipation. Arriving on the island equated to regaining freedom, a delightful prospect for those already inclined towards crime. Some harbored intentions to eliminate the executioner to seize their freedom, while others sought to enhance their combat prowess through alliances, in hopes of discovering the elusive elixir of immortality that would restore their true sense of liberty. In essence, each individual was concocting a strategy tailored to their own desires. A bloody storm was gradually unfurling on their path. "Do you know where the elixir is?" Zoche inquired, pressing Songming for answers. Following the recent events, he discerned that Songming was far from ordinary, his strength inscrutable. If he chose to remain silent, no one would suspect he hailed from another land. "Continue deeper, and you shall encounter a place called Penglai, where the elixir you seek resides." Penglai. Zoche was perplexed, unsure of the significance of the name, envisioning perhaps a lake or a cavern. At the rear, Wang Maiwen softly uttered Penglai, feeling a sense of solemnity from the name. His mental imagery differed from Zoche's. It resembled a grand pavilion. The two continued their contemplation until Zoche collided with Songming's back. They then looked up to find Songming standing still, with a peculiar creature stationed not far ahead. The creature bore a resemblance to a fish, possessing a head reminiscent of a fish with an upward gaze. 6 hands clasped together in reverence, each wrist adorned with prayer beads. It appeared to be a fish spirit that had attained enlightenment. "What is that? Is it a statue?" Zoche rubbed his eyes, squinting for a clearer view. His mind was occupied with two thoughts. Was the entity before him a fish or a statue? If it were the former, he had never encountered a fish that could induce such a loss of sanity. If it were the latter, the craftsmanship was so lifelike it seemed to breathe, with scales moving as if alive. "It is not a statue. It is the island's specialty, the Buddha fish." Songming casually named it, his gaze calm and his tone tinged with excitement. "Buddha fish? Are you suggesting we roast it? I can skewer it." "And you can cook it," Wang Maiwen proposed. "Roast it? This creature does not appear appetizing," Zoche observed, recognizing instantly that the fish was no mere statue but a living being. From the very moment he set foot on the island, he sensed danger. The sight of the fish signaled that the island's monsters were surely formidable. Furthermore, Songming's earlier mention of Penglai suggested that if there were truly an elixir there, it would likely be guarded by boss-level creatures. "You wish to roast it? Is it alive?" Zoche queried. "It is indeed a living fish, and consuming it will undoubtedly be a tremendous boon," Songming replied. "A living monster." Zoche's expression shifted to one of tension as he swiftly drew his long knife, attempting to feign calmness. She sought to analyze the tactics. Yet as she gazed upon the grotesque creature before her, resembling a fish yet not quite one, a wave of nausea washed over her, compelling her to avert her eyes. Just as Zoche grappled with her thoughts, the praying fish abruptly erupted into chaos. 6 hands extended simultaneously, and the prayer beads tumbled to the ground as the praying fish materialized before Huamei-wan. Whoosh! 6 fists simultaneously struck out. Huamei-wan instinctively leaped and delivered a powerful kick to the head. Blood poured from the fisherman's skull, yet instead of retreating, he advanced, seizing Huamei-wan's leg with his forearms and throwing him away. Bang! The thrush, gliding along the ground, found itself in a precarious situation. It hastily placed its hands on the earth to steady its body. At that moment, a thorn-covered tentacle suddenly struck. This tentacle emanated from the tail of the praying mantis fish. In an instant of entrapment, the thrush was repeatedly slammed against the ground. Will you not come to its aid? Zoche desired to step forward and offer assistance, yet was halted by Songming, who extended his arm across his chest. Merely a minor adversary, while Maiwen could easily handle the situation. However, it appeared that he lacked the capacity to retaliate. Perhaps you should lend him a hand. Songming's prowess is well acknowledged, and his intervention could significantly aid Maiwen in evading danger. Shall I proceed to rescue him? Are you certain you can manage the surrounding foes? As soon as the words fell, a cacophony of sounds erupted from all directions. The rustling of leaves, the heavy footsteps, the chanting of scriptures enveloped the air. Surrounded by this myriad of noises, Zoche felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Gazing around, he beheld numerous figures towering above the trees. Monks adorned with massive prayer beads and peculiar gazes, nuns draped in flowing robes, a smiling Maitreya with 3 heads, and a toad-like creature wielding a staff. Each entity bore a connection to Buddhism or Taoism. Faced with such a multitude of adversaries, Huamei-wan's eyes turned pale as he pulled up his mask to conceal his mouth, softly murmuring, "Fire mage." Instantly, flames enveloped his entire being, radiating intense heat. Against mere mortals, Huamei-wan might have hesitated, but the monstrous beings surrounding him ignited only a thirst for blood in his eyes. Swish! With a swift movement, a burst of flames surged towards one of the monstrous creatures. In an instant, the monster's neck was torn apart, a torrent of blood gushing forth. Subsequently, the agile figure propelled herself towards another beast with a powerful leap. During this brief yet ferocious slaughter, numerous creatures were mercilessly hunted down. Such a remarkable display left Zoche momentarily entranced, oblivious to a long, serpentine tongue darting from the thicket towards her back. In the next moment, blood splattered across Zoche's back. However, Zoche's attention was entirely fixated on the fierce battle between Maiwen and the monster, oblivious to the happenings behind her. She remained unaware that her back had already been stained crimson. You were nearly turned into a midday meal for a frog. Songming tapped Zoche's shoulder, his gaze urging her to check her back. When she turned around, she beheld a rigid wooden spike impaling a long tongue into the ground. What on earth is this? The long tongue was mere steps away from Zoche. Out of fright, Zoche instinctively clutched the sleeve of Songming. A toad immortal. No sooner had the words left his lips than a sword, piercing through the ground, severed the long tongue. Boom. On the other side, the commotion caused by Huamei-wan's battle was excessively loud. A new wave of monsters arose from the ground, drawn by the cacophony. After vanquishing 7 or 8 creatures, Huamei-wan was left breathless on the ground. However, upon witnessing the sheer multitude of approaching monsters, he let out a long sigh. There are too many. We should retreat. Stand down. I shall handle them, Songming declared, undaunted in the face of danger. With his fingers interlaced, he intoned, would release the growth of all things. In an instant, the surrounding trees began to twist and grow uncontrollably. The once tranquil forest erupted into chaos. Each tree seemed to possess a life of its own, thrusting its branches into the bodies of the monsters, spreading and growing within them, until their insides were shredded and their remains fell to the ground in pieces. In the blink of an eye, all the surrounding monsters had been mercilessly strangled by the trees. Incredible! Both Huamei-wan and Zoche exclaimed in astonishment. Utterly taken aback, by the time they regained their senses, the monsters had become one with the trees. Help! A woman's piercing scream echoed through the air. The voice resembled that of a cosplayer embodying the character of Noera Mai, a ninja of sorts. Chapter 10. The female ninja. The sound grew increasingly closer until a man and a woman appeared. The man, of modest stature, was panting heavily, his backpack slung over his shoulder. The woman, as she ran, drew attention with her 2 bouncing basketballs. The duo was none other than Kei and her executor, Yamada Asaman Sentai, closely followed by a corpulent, one-armed Maitreya Buddha. Despite possessing only one arm, his bicep was astonishingly thick, more robust than 4 trees entwined together. It's you. Help! Kei dribbled past her pursuer, dashing towards the figure of H. Bai, her true savior, while the other, S. Mei, was merely an inconspicuous bystander. As the distance narrowed, the hefty Methreya Buddha was the first to swing a punch, targeting the nearest obstacle in his path. The force of his blow created a deep crater where Esme had stood. How tragic. Flattened by a single strike, Kei concealed herself behind, covering her mouth with her hand as she lightly rested it on H-Bai's shoulder, while Sentai, visibly frightened, was drenched in sweat. H-Bai, please save me, Kei whispered. Her cheeks flushed, resembling a damsel in distress. Yet, H-Bai remained unfazed, swiftly seizing Kei's arm and pinning her to the ground. "Oh, that hurts," she exclaimed. "Seduction 1T work on me. What are your intentions?" "I merely happened to pass by while being pursued by a monster," Kei replied. H-Bai released her, turning his attention to the creature. "We must confront that beast." "I understand, but do not resort to tricks," Sentai interjected. "I wouldn't dare employ any tricks. As a weak woman like me simply wishes to cling to your leg for support. Clinging to a leg is permissible, but ensure it is the right one." Unbeknownst to them, Esme had already appeared behind the two. "Why, you were just flattened by a punch, weren't you?" Kei exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief, suspecting that the one who had been struck down was not Esme after all. "Take a closer look. It was not I who was hit." As everyone turned around, they discovered that the Methreya Buddha had been impaled through the mouth by a thick piece of timber, lying lifeless on the ground. The deep pit his arm had created was filled not with flesh, but with splintered wood. Kei, having paused momentarily alongside Sentai, had failed to notice the demise of the Methreya Buddha. "You must have slain that monster," she accused, ignoring Esme, her gaze locking with Ziku. "It was not me. It had to be you. There are only 5 of us, aside from the 3 of us. You are the only one capable of such an act." Ziku refrained from elaborating, casting a glance at Esme. She had once, like Kei, held Esme in contempt, thus understanding Kei's accusations. "Regardless, I am Kei, a ninja as well. We should be able to cooperate." Kei extended her hand towards H-Bai, intrigued by the prowess of the executor guarding him, recognizing H-Bai's formidable nature. "Do not attempt to befriend me. Do not be so fierce. We are all ninjas stranded on this island and should assist one another. Moreover, I find you quite reliable. Why not take me along?" Kei's complexion was flushed as she leaned forward. Just as the ball was about to collide with H-Bai's arm, Esme intervened with a swift motion. "Hey, what are you doing?" Kei stepped back and sensed. "I merely intended to kindly remind you that Huamei-wan has a wife, advising you to refrain from flirtation." "What of having a wife? As long as it remains undiscovered, it matters not." Just as I finished speaking, Gang suddenly focused on a crucial point. "Wait. Where is your executor? Could it be that you have eliminated him?" "No, that cannot be. Given your abilities, such a feat would be beyond your reach." Songming's performance during the brawl among death row inmates had not escaped Gang's notice. A man who hides behind a woman is undoubtedly feeble, incapable of dispatching the executor. I indeed failed to do so. I merely seized the opportunity to escape while he was in the restroom. "Oh, then perhaps I should take it upon myself to resolve your existence, thus performing a service," Gang said with a wicked grin. "Stop," Zoche interjected, halting the exchange. "Killing other inmates does not fall within your jurisdiction, does it?" Gang inquired. "Now, both individuals fall under my supervision. Should they err, I shall personally address the matter." Zoche uttered this with a noticeable lack of conviction, for she could hardly contend with either of them, let alone manage both simultaneously. "I did not anticipate that a team would form so swiftly. I thought I was the only one with such inclinations. Since you have already joined forces, would you mind if I added 2 more members? 5 individuals would undoubtedly be far safer than 2. "I have no objections." Songming raised his hand in agreement. "What does it matter to you?" Gang retorted. "My foremost desire is to hear Huamei-wan's response. Are you willing?" Gang's expression shifted, and she eagerly approached Huamei-wan, only to be swiftly subdued and pressed to the ground. "That hurts. What are you doing?" she exclaimed. "I never agreed to form a team, especially not with a female ninja. And what of female ninjas? As fellow ninjas, we should understand how to leverage our relationships to achieve our objectives, should we not?" Gang's demeanor darkened suddenly, and she swiftly broke free from her restraints, launching a punch in retaliation. The two became entangled in a fierce struggle on the ground. "Hey, stop fighting!" Zoche shouted, drawing her blade. The 2 combatants ceased their altercation. "Well, what do you say? Shall we collaborate?" Gang turned her gaze towards Zoche. "If he is willing, I have no objections." Zoche indicated Songming, yet Gang misunderstood. She turned, feigning helplessness, and pleaded, "Please, Huamei-wan, take pity on me." A frail woman. With that, she attempted another charge. This time, however, Songming used his face to block her advance, expressing his discontent. Could you refrain from crashing into my face? I would rather not suffocate. You shameless wretch. Gang's anger flared. She had little interest in those lacking strength, and moreover, Songming had offended everyone. Associating with him would mean antagonizing others. Her sole desire was to ingratiate herself with Huame Wan, using the gentlest means to entice him. But she was consistently thwarted by Songming's opportunism. Let us cease this quarrel. This place is not suitable for lingering. We should depart swiftly, Zoche urged. The group surveyed the gruesome corpses and the advancing centipedes, silently reaching a consensus. They then set off deeper into the forest, pausing to rest in a more concealed clearing. As they took their seats, Gang intentionally positioned himself beside Wamaiwan and remarked once more on the uncanny nature of their surroundings. He cautioned that aimlessly wandering could lead to peril, rendering their efforts futile, thus emphasizing that having more companions would be advantageous. I have no desire to collaborate unless there is something to gain, he asserted. As the most formidable ninja, Wamaiwan was well acquainted with the strategies of his kind. The presence of a female ninja by his side offered little benefit. Rather, it required additional vigilance. Of course there are advantages. Otherwise, I would not consider an alliance with you, Gang interjected suddenly, rising with enthusiasm. You provide the fighting prowess, and we shall supply the essential intelligence. What intelligence could you possess? I am aware of far more than you, Songming jested. If you are unwilling, you may depart. We shall form our own quartet, Gang retorted. His previously cheerful demeanor turning cold once more. To think you would seek to dismiss your savior. Were it not for my intervention in dealing with the creature that pursued you, you might very well have met your demise. You dealt with it? Gang chuckled lightly, covering his face with his hand. Ah, you seem to have forgotten the scene by the seaside when you were besieged. Had she not acted then, you might not have even set foot on the island. Chapter 11. Stripping the lever enough with the noise. What information do you possess? Zoche assumed the role of mediator among the group. Observing Zoche's eagerness for knowledge, Gang decided to relinquish a morsel of intelligence, hoping to enhance his own worth. Let me share something quite alarming. The true peril on this island is a butterfly with a human face. These creatures intermittently appear near the monsters, and it remains uncertain whether their presence is habitual or if they have a nest nearby. Their arrival induces hallucinations, and the most lethal aspect is their toxin. Once infected, the afflicted will undergo grotesque decay, sprouting flowers, akin to that individual on the general's platform, who was entirely covered in vegetation. If one scrutinizes closely, they might also discover humanoid corpses adorned with flowers by the roadside. Perhaps those corpses belong to the general's subordinates sent to scout the island. As soon as Gang finished speaking, Xiantai adjusted his glasses and added, the monsters are often adorned with items of religious significance, likely stemming from Buddhism or Taoism. The peculiar amalgamation of these two unrelated faiths creates a rather bizarre atmosphere. Thus, this island resembles not a pure land of bliss, but rather a hellish domain. He deliberately emphasized the term hell. I share your sentiments, Zoche nodded thoughtfully, stroking his chin. He then expressed his viewpoint, noting that the anatomical structure of the monsters resembled that of biological entities rather than controlled automatons. If it weren't for the general's orders, the Yamadas should not have accompanied condemned prisoners to this island, Xiantai sighed. As the group continued their discussion, a rustling sound emerged from behind Xiantai. Startled, he assumed there was an unforeseen situation. To his surprise, he discovered that Songming was rummaging through Xiantai's backpack. Hey, what are you doing? Gang exclaimed first, ever ready to seize an opportunity to reprimand Songming. It must be around mealtime, right? Songming's gaze was fixed on the contents of the backpack, his hands tirelessly sifting through it. Did you not bring any food for yourself? Xiantai quickly stood up, clutching the bag to his chest. I left in such a hurry that I couldn't take any provisions. Songming began devouring the food he had just extracted from the bag. Xiantai, you must have packed ample supplies considering you carry a backpack, right? With another condemned prisoner, we only have provisions for a week, he remarked. Another condemned prisoner? Zoche inquired. Intrigued, he recalled that Qixing had previously struck a deal with a fellow condemned prisoner, enabling them to collaborate against others for mutual benefit. However, Xiantai's bookish demeanor hardly suggested he was the combative type. Xiantai, refrain from disclosing everything. We only have provisions for 2 days, Gang chuckled, asserting that even if the others might not believe him, it was better to speak than remain silent, for explanations bore more weight than silence. There is no need for deflection. That man, dubbed a cultist, must have met his demise due to your seduction. His executioner has already returned to shore with his head, leaving you with the rations, Gang asserted. That is unfounded. I advise you against wild conjectures. Did you witness me employing seduction to deceive any so-called heretic? Gang's performance was so convincing that no one could discern the truth through his tone or expression. I indeed witnessed it with my own eyes. Ah, I surmise that you have not fled, but rather eliminated your fellow executor. Are you both, being members of the Yamada clan, indifferent to the execution of your comrade? The inquiry was pointedly directed at Aoki. I firmly believe that Aoki merely escaped. With his prowess, it would be inconceivable for him to slay an executor. Sake hesitated to divulge Aoki's true abilities and hastily sought an excuse to temper Sentai's emotions. Fearful that Sentai might lose his reason in pursuit of revenge and thereby forfeit his life. Let us not concern ourselves with the fate of the executor. We must first address our immediate sustenance needs. Do you comprehend the subtleties of a covert plot? Do you place such unwavering trust in him? Gang persistently sought means to implicate Aoki in the demise of Modetsugu. I harbor no trust in him, yet I have faith in the strength of Lord Modetsugu. Witnessing Sake's steadfastness, Gang's attempts at incitement faltered, and he retorted, I cannot possibly share my rations with you. Her expression was grave. Yet when she turned to look at Karasumaru, a charming smile graced her lips. Don't you agree? Our provisions cannot be extended to a completely unrelated individual. We cannot align ourselves with the executor. Gang then sought to curry favor with Karasumaru. I am indifferent. I merely noticed that the island possesses a certain food supply. And I would not starve without relying solely on my own rations, Karasumaru remarked nonchalantly. Indeed, Karasumaru is commendable. Not only for his formidable strength but also for his culinary skills, such a man is hard not to admire. Just as Gang finished speaking, she wrapped her arms around Karasumaru's head, seemingly wishing to bury him in a tender embrace. She anticipated success, but in the next moment, Karasumaru seized her wrist and pinned her to the ground. I have already warned you. Should you dare to come closer, I shall show no mercy. Hey, do you not understand the value of cherishing beauty? We are all in this precarious situation together. There is no need for such cruelty, Gang exclaimed. Akin to a petulant girl. Continue your quarrel. I, for one, am hungry. At an unknown moment, Aoki had positioned himself behind Sentai. With a swift tug, he forcibly seized the backpack. Hey, return that to me. Sentai swung his blade backward, only to strike a wooden post. Rest assured, I shall only take the food. I have no intention of revealing the secretive materials concealed within your backpack. The group turned their gazes upwards towards the tree. Do not carelessly disturb my bag. It contains invaluable documents, Sentai shouted as he dashed to the base of the tree, where Aoki stood 5 meters above, rummaging through the pack. You have incited murderous intent within me. Gang, pinned to the ground, bore a glint of malice in her eyes, and with a swift kick, she toppled Karasumaru to the ground, freeing her arms as she swiftly propelled herself towards Aoki's position. In a flurry, several shurikens suddenly whizzed towards her back. Aoki, without glancing back, tossed the backpack behind him, effortlessly blocking Gang's surprise attack. Halt! Sake shouted from below the tree. Worry not. I shall swiftly eliminate him without attracting any monsters, Gang replied with an air of ease, even encouraging Sake not to fret about the battle drawing the attention of any creatures. Yet, Sake's concern did not lie with the potential presence of monsters, but rather for Gang, for through their recent dialogue, it was evident that Gang had indeed acquired certain intelligence. Furthermore, the island is fraught with peril, and having multiple companions would enhance safety. Presently, Gang seeks to challenge Songming. However, Songming's prowess far surpasses that of Wamaiwan, let alone Gang. Gang's impression of Songming remains from before their departure, and she believes that slaying Songming would be simpler than exterminating a mere fly. She bounds across the treetops, leaping from branch to branch. As she jumps, she unleashes a barrage of shurikens, creating an all-encompassing assault. Swish, swish, swish. Shurikens converge from all directions. Would release, reversal. Songming declares. Just as the words leave his lips, numerous vines extend from beneath his feet, spiraling around him in a whirling motion. Clang, clang, clang. Every shuriken is effortlessly deflected. One shuriken, however, is launched towards Gang's position. Caught off guard, she is unprepared for the unexpected turn of battle. Realizing the danger, she feels the shuriken slice through her neckline, causing her garment to slide down to her ankles, leaving her exposed upon the branch. The foliage is dense at her perch. And aside from Songming, the onlookers below remain oblivious to the scene that could make any man blush. All they hear are the sounds of clashing metal. Infuriated, Gang attempts to reclaim her modesty. Suddenly, several vines shoot up from below, ensnaring her limbs. She is hoisted high, her body dangling downward. What are you doing? Gang exclaims, struggling fiercely like a fly ensnared in a spider's web. The vines lash against her rear, leaving a vivid crimson mark. Chapter 12. Ah, it hurts. The sound escaped from the lips of the girl named Gang, resembling a delicate cry. Lower your voice. Don't let them hear. Songming stood on another tree branch, savoring the moment. Observing the expression on Songming's face, Gang felt an ominous premonition. Put me down. She exerted all her strength, yet the more she struggled, the tighter the vines constricted around her, leaving red marks where her limbs were bound. Are you sure you want to come down? A robust branch of the tree extended, and Songming, standing upon it, descended like an elevator towards Gang, who dangled below. Just a leap would allow him to strike the descending figure. Let me go. Approved. Songming grinned, and the vines beneath him retracted, clearing a path. Meanwhile, the vines suspending Gang suddenly plummeted from a height of 8 meters, her face directed towards the ground. Ah! With a cry of despair, Gang's body abruptly halted just 10 centimeters from the ground. The 3 individuals below turned to look. Before they could discern the scene, the vines yanked Gang upwards at an alarming speed. All they witnessed was a flurry of leaves falling and a fleeting shadow. Did you see someone drop from over there? Xiantai inquired, uncertain if it was Gang, as she wore a blue outfit. I didn't see, but it must be that female ninja, Zoche replied, fully aware of Gang's predicament. Her earlier scream had revealed everything. However, she would not plead for mercy, for she was not well acquainted with Gang, and, after all, she was a death row inmate. Ah! Once again, a scream echoed from another location, like a novice experiencing bungee jumping for the first time. Fear erupted from her throat. As the crowd turned back, Gang was swiftly pulled upwards again, leaving only fallen leaves in their wake. How does it feel? Do you enjoy the sensation of bungee jumping? Songming asked, his gaze scrutinizing Gang's figure as she hung from the tree. Gang did not shy away from Songming's gaze. Her only desire was to regain her freedom, and she no longer wished to engage in this perilous game. With tears glistening in her eyes, she pleaded earnestly, Songming, I beg you, spare me. I promise to obey your every command. Her demeanor was somewhat sincere, though one could only hope she would not suddenly attack after being released. No, the guy named Wamaiwen is emotionally detached. He is not someone to rely on. You are the only man I can trust on this island. Gang's talents extended beyond mere agility. She possessed the gift of persuasion, having deceived numerous men with her alluring physique and a facade of vulnerability. For now, I shall spare you. With a wave of his hand, the vines binding Gang's limbs retreated into the tree. Once safely on the ground, Gang rubbed her numb wrists, her arms crossing to shield herself from the view of the surroundings. Does the female ninja still possess a sense of shame? Songming teased, noting that female ninjas were adept at utilizing their bodies to create opportunities. Seduction was an essential lesson for them. They not only practiced ninjutsu, but also honed other skills. I am not a seductress. I have yet to engage with any man, Gang replied shyly. First, put your clothes back on. Songming threw her the repaired garments. The collar, previously severed by a kunai, had been mended by the vines. Thank you. Once dressed, Gang found herself enveloped in Songming's embrace as he descended along the vines to the ground. This scene left Xiantai in a state of astonishment. I initially believed that the first to fall would be the body of Songming. Yet, the reality was that Songming clutched onto Gang, with his hand resting at the base of his back. To claim I was not envious would be sheer self-deception. Zoche was not surprised by the scene unfolding before him. Songming's prowess easily overpowered Gang, and given his reluctance to inflict harm upon women, it was impossible for him to kill her. Observing the red mark on Gang's wrist, Zoche concluded that she had succumbed to Songming's strength, perhaps even becoming his servant number 2. Xiantai, bring forth the food, Gang said, adjusting her attire after landing. Her tone markedly transformed. Xiantai did not witness the battle between the two. I truly do not understand why Gang has suddenly changed. We are all on the same team. There is no need for concealment. Gang approached Xiantai and opened her backpack, retrieving food to first offer to Songming. Subsequently, everyone sat on the ground and began to eat. The food was far from ideal, yet it sufficed to satisfy their hunger. Rustling. At that moment, sounds of movement emerged from the thicket. Wamaiwen swallowed the morsel in her mouth and prepared for battle. Zoche, more composed, set down her food, gripping the hilt of her sword, poised to draw it. Gang, however, made no move. She quickly wrapped her arms around Songming's in search of comfort. With so many present, she was reluctant to engage in violence. The couple's seemingly affectionate gesture left Xiantai momentarily bewildered. It was as if they were caught in a storm of life and death, yet appeared to be as tranquil as a gentle breeze. Suddenly, A man's head emerged from the bushes. Zoche instinctively drew her sword, halting just above the man's neck in astonishment. "Lord Yuanji?" she exclaimed. "What are you doing, Zoche?" Yuanji spun around, startled by the blade hovering at his throat, stepping out from the foliage with an expression of displeasure. "My apologies, I thought you were a monster." Zoche, flustered, sheathed her sword, momentarily at a loss, and hurriedly changed the subject. "Lord Yuanji, how did you come to be here?" "I followed the sound of a woman's scream and ended up here, only to find you." Yuanji smiled, but upon spotting Songming, his demeanor shifted dramatically. Without uttering a word, he swiftly drew his sword, aiming it at Songming. Clang! Zoche's blade intercepted Yuanji's strike. "Zoche, what are you doing?" Yuanji asked incredulously, unable to comprehend her defense of a condemned criminal. "Now is not the time to fight, Senior Yuanji. You are shielding a death row inmate. What is going on, Zoche?" "Zoche is my devoted servant. It is her duty to protect me," Songming interjected, inciting Yuanji's fury once more. A condemned man not only violated regulations by escaping, but also dared to insult the daughter of the Yamada family. "Step aside." Yuanji pressed against Zoche, causing her arms to tremble under the pressure. As tensions escalated and conflict seemed imminent, Gang discreetly stepped back, hoping for Yuanji to settle the score with Songming, thus avenging her humiliation. "Come over here," Songming declared, finishing his last bite of food and rising, signaling with Tengu's gesture. "Step aside. I must kill him." Yuanji forcefully pushed Zoche aside, raising his long blade high above his head. With a swift motion, the blade descended from above. Songming sidestepped just in time, delivering a kick to Yuanji's face. The impact was not substantial, and Yuanji did not retreat an inch, continuing to wield his long sword in a series of slashes. "Yuanji, cease at once," Zoche urged, fearing that Songming might slay Yuanji. "Zoche, what is the matter with you? Have you been poisoned?" He just saved me." "Saved you?" "He used you as a shield on the beach, nearly costing you your life. How could he possibly save you once on the island?" Yuanji dismissed Zoche's claims without hesitation. It was his duty to oversee the condemned prisoners on the island. Now that the escaped convict had resurfaced, Yuanji was determined to resolve the matter on the spot. Otherwise, the family's standing would surely be jeopardized. With a roar, he swung his blade at Songming with incredible speed. In mere moments, Songming's body was cleaved in two. "To have survived even a few exchanges with me, your death is not in vain," Yuanji remarked disdainfully at Songming's corpse. But his jaw dropped in shock when he turned the body over. Before him lay yet another wooden carving. Having been deceived by such a trick before setting foot on the island, he had vowed never to fall for it again. Yet here he was, ensnared once more. "I had no intention of striking, but if you insist on courting death, then so be it." Yuanji felt a hand on his shoulder, followed by a voice declaring, "Would release. Great character strangulation technique." With a thunderous crash, a massive tree erupted from the ground, enveloping Yuanji entirely. Its sharp branches penetrated his limbs, pinning him securely. As the tree twisted, Yuanji's body was forcibly contorted into the shape of a large character. Chapter 13. The Art of Wooden Escape. The two-story Western-style building, alas. The anguished cry of Genji reverberated, sending a shudder through the hearts of those nearby. The cold sweat trickled down the brow of the man who had just engaged in battle with Esme. He felt fortunate that he had chosen to surrender rather than confront directly. "Genji-sama." Both Ziku and Sentai shouted in unison as they rushed forward, intent on severing the branch. However, they soon discovered that the branch had already pierced Genji's body. To cut it would be tantamount to severing his limbs. "Release him," Ziku demanded, brandishing his sword in defiance of Esme. How can one point a blade at their master's servant? No sooner had the words left his mouth than Genji let out another agonizing scream. Unable to bear it any longer, Sentai charged at Esme with his blade drawn. "Would release. Coffin board. Rise." A long wooden plank suddenly sprang up from the ground, crashing heavily into Sentai's face, sending him sprawling to the earth, clutching his head. Clang! At that moment, Ziku's sword slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground as he sank to his knees, utterly drained. Engaging in a show of strength was futile against Esme. Submission appeared to be the only avenue left. "Do not concern yourself with me. Kill him." Genji gritted his teeth, blood trickling from his wounds onto the ground. "Genji-senpai, we are no match for him." Ziku's voice reflected his despair. "Run. Do not worry about me." Yet, no one present could hope to escape. The consequences of fleeing would be far worse than death. Those words pierced through Ziku's heart like a needle. The island was indeed perilous, yet the greater danger lay in the presence of Esme by their side. "What manner of creature are you?" "A condemned prisoner brought to this island by your hand." If you kill us, you shall not receive a pardon. I have no interest in your pathetic pardon. Our goals diverge. You dwell on the first level, while we reside on the third. What purpose do you serve? Jinji swallowed a mouthful of blood. You shall not live to see that day. With a swift gesture, Esme clenched his fist, causing the tree that ensnared Jinji to contort ominously. Wait, what must you do to spare him? Through their brief interaction, Zoche recognized that Esme was a man who enjoyed bargaining. In dire straits, a satisfactory response would suffice to extricate oneself from his grasp. My shoulder aches. Could you provide a massage? Is it truly that simple? Zoche hesitated, expecting a more outrageous request. Indeed, at present, this is the only task you can perform. Zoche, do not approach. I would rather perish. Jinji, as a proud man, was reluctant to accept protection from a woman, believing that dignity outweighed life itself. Jinji-sama. If he requests something else, I may not comply, but a shoulder massage is not unreasonable. Rest assured, it will be a proper massage. Esme conjured a wooden stump beneath him. Zoche stepped behind him, placing her hands on his shoulders and applying gentle pressure. Have you not eaten? Increase your speed. Oh. Zoche responded, hastening her movements. Ah, delightful, Esme exhaled contentedly. From behind, Zoche's gaze remained fixed on the nape of Esme's neck. By regulating her breath and calming her spirit, she could discern the gaps between his bones. Were she to strike at that moment, she could surely cleave Esme's head from his shoulders. Observing Zoche's hands moving rhythmically, Jinji closed his eyes in sorrow. A proud man, reduced to being protected by a woman. The insulting actions were sufficient to bring shame upon the Yamada family. Brother Akira, do your thighs require a massage? The unexpected interjection from Gung was evident. She had already discerned that Akira possessed extraordinary capabilities. Moreover, Akira had no intention of seeking an exemption from blame. If he were to be well attended to, could not such an exemption be easily attained? Since you are here, I do not mind. Akira rested his legs upon Gung's squatting thighs, leaning back with his head buried into Zaki's plush cushion. Zaki's body quivered. Had she possessed a knife? She would have undoubtedly struck him at that moment. However, the time was not ripe. She intended to bide her time. Sooner or later, she would personally bring an end to Akira. Is the pressure sufficient? Gung inquired with a smile, enthusiastically kneading Akira's thigh, more fervently than a professional masseuse. Very good. Akira nodded in satisfaction, stretching his body with a languid yawn, a movement that caused his head to sink even deeper into the cushion. Feeling the elasticity pressing against the back of his head, behind him, Zaki's face flushed crimson. Her hands tightening their grip significantly, she forcefully pushed Akira away, exclaiming, "That's enough." She had never been in such close proximity to a man, especially one she despised. Hey, do not be so rude, Gung protested, fully aligned with Akira at that moment. The recent battle had further solidified her belief that Akira was indeed a valuable ally. It is getting late. Let us find a place to rest. Akira lazily suggested as he rose. I spotted a cave when I arrived. We could rest there, Hwame proposed. I am not accustomed to caves. If we are to stay, it should be in a villa. Akira formed hand seals, placing one hand on the ground, chanting, Wood release, House of the Pillar Clan. A magnificent mansion made of wood rose from the earth. The onlookers around were once again struck with astonishment. Such abilities would be wasted on anything other than real estate development. At that moment, a raindrop fell upon Akira's face. Gradually, more droplets began to descend, striking the leaves on the ground and creating a symphony of differing frequencies. The torrential downpour was utterly unexpected. It is raining, Gung shouted, covering her head with her hands. Quickly, come inside to avoid the rain. Akira was the first to enter the villa, with the others hastily following suit. They had expected an empty dwelling, but instead found it furnished with a desk, dining table, wardrobe, shoe cabinet, and tatami mats. The staircase against the wall indicated it was a multi-story building. Gung took a few steps forward, her face displaying disbelief. The others surveyed their surroundings in awe. To conjure such an upscale wooden house out of thin air elevated Akira's prowess in the eyes of the group. Zaki was momentarily rendered speechless, unsure of what to say. She sensed that Akira was unlike ordinary individuals, more akin to the inhabitants of the island. Brother Akira, are you a celestial being? Gung asked, affectionately wrapping her arms around Akira's. Her expression no longer bore any pretense. In that instant, she was genuinely in awe. What do you think? Though not a celestial being, one might consider her a demigoddess. I have never encountered anyone capable of conjuring such a grand abode from thin air. It is worth noting that my sister and I reside in a mere 20 square meters. I wouldn't mind if you both chose to move in. The space is ample, and living solely with Zoche can be rather solitary. You must possess considerable knowledge about the island, right? Inquired Xiantai, her face marked with a faint blush. I know more than you do, but let us first retire for the night. Tomorrow, we shall set forth towards the heart of the island, Penglai, said Songming, striding purposefully towards the second floor. The other guests, recognizing their status, remained on the ground floor unless granted permission to ascend. Songming, I wish to sleep with you, Kung declared, promptly following him, eager to cling to Songming. I have a habit of sleeping in the nude, but if you do not mind, you're welcome to join me. I have no objections, for I share the same inclination, King replied, unabashed. Consequently, Xiantai, Huamei won. And Zoche settled on the ground floor, while Songming and King took to the second. To accommodate everyone's slumber, Songming fetched a considerable amount of bedding from upstairs. The three seated on the tatami were taken aback, surprised to discover Songming's thoughtful side. Zoche, the ground floor is damp. I suggest you come sleep upstairs, Songming advised. No need. I must keep watch over the prisoner, Zoche replied. Turning her back to Songming, she had no intention of ascending. Doing so would be akin to a sheep walking into a lion's den. Still haunted by the memory of the ball being squashed. Since you prefer the ground floor, I have no objections. However, before you sleep, kindly come upstairs to lay out my bedding, as such is the duty of a servant. Would you not agree? Just moments ago, Songming had appeared considerate. Yet this remark revealed a rather devilish side to him. Chapter 14. The bedwarmer Zoche stood with her back turned at Songming, fist clenched. This scene did not escape the keen observation of Wamaiwan. He would not play the hero in this situation, particularly given that Zoche was a married woman. And he still depended on Songming to guide him in search of the immortal elixir. I will prepare your bed, Xianai offered, intending to share the burden with Zoche, but was swiftly rebuffed by Songming, who commanded, the coffin lid rises again. A wooden figure struck the meddlesome Xiantai into unconsciousness. Zoche began to express her thoughts but abruptly halted. Come up quickly. Once you finish making the bed, you may rest, Songming declared imperiously. Despite her inner dissatisfaction, Zoche could only acquiesce. She ascended to the second floor, where Gang had already spread the bedding and was rolling about on it. Upon seeing Zoche, he inquired, Do you also have a habit of sleeping nude? Are we to share the bed tonight? Do not misunderstand. I merely came to make the bed. I will leave once it is done, Zoche replied coldly, her tone betraying her displeasure. I will assist as well, Gang interjected. No need. This is the duty of a servant. Assistance is unnecessary, Zoche retorted, stifling her anger as she meticulously arranged Songming's bedding. Just as she was about to depart, Songming halted her with a sudden remark. Wait, you seem to have forgotten something. What is it? Zoche asked, still turned away. After making the bed, you must warm the blankets. Do you intend for me to sleep on a cold mattress? Zoche's expression darkened instantly. She had suspected that preparing the bed would not be so simple, and there were likely additional tasks involved. This was precisely why she had been eager to descend. Yet Songming stood nearby, offering no chance for Zoche to escape. After a moment of internal struggle, she remained silent, pivoted, and nestled into the warm blankets, ensuring to cover herself tightly to prevent Songming from slipping in beside her. I will also assist, Gang declared, shedding his outer garments and forcibly joining her beneath the covers. At that moment, Gang, in his unclad state, embraced Zoche, experiencing the softness of her form even before Songming had the chance. What are you doing? Zoche exclaimed, unamused by the intimacy, as she had little interest in the softness of women. 5 minutes is sufficient. This way, you can leave sooner, Gang suggested, his reasoning sound. To expedite her departure, Zoche acquiesced to his advance. Within 5 minutes, the bedding quickly warmed, and Zoche hastily rose, declaring, I have completed your request. Is there anything else? We are only left with changing clothes, Songming replied. What? Zoche's heart raced at the thought. She had no idea what lay beneath Songming's nightwear. And if it were something scandalous, she would surely be enraged. I am jesting. I prefer to sleep in pajamas, Songming yawned, retreating to the bed. You may go now. Rest early, for tomorrow presents even greater challenges. At that moment, Zoche exhaled a sigh of relief, but as she reached the stairway, an important thought suddenly struck her, causing her to pause on the stairs. What is it? Are you reluctant to leave? Songming teased, though he was well aware that Zoche would not be so easily conquered. Have we forgotten someone? Zoche turned to inquire. Who? Your Excellency, Yuanzi, seems to still be caught in the rain outside. Ah, I know he hasn't come in. He is injured. Remaining in the rain could be fatal. Zoche's expression was one of urgency. Rushing out would be futile. She could only implore Songming to intervene. Given your commendable performance tonight, I shall grant him a reprieve. I hope you uphold your word. I shall wait for you below." With that, Zoche hurriedly dashed downstairs, anxious for Yuanzi's safety. As she flung open the villa door, she noticed that the tree which had once been pierced through by Yuanzi had flourished with lush leaves, providing a shield against the rain. Initially, she had suspected Songming intended to harm Yuanzi deliberately. However, it now appeared he was not entirely devoid of compassion. Having taken measures to shield Yuanzi from the downpour, her animosity towards Songming diminished slightly. To assist Yuanzi, Zoche ventured into the rain, but just a few steps out, she was suddenly seized by Songming, who pulled her back inside. "Let go. Though the leaves provide some cover, prolonged exposure is detrimental to his wound. I will allow him to come on his own." With a flick of his hand, the distant tree moved towards the wooden cabin. Upon reaching the threshold, Zoche instinctively stepped aside, her gaze fixed on Yuanzi. At that moment, Yuanzi lay with his eyes closed, uncertain of his fate. The tree released its hold, and Yuanzi tumbled into the cabin. Thud. Yuanzi jolted away from the pain, turning to see Zoche and Songming standing on either side. "Your Excellency, Yuanzi," Zoche called out first. "Am I dead?" "You are not dead. You merely took a cold shower. Had it not been for Zoche's reminder, I might have forgotten you entirely." The rain had washed away the blood from Yuanzi's body, leaving him somewhat pale. "Your Excellency." Xianai rushed over, pulling Yuanzi further into the cabin. "Your Excellency, are you all right?" After being in the rain for a while, Yuanzi felt considerably more alert. He quipped, his voice less robust than before. "The wound, is it serious?" Zoche inquired. "It is not life-threatening. A bit of rest will suffice." "Achio." Yuanzi let out several heavy sneezes. "Xiantai, please assist Yuanzi to my bed and cover him properly. We cannot allow him to catch a cold." Xianai nodded, leading Yuanzi to the bed before removing his wet clothes and using a towel to dry his body. Zoche turned her back to the wall, waiting. Now her clothes were soaked, and the sleeping area had been usurped by Yuanzi. She was reluctant to ask Songming for extra blankets. Additionally, with Yuanzi having discarded his wet garments, there were no replacements. What if he kicked off the covers during the night, exposing her to something she ought not to see? "Good night, everyone. We must rise early tomorrow to seek food," Songming announced as he ascended the staircase. Zoche rubbed her arms together, contemplating for a moment before hastily chasing after him. "Wait, are there any other blankets available?" "Yes, and there are clean clothes for you to change into," Songming replied with a smile. Zoche sensed a mischievous undertone in his smile, yet, feeling unwell and lacking a place to sleep, she had no choice but to follow him upstairs. If things became excessive, she could always find a place to rest downstairs. The two then proceeded up the stairs. Songming approached the side of Gang and picked up the clothes she had discarded, saying, "Put this on, it is not wet." Zoche was taken aback, never anticipating that the dry clothes Songming referred to would belong to someone else. Moreover, Gang's attire was quite revealing. If Zoche were to wear it, her image would swiftly transform from that of a demure girl into that of a woman of the night. "Songming, that is my clothing," Zoche protested. Her own clothes were completely soaked, and she insisted on wearing Gang's instead, promising that she would don her own once they had dried by morning. However, Gang's outfit appeared cumbersome and impractical. "Take it away." "I refuse," Zoche shouted. Those downstairs were oblivious to the events unfolding above. What was merely a shout took on a life of its own in their minds. One declaration of "take it," and another of "I refuse," clearly indicated the imposition of something Zoche detested upon her. Chapter 15. Zoche's chicken dinner do not. Zoche exclaimed once more. "Since you refuse to wear it, you can sleep on the bed with Gang, and I will squeeze in with him." Zoche glanced at the adjacent bed, rose, and moved the bedding to the other side, maintaining a respectful distance from Songming. She had no intention of undressing. Instead, she slipped beneath the covers while still clothed. "I'll change into a clean outfit before sleeping," she added. No sooner had she spoken than a wooden structure, resembling a changing room, slowly ascended from the second-floor floorboards. "Brother Songming, what is that?" Gang inquired. "It's the changing room on the second floor." "Zoche, hurry and go inside to change. Wearing wet clothes may lead to a cold." Reluctantly, Zoche climbed out from her warm cocoon and entered the changing room. The thought of changing clothes in front of others was unbearable for her. She would rather endure the chill. However, she was willing to change if there was a place for privacy. Upon entering the changing room, Zoche swiftly closed the door. Realizing it couldn't be locked from the inside, she pressed her back against the door to prevent Songming from unexpectedly entering. The changing room was modest in size, yet the garments hung within were so densely packed that they dazzled the eyes. It featured attire from royal wardrobes, traditional garments worn by women of the island nation, and exclusive outfits from prominent families. Among them, she even spotted clothing belonging to the Yamada family. Songming had a penchant for collecting clothing, amassing outfits from every corner of the island nation. He possessed 5 such changing rooms, which included all the garments from the Qing dynasty. Zoche selected an outfit from the Yamada collection, and it fit her perfectly in both size and style. After donning a fresh ensemble, her spirits lifted significantly. She began to reflect on Songming. Despite his exceedingly cruel methods, as long as one did not provoke him, he would refrain from striking. If the opponent were a woman, he would show even more restraint. Are you planning to sleep in the changing room? If you lack suitable clothing, I wouldn't mind if you wore gang S. Suddenly, the light-hearted words extinguished the favorable impression Zoche had just cultivated. Moments later, the changing room door swung open, revealing that Zoche's attire did not elicit any surprise. Zoche, have you not changed your clothes after being in there for so long? Yang asked, awaiting a transformation, only to find nothing had changed from before. Zoche had merely changed into a dry outfit from the Yamada family. Where did you acquire this outfit? Songming queried. Though he did not reveal that it was indeed Zoche's clothing he had taken. I am a craftsman. There is no garment I cannot create. Zoche, of course, was skeptical, as the fabric and techniques were unique to the Yamada family. Yet, she refrained from pressing further, opting for silence instead. Achoo! Zoche rubbed her nose, feeling the onset of a cold after being caught in the rain for a brief moment. At that moment, Songming handed her several fruit-sized red dates. The surface of the fruits was rough, clearly indicating they would be unpalatable. You must be coming down with something. These will help you recover swiftly. Zoche regarded them with suspicion. Thank you, but I do not need them. Do not worry. They are neither aphrodisiacs nor poison, Songming reassured her, consuming one himself. Not only do they cure colds, but they also prevent them. No, thank you. Zoche firmly declined, sneezing once more. I do not wish to understand the notion of accompanying a patient into battle. Songming approached Zoche and forcibly pressed a fruit to her lips. Zoche struggled and exclaimed, "How disgusting. I refuse to eat it." Her voice was loud enough to be heard downstairs. Instantly, Xiantai and UNC, below, were invigorated, their ears pricked. If you open your mouth, it won't be so repugnant, Songming urged. No, it's already halfway in. Ugh, it tastes terrible. My throat hurts. That's normal. You'll get accustomed to it in time. UNC clenched his fists and struck the ground with force, resenting his inability to protect the humiliated Zoche. It pained him to see her mouth silenced at such a young age without ever having experienced love. Zoche, Xiantai, as a man of the Yamada family, could not stand idly by in the face of such indignity. Even if his strength was lacking, he felt compelled to act. As Xiantai prepared to charge forward, UNC reached out and grasped the hem of his garment. He had already paid the price for recklessness and wished to prevent Xiantai from repeating the same folly. UNC, do not impede me, Xiantai gritted his teeth, having drawn his blade. You are no match for him. Advancing would only lead to your demise. Yet I cannot bear to hear Zoche being insulted. If you go now, you will witness an unbearable scene, even if Zoche survives. She will have no face to return to the Yamada family. UNC, my resolve is unwavering. Zoche will understand my intentions. Xiantai adjusted his glasses, determined to seek justice for Zoche. What are you two arguing about down there? Gang, wrapped in a blanket, descended the stairs at Songming's behest to restore tranquility to the first floor. Upon seeing the alluring curves of her shoulder, UNC, who had previously been weak, felt blood rushing from his nose uncontrollably. The blanket draped over him emphasized a prominent bulge. What is that guy doing here? Wasn't he supposed to be dead? Gang's gaze fell upon UNC, who, against all odds, lay on the first floor, covered in a blanket. I am not dead. Such a trivial injury could not possibly kill me, UNC declared, offering a brave smile in a misguided attempt to showcase his resilience. Are you implying that my strength has diminished, that I can inflict only minor wounds upon you? At that moment, Songming also descended the stairs. UNC felt a chill run down his neck, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he hurriedly clarified, You are the strongest opponent I have ever encountered. No one else has inflicted such severe injuries upon me. His demeanor softened. Preserving his life took precedence over bravado, especially since it was a life bartered through Zoche's mouth. UNC, despite his own disregard, had to consider Zoche's well-being. Meanwhile, Zoche had wiped her mouth and made her way downstairs. The sight of her doing so caused a sharp pang in UNC's heart. He longed to offer comfort, but found himself at a loss for words, resolved to repay her kindness in other ways. Zoche, were you harmed upstairs? Xiantai inquired with concern. I am fine. Initially, it felt quite revolting, but after swallowing it, I felt much better, Zoche replied nonchalantly. Songming mentioned that it has restorative properties. Do either of you have colds? Perhaps you should try it as well. Zoche's good intentions elicited a wave of nausea in Xiantai. Indeed, such a substance possesses nutritional value and can be utilized as a facial mask. However, as a man, I would never resort to such a thing. No, let it be, Zoche. If you enjoy it, that is sufficient. I initially believed Zoche would succumb to despair, but it seems I overestimated the situation. It is simply astonishing how resilient Zoche is. Despite enduring such humiliation, she remains composed and even shares with her companions. My lord, Jinsi, how are you faring? Perhaps you should also indulge in something nourishing for your health. Zoche. Jinsi's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and he silently vowed to devise a means to rescue her from the daily indignities she endures. My lord Jinsi, it is nothing. I shall abstain from eating, but Zoche, you must also exercise moderation, for overindulgence in such things is detrimental. I understand. Zoche picked up the dagger placed on the first floor. My lord, Jinsi, do rest early. I shall retire upstairs tonight. The two individuals below watched as Zoche ascended the stairs. Lying on the bed, Jinsi tossed and turned, finding himself unable to sleep. Chapter 16. Each one a get-out-of-jail card in the dead of night. The surroundings of the wooden cabin fell into an eerie silence. Within the cabin, Jinji stared at the ceiling with bloodshot eyes, unable to find solace in sleep. He seemed to wish to pierce through the ceiling to glimpse the springtime of the second floor. The thought of Sake lying face down on Akira's thigh sent a tingling sensation coursing through him. Has Sake fallen asleep? After a moment of internal conflict, he resolved to inquire directly. No, Your Excellency, Sake replied, his tone devoid of fatigue, clearly also restless. As the most knowledgeable intellectual within the Yamada family, you must have researched the identities of the death row inmates before arriving on the island, correct? Indeed. Sake turned his head towards Jinji. What exactly is the identity of that death row inmate named Akira? Such formidable skills should not belong to an unknown individual. Jinji felt a profound curiosity about Akira's background. How did such a powerful death row inmate end up being captured? Once he discovered who apprehended Akira, Jinji would undoubtedly seek that person's assistance after leaving the island. I conducted thorough research on every death row inmate prior to arrival. However, there is scant information on Akira. I only know that he was sentenced to death for having an affair with a general's wife. What? He truly slept with the general's wife? Jinji exclaimed, recalling that Akira's words on the beach were indeed truthful. He dared to expose the general's wound in front of everyone. The general, at the time, exhibited no extreme emotions, which might have led some to believe he was merely boasting. Most death row inmates desired to eliminate him, driven by jealousy. The general was remarkably magnanimous. Instead of executing Akira on the spot for sleeping with his wife, he allowed him to come to the island in search of an immortal elixir. It was perplexing that the general, having been cuckolded, would offer a chance for survival to the very man who wronged him. It is said that the general's men could not kill him, and thus, they resorted to imprisoning him. Truly, an enigmatic individual. Jinji clasped his hands behind his head, staring blankly at the ceiling, harboring skepticism towards the clues Sake had provided. He had overheard the guards mention that they often heard a woman's voice emanating from Akira's cell. It seemed that the fellow even brought women into his cell, choosing to remain there because he found the inmates to be extraordinary. Returning to his cell felt akin to returning home, treating the prison as a home. The guards frequently witnessed him conversing with other inmates in different cells, and he even ventured into the women's prison to engage in unspeakable acts with a beautiful courtesan. Sake initially dismissed the guards' claims as nonsense, but after learning of Akira's prowess, he could not help but believe the guard's words. If you wish to live, it would be best not to provoke him, chimed in Haimaru, who had been listening. I have reviewed your dossier. As the strongest ninja, Haimaru, surely you can handle Akira? I have already stated that if you wish to live, do not provoke him. Haimaru replied coldly, then turned over to sleep. We shall continue our journey tomorrow. I yearn to return home to see my wife. With that, Haimaru rolled over and resumed his slumber. The two ceased discussing Akira, wary of Haimaru's potential grievances. Both individuals are condemned prisoners, and in terms of their identities, one may lean more towards Songming rather than the executioner who is ever eager to carry out beheadings. Your wounds, Lord UNC, have they improved? The injury is not particularly deep, and for the time being, it is bearable. However, I cannot accompany you on your journey tomorrow. I can only hope he spares you. As long as we return, Zoche will have a chance for rescue. Xiantai neatly tucked in the quilt and set her glasses aside. Just as the two were preparing for sleep, a delicate gasp suddenly echoed from upstairs. Ah, the sound was long and soft, sufficient to quicken the flow of blood through a man's body. At the sound, the two below sprang to their feet instantaneously, their previously closed eyes now wide open. Fixed on the ceiling, their minds conjured images of the alluring figure and enchanting visage of Gang. Sleep is merely sleep. Must such sounds accompany it? Zoche scoffed. At that moment, she was nestled under the same quilt as Songming, and nothing untoward was occurring as the men below had imagined. Yet, the sound had already convinced Xiantai and Yuanxi that Gang was engaged in some activity with Songming. The sound was fleeting, merely a single utterance. Could it be that Songming was merely testing the waters? I did it on purpose. This way, the men below will know that after tonight, I belong to brother Songming, and they will not dare to lay a hand on me, Gang explained with a smile. Allowing others to misinterpret their relationship only bodes well for her. Rest assured, you will undoubtedly survive until the end, Songming assured as he turned to face Gang. Brother Songming, you haven't fallen asleep yet. Is your quilt too cold? Shall I warm it for you? Gang was in no rush, suggesting that they would delve into the art of the room after Songming comprehended the Tao. Tao? Zoche murmured. By the way, brother Songming, you don't want that pardon, do you? Indeed, for possessing it serves no purpose. Could you perhaps grant it to me? I truly need it, for I have 3 younger sisters at home who are unattended. If I fail to return, they may starve, Gang feigned a pitiful demeanor, oblivious to the reality of her sisters. If you desire it, I shall give it to you. Thank you, brother Songming. Zoche, observing this exchange, felt a twinge of discontent. Although he had no need for a pardon, he understood Huame Wan's motivations. He had followed Kamishima solely to reunite with his wife. It was precisely because of the pardon that he had discovered a reason to live. The thought of Songming bestowing the pardon upon another would be a devastating blow to him. He might even find himself at odds with Songming. Contemplating this, Zoche felt compelled to stand up for Huame Wan, yet upon reflection, it seemed the two had no significant connection. An unrelated individual had no reason to oppose Songming. Zoche mentally admonished himself to refrain from concerning himself with Huame Wan's affairs. Yet the more he tried not to think about it, the more memories of their early acquaintance surfaced. Their time together had been brief, but it was evident that Huame Wan truly loved his wife. Do you have something on your mind? Songming inquired. This inquiry emboldened Zoche to speak, stating that not all individuals condemned to death on the island are truly malevolent. Some seek redemption through a pardon, while others yearn to return to their families. To dispatch them directly seems rather unjust. Are you truly so rigid? A executioner contemplating the plight of death row inmates. What semblance of fairness exists in this world? Gang, dissatisfied, remarked this as he departed from Zoche's bed. I grasped Zoche's sentiment. If a single pardon is insufficient, why not procure several? In that case, I could bestow one upon each, leading to a mutually beneficial resolution. Songming's words left the two momentarily astounded. One pardon each? A pardon is tantamount to a death reprieve. Can it simply be granted at will, and furthermore, in bulk? Gang harbored doubts about being manipulated by Songming. Though he professed a disdain for pardons, his heart yearned for them more than anyone else. Chapter 17. Attack on Titan. Is it really necessary for both of you to look at me like that? Songming chuckled. Gang and Zoche exchanged glances filled with skepticism and disbelief. The shogunate could only grant one pardon if it were truly possible for each condemned prisoner to receive one. There would be no need for them to turn on each other on the island. Zoche spoke with a grave demeanor. I am not one to break my word. I will certainly follow through. A pardon for Gang and one for Wamaiwan. We will assess how the other condemned prisoners interact before proceeding. If they get along well, I shall consider granting each of them one as well. Songming's generosity did not impress Gang. Instead, it left her with an unsettling sense of being manipulated. Gang was drawn to Songming solely due to his strength, primarily seeking to leverage his capabilities to fulfill her own ambitions. Yet, when Songming suddenly mentioned distributing a pardon to each, she began to question the substance of his words and whether he could be deemed trustworthy. If he proved unreliable, his strength would offer her no advantage. It would be wiser to distance herself and embark on a quest for the elixir of immortality. I think I'll sleep with Zoche instead, Gang chuckled awkwardly. The moment her body left the warmth of the blankets, Songming felt as though he had lost a pair of heat sources and swiftly pulled her back into his embrace. Gang's back pressed against Songming's solid chest. What are you doing? Gang trembled slightly, her composure wavering. Have you forgotten how you were taught a lesson earlier? You didn't believe my words then, did you? But you experienced the consequences of that disbelief. Songming reminded her of the binding incident earlier that day, when she had underestimated his strength and was easily overpowered. Now, as he spoke of granting pardons, Gang mirrored her earlier skepticism, this time questioning Songming's identity. Do you know the shogun? Gang feigned calmness, placing her hand over Songming's, resting on her abdomen to prevent him from moving it further. I often visit his wife. Familiarity breeds comfort, and we naturally got to know each other. What do you play with the shogun's wife? Are you perhaps a relative of hers? Gang continued to probe, attempting to discern the reliability of Songming's claims. If he truly had a familial connection to the shogun's wife, it was conceivable that he could indeed secure 2 pardons. That's not for you to question. The fact that I could make such a statement on the beach without the shogun taking my head off should be enough to clarify my status, Songming asserted, gripping Gang's chin as their gazes locked, both recalling the provocative words he had spoken on the beach, words that no other condemned prisoner would dare utter. Songming not only spoke them but emerged unscathed. With this in mind, Gang chose to trust Songming once more, ceasing her subtle struggles and relaxing fully into his embrace. She let his hand drop, allowing him the freedom to move as he pleased. Observing her compliance, Songming leaned closer to her ear and softly said, "Rest assured. If only one pardon were to be granted, I would certainly give it to you." His words brought a smile to Gang's face. She turned to face him, wrapping her arms around his neck and said, "Songming, you're the best. How would you like me to serve you tonight? This evening? Let us grasp the essence without delving too deeply. After all, it is somewhat inconvenient with another person nearby, should brother Songming be willing. I would not object to venturing into the forest outside. I am about to retire for the night, and I trust you all will remain quiet." Zoche expressed his dissatisfaction, turning over in bed, unable to endure the intimacy shared between the two. It seemed that if they stayed upstairs, some commotion was inevitable. Gradually, the inhabitants of the wooden cabin drifted into slumber. Come dawn, Jinsei felt his body trembling. In a haze, he perceived a rhythmic thudding sound, accompanied by vibrations of the same frequency. It was as if an earthquake had struck or a giant was treading nearby. Who dares disturb my dreams? Jinsei grumbled as he rose, having been roused from a spring dream involving Zoche and the others. Lord Jinsei, you are awake, Xiantai remarked while organizing his backpack. Glancing beside him, Jinsei noticed that while Maiwen was no longer present, but prioritizing the situation outside, he inquired, "Xiantai, what is that noise?" "I'm not entirely sure. It could be the sounds of battle against monsters, for when I awoke, they were all absent." Xiantai did not perceive any imminent danger outside, believing that Songming and his companions would handle it. Since they are all gone, should we not seize this opportunity to escape? Jinsei's heart raced with surprise and delight. He was astonished that Songming had left him unguarded, thrilled at the prospect of fleeing the island to seek outside aid. Let us be prudent. I do not wish to gamble with my life. Moreover, Songming is not inherently malicious. As long as we do not provoke him, we should be safe. Not willing to gamble with your life? Jinsei scoffed, casting a disdainful glance. Are you truly content to see Zoche endure such treatment daily? And what of that female ninja? She might also be under duress, thus following him like a devoted admirer. Do you not feel for them? If Zoche were to ask for my assistance, I would certainly oblige. However, Zoche did not exhibit much reaction, and since we have not witnessed anything, perhaps it is not as we imagine. Xiantai had spent the night analyzing Zoche's mental state. A woman forced into unwilling circumstances would undoubtedly fight for her life, especially one of Zoche's lineage. Her ability to converse so calmly indicated that no such horrors had befallen her. "Xiantai, I misjudged you. Regardless, I must return." Just as Jinsei stood, a loud bang resounded from outside the door. The wooden door, along with Jinsei, was hurled against the wall. Xiantai gasped, momentarily believing it was Songming's doing. Turning to the entrance, they beheld a giant, its upper body missing, standing at the door. "It was a misunderstanding. I only suggested fleeing to test you, not to genuinely escape," Jinsei hastily clarified from the floor. "Lord Jinsei, it is not Songming." "Not him?" Jinsei raised his head at the sound, spotting the giant crouched at the door, peering inside. Calmness washed over him. "What is that? A monster?" "Not a monster. It appears to be the notorious criminal, Rolongtai. He should be manageable. It is certainly not Songming." UNC strained to prop up his body, preparing for battle. This adversary is formidable. Lu Langtai is indeed a notable figure among death row inmates. In terms of one-on-one combat, few can rival him. Furthermore, without the presence of His Excellency Wei Shan, will he not be killed? As Xiantai spoke, he began to retreat, his heart already surrendering before the fight had commenced. His Excellency Wei Shan, the foremost in the one-sword style rankings, how could he possibly be vanquished by a mere child? UNC refused to accept this reality, at most believing that Lu Langtai had fled to this place, much like Songming had done in the past. Hey, what are you planning to do? Where is your executor? UNC, oblivious to the perilous situation, attempted to intimidate Lu Langtai in the tone of an executor. Meanwhile, Lu Langtai gazed eagerly at the two, with only the sound of his stomach growling in response. This is not good. UNC, we must flee at once. Xiantai's expression turned tense as he swiftly made his way to the staircase. Chapter 18. The Ninja versus the Giant. Is fear justified? Xiantai's reaction left UNC perplexed. There seemed to be no reason for such dread over a mere hulking child. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than Lolongtai crashed through the doorframe and barreled into the room. The rapid sprint caused the wooden floorboards to creak ominously. With his injuries restricting his movement, UNZ could only cross his arms over his chest, bracing himself for the inevitable. At that moment, a thunderous noise erupted beside him. Upon reopening his eyes, he found the wooden ladder shattered beside him, splinters scattered across the floor, with only a small segment of the ladder remaining suspended above. Lolongtai's target was not UNZ, but rather Xiantai. Fortunately, Xiantai had prepared for escape, having climbed to the second floor before the ladder was destroyed. He pressed a hand to his racing heart, gazing down at Lolongtai below. Lolongtai's gaze did not meet Xiantai's. Instead, it fixated on the backpack, as if he had caught a whiff of something enticing. My lord UNZ, flee quickly, Xiantai shouted before turning and sprinting towards the window on the second floor, intent on evading Lolongtai. Given their skills, Xiantai and UNZ were no match for Lolongtai. To resist would only hasten their demise. Below, UNZ sensed something amiss and shifted to retrieve a knife. However, Lolongtai paid no heed to UNZ's presence. With bent legs and a surge of power, he effortlessly leaped to the second floor, causing the floorboards to tremble upon his landing. Xiantai felt a tightening in his chest. With no time to hesitate, he shattered the wooden window and leaped outside. Upon landing, he stumbled and fell, landing awkwardly. Lolongtai followed suit, vaulting through the window. The impact caused the entire wooden wall to collapse. He landed firmly on the ground, while Xiantai, now drenched in sweat, continued to scurry forward. Lolongtai's pursuit closed the distance between them. Xiantai, be careful. UNZ's voice echoed from behind. When Xiantai glanced back, he saw Lolongtai's hand nearly striking the back of his head. Just then, he tripped over a stone and fell to the ground. Lolongtai's hand grazed his head and struck a nearby tree, which snapped under the force. The display of strength startled UNZ, and it was no wonder Xiantai felt compelled to flee. Now on the ground, with no escape route, Xiantai flipped over and drew his blade in defiance. Clang! The blade struck Lolongtai's arm, shattering into two pieces. Stunned, Xiantai found himself momentarily frozen. Sensing the urgency, UNZ forced his body to move in a bid to assist. Hey, don't bully others. Your opponent is me. Lolongtai ignored the words from behind and yanked Xiantai's backpack away, opening his mouth wide to swallow it whole. In that instant, both realized Lolongtai coveted the food within the backpack. After consuming it, Lolongtai paused, expecting to escape, but his stomach growled in protest once more. Gurgle. Hearing that sound, Xiantai's expression tightened. The next moment, he dashed away like an arrow shot from a bow. Even if he could not outrun Lolongtai, he refused to relinquish hope for survival. Lolongtai roared, his hunger rendering him increasingly irritable. The body surged forward like a tank, disregarding all obstacles in its path. Trees that stood in the way were toppled by its formidable strength, forging an unimpeded route through the jungle. Soon, Xiantai found himself captured by two large hands, lifted into the air. He cried out in pain as pressure enveloped his sides, feeling as though he might be crushed into a mere pancake. Let him go, Yuanshir shouted, drawing his blade to strike at Lolongtai's nape. He believed this blow would surely sever Lolongtai's head, but the flying blade left Yuanshir in shock. Thud. Lolongtai retaliated with a powerful kick that sent Yuanshir tumbling several meters, his body crashing against a tree, rendering him unconscious. Help! Xiantai screamed, inwardly praying for Songming's arrival. At this moment, the very person he least wished to see became his sole beacon of hope. Suddenly, a shuriken soared from the forest, striking Lolongtai squarely on the back of his head. Clang! The shuriken seemed to collide with stone, but almost immediately, a man executed a flying kick, toppling Lolongtai to the ground, with Xiantai falling to the earth as well. Once on the ground, Xiantai clutched his racing heart, gasping for breath. He thought he was doomed. Yet upon looking up, he saw Walmaiwan standing before him. Are you all right? Walmaiwan asked with a cold demeanor, having heard the sounds of battle and come to investigate. just in time to save Xiantai's life. I nearly died. Where have you all been? Xiantai exclaimed, his tone tinged with complaint, lamenting the near loss of his family. We went in search of food and scouted the terrain, while Maiwen replied nonchalantly, sharing the initial sentiment of Yuanshi, not perceiving Lilongtai as a formidable foe. Where is Songming? Xiantai surveyed the surroundings, hoping to ascertain Songming's presence to ease his troubled heart. He and Zoche went elsewhere. I am unsure when they will return. As they spoke, a massive tree came hurtling towards them, while Maiwen leaped into the air, delivering a powerful kick that split the tree in two. Almost immediately, Lilongtai charged forward, wielding another large tree. Whoosh! While Maiwen crouched down as the thick trunk sailed overhead, leaves cascading like snowflakes. Bam! With a surge of energy, while Maiwen launched himself upwards, landing a punch on Lilongtai's chin. Although Lilongtai staggered back a few steps, he appeared largely unscathed. The two engaged in close combat, one a powerhouse warrior and the other an agile assassin, while Maiwen, small and swift, darted around Lilongtai, all the while reciting the names of various ninjutsu techniques. As the names echoed, techniques burst into existence around Lilongtai, enveloping him in a haze of smoke. When the smoke cleared, Lilongtai's clothing bore only minor tears. With no visible wounds on his body, the relentless barrage of attacks had failed to breach Lilongtai's defenses, while Maiwen himself began to falter. His physical prowess surpassed that of any ninja from Shireen village. Just as Maiwen's offensive came to an end, Lilongtai seized the moment, raising his palm. The strike, accompanied by a fierce wind, hurtled toward him, a buzzing sound ringing in his ears. While Maiwen, sensing danger, realized that a direct confrontation would be ill-advised. This punch descended like the Grim Reaper, and to face it head-on would either result in death or grievous injury. The body instinctively recoiled, and Lilongtai's palm struck the ground, creating a deep crater as his fist sank into the earth. The tremor nearly caused Gang, perched atop the treetops, to lose his balance. Gang, come down and lend a hand. Even the reluctant Wallingwan, who had been disinclined to form a team, now sought assistance, demonstrating that Lilongtai's prowess had surpassed expectations. I mentioned I would only provide information, not partake in battle. However, Wallingwan, as a legendary ninja, you are surely capable of defeating him. I believe in you. Go for it. A smile graced Gang's face as he gestured encouragingly. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Wallingwan let out a sigh. Lilongtai did not afford much respite, launching yet another assault. The ground around them became riddled with craters due to their fierce clash, and the surrounding trees bore the brunt of the devastation. After a while, Wallingwan abruptly distanced himself. Neither could claim victory over the other. Lilongtai's defenses were formidable, while Wallingwan's speed was unmatched. Realizing that engaging Lilongtai in a one-on-one confrontation would yield no advantage and would fail to inflict damage, Wallingwan resolved to deliver Lilongtai to Songming. However, Songming was not nearby, prompting Wallingwan to take the initiative to present Lilongtai on a silver platter. Chapter 19. Zoche climbs the tree. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy footsteps grew increasingly nearer, while Maiwen darted between the branches, wiping the sweat from his brow. As he departed, he recalled the direction in which Songming had gone with Zoche. As long as he pressed onward, he would surely find Songming sooner or later. Even if he failed to locate him, he could at least expend Lilongtai's stamina or shake him off. In the midst of his escape, while Maiwen felt a sense of bewilderment regarding his own courageous actions. Once a merciless assassin, he would never have engaged in such thankless efforts to save another. Yet, the presence of his wife had transformed him. Meanwhile, Songming stood beside a large tree, gazing upward. There, Zoche perched on a branch, using her blade to knock wild fruits from the tree. Are you certain those fruits are edible? Songming inquired, as Zoche inspected a wild fruit she had plucked from above. Her expression tinged with skepticism. She had never encountered such a fruit before and was inherently wary of the island's wild delicacies. Moreover, the fruit's rough exterior, with overlapping patterns resembling an old man's face, did little to assuage her apprehension. Why don't you take a bite first? If it's poisonous, I won't eat it, Songming jested. You. Zoche's brow furrowed as she threw the fruit at Songming. He caught it effortlessly, assuring her, rest assured, this fruit is not toxic. With that, he peeled away the tough skin. Beneath the unsightly exterior lay a juicy, orange-like flesh. Songming bit into it, savoring the sweet and sour flavor, while Zoche watched him relish the fruit below. Determined, Zoche plucked another fruit, mimicking Songming's peeling technique. She broke off a segment and placed it in her mouth, only to quickly spit it out. How sour, she exclaimed, wiping her mouth with her sleeve. The fruits she had gathered were too small, prompting her to climb higher for the more mature ones. Gazing through the gaps in the leaves, she indeed spotted several larger fruits. Their skins were orange, unlike the greenish hue of the previous fruit. However, as she ascended, the branches grew thinner, making her climb increasingly perilous. A careless slip could result in a fall. Why not use your control over the trees to bring the fruits down instead of making me climb? Zoche voiced her discontent. For me, it's merely a matter of a flick of the wrist, but if I were to do it, what purpose would you serve? I want you to demonstrate your worth. Songming replied with a smile, looking up. You. Zoche's fist clenched, wishing to strike Songming for his apparent cruelty. He could easily pluck the fruits without effort, yet chose to complicate matters for her. Hurry up, my stomach cannot wait much longer. Just then, a branch above suddenly lowered as if it were a rope, securing itself around Zoche's waist. Whoosh. She was swiftly elevated, akin to an elevator. Once steady, Zoche raised her blade and struck the branch. In an instant, the laden branch fell. Songming waved his hand below, and the fruits detached from the branch, cascading into the bags beneath. The flavor was indeed far superior to the earlier wild fruit. Songming, no longer concerned with Zoche, sat below and began to enjoy the feast alone. Zoche relentlessly swung her blade, causing fruit branches to fall to the ground. In comparison to the wooden practice dummy, the branches of the wild fruit trees proved far more resilient. After numerous strikes, Zoche could feel her arms growing weary. However, the thought of not merely chopping branches but targeting Songming invigorated her, infusing her with renewed vigor. It was not until a nearby cluster of branches was severed that Zoche sheathed her knife and paused to rest. Wiping the sweat from her brow and sensing a parched throat, raising her gaze, she spotted a larger wild fruit hanging tantalizingly above her. The position was somewhat elevated, but with her hand resting on the trunk, she could just reach it. Although she could touch it with her blade, she feared that if it fell, it would land in Songming's mouth. Thus, she stood on tiptoe to grasp it, only to find it rather challenging to pluck. With a forceful tug, the fruit came free, but her footing slipped, causing her to tumble down from the branch. Whoosh! Her body grazed the branches as she fell. In midair, Zoche hastily adjusted her posture, reaching for a branch to catch herself. Yet, her arms, having fatigued from the earlier strikes, failed to secure a grip, and she plummeted again. Below, Songming witnessed the descent of two larger fruits and swiftly stepped forward to catch Zoche. However, the force of the fall thwarted his attempt, and both collapsed to the ground, nearly colliding lips. Seizing the moment, Songming leaned in, transforming their near miss into a brief kiss. Though it was merely a fleeting touch, it claimed Zoche's first kiss. Stunned by the loss, Zoche's mind momentarily blanked. Regaining her senses, she swiftly drew her blade. Songming quickly moved away from her, retreating as he evaded a flurry of her strikes. Die. With a fierce determination, Zoche accelerated, delivering a decisive blow that severed Songming's head from his body. As the head rolled away, Zoche exhaled deeply. She did not look at the fallen head. She could sense that what she had struck was not human. Was it merely a kiss? Or did I sever my wooden clone? If a third party learns of this, I shall not spare you, Zoche threatened. My apologies, but I have already witnessed it. Came a voice from above, revealing Hua Mei Wan. What are you doing here? Zoche exclaimed in surprise. I just happened to pass by and brought a gift. Hua Mei Wan replied, gesturing toward a flock of birds that took flight from the forest, accompanied by the sound of heavy footsteps drawing near. What have you brought? Hua Mei Wan? Zoche inquired, sensing the impending danger, realizing it was not a monster but a death row inmate who had come to the island. A death row inmate? Zoche's heart eased slightly. The threat posed by a convict was far less daunting than that of the island's creatures. It must be the one who killed Wei Shan, Songming noted, stroking his chin. I do not know his name. At that moment, Hua Mei Wan stood a short distance behind Songming, clearly reluctant to engage. The one who killed Lord Wei Shan. Indeed, the one named Wei Shan is dead. Lu Langtai will not be as merciful as I am. He does not flee without killing. Although Wei Shan was strict and often urged Zoche to abandon her role as an executioner in favor of marriage and family, she still held great respect for him. After all, he is the foremost executor of the Yamada family and the one most likely to become the next head of the household. Reflecting on the past, Sake's mood grew somber. I will help you restrain him, granting you the chance for vengeance against Wei Shan, Songming said, patting Sake on the shoulder. With a resolute gaze, Sake seemed to have made a decision. She turned to Songming and replied, No, I will handle this myself. As she spoke, Sake adjusted her breathing and took a few steps forward, determined to confront him alone. Thud, thud, thud. The footsteps drew nearer. Amidst the sound of trees crashing down, Lu Langtai appeared before them. His giant frame and the aura he exuded caused Sake's pupils to dilate. Lu Langtai stood still, gazing intently at the three individuals not far away. At that moment, Sake, who was at the forefront, suddenly turned and approached Song Ming. "You said you would help me, right?" Song Ming, who had just admired Sake's determination, was now seeking assistance. "Did I say that?" "You certainly did," Hua Wan interjected, revealing that he had brought Lu Langtai along precisely to compel Song Ming to act. The ninja manual's first strategy states to know oneself and one's enemy. Hua Wan also hoped to discern a strategy against Song Ming by observing the battle. "Moreover, your house has been destroyed by him," Hua Wan reminded. "My wooden cabin?" Sake asked. "Indeed, it has collapsed." Hua Wan assumed Song Ming would erupt in rage. To his surprise, Song Ming remained composed, saying, "Fortunately, I have multiple properties, otherwise, Sake and I would have nowhere to stay. Will you help me or not?" Sake urgently inquired as Lu Langtai approached. "Of course, who could refuse after having kissed you? At a time like this, you still bring that up." Hua Wan remarked. Now 4 individuals were aware of their kiss. It was not a kiss, merely an accidental touch. "If you dare to speak of it again, I will not spare you," Sake retorted, veins bulging on her forehead as she pointed her knife at Hua Wan. "He's coming," Hua Wan warned. Chapter 20. The Explosive Burial of Roots. Thud. 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 Lu Lang rushed forward with great strides, his heavy footsteps instilling a sense of impending collision. Zoche quickly turned to prepare himself and cast a glance at Song Ming. Song Ming formed hand seals and exclaimed, "Would release, violent spear." A sharp wooden lance erupted from beneath Song Ming's feet. However, Lu Lang abruptly changed direction, evading the straight trajectory of the wooden spear and sprinting off in another direction. This scene astonished Zoche, who initially thought Lu Lang was fleeing in fear. It wasn't until he witnessed Lu Lang picking up a wild fruit from the ground and swallowing it whole that he realized the truth. The very fruit Lu Lang devoured had been plucked by Zoche just before his fall from the branch. Now, Lu Lang had spotted the towering tree laden with wild fruits. The murderous intent in his eyes was replaced by a ravenous hunger. He charged forward, executing a shoulder strike that toppled the tree, devouring both its leaves and its fruits. Zoche stood momentarily frozen, observing Lu Lang's voracious consumption of the wild fruits. "His fury stems from hunger," Song Ming elucidated. "He eats like a child," remarked Hua Wan. "He is indeed but a child, with proper cultivation. He could undoubtedly refine a perfect elixir." "Refine an elixir?" "Indeed, you may not yet grasp it, but here, celestial beings utilize humans to concoct elixirs. Regardless, having slain Lord Wei Shan, he must face the consequences. Only death can absolve his sins." Before such a robust figure, Zoche could not discern Lu Lang's age. His thoughts were solely consumed by the desire for vengeance against the perpetrator of Wei Shan's demise. Once Lu Lang had finished eating, he would be sent on his way. Song Ming was in no rush to act. After all, Lu Lang was still a child, and it was not too late to allow him a full meal before his departure. In a brief moment, the wild fruits from the tree were consumed entirely. Yet, Lu Lang remained unsatisfied, his gaze fixated upon Song Ming's bag. He swiftly darted toward the bag resting on the ground. "Hey, that is not meant for you." Song Ming swiftly formed seals, chanting, "Would release, dance of the wood python." The ground beneath Lu Lang suddenly cracked open, and a robust azure wood python emerged, swiftly coiling around him. Except for his head, every part of his body was tightly ensnared. For anyone else, the wood python would have instantly shattered their bones. But Lu Lang's physique was extraordinary. The python merely served to bind him. "Ah!" Lu Lang roared, his eyes fixed on the wild fruits within reach. With a surge of strength, he began to exert force against the constraining python, causing cracks of varying sizes to appear along its body. Such strength! If this fellow were to confront celestial beings, he could certainly overpower them, Song Ming marveled from the sidelines. Meanwhile, Zoche had already moved forward with his blade drawn. She perceived that Song Ming's restraint of Lu Lang was an opportunity. She activated her swift run, leaping onto the protruding section of the wood python to reach Lu Lang's neck. However, when she struck, there was no wound to be found on Lu Lang's neck. "Zoche, attune yourself to Lu Lang's weaknesses. Otherwise, you shall not succeed in decapitation," Song Ming instructed from the side. Zoche, having been overly eager moments ago, now regained her composure. In a moment of breathlessness, her gaze seemed to penetrate every bone in Lu Langtai's body. She stepped forward once more, wielding her blade. "Ah!" Lu Langtai appeared to sense the ominous presence of death. With a sudden surge of strength, the wooden python that ensnared him was abruptly torn apart. Simultaneously, Zoche was thrown back. After breaking free from his bindings, Lu Langai glanced at the nearby bag filled with wild fruits, then turned his attention back to Zoche. His steps towards the fruits pivoted unexpectedly, and he swung a powerful fist towards Zoche, intending to eliminate the flies buzzing around the dining table before he ate. Zoche swiftly twisted her body to the side. With a swift motion, Lu Longtai's arm was severed cleanly. This blow astonished Huame, who had been unable to breach his defenses during their previous grueling battle. Now, Zoche's genuine damage proved her strength was not to be underestimated. The pain ignited Lu Longtai's fury anew. His next punch came with even greater speed. The proximity rendered Zoche unable to evade, and she opted to block his fist with her blade. Wood release, tree world wall. Boom. A series of wooden stakes erupted from the ground, forcibly separating Lu Longtai from Zoche. Lu Longtai's fist struck the barrier, leaving only imprints of his knuckles. With several more blows, the imprints deepened, yet within moments, they restored to their original state. It was inconceivable that even after a day and night of relentless pounding, he could breach the barrier. How formidable! Huame, who was observing Songming's hand seals, was left in awe. She pondered whether Songming, capable of summoning a wooden barrier to separate the two, was perhaps a celestial being from the island. Though Huame was not well versed in the powers of celestial beings, the name alone carried an air of intimidation. Frustrated by his lack of progress, Lu Longtai turned at Songming and his companions. In the next moment, he charged towards Songming. Witnessing this, Huame hastily retreated to the side, leaving the battlefield to Songming. Would release, penetrating sword. This technique had once annihilated the crooked cloud, targeting the most vulnerable points of the human body. However, Lu Longtai managed to block it, albeit he was sent flying by the suddenly unleashed sword. He quickly regained his footing upon landing. The array of offensive maneuvers seemed limited. Huame began to assess from a distance. Songming's wood clones, wooden houses, wooden barrier, wooden substitutes, and tree world wall predominantly showcased defensive and functional jutsu. In contrast, Huame's techniques were all aggressive, with the ineffective earth-penetrating sword and wooden python. She surmised that Songming could only resort to evasion. Boom. Lu Longtai's heavy fist came crashing down. Songming, caught off guard, was struck and sent flying. Yet, upon colliding with a tree, he transformed into a mere wooden stake. As expected, Songming began to evade, reappearing 100 meters away, hands forming seals as he chanted. Wood release, 4 pillars prison. Enormous wooden structures erupted from the ground, forming a colossal wooden cell to confine Lu Longtai. Anyone with claustrophobia trapped within would surely lose their mind. Lu Longtai, trapped, relentlessly struck the wooden prison. After dozens of blows, the structure only shuddered slightly, without a single crack appearing. Do you intend to keep him trapped forever? Asked Huame Pil as she approached. Songming did not respond. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Zoche. Do you still wish for me to create an opportunity for you? No need, Zoche replied, having nearly perished in their earlier encounter and unwilling to risk another attempt. In that case, let us bring this to a close. Songming dispelled the 4 pillars prison. Freed. Lu Longtai immediately took flight. Songming looked at Lu Longtai and smiled. Farewell, Lu Longtai. May the depths of hell sate your hunger. With hands forming seals, he swiftly called out. Would release, root explosion. Instantly, a colossal tree erupted from Songming's right arm, surging forward like a deluge. In the blink of an eye, Lu Longtai was overwhelmed by countless roots. When the roots receded, only Lu Longtai's battered body remained. Yet, even in such a state, Lu Longtai did not succumb. Chapter 21. Wood release. Wooden coffin burial. Is he still alive? Gazing at the unwavering figure of Lu Longtai, Zoche felt her nerves taut with apprehension. He is already dead, Huame interjected. A gentle breeze swept through the air. Lu Longtai's body swayed slightly before it fell forward, face down, crashing heavily onto the ground. The dust that arose enveloped him in an aura of death. Go sever his head to see him off, said Songming. After Lu Longtai's demise, Zoche felt her tension ease. She lowered her long blade and approached the corpse. Standing at the neck of the body, she raised her sword, and as it descended, the bell hanging from her chest chimed softly. This bell, known as the mourning bell, was used to lament the soul of the deceased during beheadings. Let us go? I must return to inspect the wooden cabin, Songming called out, having already walked several meters ahead. Zoche sheathed her sword and hurried to catch up. Huame followed closely behind Zoche. Just as they caught up with Song Ming, he suddenly halted, raising an arm and extending a finger. There is one more thing. You two are responsible for carrying back the wild fruits over there. The two turned to glance at the bag filled with wild fruits before exchanging a resigned look. With no other option, they turned back to retrieve the fruits as well. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, Yuanzi and Xiantai lay sprawled on the ground in front of the cabin, basking in the sun. Gang sat in the shade nearby. Brother Song Ming, you have returned. Upon seeing Song Ming, Gang's face lit up with joy as she bounced over, wrapping her hands around his arm and gently swaying. Her actions reminiscent of a playful little girl. What are they doing? Song Ming's attention was fully on the sunbathing duo. Yuanzi fainted due to injury, and Xiantai collapsed from exhaustion. There was nothing I could do but place them in the sunlight for photosynthesis, Zoche explained. The plight of the condemned not being her concern. Yet, Zoche was more concerned than others about their safety. She rushed over to drag them into the shade to protect them from the sun. What has happened to my house? Song Ming exclaimed, looking at the gaping hole in the structure. It's all right. Even if the house is shabby, I would still be willing to sleep inside with brother Song Ming. Gang reassured him. Your willingness is not my desire, Song Ming promptly rejected, waving his hand to cause the wooden cabin to sink into the ground. Brother Song Ming, did you encounter a big oaf? Of course, I would never allow those who destroy my house to live, he replied. You are truly formidable, brother Song Ming. It is nearly noon. We cannot linger here any longer. We should set off towards the center of the island. Zoche squatted beside the injured duo, unwilling to advance. Let us wait until they awaken before we proceed. Leaving them here is perilous. You may remain here to accompany them. The three of us will continue towards the island's center, Gang proposed, seizing the opportunity to distance herself from the executor. That is not permissible. It is my duty to guard you. None of you may leave until they awaken, as what Chia firmly stated, ever mindful of her family's mission. Unwilling to waver in her resolve. It was no wonder that many deemed her a stubborn, single-minded individual. Haha, how amusing. Whom do you think you can contend with among us? Gang toyed with the shuriken in his hand, both his words and actions laden with foreboding. Zoche cast a piercing glance at the trio, his right hand gripping the hilt of his blade tightly. Then, his expression softened, deflating like a punctured balloon. He was acutely aware that no matter who stood before him, he was outmatched. Moreover, he needed to conserve some strength to protect Xiantai and Yuanzi. You all should leave. I will remain behind. Then farewell? No, rather, it is a parting, Gang said joyfully, waving his hand. Just as he turned, he collided with Song Ming's shoulder. Song Ming remained still, his gaze fixed on Zoche. Song Ming, let us go, Gang urged, eager to distance himself from the executor's watchful gaze. Now that we are all part of the same team, we must act together. Song Ming, do you intend to wait for those two to awaken? I shall not wait. Rather, I will prepare a place for them, Song Ming declared, forming hand seals and exclaiming, would release, wooden coffin burial. Suddenly, the ground beneath Xiantai and Yuanzi gave way, and they plummeted into an underground wooden coffin, which promptly sealed shut, submerging them deeper into the earth. Song Ming, the place you prepared for them is rather fitting, isn't it? Gang remarked with a forced smile. What are you doing? Zoche's eyes gleamed with malice as he swiftly drew his sword. In the instant the blade was unsheathed, Gang charged forward. Swish. A horizontal slash aimed at Gang's neck. Gang crouched to evade, closing the distance to land a punch on Zoche's abdomen. Zoche staggered back, raising his sword to attack once more. Stop this at once. Boom. Two sturdy vines erupted from the ground, binding both combatants tightly. In Zoche's mind, Song Ming's act of interring the two was undoubtedly a death sentence. Even if they were still alive, being buried underground would inevitably lead to their demise. It was a blatant defiance against the executor. Without the constraints of his companions, Zoche no longer hesitated against Song Ming, even if revenge was unattainable. He would fight with all his might. The previous technique was healing ninjutsu. The coffin could provide sufficient oxygen and would mend their injuries. Healing ninjutsu. Zoche hesitated, uncertain of the veracity of the claim. How can I be sure of your words? If I held any murderous intent, you would not be standing here now. After a moment of contemplation, Zoche's murderous gaze dissipated. Once the two calmed down, Song Ming released the vines. Song Ming, you hurt me just now, Gang complained, running over. It's your first time, you'll adapt next time. Song Ming dismissed without offering any comfort. Just then, Wamaiwan sensed someone behind her. Turning around, her gaze met that of a short-haired, sunny little girl, whose sudden appearance astonished her. The girl, having heard the sounds of combat, had intended to sneak closer and investigate. Upon being spotted, Her expression shifted to one of surprise, and she promptly turned to flee deeper into the forest, while Maiwen swiftly pursued her. Just a few meters into the chase, a wooden stick whistled toward her from the side, while Maiwen quickly halted her sprint, crouching to evade the incoming projectile. At that moment, the three behind her also noticed a tree figure wielding a wooden stick. Not far away, a young girl was fleeing. What was happening? Was that wooden figure summoned by you, Brother Songming? Not all wooden beings are under my jurisdiction. This particular wooden figure is evidently a native of the island. You shall confront the wooden figure while I pursue that girl. She may possess numerous clues unknown to us. After finishing his words, Huamei-wan executed a swift maneuver. Gliding beneath the wooden figure, the wooden figure retaliated fiercely, striking Huamei-wan on the head with its club. Huamei-wan raised his arms to shield himself and retaliated with a forceful kick, sending the wooden figure tumbling towards Gang. Gang quickly distanced himself by 3 steps, exclaiming, "Hey, Huamei-wan, you did that on purpose, didn't you? This wooden figure is now your responsibility." With that, Huamei-wan dashed away. "Leave it to me? I can't handle it either." Gang immediately feigned weakness, hiding behind Songming. However, Songming merely stepped aside, indicating he had no intention of intervening. "This creature is yours to deal with. I will not engage." "Brother Songming, I cannot do this." "Cannot? There should be a potion within your attire that can enhance your abilities. Once consumed, you should have no trouble dealing with it." Gang paused, fidgeting as he replied. But the appearance after drinking the potion is far too embarrassing. Chapter 22. The tide of leverage has risen. "It was precisely for this reason that I permitted you to take action," Songming remarked with a smile. "Well, very well then." Songming was keen to observe, while Gang was not one to conceal his intentions. Perhaps he could entice Songming with this approach. However, before employing the drug, Gang turned to the others. "Zoche, aren't you going to pursue the escaped prisoner you were supposed to guard?" "Huh." Zoche was momentarily taken aback. When did Gang begin to show concern for such matters? At that moment, the wooden man stood up once again, ignoring the others behind him as he rushed to chase after Huamei-wan, seemingly intent on protecting the little girl. But suddenly, 2 vine-like hands sprang from the ground, firmly grasping his ankles. "Go quickly. Huamei-wan might take this opportunity to escape." Gang gently urged Zoche from behind. Observing their expressions, though he was unsure of their intentions, he decided it wise to depart. Shortly after Zoche left, Gang reached into his clothing and retrieved a vial of potion. Before drinking, he deliberately glanced at Songming, wanting to remember his current expression and how it would change thereafter. "Drink it. I know this potion will elevate your combat prowess." "Ugh, Songming, must you be so blunt?" As they spoke, the wooden man flung a wooden stick at them. Even he could no longer tolerate their flirtation. The flying stick was caught barehanded by Songming, prompting Gang to urge, "Hurry, Gang. The wooden man is already impatient." Nodding, Gang uncorked the vial and tilted her head back to consume the potion. In an instant, her mouth began to drool, and her body was covered in beads of sticky sweat, which dripped continuously to the ground, her expression one of intoxicating ecstasy, as if she had fought for an entire day and night. Songming released the wooden man from the binding vines. After just a few steps, Gang swiftly dashed in front of him, delivering a powerful kick to his chest, followed by a flurry of strikes with her kunai, leaving numerous cuts on the wooden man. Overwhelmed, the wooden man staggered backward. As he fell, Gang lunged onto him, raising her kunai to stab at his heart. The wooden man displayed a look of astonishment, unprepared for such human strength. Just as she was about to pierce his heart, Songming intervened to block the fatal blow. The shocked wooden man stared at the kunai poised above his heart. Gang too wore a look of disbelief and asked, "Songming, what is the meaning of this?" "Spare his life for now. He is our guide on this journey." Guide. Gang did not comprehend the significance of the term. Confirming that Songming wished to spare the wooden man's life, she obediently moved away from him, leaving behind a damp patch where she had been sitting. Meanwhile, Huamei-wan easily caught up with the little girl, grabbing her arm. Believing the chase was over and that the girl was powerless to resist, he was unexpectedly thrown aside by a shoulder throw executed by the little girl. As he flew through the air, his body collided with a tree and slid down to the ground headfirst, observing the fleeing girl from an inverted perspective. Was she still just a child? What had just transpired? Upon arriving, Zoche witnessed the scene of the little girl hurling Huamei-wan into the air, leaving her momentarily perplexed. Noticing the girl preparing to flee, Zoche called out, "Wait. We mean you no harm. We merely wish to inquire about something." She sought to persuade her gently. If that approach proved ineffective, she was prepared to pursue her. The sound of her voice caused the little girl to halt in her tracks. believing she had touched the girl's heart with her words. Zoche lowered her guard and approached. Just as she intended to gently ask if the girl was all right, she noticed the child, with her back turned, had clenched her fists tightly. In an instant, as Zoche drew nearer, the girl spun around and unleashed a powerful punch. Caught off guard, Zoche braced for the impact. But Huamei leaped forward to intercept the blow. Though the punch appeared soft, it sent Huamei flying once again, blood streaming from his mouth. Realizing the girl meant to inflict serious harm, Huamei's expression darkened as he rose to his feet. He had no desire to hurt the child. Yet her strength suggested she was no ordinary girl, perhaps even a monster disguised as one. Seizing a vine by a tree root, he swung it with force, ensnaring the girl like a rubber band. With a tug, the girl was hoisted into the air. I advise you to reveal everything you know, or I shall show no mercy, he warned. Faced with Huamei's fierce demeanor, the little girl suddenly burst into tears, catching both Zoche and Huamei off guard. Perhaps she was not a monster after all. After all, monsters do not possess emotions, let alone the capacity to weep. In a moment of compassion, Zoche sheathed her blade, severing the vines binding the girl. As she descended, Zoche caught her and gently set her down. She caressed the girl's forehead, wiping away her tears with her sleeve, and softly asked, "Are you all right?" The comforting words seemed to have an effect, as the girl's sobs quieted slightly. Meanwhile, Huamei's gaze softened as well. "So, have you resolved the situation? Don't tell me you were bullying this child," came the voices of Songming and Gang as they arrived. By the time they reached the scene, Gang's medicinal effects had worn off, restoring him to his original state. "No, we were merely trying to ask her a few questions," Zoche replied, tending to the girl. Gang scrutinized the little girl with curiosity, astonished that such a small child could exist on an island teeming with monsters. "You didn't torture her, did you?" he asked, casting a swift glance at Huamei, suspecting him alone could commit such an act. "I merely did what was necessary," Huamei retorted, unrepentant. Indeed, he was an empty shell, indifferent not only to women but also to young girls. Gang, having a younger sister of a similar age, instinctively leaned towards protecting the child. "Enough of the noise. Let us speak once she has calmed down," Zoche urged, wishing for tranquility. At that moment, Songming approached the girl with hands clasped behind his back, saying, "Stop crying. Allow me to show you this." He retrieved a rattle drum from behind him and spun it, producing a rhythmic thumping sound. The little girl, seeing the rattle drum for the first time, immediately ceased her weeping and gazed at it with curiosity. She extended her hands, eager to grasp the rattle drum, but recoiled in fear. It was only when Songming gently placed the rattle drum into her hands that she broke into a smile. Who would have thought that Songming had a gentle side? Gang wore an expression of rapture. "Am I really fierce? I am usually quite gentle, aren't I?" Songming feigned contemplation. In truth, whether he was fierce or not had been witnessed by those present. Zoche observed the now content little girl, glanced at Songming, and felt a shift in her perception of him. It seemed that Songming was not solely capable of threats and violence. He indeed possessed a tender side within. Chapter 23, A Proper Bath. "Wait, let go of that girl." A feeble voice echoed from behind. Turning around, they beheld the tree man limping towards them, pleading, "Do not harm her. Could you return the child to me? I can divulge the information you seek." "You are aware of the elixir?" Huamei was the first to inquire. "Monsters are lurking around. I will take you back to the village and share the details about the elixir. Hence, please return the girl to me. Forgive us, but we cannot ascertain whether you are human or specter, and we are not inclined to hand the girl over to you. You could have been pursuing her when we stumbled upon you." Gang assumed a protective stance, wary of the wooden figure. "Her name is Mei. We have known each other for a long time," the tree man recounted softly. "Mei?" Gang approached the girl and knelt beside her, asking, "Do you recognize that creature?" Mei remained silent, but nodded in affirmation. She then walked over to the tree man and was lifted into his embrace. "Even if you are acquainted, I cannot trust you. Allowing us to accompany you could very well be a trap." The others fell silent, yet internally they aligned with Gang's perspective. "I assure you, I am not deceiving you. The village can provide sustenance." The tree man endeavored to gain their trust further. "We have food," Gang replied, crossing her arms, unimpressed by the offer. "The village also possesses a bathhouse." "Well, that is worth considering," Gang conceded, turning to Songming. "Brother Songming, you are well versed. Do you think we should go?" Gang tossed the question to Songming, her heart swayed, yet she masked her intrigue from the tree man. A place where one can bathe and dine is likely unparalleled on this island. Songming did not explicitly affirm or deny. Yet it was evident that declining would be a lost opportunity. "Perhaps we should take a look. What do you think?" Maiwen? Zoche inquired. As long as I can acquire intelligence, I will certainly go. For the elixir and to see my wife, I would not hesitate to traverse perilous paths, Maiwen declared resolutely. With the vote at 3-1, Gang surrendered to their consensus, exclaiming in exasperation, "Very well, I must acquiesce to your opinions." In truth, she was the most eager among them to visit the village. "Come, follow me," the tree man beckoned, leading the way, with Songming and the others trailing closely behind. With Songming by her side, Gang felt an overwhelming sense of security. After a while, the group engaged the tree man in conversation. "Do you know the nature of the monsters on this island?" Maiwen took the initiative, eager to clarify the many uncertainties clouding his mind. "They are the kitchen deities who protect this island." Kitchen deities? The others, except for Songming, were unfamiliar with this term. "Are they also a kind of celestial being?" Gang queried. "Not quite. The power of the kitchen deities pales in comparison to that of celestial beings, being less than 1% of their strength." "Such might," Maiwen exclaimed. "The kitchen deity we encountered previously was formidable. Thus, the power of a celestial being equates to that of 100 kitchen deities. Should we not leave the island?" Gang suggested. "Do not fear. He may have exaggerated," Songming interjected suddenly. "Brother Songming, are you familiar with celestial beings?" "I understand, but I have not yet encountered it." "Rest assured, I will take action when the time comes." The presence of Songming reassured everyone somewhat. "Songming, I'm glad to be traveling with you," said Gang, as he casually draped his arm around Songming's. "What manner of creature are you? Another kitchen deity?" Maiwen inquired. "I am not. I am a native. Born and raised on this island. Everyone here looks like this," Gang retorted. Just as he was voicing his complaints, the group caught sight of a village not far ahead. The desolation of the village and the encroaching fog heightened everyone's vigilance. Noticing their wariness, the treeman explained, 1,000 years ago, the village was not as it is now." 1,000 years? Zoche was taken aback by the number. "Let us head to my home." The group followed the treeman to what he referred to as home. The furnishings within were reminiscent of the ancient living arrangements of the Chinese. "What are all these decorations? I've never seen anything like them," Gang exclaimed, curiously examining the living room. "That's a long story," the treeman began, but Gang interrupted. "No need for a lengthy explanation. Just take us to the bathhouse. After a long battle, we are in dire need of a wash." "Very well, follow me." The treeman led them to the bathhouse. Maiwen showed no interest in bathing, opting to remain outside. Gang was the first to rush in. The bathhouse was filled with steam. She dipped her hand into the water to ensure the temperature was perfect before pulling down her straps and plunging into the pool. The warm water instantly relaxed her body, and she found herself blissfully submerged. Before long, Songming entered the bathhouse wrapped in a towel. At that moment, Gang was floating on her back in the water. Upon seeing Songming, she immediately sat up. "Songming, why are you dressed in here?" Songming preferred to maintain an air of mystery before their room cultivation. He believed that becoming too intimate too soon could diminish the excitement and affect the experience. He waded into the pool, taking a position at the other end. "Don't be shy. I'm not that modest," he said. Gang moved closer to Songming, grabbing the towel wrapped around his waist and tugging it forcefully. "What are you doing? Show me." It seemed that when women grew playful, they could rival men easily. Gang yanked off Songming's towel, tossing it towards the entrance to prevent him from reclaiming it. Just then, Zoche entered, also wrapped in a towel, and Songming's towel accidentally landed on her face. As she pulled the towel away, she noticed the two in the pool were quite close and entirely unclothed. Overcome with embarrassment, she froze momentarily before turning to leave. Suddenly, two tendrils shot out, ensnaring Zoche's hands and forcibly pulling her into the pool. As she hit the water, her bathrobe floated to the surface. Her face flushed. She quickly covered her body with her hands. "What are you doing?" "It's more efficient to wash together," Songming said, pushing Gang aside as he focused solely on bathing. However, Gang clung closely to Songming's back, refusing to let go. Such pretenses. Zoche looked disdainfully at Gang, grasping the bathrobe that floated on the surface of the pool and wrapping it around herself once more. Wearing a bathrobe while bathing would hinder her ability to relax. After finishing her words, Gang swam towards Zoche's position. Realizing the impending trouble, Zoche quickly turned to retreat. However, she had barely taken 2 steps when Gang seized her bathrobe. "Let go." Zoche tugged fiercely at the garment. "You let go first, and then I will," Gang insisted, exerting more force, determined to snatch away Zoche's modesty. "He is still here. I know. I just want Brother Songming to see. You. Step aside, I want to go out." "You can go out, but leave the bathrobe behind." Gang was relentless, and the two engaged in a playful tug-of-war in the water. Songming watched from the corner, amused by their antics. Witnessing such a scene on the island made the trip worthwhile. Chapter 24. The celestial being residing in Punlai stop. Don't, Zoche exclaimed, desperately trying to shield the scant remnants of her modesty. However, most of the towel had already been tugged away, leaving her exposed in a tantalizing manner. Stop? No, please. Do stop, Zoche retorted, her frustration palpable. Almost there, just a little more. Songming, you must observe closely. Gang turned to Songming with a gleeful smile, exuding an exuberant joy. Songming, rendered speechless, felt as though he bore the responsibility for Gang's audacious actions. Enough of this mischief. Let us enjoy this rare moment of tranquility and allow Zoche to rest, he declared. Very well. Upon sensing Songming's disinterest, Gang relinquished his pursuit of the towel. Submerging himself in the warm embrace of the pool, Zoche, in turn, swiftly rewrapped herself in the towel and retreated to a distant corner to sit. The instant she immersed herself in the soothing water, Zoche fell in love with the sensation. She had thought that only upon returning home could she indulge in a hot bath, yet here she was, reveling in it on the island. After a while, the curtain was lifted, and May entered, cradling 3 towels in her arms. Her cherubic face was utterly endearing, evoking an irresistible urge to pinch her cheeks. Are these for us? Zoche inquired. May remained silent, placing the towels beside the pool before turning and scampering away. Is she unable to speak? Gang swam over to Zoche, initiating a conversation. Zoche instinctively clutched her towel tighter before responding, I'm not sure. May isn't mute. She is simply still unfamiliar with us, Songming interjected, dispelling the notion of May's muteness. Songming, you seem to know her quite well, Gang remarked as he swam closer to Songming. Not nearly as well as you do. Songming replied, casting a brief glance downward before lifting his gaze to smile. The bath is almost over. Songming sat at the edge of the pool while Gang used a towel to scrub his back. Occasionally, Zoche could sense a different kind of impact. A sensation akin to a gentle collision. Unable to bear the sight of their antics any longer, Zoche, wrapped in her towel, climbed out of the pool, casting her gaze away from the two as she made her way along the wall towards the exit. You'll catch a cold if you go out without drying off, Gang reminded her. It's fine. It's warm outside. Zoche hastily dashed out of the bathing area, anxious to avoid any surprise ambush from Gang that might cause her towel to slip. After a while, the group, now freshly bathed, gathered in the main hall. The table was laden with an abundance of sumptuous food. Though the spread was enticing, none dared to partake. Rest assured, there is no poison. May has already eaten while you were bathing, the Trand announced as he entered, having prepared the feast specifically for them. We weren't present while May dined. Let her return so we can see her eat again, Gang suggested as he took a seat, feeling reassured only by witnessing May consume the food. If you're concerned about poison, you may wait for May's return before you eat. The Trant spoke, maintaining a courteous tone, perhaps a lesson learned from past encounters. We did not come here merely to dine. First, enlighten us about the matters concerning the island, May declared, his eyes gleaming with a thirst for information. The food held little significance for him. Should hunger strike, he possessed means to satiate it. May, when will you return? Gang remarked, unlike Wamaiwan. There is no immediate rush to seek clues. Let us first indulge in good food and drink. May has just stepped out. It may take her a good 10 minutes. What is the true strength of the celestial beings here? Zoche, like Wamaiwan, is also intrigued by intelligence. She wishes to return home for a proper meal. Why not go out and look for May? If she doesn't return soon, I shall be utterly famished, Gang interjected. Very well. I shall step outside to see if May is nearby. After the tree man spoke, he headed towards the exit. Meanwhile, Wamaiwan wore a sullen expression, pondering questions that remained unanswered, fixated solely on her escape. She leapt forward, blocking the tree man's path. You had better divulge information regarding the intelligence. Our meal can wait. Wamaiwan issued her final warning. The tree man, helpless, glanced back at Gang. It was evident he preferred to address Gang's concerns first. Why the haste, Wamaiwan? We can converse while we dine once May returns. My purpose for coming here differs significantly from yours. Very well, I shall disclose the information you seek. The tree man turned back toward the interior. Wamaiwan positioned herself at the doorway to prevent the tree man from fleeing. Is there truly an elixir of immortality on this island? Wamaiwan posed the most pressing question. Indeed, this substance has existed since antiquity. The tree man's response instilled a sense of certainty in those present. Where is the elixir? Wamaiwan inquired eagerly. The tree man remained silent for a moment, then slowly took a seat. He began to trace circles in the dirt with his finger and spoke deliberately. The island comprises 3 realms. The coastal forest is known as Ingzhou, the village is referred to as the domain of Fa Zhang, and the elixir resides at the island's very center, in a place called Palai, where the celestial beings dwell. Palai. The others exchanged glances, as if the name struck a familiar chord, before turning to Sangming. The elixir is indeed located at the island's center, in a place called Panglai, Zoche exclaimed. It seems you have not absorbed anything I previously shared, Sangming said. Hands on hips, clearly displeased. After all, you are a condemned prisoner who arrived on the island with us. It is only natural that you would not possess information even the general lacks. Sangming, how do you know the elixir resides in a place called Pinglai? Have you perhaps been there? Of course, I have been there, and I have also visited Pinglai Pavilion, Palai Water City, and the 3 Immortal Mountains. Sangming recounted the places he had explored during his visit to Pinglai. Which places are those? Gang inquired while eating, eager not to wait for Mei to return to test the poison. This island has none. If you wish to go, you may wait another 100 years. You have been to Palai. Does your strength perhaps derive from the celestial beings? Zoche continued her questioning. You should redirect your inquiries toward the tree man. Do not ask me. Excessive questioning will not benefit you. Sangming intentionally withheld information, and the group ceased their pursuit of answers, shifting their focus back to the tree man. No one can emerge alive from Palai. Your friend is certainly speaking nonsense. Have you ever entered? While Maiwen asked. No, I have remained close to the village, afraid to venture elsewhere. The island is home not only to the kitchen god but also to more formidable guardians and Taoist priests. These priests are direct subordinates of the celestial immortals, capable of entering and exiting Palai at will, while others are forbidden from approaching. Those who dare to draw near are met with certain death. Your strength may allow you to defeat the kitchen god and the gatekeepers, but you stand no chance against the priests, let alone the celestial immortals. If you persist in your search, you will merely serve as sustenance for the elixirs. The tree folk hold the celestial immortals in the highest regard. It is impossible for mere mortals to vanquish deities. Are you attempting to frighten us? The Huame pill is not born of fear. Hearing the tree folk describe the celestial immortals in such formidable terms is understandably disconcerting. No. I merely offer counsel, wishing to dissuade you from courting death, for I too was once human. Chapter 25. The swift blade faces the celestial being. The prelude to Sangming's encounter with the celestial. Are you also human? I had always thought you were like this, remarked Gang, wiping his mouth, finally feeling satiated after a meal. We previously bore human forms, living far longer than you, while also venerating deities. If you truly worship the divine, should your state not be more favorable? This existence is both a blessing and a curse. A millennium ago, the villagers began to undergo tree transformation, and gradually, prosperity dwindled. The deities heeded our prayers, bestowing upon us longevity and immunity from disease, yet once our will dissipates, we inevitably become mere trees. Is this what they call immortality? If so, I would rather forego it. Gang continued with his lamentations. What nonsense! Do the celestial beings truly care about your existence? You are not but failed creations. They merely whisper sweet nothings to deceive you, and you actually believe them. As he spoke, Sangming rose and made his way outside. You may continue your conversation. I have matters to attend to, lest more lives are lost. Lost lives? Who is to die? Zoche inquired. Are you off to rescue other condemned souls? You will find out upon my return, Sangming replied before departing, redirecting the group's focus back to the tree man, who proceeded to disclose all that he knew. Having left, Sangming hurried down a narrow path into the depths of the forest. Through his heightened perception, he discerned the extent of damage inflicted upon the trees. Should he find a location with significant destruction and human activity surrounding it, it would indicate a recent battle. Thus, he directed his steps towards such a place, confident he would discover survivors. The first site he reached was a clearing, where a deep pit, overgrown with flora and blossoming flowers, lay before him. Sangming stood beside the pit and gazed downwards. Inside, the notorious bandit, Yizhua Dingwei, lay battered and motionless, while his executioner, Tong Ma, sat beside him, an expression of utter despair etched upon his face. Upon noticing Sangming, Tong Ma's eyes widened in both fear and astonishment. Instinctively, he leapt to his feet and cried for help. Yet, Sangming had no intention of responding to Tong Ma's pleas. He continued towards another location. He understood that the two trapped in the pit would not perish, but if he delayed any longer, a certain blonde-haired youth would meet his doom on the island. That young man possessed the looks and demeanor of a protagonist, but lacked the halo of one. Meanwhile, a man and woman fled through the forest. As they ran, the blond man frequently glanced over his shoulder, his face etched with terror, as if evading some unseen threat. Suddenly, a strikingly handsome man with short hair appeared before them, leaving no time for reaction. The blond man was sent flying by a single punch. The short-haired man regarded them with disdain, for as a celestial being of the island, he harbored a profound hatred for humanity. Do you truly believe you can escape? As he dispatched the blond man, the short-haired man surged towards the condemned prisoner, Ruhai, whom the blonde had been guarding. He lunged forward with a powerful punch. But Ruhai nimbly dodged aside like a monkey. After rolling on the ground for several weeks, she finally came to rest beside the man with golden hair. She placed her hand on his back and inquired, "Are you all right, master?" The master remained silent, lying face down on the ground as if gravely injured. "You're quite nimble. You might just survive a little longer." The short-haired man scoffed and swiftly approached. In the instant he drew near, the master, who had been feigning death, suddenly sprang to life, wielding his blade with astonishing speed, severing the short-haired man's eyes. The swiftness of the strike astonished the man, for it had been a long time since he had encountered a human capable of inflicting harm upon him. "Miss Ruhai, I will hold him back. You must flee at once. Your survival is paramount. Do not linger." The master assessed the situation astutely, having discerned from the previous blow that the short-haired man was formidable. Coupled with his limited stamina and having just emerged from a fierce battle, he had no intention of engaging in a protracted fight. He then unleashed a rapid succession of 8 lightning-fast slashes, cutting the short-haired man's body into several segments, leaving a heap of corpses in his wake. Seizing the opportunity while the man was dismembered, the two fled. However, a bizarre scene soon unfolded. The severed body of the short-haired man was rapidly regenerating. The sight of his head and neck connected by a vine was utterly terrifying. "You tore my clothing," he remarked, his voice soft yet menacing, sending chills down their spines. Suddenly, a flying knife shot out from the woods, and the regenerating head of the short-haired man was severed once more. The two turned in shock to see another executioner approaching them. "Who is he?" Ruhai asked, noting that the newcomer was blind. "He is my master." Upon hearing this, Ruhai lowered her guard. "Master, we must flee. This man is not easy to handle." As Shiwan drew closer, the three continued their escape together. After a considerable distance, they finally dared to pause and catch their breath. Did the master shake him off? The master asked, resting his hands on his knees, breathing heavily. Shiwan, however, struck the master on the head with the hilt of his knife and remarked, "Those previous slashes were overly focused on speed. Although swift, your technique was rather chaotic. You should have aimed for the head and neck rather than other non-lethal areas. That hurts. But master, your appearance was remarkably timely. I feel much more secure with you here. Do not relax. You must remain vigilant at all times, even with me by your side." "Master, is this really the time for a lecture?" The master chuckled. "By the way, how did you end up here alone?" "Not long after arriving on the island, I executed a death row inmate. I intended to return but could not locate the exit, so I was searching for others when I fortuitously encountered you. It's quite difficult alone. With 3, we should have a better chance of finding a way out," the master said. In the midst of their conversation, Shiwan suddenly drew his knife and pointed it at Ruhai, his previously amiable expression turning serious. Although he was blind, he could discern the connection between the two. "Master, what are you doing?" the master exclaimed in surprise, instinctively positioning himself protectively in front of Ruhai. "Do not attempt to shield the condemned." "I do not shield her. She is not a criminal." "You are still too young, my friend. The determination of guilt or innocence is not for the individual to decide. It is dictated by the era. As agents of this time, regardless of the true culpability of an individual, if society deems someone guilty, we must execute that judgment." Shiwan's words were crystal clear. However, the young man did not agree with this perspective. As a passionate youth, he disregarded the notion of era. As long as he felt he was in the right, Ruhai was not a criminal. After a heated debate, ultimately unable to sway the young man, Shiwan refrained from taking action against Ruhai for the time being. As the three of them exchanged glances, deliberating on their escape, a voice suddenly broke the tension from behind. "What are you all chatting about? Why not include me?" Turning around, they found a short-haired man who had mysteriously appeared behind them. In a swift motion, Shiwan charged forward, embracing the two and attempting to flee. But he sustained an injury in the process. "Teacher." Seeing Shiwan's bleeding throat, the young man was filled with fury. Realizing they could not shake off their adversary, he resolved to eliminate him entirely. Without delay, he propelled himself towards the short-haired man, unleashing his unique technique, the trial blade. In that instant, his strikes became swifter. escalating from a speed of 1.5 to 2.0. Yet, no matter how rapid his strikes, he failed to land a blow on the short-haired man. While evading the blade, the short-haired man scoffed, "I have seen through your swordsmanship. You will not have another opportunity to strike me." He retaliated with a forceful blow, sending the young man flying, who landed, blood spilling from his mouth. Recognizing the vast disparity in their strengths, the young man concluded that defeating this foe was unattainable. His only option was to buy time for the others to escape. With renewed fervor, he shouted, "I cannot delay much longer for you. Flee now." With that, he drew his blade and turned swiftly towards the man. In the eyes of the short-haired adversary, the young man was filled with flaws. Aware that this strike would be his last, he prepared himself. Just as the hand blade met the long sword, a voice resonated, "Would release, tree wall." A line of towering trees instantaneously surged between the two, separating them. The short-haired man was taken aback by this display of jutsu. Even he could not summon such formidable power. Justice may arrive tardily, but it shall never be absent. Song-Ming leaped down from above, landing beside the young man. You are the condemned criminal who offended Lord Shan. Is this the only thing you will remember about me? What are you doing here? Naturally, I am here to rescue you. You should kneel and express your gratitude immediately. Chapter 26. Frantically outputting to Zhu Jin, "Can you save me?" The attendant's face was a picture of astonishment, and the two individuals behind him shared in his surprise. Their perception of Song-Ming's prowess was still rooted in the events before they arrived on the island. They were taken aback by his sudden appearance, yet lacked confidence in his abilities. "If you put it that way, I might just refuse to assist you," Song-Ming retorted. "I apologize. Thank you for your help." The attendant quickly responded. Had Song-Ming not intervened, the attendant would undoubtedly have revealed his location. However, what was this? A trap of your design? The tree barrier before him was beyond the attendant's comprehension. It was neither a conventional trap nor a mere illusion. It had seemingly materialized from thin air. "You wouldn't understand. We should make our escape post-haste. Let us flee," Ru Hai urged, as he remembered their plan to seize this opportunity to escape. "Flee? Where do you intend to go?" A short-haired man leaped over the tree barrier, blocking their path. His gaze was fixed intently on Song-Ming, dismissing the others entirely. The technique he had just witnessed was unlike anything he had ever encountered, powerful enough to transcend humanity. Would release, piercing sword. With a swift motion, a straight wooden sword erupted from the ground, cleaving the short-haired man in two. "Hurry. We mustn't linger, or we shall meet our end." The others were still processing the shocking event when the short-haired man lost his head. To them, it appeared as though Song-Ming had merely chanted a jutsu, without any physical movement. "Song-Ming, we must go." Shi Yuan coughed twice, blood spewing from his throat. With Song-Ming providing cover, the three hastened to escape. After covering some distance, the attendant remembered to shout a grateful thank you over his shoulder. At that moment, the battlefield was left with only Song-Ming and the corpse of the short-haired man. The severed remains still exhibited signs of movement, as vines sprouted from the wounds. The vines extending from both halves quickly intertwined, forcibly stitching the body back together. Once restored, the short-haired man took a few steps back and spoke. "You and the others are extraordinary. You are not human. You are not human either. Oh, right? You weren't one to begin with. Who are you? Why do you obstruct me? And who are you to slaughter humankind?" Both posed questions laden with futility. The short-haired man, eager to dispel the awkwardness, lunged with a powerful punch. He had developed an interest in Song-Ming, emboldened by his immortality as he pressed the attack. Song-Ming activated his substitution technique to create distance, exclaiming, "Would release." Lamb skewer technique. With precision from various angles, numerous branches ensnared the short-haired man. Although he felt no pain, his anger surged at the bizarre nature of the attack. Would release, silent binding technique. The branches elongated, binding the short-haired man tightly. He was not only speared but also wrapped securely, on the verge of being roasted. "Curse this. Such strange techniques. What manner of being are you?" The short-haired man muttered. As energy erupted from within him, boom, the binding branches shattered under the force of his inner power. "The slayer of gods, your first cut shall be aimed at you. Zhu Jin, you know my name." Zhu Jin exclaimed in astonishment. "Certainly, to select an appropriate coffin, one must inscribe your name upon it." As the words left his lips, Song-Ming intoned once more, invoking the "would release" coffin lid. With a resounding clap, a coffin board shot up and struck Zhu Jin squarely on the forehead, propelling him several meters into the air. The board bore the imprint of Zhu Jin's head, with his name elegantly inscribed above. "Die." Zhu Jin unleashed a surge of energy from a distance. The attack resembled an air cannon, yet bore greater ferocity. Song Ming deftly dodged to the side, as the force of Zhu Jin's energy toppled a row of sturdy trees. If you have grievances, direct them at me, not the trees. As a celestial being encountering provocation for the first time, Zhu Jin felt a flush of embarrassment. Should other celestial beings learn of this incident, he would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule in the future. Realizing this, Zhu Jin resolved that Song Ming must perish. Unable to strike from afar, Zhu Jin surged forward, closing the distance between them. The two engaged in close-quarter combat, their fists and feet merely a facade as they sought opportunities to inflict genuine harm. After a brief exchange, Zhu Jin discerned Song Ming's patterns of attack, subsequently overwhelming him with a barrage of strikes. Song Ming faltered, retreating under the relentless assault, and Zhu Jin seized the moment to land a punch to Song Ming's abdomen, simultaneously channeling a more potent force. Boom! The blow landed with undeniable impact. Yet, to Zhu Jin's astonishment, the remnants of wood scattered before him left him bewildered. He had struck a living being, yet the sight before him was nothing but splintered wood. I told you not to vent your frustrations on wood. Why do you not heed my words? At that moment, Song Ming stood not far behind, having completed his hand signs for the wood release, trident penetrating sword. 3 sharp wooden stakes surged forth, piercing Zhu Jin's body and cleaving him into 3 segments. The wood release coffin sealed his remains, each segment confined within a separate coffin, all of which were promptly interred underground. I shall not allow your revival. Let us see how you endure. Just as Song Ming believed the matter concluded, the ground trembled violently. With a thunderous crash, a colossal Zhu Jin flower erupted from the earth, its grotesque form featuring a human head at its center. To be forced into a ghostly resurrection so swiftly. You shall pay dearly for this, Zhu Jin bellowed fiercely. The flower's crown crackled with arcs of electricity. Boom! A bolt of lightning surged towards Song Ming. Wood release, wooden pillar barrier. A series of wooden columns bent from the ground, forming an archway that encircled him, rendering the first bolt insufficient to shatter it. However, by the time the third bolt descended, the wooden barrier crumbled entirely, yet Song Ming's figure was nowhere to be seen. Had his transformation dulled his senses, compelling him to attack a mere wooden structure? As the voice behind him began to echo, Zhu Jin swiftly turned and unleashed a torrent of lightning. Wood release, wooden dragon technique. A nearby tree instantaneously transformed into a wooden dragon, matching Zhu Jin's ghostly form and size. This unexpected turn left Zhu Jin momentarily stunned. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the wooden dragon had coiled around him, binding him and rendering him immobile. If struck by lightning, the wood dragon itself would also be affected. With the command from Song Ming, the wood dragon constricted tighter around Zhu Jin. She could feel her breath becoming labored, and the flow of her Tao had become chaotic. In that moment, she disregarded all else and unleashed a lightning attack on the wood dragon that coiled around her. In an instant, the area was illuminated by the flash of lightning. After the strike, only wisps of smoke emanated from the wood dragon's body. It was only when Zhu Jin ruthlessly directed a series of lightning strikes at herself that she finally vanquished the creature. Meanwhile, Song Ming sat nearby, leisurely consuming wild fruits, while watching Zhu Jin inflict harm upon herself. After defeating the wood dragon, only a scant amount of her Tao remained. Maintaining the ghostly form required a substantial amount of Tao, as did releasing skills and healing injuries. The previous double consumption had all been directed at herself. However, upon witnessing Song Ming's relaxed demeanor as he enjoyed his fruits while she was in such a disheveled state, Zhu Jin resolved to take another risk and unleash her lightning once more. This time, Song Ming did not evade. He braced himself against the attack. After the lightning struck, he merely emitted smoke from his body without collapsing. Is that all? Song Ming brushed off the dust from his clothes. Is this what they call a celestial being? The reason Song Ming could withstand the attack was that Zhu Jin's Tao was nearly depleted. The damage from the lightning had significantly diminished, resulting only in a slight numbness. Yet for Zhu Jin, it inflicted a profound psychological wound. The divine being, who usually held dominion over the study of the human form, was now being provoked by a mere human. The wood dragon constricted again. Another one. Zhu Jin was taken aback. Yet another wood dragon tightly ensnared her until her Tao was completely exhausted, leaving her unable to maintain her ghostly form. Her body transformed from male to female, tall and well-proportioned in all the right places. The celestial body belonged to both yin and yang, allowing for both male and female forms. Is this the end? I have only just begun. Song Ming approached Zhu Jin. At this moment, Zhu was not dead. She had merely overexerted her Tao, leading to early exhaustion. She lay on the ground, motionless, lacking even the strength to speak. Please, spare me. Listen, the celestial being is pleading with a human for mercy. Songming moved to lift her foot. What are you going to do? Do not fear. I am merely taking you to a nearby grove to cultivate for a bit. Your affinity is water, which is perfect for practicing water techniques. No. Zhu uttered a woman's plea. Do not worry, it will only take an hour. As a celestial being, you should be able to endure it. A celestial being taken into a grove by a mere human for an hour. Should other celestial beings learn of this, they would undoubtedly condemn Zhu to death. Chapter 27. Up and down in the forest. The cries of Zhu echoed persistently within the grove. After enduring more than an hour of torment, Songming finally rose, apologizing for the additional 10 minutes. Zhu, her face marked by despair, inquired why she had not regained her Tao despite their shared cultivation of the intimate arts. Typically, mutual practice would elevate both practitioners' Tao, yet Zhu felt increasingly weakened, as if her essence had been siphoned away. Because I only absorb and do not replenish. Your Tao has yet to recover. We shall engage again another day. Wood release, wooden coffin burial. A coffin formed beneath Zhu, ensconcing her as it descended into the earth. Songming was in no haste to eliminate Zhu. Instead, he sought to extract every ounce of value from her. Training with individuals of differing attributes yields varied results. For instance, pairing with the water-affiliated Zhu would allow Songming to unlock water release. The more they harmonized, the more formidable they became, enhancing the potency of water release. Gang also bore the water attribute but had yet to master the Tao, rendering him incapable of practicing the intimate arts. Any training would merely amount to physical contact. Having dealt with Zhu, Songming promptly pursued the three who had distanced themselves. At this juncture, they were quite far, having fled for approximately an hour before daring to halt for rest. Shi Yuan, being blind, relied not on sight, but on his enhanced perception. Having grasped the Tao and applied it to his awareness, even during their respite, he maintained his vigilance. It was not until 10 minutes later that he informed the group they had successfully evaded danger. Upon hearing this, Dianzhua wiped the sweat from his brow. Having narrowly escaped death moments prior, feeling a burgeoning affection for Dianzhua, Rugai instinctively wrapped her arm around his. Though Shi Yuan did not visibly acknowledge their intimate gesture, he sensed the closeness. Dianzhua, after such a prolonged escape, are you unscathed? Master, I am fine and can continue running. Dianzhua wiped the beads of sweat from his chin, asking, Master, is your throat all right? Much improved. It did not injure any vital areas. Shi Yuan's Tao had exerted a certain healing effect. Had it been an ordinary person, they would have bled to death long ago. We are safe now. Perhaps you can release your grip? Shi Yuan deliberately remarked. During their flight, Dianzhua had continuously held on to Rugai to ensure she kept pace. Even upon halting, their hands remained intertwined. Rugai was well aware of this, but chose not to let go. Dianzhua, oblivious, glanced down and suddenly exclaimed, hastily releasing her hand. I apologize, Miss Rugai. It was unintentional. Do not feign propriety. I enjoy your hand in mine. On the island. Let us not dwell on unrelated matters. Our priority is to find a way off this isle, Shi Yuan stated. Master, once we return, I shall inform the clan leader of all that transpired on the island. Indeed. Shi Yuan nodded, adding, I never expected to be rescued by that nameless condemned prisoner. He is likely dead by now. How infuriating. I spoke ill of him back then. I truly should not have. Dianzhua lamented his previous remarks about Songming, feeling slightly alleviated by having expressed gratitude before departing. He was a condemned prisoner. Why would he suddenly save us? Rugai found this utterly perplexing. Before boarding the island, Songming had sought refuge behind Zoche to preserve his own life. Yet now, he dared to confront the celestial being alone. Perhaps he deemed the island too perilous to survive, and thus, in his final moments, wished to die with some semblance of worth, refusing to be looked down upon any longer. Dianzhua intentionally spoke in flattering terms, genuinely admiring Songming. Were it not for Songming's courageous sacrifice, several of them might have perished. Impossible. He could not be that noble. If he harbored such thoughts, he would not have consorted with the general's wife. Shi Yuan firmly rejected this notion, adding that his executor, Yuan Zi, was absent as well. It was possible that he had killed Yuan Zi or had chanced upon us while fleeing, fearing capture and hoping we would depart so he could confront the threat alone, planning to escape once we were gone. The master's words held substantial merit, a sentiment Ru Gai had also contemplated. I am not your master. Do not address me as such. My apologies, Ru Gai replied, awkwardly rubbing the back of his head. Wait, it seems someone is pursuing us. Shi Yuan's remark disrupted the previously harmonious atmosphere. Dianzhua instinctively grasped Ru Gai's hand. The two rose simultaneously to survey their surroundings. Master, is that fellow catching up? Dianzhua inquired. It doesn't appear so. It's someone else, Shi Yuan replied. Regardless of who it is, we should hasten our escape, Ru Gai suggested. Shi Yuan nodded in silence. The trio swiftly gathered their weapons and set off. However, mere moments into their flight, they triggered a trap on the ground. A net woven from vines ensnared the three, lifting them into the air. Shi Yuan swiftly unsheathed his blade, severing the vines into several segments. They plummeted from their elevated position. The instant they landed, another vine net rapidly constricted, lifting them once more to an even greater height. What is happening? Dianzhua adjusted his goggles, feeling as though he was reliving an experience. That fellow is nearby. Shi Yuan strained to sense the surrounding energy, yet it was challenging for him to pinpoint the exact location. Dianzhua, this time do not let your feet touch the ground. Whoosh. Shi Yuan once again drew his sword, slicing through the vine net. When they landed, Shi Yuan's blade struck the ground first, followed by his foot pressing against the hilt. Dianzhua imitated him as best he could, carrying Ru Gai on his back. Master, are you unharmed? Do not let your guard down. Shi Yuan directed his senses to the ground, detecting no traps, and leapt away from the blade's handle. As he jumped, he deftly withdrew his sword. Bang! Upon landing, Shi Yuan found himself safely on solid ground. Master, I seem to struggle with this maneuver, Dianzhua admitted sheepishly, recalling that Shi Yuan had once taught him this technique, which he deemed impractical and thus neglected. Trust in yourself. You are my most trusted disciple. With these words, Dianzhua felt a surge of confidence. I believe in you too. Ru Gai, perched on his back, patted his shoulder and leaped to join Shi Yuan. With the encouragement of his companions, Dianzhua steeled himself and executed the previously failed maneuver with newfound determination. At long last, the technique he had stumbled upon numerous times succeeded. Master, I did it! He exclaimed excitedly as he landed. Whoosh! In the next moment, the network of vines on the ground swiftly retracted, and the three individuals were once again suspended in midair. At this juncture, they were utterly perplexed. Shi Yuan was the first to touch the ground, yet nothing transpired. Rui also landed without incident. However, once the three stood together, the trap was triggered anew. Master, what on earth is happening? This is not a trap, Shi Yuan asserted with conviction. After landing, he felt no sense of peril until the moment they congregated, at which point he sensed something amiss. Yet, it was too late for evasion, and they found themselves ensnared once more. This time, let us disperse, Shi Yuan declared, brandishing his blade. The three leapt in different directions simultaneously. Whoosh! The three vine nets retracted at once, leaving them suspended in disparate locations. Despite their disbelief, the trio attempted to sever the vine nets at different intervals. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. They were ensnared even while suspended in midair. Unyielding, Shi Yuan sliced through the encroaching vines, only to discover that for every net he severed, more awaited him, even cascading from above. They endured multiple cycles of this torment, akin to an unending descent on a thrill ride. With a heavy sigh, Dianzhua gasped for breath, utterly exhausted from the ordeal. Who could it be? Shi Yuan roared, lamenting the cruelty of subjecting a blind man to such a perilous amusement in the forest. Where are they? Rui suddenly called out, noticing someone approaching their direction. Chapter 28. Bringing the man back to the village, Zoche bathhouse observes the chickens. Who is that person? The steward gazed out from the web. It is him. Only Shi Yuan looked on in astonishment. Master, who is he? Have you forgotten your savior so soon? At this moment, Song Ming had already descended to the crowd below. The steward recognized Song Ming and exclaimed, It's you. You're not dead. Are you disappointed that I'm alive? No. It's truly wonderful that you survived. How did you manage to escape? Ru Gai was exceedingly curious, as Song Ming's strength suggested that even she might not have been able to withstand him. Yet he had managed to flee from the man who had severely injured three others. Surely, he must possess some skill for escape. Shi Yuan remarked. No one wishes to believe that Song Ming had just overpowered Zhu Jin, who now lay exhausted in the coffin. Would you like to know? Then you must first escape from my grasp. I shall only share my secrets with the capable. This web is your doing? The steward was not angry, but rather taken aback. Aside from me, No one else understands the art of torment. It was clear that the tendrils binding them were the handiwork of Tsang Ming. The three began to grasp the extent of Tsang Ming's strength. No wonder he could evade the celestial being. It turns out he possesses formidable power. Thank you. If it weren't for you, some of us might have perished at that man's hands, Shi Yuan said. Upon hearing this, Rugai immediately added, I am grateful for your assistance. I owe you a favor. You are truly impressive. I never expected such prowess, the steward remarked, his gaze filled with admiration, as if he were beholding a hero. You have proven yourselves worthy. With a wave of his hand, Tsang Ming released the tendrils that had ensnared them. The three were finally able to land safely. Although you saved us, where has your executor gone? Shi Yuan inquired. Previously, there had been a belief that Tsang Ming had escaped from Yuan Ci, but now it seemed likely that Yuan Ci was already dead. Oh, him? He is in the coffin, Tsang Ming said nonchalantly. In the coffin? Lord Yuan Ci is dead? The steward gasped in disbelief. You killed him. Shi Yuan's expression turned serious, his hand instinctively gripping the hilt of his sword, ready to draw it at a moment's notice. He is not dead. If you wish to know, just follow me, Tsang Ming replied, stepping ahead. The three behind exchanged glances. Master? What should we do now? Follow him, Shi Yuan commanded. Uncertain whether Tsang Ming had indeed slain Yuan Ci. If he had killed the executor, there would have been no reason for Tsang Ming to rescue them. If he had not, then what did he mean by the coffin? The two remaining companions adhered to Shi Yuan's lead. Soon, they caught up with Tsang Ming, maintaining a safe distance. After walking for a while, the steward asked, Where are we headed? To the village for a meeting. A village? There is a village on the island? You will understand when you arrive. After some time, a thick fog began to envelop them, adding an air of unease to the journey ahead. Nevertheless, the three behind did not inquire further and continued to follow. Throughout the journey, Shi Yuan remained vigilant, surveying the surroundings and preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. As they traversed a distance through the thick fog, the outlines of a village emerged ahead. Upon entering, the desolate scenery of the settlement left several individuals perplexed. At that moment, a vague figure appeared in the distance. It was Zoche, though the others could not discern her clearly. Shi Yuan was certain of his judgment. Miss Zoche. Upon hearing her name, Dianzua's anxious heart immediately settled. Indeed, it was her. Miss Zoche, Dianzua called out. For it was entirely appropriate to address the chieftain's daughter as Miss, and within the family, only Dianzua could refer to Zoche in such a manner, while others simply called her by her name. Faintly hearing someone calling her name, Zoche lifted her head from where she crouched. She noticed a blurry figure rushing towards her. Realizing she was unarmed, Zoche picked up a piece of wood from the ground. Miss Zoche. As the figure drew closer, Dianzua's appearance became clearer. Dianzua. Zoche instantly dropped the piece of wood she held. It's truly you. I never expected we would meet again, Dianzua grinned broadly. What are you doing here? A condemned prisoner brought us here. Behind them, Shi Yuan and Rui appeared. Lord Shi Yuan, Zoche exclaimed. Zoche, how did you end up here? It's a long story. We were led here by a treant. A treant? At this moment, Zoche noticed the bloodstains on Shi Yuan's neck. Lord Shi Yuan, are you injured? It's nothing. It's already healed. Let me take you to the bathhouse. There is a bathhouse here? Dianzua exclaimed with excitement. Rui was equally pleased, having only rinsed off briefly by the sea. A hot bath would be immensely more comfortable. Moreover, she wished to present her cleanest self to Dianzua. Indeed, I'll lead you there. Seeing their eagerness, Zoche promptly took the lead. By the way, you mentioned that a condemned prisoner brought you here. What exactly happened? Zoche inquired as they stood at the entrance of the bathhouse. We nearly perished just now, thanks to his assistance. Oh, I forgot to ask for his name. Dianzua slapped his forehead, recalling an important detail. The condemned prisoner who hid behind you before we reached the island, Rui added. Are you referring to Tsang Ming? He saved you? Zoche was astonished. Yes, that's him. Rui had not recalled Tsang Ming's name until it was mentioned. Zoche recalled Tsang Ming's words before he departed. He had said he intended to rescue someone. This connected perfectly with the current situation. She was pleasantly surprised that Tsang Ming would go to such lengths to save his kin, and her regard for him rose a notch. Can we enter now? Rui asked. Of course. Zoche regained her composure and stepped into the bathhouse first. You may go in and wash. Huame Wan is also inside. Someone's there? Then I'll hold off on my story for now. It's fine. You're all men. It will save time to wash together. I am not a man. I am a woman. Rui exclaimed, adding, Moreover, I am Dianzua's fiancée. If I leave the island, I shall marry him. Ms. Rugao, the attendant, shyly spoke. Ah, Zoche was somewhat bewildered. It was indeed rather chaotic for a condemned prisoner to be marrying someone from the Yamada family. Let us proceed inside. Sure, Yuan urged, leading the flustered attendant into the bathhouse. Outside, Zoche gazed at Ru Gao, who had just declared her intention to wed the attendant. We are still uncertain if we can leave this island alive, so if you have someone you cherish, you must tell them. With those words, Ru Gao vanished into the thick steam, leaving Zoche momentarily pondering the wisdom of her statement. Subsequently, she turned and entered the bathhouse, whereupon she was met with the sight of Shi Yuan and the attendant standing by the pool, both exposed and facing the entrance, revealing far more than Zoche had anticipated. Miss Zoche, what are you doing? The attendant exclaimed, hastily covering himself, while Shi Yuan, standing confidently beside him, appeared remarkably composed. I apologize, Zoche shouted, quickly covering her face as she fled from the bathhouse. Chapter 29. The Seven Celestial Beings Master. You must have sensed Zoche's arrival, right? The attendant exclaimed, a flush of embarrassment coloring his face. It was only natural for him to feel a twinge of discomfort being seen by someone of the opposite sex for the first time. The attendant, though passionate, was not particularly open-minded and retained a hint of reserve. I am aware, but all I can do is shield you from view. However, that would likely lead Zoche to misinterpret my sexual orientation, Shi Yuan calmly reasoned, having swiftly assessed the implications of shielding his disciple and the potential reputational consequences. In a place where life and death were uncertain, should both of them perish, it would be an explanation that could never be clarified. Thus, in this moment, the chastity of his disciple seemed of lesser importance. Is it really such a big deal to have merely glanced? Wamaiwan, who was soaking in the pool, remarked. The attendant had assumed he was not alone in his predicament, but upon seeing Wamaiwan wrapped in a towel, his expression soured. You, who are swathed in a bath towel, are telling others not to mind. In our ninja village, mixed bathing is quite commonplace, and there exists no sense of shame, Wamaiwan retorted. If there is no shame, why then do you still wear a towel? Because I am married. That is something only my wife should see. You are married, the attendant exclaimed in surprise. Wamaiwan was younger than those present and bore the reputation of a hollow ninja, a mere soulless machine for executing tasks. Attendant, you should enjoy your bath. Did you not also flirt with someone? Shi Yuan said, submerging half his body into the water. The moment he entered, a wave of relaxation enveloped him, though he bore a serene expression instead of a visible smile. Master, I did not. I am merely friends with Rue, friends. At that moment, Rue, who had just returned to the bathhouse entrance, stood frozen. Your friend is right outside. She has already overheard, Shi Yuan said with a light smile. Rue? The attendant peered through the curtain, catching sight of a familiar figure fleeing into the distance. With a heavy sigh, he lamented, it is either being seen or being misunderstood. At this moment, the attendant wished to disregard everything and simply enjoy his bath. He then sank into the pool, letting out a contented sigh. After their bath, the group gathered in the main hall. Songming stood to the side, and the atmosphere grew momentarily quiet. Shi Yuan, harboring a question in his mind, broke the silence. Zoche, why are you with him? What about Yuanzi? Zoche cast a sidelong glance at Songming. Yuanzi is unharmed. He could not join us due to an injury. The reason I am with Songming is that he saved us. You were with Songming? The attendant exclaimed, astonished. No, it's not like that. It's merely a partnership. Zoche hastily clarified. Do not hide it. We are indeed together, Songming interjected, wrapping an arm around Zoche's shoulders. What are you doing? Zoche whispered in protest. You should properly repay the master for saving your two kinfolk, should you not? Well, Zoche began, to be precise, the three of us are together. As the conversation unfolded, Zoche interjected, ahem. Shi Yuan coughed vigorously to alleviate the awkwardness. He had no desire to meddle in Zoche's romantic dilemmas, merely wishing to ascertain that Yuanzi was unharmed. How could you possibly be with Songming? He queried. On our way, we encountered a man of extraordinary power, one who could not be killed. Even if his body were severed into countless pieces, he could reassemble himself. I believe this individual is the so-called celestial being. You encountered a celestial being. Zoche and his companions' understanding of celestial beings was limited to the explanations provided by the treeman. They had assumed that one must venture to the heart of the island, to Penglai, to encounter such a being, never expecting to meet one so soon by the seaside. Had it not been for Songming's intervention, we would have perished, Jianzhou remarked. Which celestial being did you slay? Zoche inquired, turning to him. I did not kill her. I spared her life. You spared her life? The group, having been tormented by Zhu Jin, was taken aback. the formidable celestial being. And yet Sangming spoke of it so nonchalantly, leading them to suspect that he might be exaggerating. Furthermore, as no one had witnessed the events, Sangming's claims could not be substantiated. They refrained from voicing their skepticism, partly to preserve Sangming's dignity, and partly because he had indeed aided their escape from the celestial being. At that moment, the treeman entered the room, noting the increase in their numbers. What a monster! Dianzhua immediately drew his sword. Wait, he is the one who guided us to the village. As it stands, he seems to be a good person, Zoche hurriedly interjected. Do not be deceived by him. Dianzhua cautioned. Having fought against monsters before, he remained wary. He sheathed his sword, trusting that Zoche would make his own judgment. Shiwan, extending his hand, returned Dianzhua's sword to its sheath. My apologies, my apprentice was rude just now. I can sense you are different from other monsters. You were once human, weren't you? Indeed. I have shared this with them. My transformation into a treeman was a gift from the celestial being, the treeman replied. Celestial being? We have battled that so-called celestial being. Ruhai interjected. What? You have fought against a celestial being? The treeman scrutinized the newcomers, noting their lack of visible injuries. He was well aware of the celestial being's ruthless nature. Upon encountering humans, it would undoubtedly annihilate them. The fact that these three had battled a celestial being and emerged unscathed raised suspicions in the treeman's mind. The entity you fought could not have been a celestial being. It must have been a Taoist akin to a celestial being. If it were truly a celestial being, you would not be alive. A Taoist? What is that? Do not heed the treeman. He has been brainwashed by the celestial being, believing that they are invincible and that no one can escape their grasp, Sangming elucidated, clarifying the treeman's agitation. Regardless, it would be best for you to leave as soon as possible. Since we have arrived, we shall not depart lightly. Even if the celestial being is formidable, there must be a way to defeat it, right? Wallingwan, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke. Among the crowd, he held the utmost faith in Sangming's words. Sangming's assertion of having defeated a celestial being suggested that such beings were not without vulnerabilities. Observing the resolute expressions of the others, the treeman sighed deeply. Since persuasion proved futile, the only course left for Shuren was to fulfill his duties and embody the essence of goodness. In fact, there are a total of 7 celestial beings. 7. The chief steward was taken aback. Having faced one, they were left utterly defeated, and the thought of confronting all 7 together was overwhelming. The 7 celestial beings are the supreme virtue of Puxian, the great Emperor Ashen, the sovereign of nothingness, the great sage Halua Hengna, the lord of auspiciousness, the venerable Manjushri, and the Emperor Bodhi. The one you encountered is the lord of auspiciousness, Zhu Jin, Sangming added. They were originally one entity, yet they have divided into 7 individuals, each possessing distinct appearances and personalities, with varying degrees of power. What of Zhu Jin's strength? Inquired the chief steward. I am not well versed in the prowess of the celestial beings. However, it is known that Lord Zhu Jin often shirks his responsibilities, and thus his abilities among the celestial beings may not be particularly remarkable. Chapter 30. The orgy in the mansion. We have yet to encounter the strongest among them. In the eyes of the attendant, Zhu Jin was already formidable enough, so powerful that even 3 individuals exerting their utmost efforts could not contend with her. A celestial being of average strength would falter before her. If a more potent celestial were to appear, would we not be resigned to our demise? Zhu Jin's strength was indeed average, neither exceptional nor the weakest. Are there celestial beings weaker than her? Indeed, aside from their leader, the other celestial beings might be vanquished if they united their strengths. I am not interested in the exact number of celestial beings. I am solely concerned with the methods to counter them. Hua Meiwan emphasized the crux of the matter. Regardless of their numbers, if we uncover their vulnerabilities, we can dismantle them one by one. The sole means to confront the celestial beings lies in the Tao, the tree man proclaimed. Tao? The group was bewildered. None had ever heard of such a concept. Suddenly, Zhuo recalled that Sangming had once mentioned the Tao, stating that after mastering it, one should practice the arts of their dwelling. Some among you have already grasped the Tao, albeit superficially, Sangming continued, while others require guidance to fathom its intricacies. The might of the celestial beings emanates from the Tao, thus, mastering it may offer a chance to defeat them. How does one cultivate the Tao? Rugai inquired. Though skeptical of the tree man's enigmatic assertions, he could not help but be drawn in. The Tao is not cultivated but realized. It refers to the force circulating within all things. Everything in this world is governed by the Tao, and to touch upon it is to reach the very essence of existence. To simplify, Such profound notions eluded Huang Mei Wan's comprehension. Brother Song Ming, you mentioned that someone has already comprehended the Tao. Who might that be? A blind individual, devoid of sight yet able to perceive the energies and essences of those around. Capable of detecting what eludes the naked eye, do you not find that curious? Although Song Ming refrained from naming the individual, the others understood immediately. Indeed, Master. I have long wished to inquire how you perceive the world. It cannot be solely attributed to hearing, for I could approach you stealthily and still be detected. The attendant had yearned to pose this question for some time, and now he finally had the chance. Shi Yuan remained silent for a moment, pondering the nature of what he possessed, now referred to as the Tao, which granted him a deeper understanding of that power. I cannot see. Yet I can sense the fluctuations. Shi Yuan began to elucidate alongside the tree man on how to comprehend the Tao. The others gathered, attentive to their discourse. After some time, Song Ming rose and approached the door to gaze outside. The hour was late. Discussions regarding the Tao could continue tomorrow. At that moment, the attendant dutifully yawned and remarked, Master, today's battle has been exhausting. I wish to retire and delve into this Tao matter on the morrow. Indeed. Today has been somewhat taxing. Let us resume our exploration of the Tao tomorrow. As soon as Shi Yuan finished speaking, the group stretched lazily. Shall we then arrange our accommodations? Zoche glanced at Song Ming, seemingly still eager to reside in the two-story villa. Do not pay me any mind. There are numerous vacant houses in the village. One can easily find a place to stay, for I have no desire to lose another dwelling. Is there anywhere suitable for slumber in this vicinity? Song Ming has not offered a solution, and Zoche inquired of the treeman. Aside from Mei and myself, there are no other inhabitants in the village. Indeed, many empty houses abound. Follow me, and I shall guide you. The treeman led the group away from the house and towards the exterior. The atmosphere of the village beneath the thick smoke during the day was rather dismal, while the night cast an even more eerie pallor over it. As they passed a house, the treeman gestured towards the door, stating, You may leave a few individuals here, and the rest shall accompany me to the next abode. There is no need to separate. We can all huddle together, which would provide greater peace of mind for our slumber at night, said Dianzhua. I have no objections, as long as I am with brother Songming. I shall follow him wherever he goes. If he sleeps on the street, I shall sleep on the street with him, said Gang, wrapping his arm around Songming's ass. Then come with me. There is a spacious residence suitable for multiple occupants. It was once the home of a landlord, and now that the landlord is no longer present, you may reside freely. Subsequently, the treeman led the group to a more sizable house. Upon opening the door, it creaked in protest, a sound that spoke of years without maintenance. The courtyard was expansive, yet the interior was shrouded in darkness. Master, called Dianzhua. Shi Yuan understood his implication and replied, I sensed no danger within just moments ago. Are there any candles, or the like? I would prefer not to sleep in utter darkness, as it conjures memories of a prison cell, inquired Gang. If not, I wouldn't mind breaking off a branch from you to use as a torch. Please enter. I will have Mei bring you what you need shortly, the treeman said, turning away and gradually vanishing into the shadows. Let us proceed inside, Shi Yuan declared, leading the way. Though he sensed no immediate peril, each individual gripped their weapon, remaining vigilant. It is completely dark. Perhaps we should wait for Mei to deliver the candles before venturing further, suggested Dianzhua. I concur. I nearly stumbled just now, he added, echoing Gang's sentiments. After a moment, the door creaked open once more, causing the group's hearts to race anew. Someone has entered, Dianzhua exclaimed, drawing his blade. Since the encounter with Zhu Jin, he had grown tense at the slightest hint of disturbance. It must be Mei, said Gang and Zoche, moving to the entrance to peer outside. The door had been pushed open, yet no one had entered. What is happening? Did the wind blow the door open? Impossible. I did not sense any wind tonight, Zoche remarked, his hand poised on the hilt of his sword. At that moment, someone nudged Gang. Startled, he leapt like a cat and gasped, causing the others inside to take notice. In an instant, they all rushed out. What is it? Are there enemies? Dianzhua shouted as he emerged first. Mei, you nearly frightened me to death. When did you appear behind me? Gang exclaimed, clutching his racing heart as he gazed at Mei. A girl? Dianzhua noted, having not seen Mei upon his arrival. Her name is Mei, is what she explained. Mei? It was the person mentioned among the tree folk, and to my astonishment, it turned out to be a little girl. I had assumed she was also one of the tree beings. Dianzhua scratched his head. Mei remained silent, raising the candle high in her hand. Thank you. Why not spend the night with us? It's unsafe to return alone. Mei shook her head and dashed outside, not forgetting to close the gate behind her. Would it be safe for the little girl to return alone? Dianzua gazed in the direction Mei had departed. If you're worried, you could go see her off. Let us return. Mei knows this place better than we do, and she is not a fragile girl. Zoche had witnessed Mei's strength. A single punch that could cause bloodshed from a sparrow's egg indicated she was far from ordinary. After lighting the candle, the room brightened. Gang held the candle aloft, surveying each chamber. The landlord's residence was indeed grander than my humble abode. How does it compare to my two-story house? Certainly not as splendid as Brother Tsangming's home. Do you have a house like that after leaving the island? Could you provide me with a set? My dwelling is damp, musty, and infested with roaches. No problem, Tsangming replied with a smile. Thank you, Brother Tsangming. I shall sleep with you tonight. Overjoyed, Gang embraced Tsangming. Little Zoche, let us three sleep together tonight. I shall not join you. I will share a room with Dianzua and the others. What? Miss Zoche wants to share a room with me. Dianzua was taken aback, recalling the earlier incident when Zoche had watched chickens. Could it be that moment led her to choose to sleep with him? No, Dianzua must share the same room with me. Since you're with Tsangming, you should sleep with him. Why must you share a room with another man? Rugai expressed her dissatisfaction, intentionally wrapping her arm around Dianzua as if to assert her claim. Come now, we need not sleep apart. There is a spacious room available. At that moment, Shuyuan emerged from the inner chamber, having been searching for a large room suitable for sharing. Upon hearing of the spacious chamber, the group followed Shuyuan inside. They opened the door to find the room devoid of furnishings or clutter. Have you found any bedding? I have a habit of sleeping in the nude. Nude sleeping. Dianzua cast a deliberate glance at Gang's figure. If he were to turn over in the night and accidentally catch a glimpse, he would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. Chapter 31. Embraced on both sides. Sharing sleep with Zoche, there was a quilt, albeit an old one, covered in mold. Shuyuan spoke as he removed his shoes and settled onto the tatami mat, clearly intending to fall asleep in his clothes. Brother Tsangming lacked a quilt, and should I sleep in the nude, I would surely be seen by them. Gang gently shook Tsangming's arm. Fear not, I have my own preparations, he declared, summoning a towering wooden wardrobe that rose from the ground. The onlookers instinctively stepped back at the sight of such a ninjutsu. What manner of technique is this? Tsangming opened the wardrobe door, revealing it filled with neatly stacked quilts and bedding. Each of you take a set. Do not catch a cold tonight. Impressive. Thank you. Lord Tsangming, the attendant exclaimed with excitement. Subsequently, each person took a set and retired to their respective rooms. Gang, opting for the wall-side position due to his nakedness, settled in. Tsangming positioned himself to Gang's right, while Zoche laid at Tsangming's right. To Zoche's right was Rugai. Tsangming did not concern himself with the sleeping arrangements of the others, but it was decided that Zoche and Gang would occupy that spot. Tsangming, you seem a bit peculiar today, Gang remarked. What's peculiar? Tsangming inquired as he lay down after spreading the quilt. It's unusual for you to spread the quilt by yourself tonight. Isn't it typically Zoche's task? Gang deliberately raised this point, ensuring that others could overhear. This question made Zoche feel somewhat embarrassed, and the others refrained from commenting, avoiding gazes toward Zoche, surprised that she had reached the point of tucking others in. With so many people? You mustn't speak so recklessly, Zoche replied. I speak no falsehood. Not only must you prepare a bed for Brother Tsangming, but you also need to warm his bedding. No wonder I felt the quilt was a bit chilly. It turns out Zoche had neglected her pre-sleep duties, Gang added. Do not take advantage of the situation. I am the daughter of the Yamada family, and those sleeping beside me are my kin, Zoche whispered. Even if you are the daughter of the sea, you must warm my bed tonight, Tsangming replied softly, his lips near Zoche's ear. Feeling threatened, Zoche could only grit her teeth and glance back, curious if anyone had noticed them. Upon turning, she noticed a line of people facing the other way, seemingly trying to avoid them. Just 3 minutes, Zoche asserted resolutely. 3 minutes is far too short, is it not? How about we switch places? I am already warm here. I do not wish to lean against Rugai. Then please shift your position. After I warm the bed for you, you may return. No need for such trouble. Two bodies warm each other more swiftly. Tsangming pulled Zoche into the quilt with a swift motion. Zoche's front pressed tightly against Tsangming's chest. Her instincts rebelling against the advantage taken, yearning to break free. Not wishing to let Zoche escape, Tsangming tightened his grip. Ah! Zoche exclaimed, causing the nearby individuals to shudder slightly. Though Tsangming did not see it, his thoughts had already wandered elsewhere. Miss Zoche, will you not allow anyone to sleep? The attendant murmured, clenching his fists in frustration. Just as he was about to drift off, Zoche's shout jolted him awake, even more nonchalant than the people in our village. It was easy to hear the faint sounds behind us as we left the nearby Rugai. The voice of Xiao Zoche, when raised, was quite enchanting. Perhaps even more so than mine. Stop talking nonsense, Gang suddenly interjected, her voice unrestrained. Don't be ridiculous, Zoche retorted, eager to explain yet reluctant to disturb the slumber of others. Enough, Gang said. Show some consideration for Zoche. After approximately 3 minutes, Zoche gently patted Song Ming's arm. Is it all right now? Let go, it has warmed up. I found that sleeping in an embrace was far more comfortable than sleeping alone. I feel the same, brother Song Ming. With that, Gang slipped out of her own blanket and nestled beside Song Ming, resting her head on his arm. Embracing Gang is sufficient. She has no clothes on. Making her warmer than I am. Zoche, resigned, remarked. Embracing brother Song Ming is your blessing. You can be like me and not wear anything. What are you talking about? Do you think I am as indiscreet as you? Who is indiscreet? Based on your usual behavior, you should know in your heart. All right. We are all friends here. Let us not fight. As this exchange unfolded, a figure suddenly sat up, followed by the faint sound of a door creaking open. Though the sound was subtle, it was enough to rouse everyone simultaneously. Who? Dianzu had not removed his clothing while sleeping. He even held a knife. Noticing that everyone was staring at the door, Hua Meiwan spoke up. I'm going out to use the restroom. With that, he pulled the door shut behind him. After some time, Hua Meiwan had yet to return, but by then, Gang had already fallen asleep in Song Ming's embrace, resting quite comfortably. I'm going back to sleep. Let me go? You can return to your own blanket once Hua Meiwan is back. Are you sure? Of course. If he truly returns. What do you mean by that? Is he not coming back? He would rather see his wife than return to sleep. See his wife? Did he go to Palai alone? Perhaps he fell into the toilet. No, I must stop him. Zoche attempted to move, but was helpless as Song Ming held her tightly. No need for you to go. Someone will naturally rescue him. Just sleep soundly. For I have already said that you can leave only after Hua Meiwan returns. Though Zoche was angry, she did not wish to continue opposing Song Ming. She was already tired and sleepy, and ultimately, she lay in Song Ming's arms and drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, as the others slept, Hua Meiwan had arrived outside the Palai Palace. The crimson gate before him made Hua Meiwan halt in his tracks. As his hand brushed against the surface of the door, he mused, they promised a paradise, yet everywhere bears the marks of human construction. As Hua Meiwan surveyed the area, a man had stealthily approached from behind him, his eyes filled with malice. Morning broke, and the group awoke, yawning. Shi Yuan was the first to rise, venturing outside to search for Hua Meiwan. The second to awaken was Ru Gai, who lived in the mountains and was accustomed to rising early. The third individual is Gang, the earliest among the crowd to succumb to slumber. Rising briefly to glance at Song Ming, who remained unawakened, she nestled back onto him, indulging in a brief return to sleep. Dianzhua, having exhausted himself through vigorous activity during the day, was ensconced in a deep slumber. At this moment, Song Ming stirred awake, yet reluctant to disturb Zoche. He chose to continue his repose. It was not long before Shuren rushed into the grand residence in a state of urgency. Upon entering, he first spotted Xuan and inquired, Have you seen Mei? The little girl who delivered the candles last night? Indeed, it was she. This morning, I discovered her absence. Ordinarily, she would be preparing breakfast by now. I have only seen her yesterday. I haven't caught sight of her since. Xuan discerned the palpable anxiety in Shuren's voice, indicating the girl held significant importance to him. Where else could Mei have gone? Shuren pondered aloud. Could she have gone out to play? I know her well. If she had any plans, she would certainly inform me. Then, he recalled, we also have a death row inmate named Wamaiwan who has gone missing. Have you seen him? Wamaiwan is missing. Shuren exclaimed, his mind racing back to the scene of Wamaiwan pursuing Mei and the threats he had uttered. The concurrent disappearance of both individuals made it difficult for Shuren not to link Mei's vanishing to Wamaiwan's absence. Chapter 32. The Case of the Missing Girl and the Painted Eyebrow Pill. It must be him who took Mei. The tree man responded with certainty. Moreover, he had long harbored a dislike for the Painted Eyebrow Pill, yet due to its formidable power, he felt compelled to comply with it. Why would he abduct a young girl? Did that girl harbor some secret? Shi Yuan inquired, noting that from the very first moment he laid eyes on Mei last night, he sensed something extraordinary about her. Mei was an abandoned celestial being, and if captured by other celestial beings, her fate would be dire. What? That little girl is also a celestial being? Shi Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. Is there anyone else in the room? Perhaps the one named Song Ming can be of assistance. I will take you inside. The two hurriedly dashed into the room, only to find Zoche and Gang soundly asleep in Song Ming's embrace. They hesitated to call out, fearful of waking Song Ming and provoking another round of bungee jumping. It might be best to wait a little longer, after all. The painted eyebrow pill had gone missing since last night, and even if they woke Song Ming now, it would be too late. Isn't he a death row inmate? Didn't you keep an eye on him? The priority now is to confront the celestial beings. We lack the energy to monitor a death row inmate. Especially since our goals align. We are all seeking the elixir of immortality. Nevertheless, it would be wise to awaken him. I sense he is different from you. Only he possesses the power to defeat the painted eyebrow pill, said the tree man. Different? What do you perceive? Shi Yuan was also intrigued by the enigma surrounding Song Ming. The mere existence of a wooden escape cloak had already occupied Shi Yuan's thoughts for quite some time. Before the tree man could respond, their conversation roused Zoche from her slumber. She rubbed her eyes and said, Lord Shi Yuan, good morning. Good morning, Zoche. You are awake. Has something occurred? Shi Yuan asked, noting that they had been murmuring conspiratorially, indicating that something was amiss without wanting to disturb her. The painted eyebrow pill has not returned since last night, and Mei is also missing, Shi Yuan explained. Mei is missing? I was already aware of the painted eyebrow pill's departure last night, but Mei's disappearance is unexpected, Zoche replied. Mei must have been taken by that painted eyebrow pill, the tree man asserted. Though our acquaintance was brief, he would not harm a young girl, Zoche confidently stated. Then why did Mei vanish alongside him? What a strange coincidence, the tree man queried. Mei was not taken away. As Zoche just mentioned, the painted eyebrow pill would not be interested in a little girl. No sooner had he spoken than Song Ming awoke and sat up. You witnessed it? Yes, the painted eyebrow pill visited Polai last night. But due to a lack of enlightenment, his power is inferior to that of a celestial being. In a moment of peril, Mei intervened to save the painted eyebrow pill. They should now be near a stream not far from Penglai. Song Ming recounted the events of the previous night. You followed the painted eyebrow pill? Zoche inquired. For she did not recall Song Ming leaving. Should he attempt to depart, she would have been the first to notice. It was not I who followed the painted eyebrow pill, but rather the wooden figure left outside, which has been tailing him since his departure, acting much like a photographer. Song Ming, what happened? At that moment, Gang was roused from his slumber by the cacophony of voices. It's none of your concern, continue sleeping, he was gently reassured. After calming Gang, Song Ming donned his attire and stood up. Where are you heading now? Zoche inquired. To the creek to find Huame Wan and the enlarged Mei. Song Ming replied. I shall accompany you. Huame Wan is a death row inmate under my watch, and I cannot allow him to escape. Zoche firmly grasped Song Ming's hand. At such a time, you're still preoccupied with watching over a death row inmate? However, considering your initiative in taking my hand, I shall take you along, he said. Upon glancing down, Zoche quickly released his grip. You must ensure that Mei returns. If Mei is captured by the celestial beings, he will become a tool for the Taoist practitioners in their cultivation chambers, the tree man called out as he watched the two depart. At the creek, Huame Wan had just awakened. Upon opening his eyes, he spotted two figures approaching from a distance. One was tall and imposing, sporting a beard and long braids, while the other was shorter, with a mushroom haircut and two swords strapped to his back. Huame Wan swiftly rose to his feet, fixing his gaze upon them. While the duo had already caught sight of him, initially mistaking him for a corpse, they were intrigued to see him standing. Well, if it isn't Huame Wan, I never expected to encounter you here, spoke the man named Minggu Yin Tiezhai, whose prowess ranked among the foremost among death row inmates. The only notable difference since entering the island was the absence of his left hand, which he temporarily replaced with a pirate's hook. Huame Wan remained silent. His eyes locked onto Minggu Yin Tiezhai. Their gazes met, for it is said that in a clash of masters, actions are unnecessary. Merely a thought can reveal each other's intentions and the stakes of life and death. To be able to injure me in such a state. You truly are a formidable opponent, Minggu Yin Tiezhai remarked, expressing admiration for capable adversaries. He had become a death row inmate because he could not find a worthy opponent, which led him to become a bodyguard for a noble. During a drinking session, a single word from his employer enraged him, prompting him to sever the wooden dragon ornament hanging at the entrance of the residence, resulting in his death sentence. Having heard that those who entered the island were exceptionally skilled, he participated in this island battle not merely to seek elixirs, but to engage in combat with other powerful individuals. Hey, what are you two standing there for? Don't engage in trivialities, interjected the executioner Fushi, finding their standoff rather dull. Trivial? We are merely predicting each other's tempo of attack, they retorted. There is no need for such theatrics. The situation on the island has changed, and our objectives have shifted. We must gather more intelligence. This fellow is injured and lacks an executioner by his side, which means he likely knows much. We can extract information without fully eliminating him. In the face of their provocations, the former Huame Wan would have fought to the death. Yet, the current Huame Wan had undergone a transformation. He had become more agile, shedding his former reckless demeanor. Thus, he abandoned the combat mode and sat down on the ground, stating, "What do you wish to know? Feel free to ask." So simple. I had anticipated an exhilarating battle with the mightiest ninja. Min Guyan Taizhai felt both astonished and disheartened. That was merely a title from the past. Now, I am but a condemned prisoner. Alas, how disheartening. I have a penchant for the formidable. I have no liking for the timid. Realizing that Huame Wan had already lost the will to fight, Min Guyan Taizhai sheathed his blade. "Pray tell, how did you sustain your injuries? And where has your executioner gone?" "The injury was bestowed upon me by a celestial being." "A celestial being? Are you implying that you have fought against one?" Both were taken aback. Throughout their journey, they had merely dispatched a handful of unchallenging monsters, encountering not even a single Taoist priest. In contrast, Huame Wan had already faced a formidable boss. By comparison, they were indeed quite fortunate. Chapter 33, Mei grows up indeed, to be candid. I initially believed that the celestial beings could be vanquished. However, after last night's confrontation, I have come to realize the extent of my underestimation. What is the true power of these celestial entities? I only know their name, but what do they look like and what abilities do they possess? Fuji immediately displayed a keen interest, posing 2 questions in quick succession. Their appearance bears no distinction from that of humans. Yet they possess the ability to change their gender at will, the capacity to transform one's gender at whim. They can be both the aggressor and the recipient. Remarked Mingu Yintiezhai, stroking his beard, his focus differing from that of Fuji. They possess formidable regenerative abilities, allowing them to swiftly recover even from lethal injuries. And they can also metamorphose. Not only do they possess regenerative capabilities, but they can also transform. The ability to change gender had already astonished Fuji. And the addition of metamorphosis and regeneration would undoubtedly captivate any enthusiast of anatomy. Fuji had previously only dissected ordinary humans, all of whom were condemned criminals. The prospect of dissecting a celestial being would undoubtedly confer the highest accolades in the field of medicine. The mere thought of this caused Fuji's cheeks to flush with excitement. From an expressionless demeanor, he transformed into one of infatuation, his facial expressions gradually becoming exaggerated. "Where is that celestial being? We have circled the forest countless times without finding our way." Min Guyan Tiezhai scratched his head in confusion. "The celestial being resides in Penglai, at the very heart of the island. So that is where it is." Min Guyan Tiezhai pondered aloud. Though he was oblivious to the correct direction towards the island's center, his instinctual desire to confront a formidable opponent was undeniable. The celestial beings, whom he could not even best with the Huame pill, piqued his profound interest. Defeating a celestial being would surely elevate his reputation and perhaps, in time, this tale would be woven into legends that would endure through the ages. The mere thought of this brought an uncontainable smile to Min Guyan Tiezhai's face. The convergence of the 2 individuals was indeed a matter of fate, one seeking achievements in medicine, the other in fame. Both aspired to fulfill their desires through the celestial beings. "Huame pill, take me to that celestial being. I shall confront it," Min Guyan Tiezhai declared. Huame pill remained silent, recalling how he too had once underestimated the celestial beings. However, judging by last night's events, it was far from an easy endeavor and could easily lead to death. "Another question, where is your executor?" Fuji continued to inquire after his reverie. "I escaped while he was asleep, solely to rapidly obtain the elixir." Huame pill responded just as a sound emanated from behind him. Turning, he saw Mei, now awakened from her slumber on the ground. No longer the small Mei. She had transformed into a striking young woman. Not only had her beauty ascended, but her figure was also beyond reproach. "I was so focused on you that I failed to notice the beauty behind me," Min Guyan Tiezhai mused. Though he appeared as a grand swordsman, he was, at heart, a rogue. No, she was not like this last night. She was merely a little girl. Yet this morning she has matured. Huame pill was astonished by Mei's transformation. "Are you suggesting she has grown overnight?" "Huame pill." Mei suddenly spoke. The one called Huame Wan was momentarily taken aback and immediately rushed before Mei, inquiring, "Can you speak? Surely, you must possess more information regarding celestial beings and elixirs, correct?" Huame Wan anxiously shook Mei's form. After locking eyes with her, Hua Mei Wan felt a twinge of impropriety in her previous actions and thus released her grasp, saying, "Thank you for saving me last night. Although I am uncertain of the reason, the power you wielded then must be the Tao, am I correct?" Mei nodded in affirmation. The two individuals behind them were perplexed by Hua Mei Wan's words, merely gazing on in bewilderment. "Since you can manifest the Tao, you must know how to obtain this power." Hua Mei Wan pressed on. Mei remained silent, but nodded once more. "What are you discussing? What is this Tao?" Fu Zhi inquired, eager not to miss any vital information. At that moment, the ground began to tremble, as if something were attempting to emerge from beneath. "What on earth is happening? An earthquake?" Min Guyan Tiezhai observed the ground, remaining relatively unfazed due to the frequency of earthquakes in their land. Suddenly, a massive tree burst forth from the earth, and a man and a woman leaped down to the surface. "What manner of creature is this?" Min Guyan Tiezhai swiftly drew his sword. Recalling Hua Mei Wan's earlier description of celestial beings, it was highly plausible that the two who appeared were indeed those very beings. "They are not monsters," Song Ming interjected. Casting a glance at Sake, "See, Hua Mei Wan is indeed conversing with others." "Sake," Fu Zhi called out, acknowledging the exchange among the executors. "Sake? I believe this young lady is also from the Yamada family," Min Guyan Tiezhai noted, displaying a gentlemanly demeanor, ever attentive yet not lascivious. "Indeed. Sake is Hua Mei Wan's executor. It appears that what she spoke of earlier holds truth." "Sake," Mei murmured softly, her gentle voice capturing Sake's attention. Turning to face Mei, Sake was startled. Although her physique had changed, her features remained largely the same. "Is this really Mei? Why have you grown so much?" This was Mei in her true form, indeed well suited for the cultivation of inner arts. At this moment, Song Ming had approached Mei's side. Upon hearing the term inner arts, a look of aversion crossed Mei's face, for she had nearly been subjected to cultivation by numerous Taoists in the past. "What are inner arts? It does not sound like an orthodox method of cultivation," Min Guyan Tiezhai questioned. "Hua Mei Wan, do you have any knowledge?" "Not really, but it sounds somewhat related to intimacy," Hua Mei Wan replied nonchalantly. As a ninja, she felt no carnal desires. If she were to cultivate the Tao, she would opt for alternative methods. "Forget about the inner arts. We have a multitude of monsters approaching," Song Ming pointed behind them. The group turned to see a horde of creatures charging towards them. Some possessed 3 heads and 6 arms, others had human heads with serpent bodies, and some resembled mighty guardians. "Miss, you may come to my side. I shall protect you with all my strength," Min Guyan Tiezhai extended an invitation. "No. I believe he is more capable," Mei replied, clutching Song Ming's sleeve. "He is formidable? Do not be deceived. He is the weakest among death row inmates." Min Guyan Tiezhai offered no regard for Song Ming's reputation. Min Gu's stern demeanor only acknowledged the formidable, regarding the weak, like Song Ming, as mere air, unworthy of his blade. However, Song Ming, with a calm and unhurried disposition, retorted that strength or weakness pales in comparison to the number of monsters one has slain. "I have no desire to compete with you. Such an endeavor would merely portray me as a bully." "Are you afraid?" "Afraid? Ah, I do not fear the Hua Mei pill." "How could I possibly fear you?" He proposed a wager. "Should you triumph, I shall grant Mei to you for the cultivation of your mystical arts. Conversely, if I emerge victorious, you shall become my subordinate, at my beck and call." Mei, standing nearby, was taken aback, inexplicably becoming a bargaining chip in Song Ming's wager. And should he lose, he would also have to serve as a practice partner for an elder. Chapter 34, The Art of Water Release, a New Ninjutsu. "Hey, enough chit-chat. Those monsters are approaching rapidly," shouted Fu Zhi. Yet, Song Ming and Min Guyan Tiezhai remained utterly unperturbed. To them, these creatures were merely practice dummies. Hardly worth mentioning. "Hua Mei Wan, you go ahead and hold them off, but don't kill them. Leave some for us to spar with," Song Ming instructed, not wishing for the monsters to be dispatched before the contest even commenced. Slaying monsters isn't difficult, but preserving their lives poses a bit of a challenge." Hua Mei Wan replied. "If there are no monsters left for the competition, then I'm afraid we'll have to use you as our target instead." "Hua Mei Wan, you're being unreasonable," protested Song Ming. "Men speak. Women should refrain from interrupting." A vine swiftly bound Zoche's mouth. Seeing this, Hua Mei Wan hesitated to refuse and kicked a stone towards the approaching monsters. "You want Miss Mei to accompany me in training?" Min Guyan Tiezhai expressed interest. But the moment those words escaped Song Ming's lips, their meaning twisted. "I do not wish to spar with someone lacking strength, but if Miss Mei consents, I might take it a tad more seriously." Song Ming, you. Mei seemed at a loss for words, possibly due to her prolonged silence. If you do not tempt Min Guyan Taizai, he likely wouldn't agree to the contest. I do not agree. I do not wish to train with him, Mei managed to articulate, attempting to refuse with a flurry of words. Fear not, I shall not lose. If you continue to decline, a Taoist priest shall come and take you away, and I shan't intervene, Song Ming jested. Taoist priests. The thought of those serpent-headed, horse-tailed figures made Mei feel nauseous. I can sense the Taoist priests are already on their way, and their intent is to bring you back for collective training. The image of one person battling over 20 Taoist priests is too horrid to contemplate. Mei felt a surge of anxiety. She had faced them before, and thankfully, the celestial being Lian had spared her, allowing her to escape without falling into their clutches. Given that Mei had assisted Huamei won against a celestial being the night prior, if she were to be captured now, Lian might not come to her aid again. Well, fine then, you must not lose, Mei relented. She would rather face the older man one-on-one than return. Mei has consented, Song Ming announced. Since Miss Mei has agreed, I too shall accept the challenge. Min Guyan Taizai grinned, stroking his beard. Compared to other women from the island, Mei was truly exceptional, providing him with an opportunity to showcase his prowess before her. Zui Chia pointed to his mouth, and with a wave of Song Ming's hand, the vine fell to the ground. Huamei won, return. Our contest is about to commence, Min Guyan Taizai said, gripping the hilt of his sword, eager to engage. Having already devised a series of battle strategies. Huamei Wan glanced back briefly before swiftly retreating to a safe distance. With no obstacles in their path, the monsters surged towards the group. Miss Mei, just watch. I will resolve these monsters in merely 5 minutes, Min Guyan Taizai declared, drawing his sword and smiling back at Mei. Mei looked at his expression with disdain and turned to Song Ming, inquiring, how many minutes can you take? Song Ming held up 3 fingers. 30 minutes? Min Guyan Taizai scoffed. In 30 minutes, you will surely be torn to shreds by the monsters. 30 minutes? What is there left for me to compare with you? As he spoke, the monstrous creatures drew ever closer, stirring up swirling clouds of dust around them. Zoche retreated. While Fuji could manage a few monsters, facing a horde compelled him to withdraw. 3 minutes, faster than me? Min Guyan Taizai, facing the monsters, prepared to swing his blade. 3 minutes? Suddenly, Song Ming positioned himself in front of Min Guyan Taizai, raising his hands to gaze ahead, his fingers intertwining and moving gracefully. No, it only takes 3 seconds. Water release, flood of 1,000 blades. Boom! A vast expanse of water surged before them. Thousands of water blades soared from the depths. Swish, swish, swish. In the blink of an eye, countless water blades sliced through the throng of monsters. From the rise of water to its fall, a mere 3 seconds had elapsed. Though only 3 seconds, the spectacle had already left those behind in awe. Water? Blades composed of water? Fuji rubbed his eyes vigorously, doubting whether he had fallen victim to a ninja's illusion. Mei Wan is what Xie had witnessed numerous times. Yet each time, they were met with newfound astonishment. Previously, it had always been wood. Now, it had transformed into water. What was happening? Min Guyan Taizai, who had experienced many grand spectacles, had never encountered anything like this before. Do not concern yourself with what just transpired. You need only to understand that the outcome is already determined. The outcome is determined? It seems you have yet to make your move. Min Guyan Taizai forcibly dismissed the peculiar event as an illusion, for he dared not believe it. Observing the monsters standing motionless, he stepped forward, gripping his blade. Swish! With a swift stroke, the foremost monster's head was severed. Swish! Another strike, and Min Guyan Taizai danced amidst the monsters. After decapitating several monsters, he sensed something amiss. Although the creatures remained intact, they did not move. No matter how he attacked, they stood still. Move, why won't you move? Feeling a loss of challenge, Min Guyan Taizai, in frustration, kicked one of the monsters. Upon contact, the creature's body suddenly collapsed. The corpses lay in pieces, as if meticulously sliced. Judging by the thickness and quantity of the flesh, there were at least 100 fragments. Crack! Immediately, the other bodies fell, spreading out in a vast expanse across the ground. Witnessing this, Min Guyan Taizai was rendered speechless, his mouth agape in astonishment. The blade slipped from his grasp, and his legs weakened, causing him to kneel. The word terrifying echoed in his mind. What celestial beings, what monsters, seemed insignificant compared to Song Ming's fearsome presence. The few behind him were similarly paralyzed with fear, their gazes toward Song Ming filled with reverence. Mei, once a celestial being herself and contemporaneous with Lien, stood utterly dumbfounded. Her fall from grace had been due to differing ideals, yet the terror absent in Lien was palpably present in Song Ming. She became increasingly convinced of Song Ming's capacity to slay gods. If they were to cultivate together, perhaps he could restore her former strength. So what do you think? Is victory already assured? Song Ming's words sent a tremor through Min Guyan Tai Zhai's body. He sheathed his blade and approached Song Ming, bowing respectfully. I have lost. As he lowered his head, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. He recalled the taunts he had hurled at Song Ming before the battle commenced. Should Song Ming harbor a grudge, Min Guyan Tai Zhai's fate would undoubtedly be more dreadful than that of a monster. From now on, you shall be my subordinate. Indeed, I shall be your humble servant henceforth. Good, very obedient. Song Ming gently patted the back of Min Guyan Tai Zhai's head. I have something I wish to say, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate. Min Guyan Tai Zhai kept his head lowered. Speak. What transpired just now? I could not see clearly, he stammered. Had you been able to see clearly, even a celestial being would not have been your match. Indeed, your words hold truth. Min Guyan Tai Zhai replied with a sheepish grin, lifting his gaze. In the midst of their conversation, a figure darted above them. Water release. The fire hydrant erupted. With a resounding crash, a towering column of water surged skyward. The Taoist in the air was swept off his feet by the torrent, tumbling helplessly. What should have been a graceful descent transformed into a comical spectacle as he splashed down, drenched and rolling on the ground, face first. The humiliation was palpable. He had always presented himself with an air of superiority before humanity. The presence of Mei only heightened his desire for grandeur. Yet, reality dealt him a crushing blow. Chapter 35, Confronting the Taoist. What is that thing? Min Guyan Tai Zhai glanced at the Taoist, who appeared neither human nor ghost. I'm not some mere thing. I'm a direct disciple of the celestial immortal, the right hand of the celestial lord. The Taoist rose slowly, deliberately presenting his back to the crowd. The celestial lord's subordinate, exclaimed Zoche and others in astonishment. The right hand of the celestial lord? Surely, you have assisted him in some unsavory deeds, Song Ming interjected, causing the Taoist's expression to darken. He turned around and bellowed, lowly humans, do not presume to judge us Taoists. We dare not lay a finger on the body of the celestial lord. What an ugly creature. If I had such a right hand, I would sever it immediately. Min Guyan Tai Zhai remarked, feeling a wave of revulsion at the sight of the Taoist's centipede-like face. The Taoist, disinterested in others, focused his gaze on Mei, particularly on her most prominent features. He appeared calm on the surface, yet his heart was consumed with desire for Mei's newly matured form. Lady Yi, I have finally found you, the Taoist said excitedly, kneeling before her. Rise. As the celestial lord's subordinate. To kneel upon our first meeting is surely a slight the celestial lord would not appreciate. Song Ming stepped forward. You, how dare you insult our noble status? The Taoist's thoughts of calmly persuading Mei to return for cultivation were shattered by Song Ming's words. In a fit of rage, he sprang to his feet. But just as he charged forward, he was struck on the chin by the same water technique, flipping through the air and landing face first on the ground. What a disgrace. Min Guyan Tai Zhai laughed, teasing his companion. The Taoist raised his head, glaring at the humans who looked down upon him. The series of humiliations had pushed him to the brink of fury. I will not return with you, Mei declared, running to Song Ming and embracing his arm. Her words calmed the Taoist somewhat. Not wishing to appear overly rude, he abandoned his intention to fight and stood up, saying, Please, return to Penglai and guide us. Without Lady Yi's assistance, we find it exceedingly difficult to make progress. Mei clung tightly to Song Ming, unwilling to part from him even for a moment. With her current strength, she was no match for the Taoist. If left unattended, the Taoist might forcibly take her away to be used as a tool for cultivation. Song Ming gently grasped Mei's hand and addressed the Taoist. If you cannot make progress, seek out the head Sao. Perhaps you might find hope for advancement in her presence. As soon as Song Ming finished speaking, laughter erupted among the onlookers. The Taoist, faced with their mockery, gritted his teeth. It was the first time he had been humiliated by humans. Humans, I have tolerated you for long enough. I did not wish to spill blood before Lady Yi. But it seems I must first deal with you. As he spoke, a Taoist with a butterfly-shaped head appeared behind him. Now that is even uglier. Min Guyan Tai Zhai whispered. To insult me is one thing, but to insult me as well. The butterfly-headed Taoist fumed. Die! The two Taoists shouted in unison, quickly joining hands. The wind began to swirl around them, and in an instant, a multitude of butterfly faces took flight, while swarms of centipedes emerged from the ground. So it was you who conjured these butterflies. You shall pay for my left hand. Min Guyan Tizai drew his blade. A mere brush from a butterfly had caused his left hand to bloom with flowers. Fortunately, his decisive action spared him from becoming a vegetable. Go forth, little brother. Avenge your left hand. Saming commanded. Please observe, my strength is not to be underestimated. Min Guyan Tizai swiftly unsheathed his sword, cleaving the incoming butterflies with precision. Meanwhile, Huameiwan and Fuji were engaged in a battle against the swarming butterflies and the centipedes crawling on the ground. Zoche, if you have nothing to do, you might as well lie down. Lie down? What do you intend to do? Standing is quite exhausting. As a servant, you should lie down and serve as a bench. What? You want me to be a bench? Correct. No sooner had he spoken than two vines ensnared Zoche, pulling him down to the ground, where a wooden stool materialized beneath his abdomen for support. May, please take a seat. As Saming settled down, he extended an invitation to May to join him. With Zoche's tall stature, there was ample room for both. Saming, you scoundrel! Zoche exclaimed. Before long, the butterflies and centipedes summoned by the Taoist were all brought low. Is this the extent of your prowess? Yet you dare to call yourselves celestial beings? With a forceful swing, Min Guyan Tizai flung the blood from his blade. Merely a facade. It appears celestial beings are not as formidable as they claim, Fuji remarked. To insult us is forgivable. But to insult the great celestial being is an unforgivable sin. The two Taoists unveiled their true strength, simultaneously invoking their celestial arts. A low-tier version of the ghostly body dissolution. The centipede enveloped the Taoist body, forming an armored shell and significantly increasing its size. On the other side, a multitude of butterflies converged behind the butterfly Taoist, coalescing into a pair of wings. Once transformed, the two Taoists exuded an intensified aura, their gazes towards the humans dripping with disdain, as if a mere hand could crush them all. Interferers, you must perish. Who lives and who dies remains uncertain. Min Guyan Tizai retorted, maintaining his formidable presence. In the midst of his words, he surged forward, raising his blade to slash at the butterfly Taoist. With a single stroke, half of the butterfly Taoist's wings were severed. Is this all you've got? The butterfly Taoist, who had just looked down upon humanity, was astonished as one of its wings was lost. Realizing the swiftness of Min Guyan Tizai's strikes, it quickly ascended to evade further attacks. Although it seemed Min Guyan Tizai had gained the upper hand, the vanished wing transformed into butterflies that launched a sudden assault. Min Guyan Tizai retreated, continuously swinging his sword in defense. Just as he was on guard, the butterfly Taoist wings restored themselves to their former glory. Humans, do not underestimate us. You are no match for our power. The butterfly Taoist rapidly flapped its wings. With a flurry, butterflies armed with stingers sped towards Min Guyan Tizai. Water release, water sphere. Suddenly, Min Guyan Tizai found himself enveloped in a sphere of snow-like water. The oncoming butterflies collided with the water sphere. Startled, yet unharmed, he quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, esteemed sir. I was barely managing. Enough with the pretense. If I do not assist you, you are surely doomed. Song Ming shows no regard for Min Guyan Tizai. I am grateful for your intervention, and I shall not disappoint your expectations. In this round, I shall take on the role of a supporter, while allowing Mei to guide you in comprehending the Tao amidst the chaos of battle. Tao? Tao. One is astonished, while the other is puzzled. Mei, do not remain idle. While they engage in combat, elucidate to them the essence of understanding the Tao. Song Ming patted Zoche's backside and remarked, pay attention. Being a mere bystander does not imply that your thoughts should also remain stagnant. Let me rise first. Could you not sit upon the tree stump instead? Zoche retorted, incensed at her current predicament of being reduced to a mere seat. The wooden stump is too rigid. Prolonged sitting may lead to ailments such as hemorrhoids. It is fortunate I have not required you to turn and serve as a seat. You. Zoche's face flushed crimson. Were she to turn, Song Ming would be seated precisely upon the most prominent part of her physique. Chapter 36. Comprehending the Tao. What exactly is the Tao, and why is it so frequently mentioned? Amidst their fierce combat, Min Guyan Tizai took a moment to inquire. While deftly evading the mantis Taoist strikes, Huameiwan articulated his understanding of the Tao. After listening attentively, Min Guyan Tizai began to grasp the essence of the Tao, and his curiosity deepened. If the powers of celestial beings stem from the Tao, could humanity not also ascend to such heights through comprehension? As their dialogue continued, the Taoist, filled with disdain, bellowed, wretched humans, Do you truly believe you are worthy of understanding the Tao? Abruptly, the mantis Taoist launched a fierce assault, reciting incantations of Taoist magic. Energy orbs imbued with the essence of the Tao hurtled towards the two. Simultaneously, the butterfly Taoist in the heavens unleashed a barrage of butterfly darts. In the face of this relentless onslaught, Huame Wan retreated several paces to evade the energy spheres, then called out to the sky, ninjutsu, bridge of fire. With a breath, a torrent of flames incinerated the incoming butterflies. What kind of ninjutsu is this? It resembles a circus act. Silence. How dare you critique this? One must maintain a specific mental state to perceive the Tao, Mei suddenly interjected, seated upon Songming's lap. As their bodies pressed together, she felt her strength gradually returning, allowing her to speak more audibly. What kind of state must one maintain? Min Guyen Tiezhai queried. It is the balance of strength and weakness. Through Mei's guidance and adjustment, the two soon discovered the path to pursuing the Tao. Though they were merely at the threshold, their physical capabilities underwent a remarkable transformation. Their movements became swifter, enabling them to deftly evade attacks that had previously seemed unavoidable. The Tao not only enhanced their strength and regenerative abilities, but also allowed them to perceive the intent and direction of their opponent's strikes, akin to Peter Parker's spider sense, enabling them to anticipate and sense danger. Faced with this sudden change in the two, the Taoists were taken aback. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Humans can comprehend the Tao, exclaimed the butterfly Taoist. Indeed, Lady Mei is formidable. She can enable ordinary individuals to grasp the Tao. If we could unite with Lady Mei, our Tao would undoubtedly become even stronger, the centipede Taoist mused, admiring Mei's exceptional talents. In their quest to capture Mei, the two Taoists employed all their might, unleashing their Tao energy to assault the pair. Yet, their efforts now appeared feeble and ineffective. Die. The centipede Taoist, undeterred, struck at Huame Wan with a direct punch. This time, Huame Wan did not evade, but met the blow with an open palm. Seemingly weak, this strike shattered the centipede Taoist's spell upon contact, revealing his true form as the centipede scattered. Subsequently, Huame Wan delivered a powerful kick, sending the centipede Taoist flying. In a state of shock, the centipede Taoist trembled as he sat on the ground, exclaiming, to comprehend the Tao and wield it with such finesse after just a brief understanding. You have already lost. Quickly disclose the whereabouts of your remaining companions. It is of little consequence to inform you. Other Taoists, myself included, have accepted the orders of the Celestial Master to pursue the extermination of humans. It is likely that the other humans have already met their demise at our hands. Is it conceivable to slay others? Scoffed Huame Wan. How could it not be? Moreover, that group could never match our prowess. Spare us the grandiloquence. You two have been vanquished by humans, retorted Min Guyen Tai Zhai with a laugh. Vanquished by you? The centipede Taoist's expression darkened ominously. At that moment, a multitude of centipedes launched a surprise attack from behind Huame Wan. The butterfly Taoist in the air also unleashed a wave of energy downward. Be cautious, Zoche shouted. No need for concern. They are already aware, replied Song Ming with a smile. In an instant, Huame Wan seized the centipede Taoist and hurled him backward, whereupon the encircling centipedes sank their fangs into him. Seizing this opportunity, Huame Wan unleashed a fire spell that engulfed the centipede Taoist and his minions in flames. Meanwhile, Min Guyen Tai Zhai was not idle. He leapt high into the air and cleaved the butterfly Taoist in two. Remarkable, Zoche exclaimed, realizing that their powers had evolved beyond the past. Zoche, how fares your understanding? Song Ming inquired. I cannot claim complete comprehension. Yet I am no longer in that vague state. Then I shall have Mei guide you once more. Once you attain enlightenment, it will be beneficial for me. Beneficial? Zoche queried, though suddenly blushing at the thought, dreaming that I could possibly train with you. Training? Apologies, but you will have to wait your turn. Mei is currently foremost. Upon hearing this, Mei, seated upon his lap, promptly lowered her head. You wish to train with a child? Mei is far older than you. Have you forgotten she was once a celestial herself? This, Zoche was at a loss for words. My lord, we have dispatched two Taoists. After the battle, Min Guyen Tai Zhai hurriedly reported. Excellent. Now you exhibit the demeanor befitting my subordinate. Was the ninjutsu you employed earlier also Tao? My ninjutsu is vastly superior to Tao, thus there is no need for inquiry. I understand. Having shared a laugh, Min Guyen Tai, I ceased to press further. At that moment, Fushi suddenly spoke up. Min Guyen Tai Zhai, why are you bleeding from your nose? Huame Wan, you are bleeding as well. Upon this reminder, both of them touched their noses. Their fingers indeed came away stained with blood. Immediately thereafter, both swayed unsteadily and collapsed to the ground. What has happened to them? Fuji glanced at Songming. The Tao is the essence of life itself. Thus it exists within all things and beings. To wield the Tao is to expend one's life force. Excessive use can adversely affect the body or soul, though recovery is possible with proper nurturing. I just heard those two Taoists mention that the Celestial Master has dispatched Taoists to attack others. I hope the villagers are safe. At this moment, Zoche grew concerned for the villagers. Here with Songming, we need not fear even the Celestial Master, but the situation in the village remains uncertain. Although there are generally no issues with Shi Yuan, we must return to investigate. Upon finishing his words, Songming rose to his feet and instructed Zoche to deactivate the bench mode. Everyone, gather around. I shall lead you back. The crowd, though puzzled, complied and clustered around Songming. Zoche and Fuji each carried one person on their backs. Prepare yourselves. The pace may be swift. Songming swiftly formed hand seals and proclaimed, would release, tree world transport. Suddenly, fissures of varying sizes appeared in the ground. A colossal tree erupted from the earth, enveloping the group with its branches before sinking back into the ground. After a while, the surface of the village began to tremble. The great tree emerged from below, bringing Songming and the others back to the village. Before the others could recover from the teleportation jutsu, they were captivated by the sight of the dilapidated houses before them. Chapter 37. The Duel Against Zoche, the Battle of the Harem. Alas, the words of that Taoist were indeed true. The wreckage before him was vivid and haunting. Zoche, filled with urgency, hurriedly advanced a few steps, anxiously scanning his surroundings, deeply concerned for the safety of others. To his astonishment, this island even harbored a village. Fu, however, was unaware of who resided within the village, and thus could not comprehend Zoche's unease. Having witnessed many peculiar occurrences, the existence of a village on the island no longer struck him as strange. Mingu Yantai Shai remained unfazed within. Can you sense where the others are? Songming? Zoche inquired, glancing back. Where we rested last night is precisely where they remain, Songming replied. The mansion, Zoche exclaimed, hastening toward the direction of the mansion. Upon arrival, he found the entrance in utter disarray. Not only was the door missing, but the walls had crumbled into a chaotic heap of stones, evoking a sense of having endured the ravages of war. Zoche dashed into the mansion, and at first glance, he spotted the steward lying on the ground, surrounded by several individuals. Lord Shi Yuan, Zoche called out. Zoche, you have returned, Shi Yuan responded. What has happened to the steward? Zoche asked, concern etched on his face. He fainted from excessive use of the Tao, but he is not gravely injured, came the reply. The Tao? The steward has also grasped the Tao? Zoche exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, I realized it long ago. I merely did not understand that it was the Tao, the steward revealed, while Rugai, who was tending to him, utilized her own understanding of the Tao for healing. Zoche, did you encounter any Taoists? Shi Yuan inquired. Indeed, we ran into them. But just as we resolved the matter, we returned to find you, Zoche replied. It must have been Songming who dealt with them, Shi Yuan speculated. No, it was Huang Meiwan and a condemned criminal named Mingu Yantai Shai. Both of them have also comprehended the Tao, Zoche clarified. Ah, that explains how you managed to defeat the Taoists. Your understanding has developed rapidly. It is truly astonishing. At that moment, the tree man emerged from within. Lord Shi Yuan. Meanwhile, Songming and the others also entered the mansion. Zoche, did you leave the others behind to return on your own? I forgot. Where is Huang Meiwan? I left her behind. You can fetch her later. Zoche, feeling relieved, remarked, Fu, splendid. You were unharmed. Shi Yuan had not anticipated that everyone else was still alive. Did you come across Mei? The tree man inquired eagerly, having heard that Huang Meiwan had returned. Isn't she right beside you? Zoche replied, pointing out Mei, who stood by Songming. Mei? The tree man was taken aback, observing her for a moment before rushing forward. May you have recovered? Though Mei had not fully regained her strength, Songming stated, I shall take Mei inside for her cultivation. You must not enter. With that, he wrapped an arm around Mei and led her away. Inside, Gang, hearing Songming's voice, rushed out and embraced him. Brother Songming, you have finally returned. Just moments ago, two Taoists nearly annihilated us. Annihilate? It shouldn't have come to that, Songming reassured him. At that moment, Gang noticed Mei beside Songming and, filled with jealousy, exclaimed, Brother Songming, who is she? This is Mei. Have you forgotten her after just one night? Mei? She has changed so much. Gang fixated on May's figure. May immediately raised her arm to shield herself. As a celestial being, she could expand her form when utilizing her powers. Though such a transformation could not be sustained for long, the celestial realm indeed possessed its wonders, allowing one to shift between genders and alter size at will. We must first cultivate our skills, otherwise, May will revert to her smaller form shortly. With that, I pulled May inside the house. She did not resist, evidently anticipating a shared cultivation experience. Observing the two entering, Zwa boldly approached and confronted Zoche, exclaiming, "Little Zoche, how could you neglect brother Tsangming? In just a brief moment, he has already found new affections. I hardly have control over him. Just before we left, he used me as a seat and even invited me to join him," Zoche retorted. "Little Zoche, your charm seems to have waned. Brother Tsangming has already turned his affections elsewhere. Do not speak nonsense. The one who cherishes him most should be you, right? Indeed, I hold brother Tsangming dear. Yet I do not mind if he seeks to enhance his strength with other women, though you do not strike me as one with an open mind." "I am certainly not," Zoche countered, "but I do not harbor feelings for him." "Then why did you call his name in your dreams last night?" Zwa pressed on. Zoche flushed, struggling to recall the events of the previous night. "What nonsense! How could I possibly call his name? You must have misheard." "I did not mishear. Your lips may declare indifference, yet your heart secretly yearns for brother Tsangming. I cannot be bothered to argue with you," Zoche replied, turning away. As their conversation drew to a close, a sudden, bashful exclamation from May echoed throughout the room. The assembled onlookers in the courtyard were momentarily stunned by the unexpected sound. May, the tree man, intended to enter, but was halted by Zwa. "What are you doing? Brother Tsangming is cultivating with May. You cannot disturb them. May's constitution is delicate and cannot withstand interruptions. Do you understand the principle of yin and yang? Brother Tsangming's energy is robust, while May is in need of such vitality. But, enough with the buts. May is fully aware that if she were unable to endure, she would not have entered the room with brother Tsangming. Would you not agree?" So his reasoning persuaded the tree man to abandon his intent. With May's enchanting voice resonating, the atmosphere in the courtyard became palpably awkward. "I propose we all step outside. Shall we? Let us not intrude upon brother Tsangming's cultivation," Zwa suggested, clapping to encourage the others to leave. After all, May's voice was like celestial music, causing an itch throughout the listeners' bodies. If they continued to listen, none would be able to bear it. "Let us depart. We shall seek another venue," Shiwan declared, striding toward the exit with Dianzhua on his back. "Lord Shiwan, wait for me." Fuji hurriedly followed suit. The men present were visibly excited, while the women, though appearing calm, experienced subtle ripples within. Once the others had left, only Zoche and Zwa remained in the courtyard. "Let us go." Just as Zoche was about to leave, Zwa grabbed her arm and inquired, "Little Zoche, do you wish to sneak a glance inside?" Seeing Zwa's mischievous grin, Zoche's lips twitched slightly. "What are you talking about? We should hurry and leave." "Why the hurry?" In an instant, Gang appeared behind Zoche, clasping her arms. "What do you intend to do?" Zoche exclaimed, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. "Listen carefully. Perhaps one day you will find yourself in a similar predicament." "Impossible." "Release me." Zoche struggled against her captor. "Hey, aren't you two leaving?" Rugai inquired from the doorway. "You go ahead. We shall follow shortly," Zoche insisted, eager to overhear more. "I want tea," she shouted toward the outside. Rugai, unperturbed by their intentions, departed. "Brother Tsangming shares no romantic feelings for that woman. His motives are solely for cultivation. Our bond is genuine. Let me go." Zoche swiftly broke free from Gang's grasp, creating distance between them. "It seems you can hardly wait, insisting I remain here with you." Zoche drew her blade, locking eyes with Gang. "Indeed, your subtle thoughts have not escaped my notice." A playful smile danced across Gang's face, reveling in the amusement Zoche provided. With a flourish, she produced a vial from her garment. "What do you plan to do?" Zoche demanded. "To prevent your escape, I intend for you to remain here, listening." Gang took a sip from the vial. "Pervert." Zoche readied her stance, gripping the hilt of her blade tightly. "If you insist on approaching, do not blame me for being merciless." "Oh, little Zoche, I adore your serious demeanor." At that moment, beads of sweat began to form on Gang's body, gradually coalescing into a viscous, adhesive substance. "Like others, I have discerned a method to test you." With a swift motion, Gang flung her hand, unleashing sticky threads that unfurled like a spider's web. Zoche swung her sword, but instead of severing the web, she found herself ensnared. Your blade cannot cut through my net, and the more you struggle, the tighter it becomes. Realizing that conventional attacks were futile, Zoche suddenly recalled the teachings of Tao. She quickly adjusted her breathing, seeking calmness, and as her mind steadied, she began to perceive the flow of Tao within the web. Chapter 38. The arrival of the peony with a swift motion. The long sword effortlessly sliced through the spider's web. Oh, I never anticipated that Sasuke would also possess such skill. Truly an oversight on my part. He smacked his forehead in realization. You cannot control me. That may not necessarily be the case. In an instant, he unleashed his silken threads once more. Sasuke, with each swing of his blade, deftly countered and advanced rapidly. Bang! With a series of 6 consecutive strikes, Sasuke had closed the distance. The hilt of his sword striking toward his opponent's abdomen. The opponent rolled back to create distance. Just as they were about to clash again, a man's voice resonated from atop the roof. Listen, such a melodious voice. It makes me want to join in. Upon glancing upward, the two warriors realized they did not recognize the man on the rooftop. To them, anyone unknown was considered an enemy. Who are you? My identity is of little significance. But it seems rather unfortunate for you two to be slaughtering each other over the opportunity for dual cultivation. What is the matter? Do you wish to intervene? The opponent jested. Of course. Such a delightful method of cultivation. Who wouldn't desire it? Both of you possess considerable talent. Why not fight first? The survivors shall have the chance to cultivate with the celestial being. You are a celestial being. Both exclaimed in astonishment, not expecting a celestial to approach them directly. Indeed, do not be afraid. I am quite gentle. The celestial spoke softly, feigning a delicate demeanor. Afraid? No one can instill fear in me except for my brother, Songming. I admire your audacity. At that moment, the celestial descended to the ground. Sasuke, let us teach him a lesson together. The two exchanged glances, reaching a silent agreement. Sasuke swiftly drew his sword and charged forward, expecting his ally to fight alongside him. However, upon turning, he found his companion running in the opposite direction. Where are you going? The celestial quickly pursued and blocked his path, extending a hand to grasp the opponent's neck. I'm not fleeing. I have merely relinquished my chance for dual cultivation with you. I do not particularly care for that fellow, but I am quite taken with you. I wish to see you slay her and then kneel before me. Is that so? Then release me, and I shall deal with her. Release you? I fear you might flee. But you are a celestial being. Where could I possibly run? You have a point. The instant the celestial loosened his grip, the opponent swiftly drew a hidden kunai from his waist, turning to behead the celestial. Simultaneously, he plunged the kunai into the celestial's various organs. Once finished, he tossed the kunai aside, landing beside Sasuke. I have resolved one of your troubles. What trouble? It seems more like your predicament. And why did you betray me just now? Betray you? That was merely to catch the celestial off guard. I am not one to abandon my comrades in the heat of battle. Sasuke remained skeptical. Furthermore, when faced with an opponent too strong, one should prioritize escaping. Don't you understand? Indeed, you are a remarkable woman, both self-aware and astute. Just then, the decapitated celestial, entwined in flowers, gradually stood upright. Still alive. The spirit of Zoche was once again taught, as this marked her first direct confrontation with the celestial being. If celestial beings could be so easily vanquished by mere mortals, would they still be deemed celestial? In the blink of an eye, the celestial being appeared behind Zoche and delivered a kick that sent her flying. Little Zoche, do not concern yourself with this woman. I wish for you to start learning from the very basics. You will undoubtedly become an exceptional elixir. What nonsense, Gang retorted, spinning around to unleash a torrent of sticky threads. At this moment, the threads brimmed with venom, a stark contrast to her previous battle with Zoche. Once several threads ensnared the celestial being, Gang executed a series of signature moves, each capable of delivering a fatal blow. The celestial's form was shattered within the onslaught. Yet in an instant, she restored herself to her original state. What a troublesome adversary, were it not for Brother Songming still engaged in dual cultivation. You would certainly meet your end. Are you referring to that fellow cultivating with Mei? Once I finish you, I shall deal with him. I forbid you to disturb him. Gang declared angrily, launching more sticky threats. This time, however, the celestial being moved with increased agility, darting through the gaps in the threads like a fish. She evaded the sticky strands and approached Gang directly. Gang swiftly sprang to her feet, but her ankle was seized by the celestial being, who then delivered a swift kick to her chest. Gang instantly spat out blood. Do not struggle in vain. You cannot defeat me. With that, she aimed another kick at Gang. Just as the third kick was about to land, Zoche had already closed the distance and swung her blade. The strike was not aimed with precision. The celestial being deftly tossed Gang aside and evaded the blow. Cough, cough. Gang clutched her chest, coughing. Little Zoche, you did not flee. I will not abandon my companion. Furthermore, against a celestial being, one must employ the way. Mere brute strength will not suffice to slay them. I understand the principle, but how shall we proceed? Like this. Zoche demonstrated, stepping forward and unsheathing her sword to slash at the celestial being. Whoosh. Although her technique lacked speed, each cut targeted a vital area. When the long blade grazed the celestial's abdomen, blood erupted forth. The celestial was taken aback and swiftly retreated 10 meters. The celestial's weakness lies in the dantian. I heard May mention that the way originates from the dantian and circulates throughout the body. The celestial's power is derived from the dantian, and severing it would mean death. Indeed, May is a traitor. I shall capture her and present her to the Taoist. The celestial being prepared for her impending victory. You speak well, but your attacks are futile. Your meager understanding of the way cannot slay me. Even if you strike a vital point, it will be of no consequence. You would be better off kneeling and surrendering. Surrender is absolutely out of the question. Zoche's gaze was resolute. She was a woman who refused to yield. Lowering her body, she fixed her eyes intently on the celestial's dantian. How pitiful. Then I shall grant you your wish. Both Zoche and the celestial surged forward. As they were about to collide, Zoche suddenly dropped to her lowest point, seizing the moment when the celestial's punch missed. In one fluid motion, she unsheathed her blade. A fissure appeared in the celestial's form. Die! With a swift horizontal strike, the blade aimed directly at the vital point. The celestial being immediately spewed forth a copious amount of blood. You are but a mere human, and yet you are capable of inflicting harm upon me. Not only shall I wound you, but I also intend to kill you. Zoche once again wielded her blade, dismembering the celestial being into 8 pieces. Zoche's prowess was formidable. Her skills appeared to surpass mine significantly. There exists more than one method to cultivate one's path. One can also practice through the art of breath, Zoche stated calmly. Just when it seemed the ordeal had concluded, an insidious voice echoed once more. How marvelous. You share the same potential as that woman. I shall take you both back with me. Due to Zoche's influence, the celestial being was compelled to employ the celestial technique of substitution. Though it appeared as if she remained stationary, she had silently appeared before Zoche, striking her hand toward Zoche's neck. Just as the attack was about to succeed, Gang intervened once again. As a ninja, she was well aware of this maneuver. Utilizing her threads, she ensnared the celestial being, saving Zoche's life. Zoche, I know. Zoche swiftly drew her blade, yet her attempt was thwarted as the celestial being delivered a powerful kick, sending her sprawling. So close. Not to worry. There is still a chance, Gang exclaimed as both launched their assault simultaneously. Gang focused on control, while Zoche concentrated on delivering damage. Through their synchronized attack, the celestial being found herself at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, she remained unperturbed. Drawing upon her formidable regenerative energy, she stood her ground. At that moment, the celestial being levitated into the air. She hovered above, laughing maniacally. Prepare to be baptized. As her words fell, a multitude of energy orbs, forged from the essence of the path, erupted downward. At this point, the two were left with no means of escape. Yet, just before the impending doom, they seemed to hear a phrase, would release, tree world. Chapter 39, would release, the Buddha's hand as Zoche and Gang felt the ground beneath them respond. A colossal tree erupted forth, its canopy shielding them from the torrential onslaught of energy spheres. Under the protection of this magnificent tree, the two sensed their injuries healing at an astonishing rate. The breathless exhaustion that had weighed them down dissipated almost instantaneously. What is this? The celestial being gazed in disbelief at the tree capable of withstanding such formidable attacks. To think that a mere tree could deflect the might of the Tao was beyond comprehension. Wonderful! Brother Songming has succeeded. Gang cheered from beneath the tree. Zoche softly whispered Songming's name, for only he could save her in this perilous moment. At that instant, Songming stepped forth from the tree. You've worked hard. Now take refuge beneath the tree and rest, he urged. Brother Songming Gang leaped forward to embrace him. It's not arduous. We are merely buying you time. Be cautious. That celestial being is formidable, Zoche warned. Formidable? That is merely your perspective, Songming replied with a smile, turning to re-enter the tree. When he emerged again, he stood atop the canopy, gazing upwards at the celestial figure, who looked down at him. Taking advantage of my dual cultivation to launch a sneak attack. Is that all the celestial being is capable of? He taunted. Who are you? You feel different from the others. I am a god slayer, naturally. I am distinct from the rest. Huh, a god slayer, is it? Just based on you? The celestial being scoffed. In the past, Eugene also bore that defiant demeanor. Eugene. Upon hearing that name, the celestial's eyes widened in shock. You killed Eugene? I will eliminate him once I have extracted all his value. Though I may not hold Eugene in high regard, he is of the celestial clan. To target him is to declare enmity against us. All celestials are worthless. Including you, mutant, Songming boldly declared, uttering the celestial's name. Die then. Mutant unleashed her celestial arts once more, sending a torrent of energy spheres crashing down. Songming submerged himself within the tree, allowing Mutant's fury to unleash without consequence. Mutant? What a peculiar name, Gang chuckled, covering her mouth. It seems the celestial's taste is rather lacking, Zoche remarked from the side. The brief onslaught concluded without a scratch on Songming's grand tree. Meanwhile, Mutant, suspended in the air, was left gasping for breath. Is it over? Now it is my turn. Would release, 10,000 leaves ascend. As the words left his lips, thousands of leaves from the tree transformed into deadly blades, shooting upwards with great force. Swish, swish, swish. The dense barrage of leaves left Mutant with nowhere to escape, and in an instant, she was reduced to fragments. The leaves, imbued with the essence of the Tao, inflicted considerable damage upon her. She could feel gazing at the colossal hand suspended above. Gang and Zoche experienced an unprecedented sense of insignificance. Peony was the first to unleash a multitude of vines to assault Songming, yet under the overwhelming force of his fist. It was akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. With a single blow, Peony was reduced to a mere pancake. Ah, how formidable, even as a celestial being. Peony marveled at Songming's prowess. Prepare yourself for subjugation, for you still possess value. Would release, the Buddha's fist emerged. The previous Buddha's hand split into two, forming fists that hovered beside Songming. As Songming struck with his right fist, the right Buddha's fist mirrored the motion. Simultaneously, the left fist swung relentlessly, battering Peony's form and creating a gaping pit several meters deep. Within that pit, Peony's body reverted to its original state. Her dantian devastated and unable to recover for the time being. Songming manipulated the Buddha's hand to retrieve Peony from the depths and cast her onto the ground. Subsequently, he deactivated the ninjutsu and landed beside her. So, can you still fight? Songming taunted. No, I can't fight anymore, Peony stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Gang excitedly rushed at Songming's side and stomped on Peony's face. Brother Songming, you are amazing. Is he truly the so-called celestial being? Zoche inquired, peering at Peony. Indeed, quite weak, isn't it? Very weak. Both Zoche and I could defeat her. With that, Gang stomped on Peony's face once more, exclaiming, Look, Brother Songming, I have a celestial being beneath my feet. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Songming feigned applause. The once proud Peony endured a relentless barrage, subjected to mockery and derision. It is time to send you to meet Eugene. Would release, the coffin ascends. A coffin emerged from the ground. Upon its opening, Peony beheld Eugene, ensnared by vines. These vines not only restrained her body, but also incessantly siphoned away Eugene's essence, ensuring that her strength remained perpetually diminished. Eugene. Peony gritted her teeth. Peony. Eugene's eyes widened in disbelief, realizing that yet another celestial being was destined for the same fate. Brother Songming. Who is that female? She is another celestial being, named Eugene. Brother Songming, you are impressive. You have already dealt with 2 out of 7 celestial beings. What is your ultimate goal? Eugene bellowed. Why the fury? You're merely lying in a coffin, yet still dare to threaten. Gang placed a foot upon Eugene's face. Spare us, and we shall grant you immortality, Peony implored. I'm afraid I hold no interest in immortality. Besides, you are all but heretics, hardly deserving the title of celestial beings. Lian will not let you off. His strength far surpasses ours. The 2 celestial beings engaged in their final verbal skirmish. Down you go. With that, Peony was sealed within another coffin, and both she and Eugene were submerged beneath the earth. Brother Songming, your strength has increased remarkably, and you can summon 2 fists now. This is the benefit of dual cultivation. Brother Songming, I have also grasped the essence. I too wish to engage in dual cultivation. There is no need to rush. It is not too late once you have completely mastered it. In that case, I shall intensify my training. Gang suddenly found purpose, and by the way, Zoche has also grasped the technique, and it involves breathing methods. Is that so, Zoche? Have you truly mastered it? Songming inquired with a smile directed at Zoche. I have not merely achieved a preliminary understanding, yet I am not proficient. A preliminary grasp is still worthy of cultivation. I refuse to listen with that. Zoche turned and dashed outside, colliding into Shiwan. My apologies, Sir Shiwan. Where in such haste are you off to, Zoche? It's nothing. Having said that, Zoche sprinted away. Hey, you all are quite tardy in your return, aren't you? Gang called out from a distance. Tardy? Is there an issue? Of course, there is. The celestial being has just visited. A celestial being? Are you certain? Shiwan and the others behind him instantly tensed. Do not be alarmed. Brother Songming has already dealt with that celestial being named Mutant. You returned too late to witness the scene. Songming has vanquished yet another celestial being. The crowd exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 40. The establishment of the harem. It was merely the resolution of a celestial being, so there is no need for alarm, remarked Songming with an air of indifference. After all, the recent skirmish posed little challenge and concluded overwhelmingly in favor of Songming. While his calm demeanor was to be expected, the others could not remain composed upon hearing the news. The mere presence of a Taoist priest was enough to instill a sense of difficulty among the crowd, especially since the priest was but a subordinate to the celestial being, whose power was far inferior. The celestial being represented the ultimate objective for all on the island. Shi Yuan and Dianzhua, having experienced the celestial's might firsthand, understood its significance. Shortly after their return, they were informed that Songming had single-handedly vanquished a celestial being, even with their best efforts to suppress their emotions. Astonishment was evident upon their faces. What was the strength of the celestial you defeated? Huang Mei inquired, with Mingu Yintai Zhai standing behind her, equally inquisitive. Given their awakening, it was only natural for them to return to the grand residence. When it comes to strength, I believe no one knows better than you. He was the celestial who injured you last night, replied Mingu Yintai Zhai, who ranked Huang Mei's prowess highly among all present. It was clear that a celestial capable of incapacitating Huang Mei could not be weak. At that time, I lacked understanding of the Tao and was unfamiliar with the celestial's weaknesses, which led to my defeat. Now that I have grasped the Tao and comprehended the celestial's vulnerabilities, such an incident shall not occur again, Huang Mei asserted. Regardless of the circumstances, it was evident that Lord Songming had single-handedly dealt with a celestial being, and thus, from this moment forth, all should offer him due respect and address him as Your Excellency. Bowing and nodding while speaking, reminded Mingu Yintai Zhai, who was greatly pleased with the notion of being a subordinate. The island was rife with peril, and even among humanity's strongest, there was a desire to cling to a powerful ally. There is no need for such formalities. I differ from the celestial beings. I do not require such reverence. As long as I am not provoked, all matters are open for discussion. Songming waved a hand dismissively, showing little interest in Mingu Yintai Zhai's suggestion. By the way, where is Miss Mei? Was she not supposed to return with me? Mingu Yintai Zhai scanned the vicinity, failing to spot Mei. Since the moment he laid eyes on her, a flicker of admiration had ignited within him. Miss Mei is inside, Tree Man replied. Miss Mei is inside. Has she been unharmed since the celestial's visit? Upon hearing this, Mingu Yintai Zhai attempted to enter the room, only to be blocked by Gang. Hey, you cannot go in there. Why not? I wish to ascertain Miss Mei's safety. No, Mei is inside without clothes. Aside from Brother Songming, no one else is permitted entry. Is she unclothed? Is she bathing in there? What kind of bathing is there in a room? She has merely just engaged in dual cultivation with Brother Songming. Dual cultivation? Mingu Yintai Zhai was utterly astonished, the level of his surprise far exceeding that of Songming's victory over a celestial being. What transpired while I was asleep? Lord Songming has already completed dual cultivation with Ms. Dear Uncle. Do not indulge in fanciful thoughts. It is merely the practice of techniques within the training chamber. After his training, Brother Songming's strength has significantly increased, enabling him not only to overpower the celestial beings, but also to safeguard us in the process. Lord Songming possesses the prowess to dominate the celestial beings. The esteemed Mingu Yintai Zhai was initially astonished, followed by the others. If Songming indeed has the capability to overpower the celestial beings, then our journey on this island shall face no obstacles. The celestial being we encountered earlier was not particularly formidable, which is why he could be easily subdued. Should we confront a more powerful foe, it would pose considerable challenges. Songming promptly expressed his concerns, lest the others forsake their training in reliance upon him alone. Can dual cultivation truly enhance one's strength, Lord Songming? Indeed. It can augment one's abilities by at least more than double. It appears I, too, shall seek a partner for cultivation. The ambitious Min Gu Yintai and I began to contemplate dual cultivation as well. Currently, Mei has become Songming's dual cultivation partner. Min Gu Yintai Zhai cast a glance at the other women present, deliberately overlooking Ru Gai while scrutinizing Gang and Zoche. Gang's revealing attire showcased her alluring figure, and even if she were to be drained of her energy, he would not shy away. Zoche exuded a chilling aura, seemingly unapproachable. Yet she simultaneously ignited within Min the desire to conquer her. Once subdued, the experience would surely be extraordinary. Beware how you gaze at me, or I shall pluck out your eyes. Zoche exclaimed, discerning Min Gu Yintai's thoughts. The young girl was rather fierce. Min Gu Yintai chuckled, unfazed by Gang's threat, as he regarded her strength as negligible. I advise you to harbor no ulterior motives, for we are both under the protection of Brother Songming. Gang declared, wrapping her arms around Zoche. You are all also women of Lord Songming. Indeed, you, an outsider, would do well to be cautious, otherwise Brother Songming would swiftly obliterate you. Is this true, Lord Songming? Min Gu Yintai inquired. If I do not refute it, then it must be so. Haha. Since we are all under Lord Songming, I shall naturally harbor no other intentions. Min Gu Yintai wiped the sweat from his brow, while the others were manageable. He dared not provoke Songming's companions. Presently, the three most attractive women on the island were beyond his reach. He turned his gaze back to Ru Gai, whose appearance was unremarkable and attire shabby, yet with a bit of grooming, she might possess some charm. Hey, what are you staring at? Dianzhua glared at Min Gu Yintai, fully aware of the implications behind his gaze. Surely, there cannot be a selection for her. Initially, he thought Ru Gai to be an overlooked character, yet now it seemed all women had found their place. Best not to have any designs on Ru Gai. Rest assured, I have not sunk to that level. Min Gu Yintai would not take action against a woman lacking in striking features. He would rather forego cultivation altogether. There are other paths to cultivation beyond merely the techniques of the chamber, Showdown remarked. Yet, are there any methods that can bring as much joy as those techniques? Min Gu Yintai stroked his beard thoughtfully. Are there truly no other women on this island aside from us? Given that there are villages, Ru Gai believes there must be others residing here. I recall a female death row inmate named Chi Wan, a woman who greatly piqued my interest. Ensnared by her allure, she led my master to his demise at her hands. The attendant remarked, what? Such a waste of talent. Yin Tizai, filled with indignation, retorted. At that moment, the sound of a door creaking open echoed from behind. Mei emerged, adorned in new attire. Mei, Shuren exclaimed. Miss Mei has come out. At that juncture, Mei's beauty and complexion had improved significantly compared to her former self. Is there a need to bathe? Even her voice had transformed, now vibrant and melodious. The magic within the room had also fortuitously healed Mei's throat. A bath. I was just about to go, having engaged in a fierce battle with a celestial being. I am not only drenched in foul sweat, but also sticky with residue. The mere mention of bathing invigorated her spirit. I concurred, speaking calmly. A bath? Is it truly possible here? Yin Tizai, unfamiliar with the village's amenities, was puzzled. Indeed, there is but one public bathhouse. Then let the women bathe first. And Lord Songming can go second, with myself third. Do you have any objections? I shall not bathe. You may arrange yourselves as you wish, Hua Meiwan stated. No need for such formality. I have no desire to be second. If Lord Songming is in a hurry, you may go first, and the women can wait. Wait for what? We are together with Brother Songming. As for the second position, I shall yield it to you. Gang chuckled. You. The three of you wish to bathe together? Yin Tizai was both astonished and delighted. To bathe simultaneously with three of the most enchanting women was undoubtedly akin to enjoying the privileges of a general. Chapter 41. The Bathhouse Ahead. Divine Prohibition. Farewell, Uncle. Gang said with a mischievous smile, playfully waving at Min Valley Yin Tizai. Yet, due to her identity as Song Ming's female companion, Min Valley Yin Tizai had no retort. Let us proceed to bathe. Song Ming took a step forward, and Mei swiftly followed, linking arms with a touch of clinginess. After a few strides, Yang turned back to see Zoche still standing in place and called out, Zoche, hurry up and catch up. What are you doing standing there? I'll join you later, Zoche replied, having no intention of bathing alongside them, recalling the last incident where Gang almost exposed her entirely to Song Ming. Do not be shy. Your body has already been seen by Song Ming, brother, Gang urged, drawing close to Zoche, each word making Min Valley Yin Tizai's heart race. Hey, with so many people around, could you refrain from saying such things? Zoche retorted, her usual composed image now tarnished by Gang's antics. Come on, let's go wash up. I'm not in the mood to bathe right now, Zoche insisted, shaking off Gang's grip. Quickly, do not miss the chance to see Songming brother undress. Aren't you eager to see? I will escort you there. Zoche was left utterly speechless, tugging at Gang to hasten their departure, fearing that Gang's reckless words might lead others astray. At that moment, Min Valley Yin Tizai suddenly shouted from behind. Hey, remember not to waste water after your bath. We still need to use it. You, old man, appear rather honest, yet your intentions are far from pure. Wishing to drink my bathwater, Gang chuckled. I merely wish to conserve water and time if you let it out. We will have to wait for the water to boil again before bathing. Min Valley Yin Tizai provided a perfectly reasonable explanation. Impossible. But I could save you Zoche's used towel for later. How delightful. Min Valley Yin Tizai chuckled while stroking his beard. You better not harbor any ulterior motives. Be wary of my unkindness. Let us hurry. I was merely jesting, Gang said, pulling Zoche to catch up with Songming. As Songming and Mei entered the water pool, Gang and Zoche had just arrived at the entrance of the bathhouse. Go on in. Songming brother awaits your performance. Gang tugged at Zoche, who was reluctant to enter. What kind of performance is required for bathing? Why, a striptease, of course. Gang exclaimed, beginning to dance, her body twisting like a serpent. Absolutely not. You should hurry and find your Songming brother, Zoche declared, turning to leave. Observing Zoche's retreating figure, Gang sneered. Since you refuse to listen, do not blame me for being serious. With that, Gang swiftly approached, grabbing Zoche's clothing and tearing it with force, rendering it tattered. As Zoche wore no inner garments, her outer clothing was stripped away, revealing her true form. How infuriating. I cannot tolerate this. Zoche quickly retaliated, and the two engaged in a scuffle. Songming brother, come out and witness Zoche's impromptu performance. Gang shouted while defending herself. What's happening outside? Mei inquired. Nothing to worry about. They are merely playing. It seems as though they are fighting. Rest assured. It will soon come to an end. As the two engaged in fierce combat, the voice of Min Gu Yin Taizai resonated nearby. How fortunate is Lord Songming. This indeed confirms that strength is greatly admired by women. Thus I must diligently cultivate my skills to keep pace with Lord Songming. Catching up to Songming. Are you jesting? Hua Meiwan appeared utterly uninspired. One requires ambition to ignite motivation. Minor goals are far too easily attainable. You're contemplating the art of intimate cultivation again, aren't you? On the island, only celestial beings can transform into women. There exists no other option, Rugai remarked. Are celestial beings female? The celestial being I encountered before was initially a woman but later transformed into a man, Dianzhua recalled. Celestial beings possess both male and female attributes, capable of gender transformation at will, Showdown explained. Thus, if I were to defeat a celestial being and bind her, I could then practice the art of intimate cultivation. Min Gu Yin Tai Yai clapped his right fist into his left palm. The art of intimacy necessitates mutual cooperation. Forceful attempts yield no results, Shi Yuan remarked. Conquering a celestial being? It is inconceivable that anyone possesses the strength to subdue a celestial being and compel her to surrender. Dianzhua scoffed. Look over there. It seems a fight is unfolding. Fuji pointed ahead. The others followed the direction of his finger and indeed beheld a naked figure battling against someone clothed. The unclad individual resembled Zoche. No way. Zoche appears so serious. I never anticipated such openness behind closed doors. Min Gu Yin Tai Zhai thought anew of Zoche. Let us hurry and take a look. It may not even be Zoche. Without hesitation, Min Gu Yin Tai Zhai dashed forward, eager not to miss a captivating sight. Noticing someone rushing towards him, Zoche, still unclothed, disregarded all modesty and dove into the bathhouse. Just as Songming turned, he caught sight of a flash of white rushing towards him. And in the blink of an eye, it leaped into the water. Splash! As Zoche hit the water, his head quickly broke the surface. Zoche, Mei gasped, taken aback by Zoche's unexpected penchant for nudity. Mei, come here quickly. Zoche beckoned, and Mei, unsure of the situation, swam to his side. Mei, just stay by my side, Zoche said, hiding behind Mei to shield himself. Brother Songming, did Zoche return from his naked escapade? Gang casually mentioned upon entering the bathhouse. In contrast to Zoche's urgency, Gang leisurely shed his garments before entering the pool. Ah, how delightful. Gang sighed as he submerged completely in the water. After a moment of bliss, he swam over to Songming and rested his hands on his shoulders. Why are you two keeping your distance? Come closer to brother Songming, Mei urged, nodding to move away from Zoche. Yet Zoche clasped Mei tightly, saying, "It's quite comfortable here. We need not all crowd together." Alas, it seems I must intervene once more, Gang sighed, resigned to the task of properly guiding Zoche in his interactions with Songming. "What do you intend to do? Keep your distance from us." Zoche pulled Mei backward. "It's not our first time. Why still hold back? Allow me to assist you," he insisted. With outstretched arms, Zhang reached towards the air above the pool, grasping at nothingness. "Stop." The moment he heard Zoche's voice, Mingu Yintiezhai, who had just approached the vicinity of the bathhouse, perked up his ears. "I can't bear it. I must leave." Indeed, Lord Songming was formidable. Even in the presence of 3 women, he managed to make one of them unable to endure. Mingu Yintiezhai marveled at Songming's prowess. Recognizing that his strengths extended beyond mere combat, it was no wonder he held such admiration for this man. "Hey, stop. Don't come any closer," Mingu Yintiezhai shouted at the approaching crowd. "Why?" The group paused, puzzled, 30 meters away. "In any case, the place where I stand is off limits. Wait until Lord Songming finishes his bath before you approach." As they advanced, Zoche's voice became increasingly audible to the others. To ensure solitude and to prevent any disturbance to Songming, Mingu Yintiezhai took decisive action. Chapter 42. The battle outside the bathhouse. What do you mean by this? Why can you stand there while we cannot advance? As a passionate young man, the officer possessed a rebellious spirit and would naturally resist the commands of the condemned man, Mingu Yintiezhai. Furthermore, given that the officer was the executor and Mingu was a death row inmate, their statuses were starkly disparate. It was hardly threatening to be ordered to remain still by a man awaiting execution. If left unchecked, their roles would inevitably be reversed. In any case, you shall not proceed any further. Should you dare to approach, I will ensure that you regret it. Mingu, relying on his exceptional abilities, had taken on the role of a bodyguard. In response to Mingu's threat, the officer exhibited no signs of submission. Rather, it ignited his desire to confront strength with strength. "Then I shall see whether you possess the capability to impede me." The officer drew his blade, pointing it at Mingu. Unhurried, Mingu calmly replied, "Although you are not particularly strong, you will serve as a suitable practice partner." "Master, what crime led to Mingu's death sentence?" The officer inquired just before the confrontation. "He was condemned for offending the influential elite. So that is the reason. To the aristocracy, it is an unforgivable sin, yet in my eyes, it pales in comparison to those who engage in arson and pillage. Given your relatively minor transgressions, I shall merely administer a fitting reprimand." The officer had his own standards for dealing with death row inmates. "Ah, this is the first time I have encountered such an arrogant youth. Should you find yourself weeping after a beating, do not seek your master." Mingu stroked his beard, clearly amused and dismissive of the officer's prowess, considering him merely a child who had practiced swordplay for a few years. "Rest assured, I shall not strike hard against a disabled man who has lost his left hand." The two exchanged fierce words, while Shi Yuan remained stationary, showing no intent to intervene. "Hey, if you were to fight, our enemy should be the celestial beings, not one another," Rugai interjected, maintaining her composure. "Rugai, we are merely sparring. Not engaging in a life and death duel," the officer replied with a smile, not forgetting the look of desire in Mingu's eyes. "Very well, but do take care. I sense this fellow is not to be underestimated," Rugai cautioned before turning back. "Hurry up and show me your true strength." Even now, Mingu had yet to draw his sword. "All right." No sooner had the word left his lips than the officer charged at Mingu, standing his ground. Mingu remained still until the officer's blade was nearly upon him, at which point he swiftly drew his own sword. Clang! The two blades clashed together, each pressing against the other in a test of strength. From the stance, it was evident that the officer was struggling, while Mingu appeared utterly unfazed. "Is this all the strength you possess, boy? You have greatly disappointed me," Mingu taunted, leaning in mockingly. "What a joke. You merely fear injuring yourself." The officer gritted his teeth, exerting all his might to push Mingu's blade away. Seizing the opportunity, he stepped forward, delivering a flurry of thrusts. Swish, swish, swish. A series of over a dozen thrusts was met with Mingu's adept defenses. Throughout the entire ordeal, Mingu Yintiezhai remained steadfast in defense, refraining from any offensive maneuvers. "Master, it appears that the attendant is not a match for that individual," Rugai expressed his concern. "The stronger the opponent, the more it will refine the attendant's skills. Should he encounter a celestial being in the future, it may prove even more challenging." Shi Yuan, with good intentions, deliberately refrained from intervening, aiming to provide the attendant with an opportunity for growth. After several exchanges, Min Nguyen Tai Zhai continued to focus solely on defense, leaving the attendant feeling somewhat humiliated. He had intended to showcase his prowess before his master, yet the outcome was unexpectedly different. In a fleeting moment of distraction, Min Nguyen Tai Zhai executed a swift upward strike, sending the attendant's blade flying and directing his own weapon towards the attendant's throat, inquiring, "Do you require another chance?" Without a trace of hesitation, the attendant swiftly distanced himself to retrieve his sword. Having previously held back, he was now prepared to engage earnestly. Min Nguyen Tai I offered no response, merely sneering coldly. In the next instant, the attendant lunged forward, unleashing a flurry of rapid strikes reminiscent of his previous encounter with Zhu Jin. The crisp sound of steel resonated as he unleashed dozens of blows within mere seconds. Such speed caught Min Nguyen Tai off guard. Even he could not match such rapidity and technique. "Ah," Shi Yuan sighed behind them. "What troubles you, master?" Once again, he focuses solely on speed without targeting the vital points. With a powerful swing, Min Nguyen Tai Zhai repelled the attendant, stating, "You possess some skill, albeit limited. Now it is my turn." No longer content to remain defensive, Min Nguyen Tai Zhai initiated a fierce offensive, his rapid and forceful strikes forcing the attendant to retreat. The attendant, unable to withstand the onslaught directly, resorted to evasion to dissipate the force. With a final, resounding blow, Min Nguyen Tai Zhai struck the attendant down, sending his sword tumbling once more. "Do you have any objections now?" Upon hearing this, the attendant swiftly rolled and retrieved his sword yet again. Min Nguyen Tai Zhai, adopting a playful demeanor, had no intention of delivering a finishing blow. Since the attendant wished to continue, he was more than willing to oblige. This not only afforded Song Ming ample time, but also allowed others to witness the disparity in strength. In this moment, the attendant, gripping his sword, was markedly different from before. He focused intently on regulating his breath to achieve a state of balance. "This is not good." Shi Yuan sensed something amiss. Just as he contemplated intervening, the attendant surged forward like an arrow, charging at Min Nguyen Tai Zhai. The sound of steel resonated louder this time, each strike imbued with greater intensity. Min Nguyen Tai Zhai found himself momentarily overwhelmed, recognizing the challenge before him. With a swift motion, he evaded, but a portion of his left sleeve was severed. This loss ignited a fury within Min Nguyen Tai Zhai. He held his reputation in high esteem, and to have a fragment of his sleeve cut by a subordinate of lesser strength was a profound affront. Subsequently, he too began to regulate his breath, prepared to respond without reservation, employing his full might in light of the attendant's newfound resolve. "If you can withstand 3 of my strikes, I shall acknowledge your prowess." The adept could distinctly perceive that Min Nguyen Tai Zhai had also employed a technique. With a swift motion, Min Nguyen Tai Zhai advanced rapidly. Startled, the adept hastily raised his blade to defend himself. However, the tremendous force propelled both him and his weapon through the air. With 2 more strikes to follow, Min Nguyen Tai Zhai showed no intention of halting, striking once more. The adept found himself unable to evade this blow, watching helplessly as the long blade descended. At that moment, he thought, this must come to an end. Shi Yuan timely intervened, his own blade clashing against Min Nguyen Tai Zhai's. To everyone's surprise, he managed to withstand the assault. Intrigued, Min Nguyen Tai Zhai remarked, "Stand down, you have already triumphed." It is my apprentice who, in his impatience, resorted to such tactics. "Master," the adept interjected, "I shall discipline you later." "Are you prepared to support your apprentice?" "Indeed, should you wish to continue this conflict, I am ready to oblige." Shi Yuan, undaunted, reflected that if a death row inmate dared to strike at an executioner during their ascent, he would undoubtedly execute immediate judgment. Yet the circumstances had shifted, presenting a far greater peril. Moreover, Shi Yuan was not entirely confident in his ability to eliminate Min Nguyen Tai Zhai. Should they both sustain injuries, it would only serve to disadvantage them further. Chapter 43, The Celestial Bath Attendant. What on earth is happening outside? The voice of Tsang Ming resonated within the bathhouse. A shiver coursed through the bodies of those present. The previously tense Min Nguyen Tai Zhai immediately abandoned his combative stance. "My apologies for the disturbance, Your Excellency Tsang Ming. I was merely guarding a section outside the bathhouse, but they insisted on intruding, leaving me no choice but to intervene." Min Nguyen Tai Zhai's thoughtfulness elicited a sense of unease among Shi Yuan and the others, as they felt as though they had erred. "We were unaware of Min Nguyen Tai Zhai's intentions and mistakenly assumed he was attempting to intimidate us," the attendant explained hastily. "If you had disclosed your purpose earlier, we would have kept our distance," Shi Yuan interjected, his keen ears having picked up the commotion within the bathhouse from the outset. Is that even necessary to mention? Min Guyin Tiezha crossed his arms, his confidence visibly bolstered by Tsang Ming's backing. Shall I take my leave then? Feel free to depart. With my presence. No one is permitted to approach, not even celestial beings, Tsang Ming asserted. You all may return to your residence and come back once we are finished. Upon hearing this, the group turned to leave. Min Guyin Tiezhai, you two should go. Understood, Your Excellency Tsang Ming. At this moment, Tsang Ming reclined atop the stone steps overlooking the water basin, while Gang diligently used a towel to dry his back. Although Tsang Ming was impervious to injury during combat, he often emerged quite soiled, necessitating the assistance of a bath attendant. Hey, I asked you to scrub my back. Why are you going lower? Brother Tsang Ming. A proper bath requires thoroughness. Step aside. Summons Zoche to attend to my back. Oh no. Zoche dreaded this very scenario. Hiding in the water basin to evade Trong Ming's summons. Little Zoche, I truly envy you. I can't do it, Gang observed, appearing quite adept. Hence, she should take over. Gang is a bit of a rogue. I require a serious bath attendant. May appears to be quite serious. Zoche ardently advocated. I'm feeling a bit tired, May suddenly remarked. May, come here, let me scrub your back, Gang said as she swam over to her side. All right, May acquiesced. Reclining at the edge of the basin, this left Zoche alone, lounging in the water. Little Zoche, Brother Tsang Ming merely requests a back scrub, not anything else. I advise you to comply. Otherwise, I may take action, Gang threatened. After some contemplation, Zoche concluded that scrubbing a back was not an unreasonable request. Moreover, Tsang Ming had previously saved her life. She deemed it appropriate to repay that kindness with a back rub. Fine. Zoche wrapped herself in a bathrobe, exited the water, and settled beside Tsang Ming at a leisurely pace. Gazing at Tsang Ming's smooth, fair back, she hesitated on where to commence. Little Zoche, catch. At that moment, Gang tossed a towel towards Zoche. If you truly don't know what to do, just follow my lead. Zoche caught the towel, observing Gang's technique. One hand held her bathrobe against her chest, while the other mimicked Gang's motions. That is not right, little Zoche, Gang called out, darting over to her side. What's wrong? Zoche inquired, noting that her movements were identical to those of Gang. She truly could not discern any discrepancies. This is wrong. Gang bent down, grasping Zoche's hand that was gripping her bathrobe, causing it to tumble to the ground. Hey, you're at it again, Zoche exclaimed as she glanced down. I am earnestly teaching you. Scrubbing one's back requires both hands, not just one. With that, she picked up the bathrobe and held it in her hands. Exposed, Zoche anxiously raised both hands to grasp it. Gang swiftly recoiled, leaving Zoche to tumble forward, her knees slipping, landing atop Tsang Ming's back. Due to the weight, a certain something was squished. Little Zoche, you. Gang huffed, surprised by this unexpected maneuver. Another unprofessional scrubber. A sigh emerged from Tsang Ming below. No. I merely slipped. Zoche swiftly corrected herself. How can I know if you are truly sincere? Give it back to me. Zoche lunged for the bathrobe, but Gang tossed it to May, who caught it deftly. Forget it. I shall call in a professional. Tsang Ming adjusted his shoulders and sat up. Professional? Is there anyone more skilled than I? They dare not be unprofessional. After all, they have undergone training. Would release. Coffin rise. 2 coffins slowly ascended from the ground. Tsang Ming, you wouldn't mean to. They cannot remain lying down. It is time for them to work. As the coffins opened, Zhu Jin and Mudan emerged into the light once more. At that moment, both appeared in their feminine forms. Zhu Jin embodied the image of a cool, aloof beauty with large, captivating eyes, while Mudan, with her petite eyes, resembled a charming girl from a folktale, her smile crescent-like. Their bodies were adorned with garments fashioned from vines, which not only served as decoration but also absorbed their essence, maintaining their ordinary human state. Lian, Mudan exclaimed, awakening, convinced that the next time she saw the light, it would be Lian's arrival. What, Lian? You again? Yes, it's still me. And now I grant you a moment of freedom. Let us go? Eugene quickly inquired. You wish for too much. I merely want you to scrub my back. Not to release you. Scrub your back? They both gasped in astonishment. You want us celestial beings to scrub your backs? Dream on. Indeed, I relish your spirited nature. Tsang Ming chuckled, and suddenly, the vines adorning the 2 celestial beings sprouted barbs. Simultaneously, the vines constricted, driving the barbs into their bodies, lacking any means of recovery. The 2 felt the sharp sting of pain. Tsang Ming, you are so wicked. I absolutely adore it. Gang seized the opportunity to cling to Tsang Ming's arm, playfully. Cease this. Zhu Jin was the first to break. Cease? Give me a valid reason. Songming, do not stop. I concur. Zhu Jin, how can you agree? You are a celestial being. I would rather perish than comply, Mudan declared fiercely. Very well, Zhu Jin is a good child. The vines on Zhu Jin's body reverted to their original state, along with the healing of her wounds. In contrast, the thorns on Mudan's vines multiplied and continued to elongate. Ah! Mudan cried out in pain, exclaiming, I was wrong. Wrong in what regard? Songming inquired, his nails pinching. Wrong for not giving you a bath immediately. Look how understanding they are. Indeed, brother Songming, they are not celestial beings, but mere household servants. Listening to their banter, Zoche was at a loss for words. However, she felt no sympathy for the celestial being's plight. All of you, come forth. Each take a towel, Songming ordered, releasing the binding vines. Yes. The two celestial beings crawled out of the coffin. Here you go. At that moment, Mei handed 2 towels to them. Songming sat upon the steps, while Zhu Jin scrubbed her front and Mudan tended to her back. Chapter 44. The bathhouse training. My apologies, I did not intend to intrude. The expression on Zhu Jin's face was one of profound remorse as she diligently attended to the front of Songming. Songming, stroking her head, offered a smile imbued with paternal affection and reassured her, it's perfectly fine. Continue with your duties, for this is not our first encounter. Well, all right then. Zhu Jin made a concerted effort to fix her gaze solely on Songming's upper body, deliberately avoiding any downward glances. As she resumed her task of scrubbing him with a towel, she seemed to be apprehensive of an impending misfortune. However, at that moment, Gang suddenly delivered a swift kick to Zhu Jin's waist, sending her sprawling. Do not lay a hand on my brother Songming, you celestial beings. Gang had been observing the entire scene, ready to intervene at any sign of a celestial attempting to take liberties. Ah! Zhu Jin clasped her waist with both hands, curling up on the ground, nearly gasping from the force of the kick. Zhu Jin, Mudan inquired with concern. As fellow celestials and prisoners in this predicament, their mutual care for one another intensified. Should one of them perish or escape, the remaining celestial would not only face solitude, but also bear an insurmountable burden. I'm fine, Mudan, please don't worry. Zhu Jin, gritting her teeth against the pain, sat up while still clutching her waist. Despite her physical discomfort, she did not forget to pick up the towel with trembling hands and continued to fulfill her obligations, reflecting on their previous autonomy as celestials. Capable of mercilessly slaying humans and transforming them into elixirs, she now found herself reduced to the role of a bath attendant, enduring the blows of other women. Songming. Did I overstep earlier? Gang, observing Zhu Jin's pitiful state, inquired while standing beside Songming. Not at all. This individual showed no compassion for humanity during their slaughter. It is ironic that you, a human, now feel pity for them. Should the Celestials regain their powers, they would undoubtedly be even more ruthless, devoid of any mercy. Songming's words resonated with truth, prompting Gang to declare, then I shall deliver another kick. With that, Gang directed her next strike at Mudan. Compared to Zhu Jin, Gang harbored a deeper animosity towards Mudan, having faced her in battle alongside Zoche. During their encounters, not only had they suffered humiliation and provocation, but they had also come perilously close to death at Mudan's hands. Recalling Mudan's prior actions, Gang found ample justification for her harshness. Mudan. Zhu Jin now expressed concern for Mudan's well-being. I am fine. Mudan forced a smile. Fine? Then allow me to deliver a few more kicks. Bang, bang. 3 more strikes landed, all aimed at the same spot. The flurry of kicks left Mudan dazed. She had only received 1 kick aimed at Zhu Jin, yet she had endured 4 herself. Just when she thought that 4 was the limit, Gang added 2 more. In agony, Mudan cried out, do not strike me again. I acknowledge my previous wrongdoing and offer my sincere apologies. If apologies held any weight, why would we need the law? Then, what do you wish? I wish to experience the sensation of a celestial washing my feet. Upon uttering this, she turned to Songming. Songming, brother, may I request her to wash my feet? No problem, feel free to use her. They were born for such tasks. Listening to the scornful remarks from the humans, the 2 celestials could only bow their heads and labor diligently. Zoche, I need someone to tend to my back. Songming called out. Initially believing she was no longer involved, she was unexpectedly called upon. However, Zoche, without hesitation, took a towel and approached Songming from behind. He began to rub her back with the towel, subsequently rinsing it with water from the basin. Meanwhile, Songming, not remaining idle, deliberately leaned back, causing her back to collide with the area that most easily flushed Zoche's face with color. "Do not move around," Zoche exclaimed, supporting Song Ming's back with both hands, quickly retreating a few steps. "I apologize. I inadvertently pushed brother Song Ming." At that moment, Jujin inexplicably demonstrated a sense of responsibility, which pleased Song Ming. However, the nearby gang was far from satisfied, retorting, "Brother Song Ming, is that how you address him? Mu Dan, go over and give him a good kick." Gang was displeased that her sole title for Song Ming was uttered by another woman. Mu Dan gazed at Jujin for a while, contemplating, "Are you going to kick him, or do you wish for me to kick you 10 times instead?" "I am truly sorry, Mu Dan." Upon saying this, Mu Dan approached Jujin, and before Jujin could plead for mercy, her foot made intimate contact with Jujin's face. "Mu Dan, where are you kicking?" Jujin exclaimed angrily. "I apologize, Jujin. I lost control." Gang burst into laughter, clutching her stomach. The heavenly beings, who typically held themselves in high regard, were reduced to 2 clowns in the bathhouse. After a sufficient rest, it was time to resume their cultivation. Song Ming stretched lazily. "More cultivation," Zhu Jin exclaimed, fully aware of the effects that training with Song Ming had on one's body. While training with a celestial being would enhance one's strength, training with Song Ming would result in a decline instead. Song Ming noted Zhu Jin's reluctance, but he had lost interest in her. He need not worry about the value of cultivation anymore. As for Mu Dan, her earthy attributes were perfectly suited for practicing earth escape. "If brother Song Ming is cultivating, can Zoche and I join as well?" Gang expressed her enthusiasm. "Hey, you don't need to involve everyone. Let us close the door first." With that, a large tree obstructed the door, ensuring no one could escape. Watching Song Ming rise, Mu Dan's legs gave way, and she sat on the ground. Although Mu Dan was primarily the focus of the training, Gang insisted on assisting. Unable to resist Gang's persistent pleas, Song Ming acquiesced. At that moment, Mei and Zhu Jin remained composed, their hearts steady. Only Zoche, facing the wall, covered her ears. After a while, the tree that blocked the bathhouse door slowly fell. The artistic depiction within the bathhouse came to an abrupt halt. The 2 celestial beings, drained of their value, were returned to their coffins by Song Ming and subsequently submerged underground. They then returned to the grand residence with the 3 women. Inside the grand residence, Shi Yuan and others were also busy, either studying the Tao or engaging in sparring. By the time they noticed Song Ming's return, 3 hours had already passed. "Your Excellency Song Ming, you have returned." Min Gu and Yin Tai Zhai were the first to greet him. "What happened to Miss Gang?" Song Ming inquired, noticing Zoche carrying Gang beside him. At that moment, Gang was asleep on Zoche's back, her face displaying sheer exhaustion. "She is merely tired." "Zoche, please take her back to the room." Zoche did not respond but hurried into the house with the beam on her back, her mind still replaying the earlier scenes. Her once tranquil heart had become restless and agitated. However, Min Valley and Tiezhai also noticed that the skin of the beam appeared much fairer than before, and the figure seemed to have grown younger. From these subtle changes, Min Valley Yin Tiezhao could surmise quite a bit, feeling a twinge of envy for the life at Songming bathhouse. Since Lord Songming had finished his bath, it was time for them to enjoy theirs. "Let us go. I specifically changed the water for you before your arrival, freshly boiled." Min Valley Yin Tiezhao felt a hint of disappointment, though he did not show it, and proceeded directly towards the bathhouse. This fellow was quite swift. "Let us go, Diangzuo." "Yes, master." Before leaving, Diangzuo cast a glance at Rugai. Rugai patted Diangzuo's hand and said, "You all go ahead. I will be the last to bathe. While you wash, I will wait at the door. I'm not entirely at ease with you going alone." Rugai nodded cheerfully, while everyone indulged in their baths. Another ship had already arrived on the island from the island nation, carrying a larger and more diverse group of people than before. Chapter 45, The Reborn Brother's Brother. It seems there is some commotion ahead. I can sense it. There are 5 individuals in the bathhouse. 5 individuals? A pair of condemned prisoners alongside 3 executioners? Indeed. One of the condemned is a man named Min Guyan Tai Zhai, and there is that Huame Wan. As for the other 3 executioners, I am unfamiliar with their names. Brother, you are truly remarkable now. You can identify the people inside without even looking. I'm not entirely sure myself. Ever since I emerged from that deep pit, my body feels stronger than before. Surely, it must be a fortunate coincidence that you acquired some form of power, possibly related to that celestial being. Do not speak of that wretch. He has caused us such distress. I shall eventually take my revenge on him. Yezhu Jiao Bing Wei clenched his fists in determination. Wait, just moments ago, They were engaged in light-hearted banter. But Yizhuo Bingwei's expression suddenly shifted. Tong Ma's demeanor also changed as he inquired, "Brother, what's wrong?" There were 5 individuals in the bathhouse, but suddenly one has vanished. It must have left. Impossible. We have been vigilantly monitoring the entrance, and there is only one door to the bathhouse. We would have seen anyone leaving. Besides, that individual disappeared rather swiftly. Yizhuo Bingwei's expression grew more serious, as this reminded him of the celestial being they had previously confronted. "Hey, what are you two sneaking around for?" A voice from behind startled them, causing both to turn sharply. Yizhuo Bingwei immediately swung his right fist. Smack! The force of their fist and palm collided. In that instant, they caught sight of the newcomer. "It's you." Yizhuo Bingwei grinned. "What is your purpose in hiding here?" Huamei Wan maintained a calm demeanor. "That is none of your business." Tong Ma swiftly drew his blade, aiming to strike, but Huamei Wan raised his left hand, effortlessly pinching the incoming longsword with merely 2 fingers. This display astonished Tong Ma. This fellow must have also acquired some form of power. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than Yizhuo Bingwei launched a rapid left punch. Huamei Wan flicked the sword aside, freeing his hand to defend himself. However, he underestimated the might of Yizhuo Bingwei's punch, which sent him flying several meters, crashing into a tree. As he landed, he scrutinized Yizhuo Bingwei anew, asking, "Have you also comprehended the way? What on earth is the way?" Yizhuo Bingwei flexed his fist, gripping his right wrist. Now, he no longer regarded Huamei Wan as a formidable opponent. "From where does your power derive?" Huamei Wan inquired with keen interest, as his own understanding of the way stemmed from Mei's guidance in the trials of battle. Yizhuo Bingwei had no one to guide him. It was as though he had taught himself. "I shall not divulge such secrets to a dying man. Since you refuse to speak, I shall compel you to do so through force." In an instant, Huamei Wan's speed surged, and he appeared before Yizhuo Bingwei. With a powerful kick aimed at his head, he sent him flying. Upon landing, Yizhuo Bingwei's neck twisted at an unnatural angle of 60 degrees. Under normal circumstances, he would have perished instantly. Yet, he managed to twist his neck back into place. "You have indeed grasped the way," Huamei Wan concluded with growing conviction. "What nonsense is this? The power I have gained is a result of my narrow escape from death." The 2 men stepped forward simultaneously, their fists and feet clashing. Meanwhile, Tong Ma could not discern the trajectory of their strikes, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread from their strength. "Tong Ma, go deal with those ruffians at the bathhouse." "I will handle this one," roared Yizhuo Bingwei. Unable to intervene in the battle, Tong Ma nodded and rushed towards the bathhouse. As he reached the entrance, Min emerged, bare-chested. The moment he stepped out, a long knife swung towards his neck. At that moment, Min was unarmed, yet he effortlessly caught Tong Ma's blade with one hand. "What is happening? Why am I being attacked as soon as I step outside?" Min slowly stepped forward, gripping Tong Ma's sword. Tong Ma attempted to draw his blade but found himself powerless, frozen in place. "Who are you?" Min assessed Tong Ma's strength with a mere glance. "What is going on? Why is everyone here so peculiar?" Tong Ma, at the very least, was a prodigy in swordsmanship, having been exceptionally admitted into the Yamada family. Yet now, on the island, he found himself in a position of insignificance. "I am asking you a question." Min delivered a kick that sent Tong Ma flying, adding, "I will grant you another chance to attack. This time, do not disappoint me." Tong Ma, defiant, refused to accept the situation before him. Once more, he lunged at Min, this time with a faster, thrusting motion. Yet again, the blade was seized by Min. With a swift motion, he disarmed Tong Ma and held the knife against his throat, inquiring, "Why did you attempt to ambush me?" "Because you appear weak with only one arm." Tong Ma candidly replied, "Is that so? Then let me show you the consequences." Just as Min was about to act, another blade suddenly intercepted his own. "Daiku? Are you truly seeking a duel with me?" he exclaimed. "He is one of our Yamada clan. You are not permitted to harm him," Daiku shouted. To Min's surprise, there were indeed 2 female enforcers within the Yamada clan. He regarded Tong Ma with renewed interest, having just pondered the absence of women capable of training on the island. Now, another had appeared. "I am a man," Tong Ma shouted defiantly. "A man? I mistook you for a rough-voiced woman." Min expressed some disappointment. At that moment, a sudden blaze erupted from the nearby underbrush. As everyone turned to look, Uremi and Yizhuo Bingwei emerged from the forest. "Who is Uremi fighting?" Tong Ma wondered. "It seems the person is your condemned prisoner," Daiku noted. "Hurry and assist him. Uremi does not know why he suddenly attacked." In the past, a few might have believed Tong Ma's words, but after spending time together, none would trust him now. Yizhuo Bingwei struck the ground with a punch, causing the earth to crack open. This display of power bewildered those behind him. Tongma, has the prisoner you guard also comprehended the way? The way? I am not familiar with such concepts. Indeed, Tongma was perplexed, yet he had heard Wamaiwan mention it before, which piqued his curiosity about the Tao. Yatso Tibei's temperament had been described by Xiantai, indicating that with his current power, he could effortlessly eliminate you and then flee. However, his restraint suggested an extraordinary bond between the two of you. At that moment, Shiyuan emerged from the bathhouse, fully dressed, and uttered a remark that rendered Tongma speechless. Realizing he could no longer conceal the truth, Tongma reluctantly revealed that Yatso Tibei was his brother. While the attendant was still reeling from the revelation that a member of the Yamada family was kin to a death row inmate, the battle between Wamaiwan and Yatso Tibei grew increasingly intense. Throughout the skirmish, Wamaiwan maintained the upper hand, delivering multiple devastating blows to Yatso Tibei. Despite this, Yatso Tibei exhibited a remarkable capacity for rapid recovery. However, to conserve time, Yatso Tibei abruptly unleashed his trump card. His visage contorted menacingly as black tendrils sprouted from his back. Die. Yatso Tibei charged forward with remarkable speed. In a desperate attempt to block, Wamaiwan summoned the Bridge of Fire, yet at that moment, ninjutsu proved ineffective. Boom. Yatso Tibei unleashed the tendrils behind him simultaneously. Just then, a voice resonated. Doton, Earth Flow Wall. Numerous earthen walls materialized around Yatso Tibei and Wamaiwan, encircling them completely. Chapter 46, Earth Release. What on earth is this? Tibei glared at the earthen walls encircling him, his face a mask of displeasure. He initially believed it was a ninjutsu conjured by the character Hualan, and thus struck the wall with a powerful punch, despite his previous ability to shatter the ground with a single blow. His fist merely left a small dent in the earthen barrier. This unexpected outcome astonished Tibei. He glanced at his own fist and summoned all his strength for another strike. Boom. The subsequent punch was markedly more forceful than the last, causing his entire fist to sink into the wall. How is this possible? Tibei's eyes widened in disbelief, despite exerting every ounce of his strength. He could only create a fist-sized indentation. In stark contrast to Tibei's impulsiveness, Hualan sat calmly on the ground, his legs crossed. Whenever an inexplicable anomaly arose, Hualan instinctively thought of Tsangming. The mere thought of Tsangming compelled him to abandon any notion of resistance and choose to observe the unfolding events. Humans should refrain from violence, he remarked just as the earthen walls surrounding them began to crumble. I did not initiate the conflict. He attacked first, Hualan clarified, having relinquished any intention of continuing the fight. It's you? Tibei was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. I didn't expect you to be alive. My apologies for disappointing you, but speaking of death, you are certainly destined to perish before me. Brother, it was indeed this fellow who watched from above, Tima interjected. Tima's earlier claims had been met with skepticism, yet Tibei's presence here confirmed that no illusions had been conjured. Had I saved you back then, you would not have achieved such heights. Was that earthen wall truly conjured? Indeed. Since you have interrupted my battle with Hualan, I shall eliminate you first. Tibei's gaze turned ferocious. Kill me? Then I shall use you to test my new ninjutsu. After exchanging threats, Tibei lunged towards Tsangming, aiming a punch directly at his head. The blow landed, but instead struck a wooden figure. Earth Release, Wall Armor, a voice resonated from behind. The ground beneath Tsangming's feet began to levitate, and numerous earthen blocks converged upon him, forming an impenetrable armor. This armor bore a resemblance to the Kamen Rider's design. Not only did the wall armor provide protection, but it also significantly enhanced Tsangming's close combat capabilities, leading to a remarkable leap in both speed and strength. Witnessing Tsangming's sudden transformation, those standing at the entrance of the bathhouse displayed expressions of awe. Lord Tsangming seems to have acquired yet another peculiar ninjutsu, first trees, then water. And now it appears to be earth, Minya Yintizai observed. I just heard Lord Tsangming mention earth release. Previously, he mastered water release and wood release. This means he has learned 3 distinct elemental ninjutsu. Could this be the power of the Tao? Dianzhua speculated. It doesn't resemble the Tao. Or perhaps my understanding is insufficient to discern the nature of the power Tsangming wields. Yet this power is undeniably terrifying, Shiyuan added. Is this individual truly human? An inexplicable power often emanates from him. Not only is he unmatched among us, but even celestial beings cannot contend with him. Could it be that Tsangming embodies the essence of the Tao? Rugai's analysis delves even deeper. Speak with caution. Mingu Yintai cast a fleeting glance, asserting that Tsangming is indeed human, for he would not assist us otherwise. As a devoted admirer of Tsangming, Nguyen Tai Zhai would promptly refute any unfavorable remarks. Regardless of the circumstances, His Excellency Songming is my savior. Without him, I would not be who I am today, declared Dianzhua. At this moment, Yezhua Jiao Bingwei remained oblivious to the recent events. The vines behind him extended with a long-range strike aimed at Songming. Would release. Earth wall. Bang. Bang. Several black vines shot forth from the earth wall, stirring up clouds of dust. Yezhua Jiao Bingwei charged into the dust, shattering the earth wall with a single punch. At that instant, the two engaged in direct confrontation. Although Yezhua Jiao Bingwei's fists were swift, they were all deflected by Songming. Even when struck, the protective wall armor rendered the impact negligible. Yet, Songming's punch sent Yezhua Jiao Bingwei soaring into the air. Seizing the opportunity as Yezhua Jiao Bingwei descended, Songming leapt skyward. Earth release. Twin giant arms. The ground below suddenly fractured, and a multitude of soil fragments soared into the air, coalescing around Songming's arms. At that moment, the circumference of his arms had grown to match that of an adult elephant's legs. With a single strike, Yezhua Jiao Bingwei was rendered incapacitated. Brother. Upon witnessing this alarming turn of events, Tong Ma rushed forward. Though his strength was feeble as a brother, he could not bear to see Yezhua Jiao Bingwei perish. Yet, after only a few steps, he was kicked to the ground by Nguyen Tai Zhai. Immediately, a foot pressed against his chest. Warning, I advise you not to interfere in His Excellency Songming's battle, or you shall meet your demise. Tong Ma, seeing his brother subdued beneath someone's foot, ignited Yezhua Jiao Bingwei's fury. His injured body began to heal rapidly. Earth release, swamp. The ground beneath Yezhua Jiao Bingwei transformed from solid to soft, forming a quagmire that ensnared him. The more he struggled, the deeper he sank, as if the earth clung to him. As Yezhua Jiao Bingwei's body gradually descended into the ground, Tong Ma, with tears welling in his eyes, shouted, No. Let him go. I will do anything you ask. It was then that Yezhua Jiao Bingwei's descent halted, leaving only his head above the surface. In light of your fraternal bond, I shall grant you one opportunity. If you agree to heed my commands, I will release you. If not, you shall remain forever entombed. Yezhua Jiao Bingwei gritted his teeth, his heart brimming with indignation. Yet, the outcome was already determined, rendering further resistance futile. I agree. After a moment's contemplation, he ultimately submitted. The wise adapt to circumstances. You may now emerge. No sooner had the words left the speaker's lips than Yezhua Jiao Bingwei broke through the soil and ascended to the surface. He dashed toward Nguyen Tai Zhai, who crossed his arms before his chest to block the incoming punch. Nevertheless, he was still forced to retreat several steps. Yezhua Jiao Bingwei refrained from delivering further blows and instead reached out to help Tong Ma rise from the ground. Tong Ma, do not weep. I am not dead yet. Tong Ma wiped away his tears. I acknowledge your strength. I simply did not anticipate that you had been feigning weakness all along. Yezhua Jiao Bingwei turned to Songming and said, You all should take a shower. We shall be departing for Pinglai shortly. With those parting words, Songming vanished. Lord Songming is heading to Pinglai. Nguyen Tai exclaimed in surprise. Pinglai? What manner of place is that? Lord Songming has mentioned that Pinglai is the abode of celestial beings. The librarian answered Yezhua Jiao Bingwei's inquiry. The dwelling of celestial beings. A slight smile graced Yezhua Jiao Bingwei's lips, clearly intrigued. Chapter 47. The Last Supper. The symphony of cicadas and croaking frogs filled the air. In the depths of the forest at night, an array of peculiar sounds would emerge. Yet, no melody could rival the joyous laughter of people. At this moment, the village was no longer shrouded in gloom due to the arrival of a few individuals. In the living room, Min Valley Yin Tieja and others were gathered around the dining table. Zoche placed the stir-fried dishes on the table, followed closely by Mei, who presented the rice and dishes. Thank you for your hard work, Miss Mei, Min Valley Yin Tieja remarked with a smile from his seat. He longed to assist, but Songming had specifically stated that he would prepare the evening meal, and the others were simply to wait. It's no trouble at all, just a moment longer, and the dishes will be ready, Mei replied softly, before skipping back to the kitchen. Zoche, there seems to be an abundance of dishes. Please inform Lord Songming that he need not prepare more, the steward expressed, feeling quite embarrassed. Not only did he require protection from Songming, but now he also had to endure the burden of his cooking. He had even contemplated assisting in the kitchen several times, only to be stopped by Mei each time. Reluctantly, he resumed fidgeting in his seat. The aroma is delightful. I had no idea he was not only powerful, but also an exceptional cook. Rugai leaned in to inhale the fragrance. Regardless of how the food tastes, I shall declare it delicious and consume it all. As I hope you all will do the same, Min Valley Yin Tieja stated plainly. It is evident that Lord Song Ming has taken the trouble to prepare us a meal. How could one find fault with it? The steward added quickly. And what are the other two? Sure, Yuan remarked, not overly concerned with the food. I dare say they have likely fled, Min Valley Yin Tieje replied nonchalantly. One less person to enjoy such exquisite fare was no loss. Who has fled? At that moment, Yizwa Diu Bingwei entered the living room with Tong Ma. Ah. Not fled yet. I thought you two might have seized the opportunity to escape, he quipped. I am no coward who runs away upon defeat. As he spoke, Yizwa Diu Bingwei walked in and took a seat beside Huan Mei Wan, with Tong Ma sitting close by on the other side. The aroma is divine. Just as well, I am quite hungry. Yizwa Diu Bingwei licked his lips and reached for the roast chicken on the table. In an instant, Min Valley Yin Tieja sprang to his feet and drew his sword. Yizwa Diu Bingwei's hand, reaching for the chicken, was severed and sent flying. As it descended, Min Valley Yin Tieja's blade pierced it, sending it to the doorway. Brother, Tong Ma exclaimed, taken aback, as were the others. Before Lord Song Ming arrives, should you dare touch the dishes on the table again, the next strike will show no mercy, Min Valley Yin Tieja warned, his expression grave. Ha ha. Yizwa Diu Bingwei laughed heartily, his severed hand instantly restored. Just you wait. Once I deal with the Celestial, you shall be my first target. I shall accompany you to the end, Min Valley Yin Tieja replied with a sly grin. Before we have even begun our meal, are you already brawling? If we were to bring another jug of wine, I dare say you would upend the table, Song Ming remarked as he emerged from the kitchen, followed by Zoche and Mei, each carrying a platter of dishes. Lord Song Ming, this fellow lacks manners. He began to eat before your arrival, prompting me to sever one of his hands. Min Guyen Tai Zhai immediately sheathed his knife and bowed in explanation. Oh, is that so? Song Ming glanced at the dishes laid out on the table. Ah, I was unaware that you had not yet dined. I was simply too famished to restrain myself. In the presence of others, Yizwa Diu Bingwei exhibited no fear, even contemplating a confrontation, yet he withered before Song Ming. No matter, if you are hungry, let us commence our meal. Lord Song Ming, please take your seat. Min Guyen Tai Zhai rose to pull out a chair for Song Ming. The remaining guests dared not touch their chopsticks. It was only after Song Ming took his first bite that the others felt emboldened to partake. Wow, this is astonishingly delicious, Ru Gai exclaimed, cupping his cheeks in sheer delight. Beside him, Dianzhua hurriedly picked up food, his expression mirroring Ru Gai's, even more animated. What sort of dish has Lord Song Ming prepared? Why is it so exquisite? I have never tasted anything like this in the island nation. This belongs to a future recipe. If I divulge it now, you would not comprehend, so just indulge. Lord Song Ming's culinary skills are unparalleled. If my future wife possesses even half of your prowess, I shall be content, Min Guyen Tai Zhai remarked, not sparing any praise. Listening to the effusive compliments, Zoche assumed they were merely flattering. Without a second thought, she took a bite herself. In an instant, her eyes widened in astonishment. Truly delectable. Zoche, though silent, could not help but internally express her admiration. Amidst the praise, Mei had already resorted to using both hands, completely disregarding her ladylike demeanor. Is Gang still asleep? Oh, I will check on him. Zoche set down her chopsticks and rose to find Gang. Upon returning to the room, she found Gang still fast asleep. Gang, it's time to eat. Zoche called out, gently shaking Gang's body. Seeing no response, she was about to leave when Gang suddenly sprang up, exclaiming, "What is that delightful aroma?" Gang's abrupt reaction startled Zoche, who cautiously inquired, "Gang, are you all right?" Zoche, what is that smell? It's dinner prepared by Song Ming. Dinner made by brother Song Ming. I must try it, no matter what. Gang swiftly climbed up, suddenly feeling her legs weaken, and wrapped her arms around Zoche, saying, "Please support me. My legs have lost their strength." Zoche shook her head in resignation and assisted Gang to the living room. "Gang, you're awake." Song Ming spoke first. "Brother Song Ming, you made all this delicious food without calling me." Gang strained to support herself as she hurried to sit beside Zoche, inadvertently taking her seat. "If I didn't call you, why are your eyes open now? I meant you didn't wake me during cooking. I could have helped you." Zoche, sit here. Shi Yuan pulled out another chair. "Thank you, Lord Shi Yuan." Just as Zoche settled down, Min Guyen Tai Zhai stood up and said, "Miss Zoche, that seat is not suitable for you." He then moved Zoche and her chair to the other side of Song Ming. "This is incredibly delicious. Brother Song Ming, did you truly make this yourself?" She took a bite and exclaimed, "Who else but me could prepare such a delightful dinner?" "Brother Song Ming, you are truly a unique man in this world. I feel immensely fortunate to be by your side. She wrapped her arms around Songming, her face radiant with joy. However, when her gaze returned to the dining table, she inadvertently noticed the presence of two unfamiliar individuals. Brother Songming, who are they? They are Yazwati Bey, who was recently subdued by Lord Songming, and the other is Tima, whom I managed to defeat, replied Min Valley Yin Tizai, showing no mercy in his assessment. Why include my brother in this? I merely spoke the truth. Are you not able to accept it? Yazwati Bey set down his chopsticks, his appetite diminished. When he is no longer present, I will certainly ensure you are beneath my feet, crushed mercilessly, he retorted. I have encountered many braggarts, and had it not been for my desire to spare Lord Songming's dinner from disturbance, you would have long since met your demise. Yin Tizai shot back without restraint. Hey, can we cease this bickering? Is it necessary to provoke each other over a meal? My apologies, Lord Songming, for the disturbance. Yin Tizai's serious expression transformed into a smile. He then inquired, Lord Songming, is it true that you mentioned taking us to Penglai? Indeed, it is true. It will be a fine opportunity for you to witness how I can single-handedly confront 5 celestial beings. Chapter 48, The Delicate Ninja of Stone Hidden Village. Lord Songming. To take on 5 at once. Everyone present was utterly captivated by Songming's formidable presence. A celestial being could easily vanquish the crowd, let alone face 5 celestial beings simultaneously. This was an unimaginable feat for Min Valley Yin Tiezhai and the others. Songming brother, you are truly remarkable. With your prowess, we will certainly have enough hands for the task ahead, remarked Gang, contemplating the implications of conquering the 7 celestial beings. However, engaging 5 celestial beings at once may not be prudent. That you are incredibly strong, defeating them one by one would be a more secure approach, Zoche interjected. What do you understand? Since Songming brother has declared it, there must be sound reasoning behind it. Gang defended Songming. I have faith that Lord Songming will deliver on his promises, and when the time comes, we shall not merely observe, but will lend our assistance. Min Valley Yin Tiezhai took the lead in expressing his support. Indeed, should Lord Songming require any aid, please do not hesitate to ask, Dianzhua added. Some time later, the tree man tidied up in the living room while the others had retired to their rooms for the night. Once again, tranquility enveloped the village. Oh, these rascals did not summon me for dinner, yet they leave the cleanup to me, the tree man lamented. Suddenly, a piece of tile fell outside with a loud crash. Who was that? The tree man jumped in surprise. Songming? He called, but the silence outside was complete. Even the chirping of cicadas had ceased. He approached the door to collect the fallen shards, glancing up at the roof, and upon seeing no one, he remarked, after the last battle, the house can barely hold up. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the tiles aside and turned back to continue cleaning. At that moment, an individual silently stood behind him. Unaware, the tree man proceeded inside. Upon entering, he noticed a shadow on the floor. Before he could utter a word, his head was severed from his body. Lord Walmaiwan, I have come to find you, announced Lord Zoche. At this juncture, numerous ninjas descended from the rooftop, kneeling at the doorway. Leave the others to you. Lord Walmaiwan is mine. Once I eliminate Lord Walmaiwan, I shall be the next Walmaiwan of Stone Hidden Village. Her complexion flushed and her gaze dreamy. She eagerly anticipated meeting Walmaiwan. Yes, the ninjas responded in unison to her command and entered the house. Initially expecting a smooth victory, the ninjas soon fled from the house. Lord Zoche, there is no one inside. No one. We have observed for quite some time. It is impossible for no one to be here. But, search thoroughly. Yes, the ninjas re-entered the house to search again, yet still found no trace of anyone. At that moment, Zoche noticed the tree man's head appeared to still be alive. She lifted it and inquired, what of those who were dining earlier? I do not know, the tree man replied, responsible only for tidying up, unaware of anything else. Do not know? Then I shall proceed to sever your head. Zoche chuckled ominously. Hey, do not speak to a wooden head. The one you seek is outside, came Songming's voice from beyond the door. Upon hearing the sound, the multitude of ninjas hastily gathered outside the dwelling. Lord Walmaiwan, exclaimed Zoche, who had just stepped outside, tossing aside the head of a tree figure with a gleeful shout. It is you. You have indeed come. Walmaiwan replied with a frosty demeanor, having anticipated that the inhabitants of Shireen village would pursue him to the island. Lord Walmaiwan, I have missed you dearly. Let me kill you at once. Zoche cried, her face flushed with excitement. Return, you are no match for me. Walmaiwan retorted coolly. You remain as merciless as ever. We traveled a great distance to see you, and you wish to send us away? At the very least, allow me to take your head. I would rest my head upon it while I sleep, for only then could I find peace. Zoche laughed, utterly enraptured. Wamaiwan, is this woman unwell? Inquired Mingu Yintiejai. I am not unwell. I simply love Lord Wamaiwan too much. This is my affair. You need not intervene. Wamaiwan stepped forward. And since the others were merely human, Mingu Yintiejai and the others did not intend to interfere. Lord Wamaiwan, I dream of dueling with you. Everyone else should withdraw, leaving only me and Lord Wamaiwan here, said Songming, prompting the others to exit the grand residence. You wish to remain? Wamaiwan asked. Indeed. I previously mentioned that I would assist you in dealing with Shireen village. Lord Wamaiwan, come and revel. Shall you come to me, or shall I come to you? Wamaiwan inquired, fully aware that Songming could easily dispatch Zoche. Leave her to you. After all, she is a woman who loves you to the core. It is fitting for her to perish by your hand. Very well, Wamaiwan nodded. You all go and kill him. Leave Lord Wamaiwan to me. Yes. The ninjas charged towards Songming in unison. Follow me. Give them some privacy, Songming urged as he retreated, the ninjas trailing closely behind. How did you arrive on the island? Wamaiwan questioned. We came with the Yamada family by boat, but parted ways midway. I specifically sought you out, Lord Wamaiwan. Once I slay you, your title shall be mine. Should you desire to return to the village, I will continue to follow you. I no longer care for any title. My sole focus is to eliminate obstacles. Splendid. Lord Wamaiwan, quickly kill me. I wish to die by your hand, or for you to perish by mine. Either outcome would greatly please me. I have more pressing matters. The one who shall die is you. In an instant, Wamaiwan appeared before Zoche. She leaped back, creating distance, and her hair suddenly unfurled, each strand entwined with a shuriken. With a swift motion, she launched the shuriken using her hair. Impressive, Lord Wamaiwan, that you could evade them, Zoche said, revealing a fanatical smile. Throughout, Wamaiwan remained silent as they each employed the ninjutsu of Shireen village. Meanwhile, Songming led the ninjas into the forest. Upon stopping, the ninjas formed a circular formation around him. Do not even think of escaping. Submit to your demise. Once you are slain, we can return to witness the battle between the two esteemed lords. Are you implying that I have wasted your time? As the words fell, the crowd refrained from further idle chatter and simultaneously hurled their kunai. This time, Songming relied solely on his physical prowess, evading all assaults without employing any ninjutsu, and taunted them afterward. Not a single one hit its mark. Are you all mere masters of outline tracing? Would release. Vine hands. With a swift motion, hands shaped from vines erupted from the ground, firmly grasping the ankles of each ninja. What on earth is this? Would release? Would release. The ninjas, unfamiliar with such a technique, questioned, Are you also a ninja? I am not a ninja, however, even a mere Jinin dares to pursue me. Even an elite Jainin would be no match for me. Get serious. Otherwise, if you return too late, you will miss the spectacle of Lord Zoche slaying Wamaiwan. The ninjas tightened their grips on their kunai, severing the vines and snaring their feet, and charged toward Songming. Let me inform you in advance that Zoche is undoubtedly no match for Wamaiwan, especially since Wamaiwan wields the Tao. Do not underestimate Lord Zoche. To eliminate Wamaiwan, Lord Zoche has undergone rigorous training. At this moment, the ninjas were drawing ever closer. Songming, unfazed, declared, Water release, chaotic shark strangle. In an instant, puddles of water appeared beneath each ninja. A water shark leapt from the pools, devouring the corresponding ninja whole before submerging back into the depths. You brought this upon yourselves. At least you know the outcome now. Upon Songming's return to the mansion, Wamaiwan and Zoche were still locked in a fierce battle. However, it was evident that Wamaiwan had the upper hand. Zoche, though severely injured, fought with unwavering determination. Yet, the inevitable conclusion was clear. Ultimately, Zoche fell from the rooftop to the ground, murmuring, Wamaiwan, my lord, you are the strongest. With that, he breathed his last. After the battle concluded, Songming approached slowly, pausing beside Zoche's lifeless body, and remarked, I have no interest in the lovesick. Otherwise, I would have certainly spared your life. Chapter 49. Do not pick the orchids at the village entrance. It seems we can no longer stay here. Not far away, Mingu and Yintiejai observed the fierce battle of the Huame Pill throughout. Their combat was not only intense, but also rendered the grand residence unrecognizable. May trotted over, lifting the head of the Int before her eyes. May, are you all right? The Int's voice was faint, yet even in its dismembered state, it remained concerned for May. Is it dying? Zoche, sensitive to the presence of death, had already sensed the Int's deteriorating condition. Yes, I am close to death. The Int smiled as it spoke of its impending demise. It seemed to long for liberation in its heart. No, please, don't. Tears glistened in May's eyes. How pitiful. On the side, Gang remained silent. From the moment they met until now, the ant had always exuded warmth, selflessly sharing information about the island and diligently attending to everyone's needs. Song Ming, recognizing its efforts, approached May and gently patted her shoulder, saying, "Do not worry, May. As long as I am here, the ant shall not perish." Song Ming took the ant's head, placing his hand softly upon its forehead, murmuring, "Would release, Groot." In the next moment, vibrant green beams of light erupted around the ant's head. New green shoots began to sprout from the gaping wound. The shoots multiplied and grew longer, until a new body was formed. The onlookers were left in awe. Song Ming, a ninja adept in both offense and defense, possessed healing abilities as well. "What have you done to me?" The ant marveled, surveying its body, transformed from a withered vine into a robust young tree. "Compared to what the celestial beings have done to you, what I have bestowed is a true blessing." "Song Ming, you have revived the ant," Gang exclaimed. Not only had he saved it, but he had also granted it several hundred more years of life. Several hundred years of life. Do not be astonished. You merely need to continuously comprehend the Tao, and your lifespan will naturally extend. Song Ming's words calmed the restless hearts of the crowd. "Lord Song Ming, you are truly a good person, saving the wooden man and granting him several hundred years of life," Min Gu and Yin Tiezhai remarked. "He is not merely a wooden man," May retorted. "Miss May is correct. He is not just a wooden man, but also half a human," Ji Yuan interjected. "That group of ninjas must be from Stone Hidden Village, correct?" he inquired. "Indeed, the ninjas dispatched from Stone Hidden Village should number more than this. Zisha merely deviated temporarily to find me," Ji Yuan analyzed. "If that is the case, the other members of the Yamada family should also have arrived on the island." "Other members?" "The second-ranked Shuxian of the Showdown style and the third-ranked Sure he should both be on the island." "Senior Sure he probably wouldn't come, would he?" "He will definitely come. Although Sure he appears unreliable, he is quite astute. Their arrival would make the expedition against the celestial beings considerably easier." Zoche felt an added sense of reliance. "Enough discussion about your companions. The house has been destroyed by Huame Pill. Where shall we sleep tonight?" Min Gu and Yin Tiezhai interrupted their conversation. "By the way, everyone should retire early tonight. We shall head to Penglai tomorrow," Song Ming reminded. "Tomorrow? We shall embark on our journey to Penglai. I had anticipated a departure in 3 days or perhaps 4 or 5, yet here we are, setting off tomorrow. How swiftly time passes. Are you apprehensive?" "Not at all, for with Lord Songming by my side, a mere celestial being is not to fear. They might as well find a place to rest. We shall depart for Penglai at dawn, where 5 fairies eagerly await my arrival." With that, Songming took his leave, whispering a few secret words into Gang's ear. "Where has Lord Songming gone? Why do you concern yourself with that? Do you wish to accompany Brother Songming in slumber?" "No, I merely inquired. Rest assured, there are plenty of similar quarters in this abode. I shall guide you there," the young Tran assured. "Why didn't you mention this sooner?" "Quickly, lead the way." Yatso Tibei expressed his impatience. Zoche followed the group, only to be suddenly halted by Gang's grip. "What is it?" "They are going to the small dilapidated house to rest, while we shall accompany Brother Songming to the quaint villa." "Was that villa destroyed last time?" "Brother Songming possesses several residences," Gang replied, pulling Zoche in another direction. Upon reaching the villa, the familiar pre-sleep routine commenced, laying the bedding and warming the bed. After concluding this ritual, Zoche finally nestled into his own blanket. The following day, the group rose early in preparation for their journey to Penglai. "Miss May, upon our arrival at Penglai, should Lord Songming be unable to assist, I shall protect you." "That will not be necessary," May replied. "I have regained some strength and possess certain defensive measures against celestial beings." "Ha ha, it seems you have been denied entry," Gang chuckled from the side. As the group approached the village entrance, they beheld a woman, eyes closed, seated motionless at the threshold. Who might that individual be? Could she be one of the Yamada clan? Min Gu Yin Taizhai inquired. "No, could she be a ninja from Shirin Village?" Dianzhua responded. "Shirin Village has no ninjas of such attire. Since neither party recognizes the other, she must belong to yet another category of beings." To our surprise, before even reaching Penglai, a celestial being awaits us. Min Gu Yin Taizhai unsheathed his sword, raising his voice deliberately. "Have you seen Zhu Jin and Mudan?" The woman remained still, her eyes still closed. "You have arrived too late. They are both deceased. They are not dead, yet they have not returned to Penglai. In former times, they would have certainly returned unless they encountered some extraordinary circumstance. I know not what you speak of, but your fate may mirror that of the 2 others." Yatso Tibei took a step forward, his body brimming with anticipation. If you claim we are not involved, will you then release us? Yatso jested. I cannot. Every human who sets foot on the island must accept the fate of becoming elixir for the immortals. No sooner had she spoken than the woman's eyes snapped open, and she leapt into the air. Enough of this idle chatter. Let me witness the extent of your power. Yatso was the first to charge forward, engaging the woman in combat. Before the battle, Mingu Yantai glanced at Song Ming and said, Your Excellency Song Ming, let us handle this celestial being today. Should we find ourselves unable to prevail, you may intervene. With so many of us confronting a single celestial, we are more than capable of managing the situation. Thus, I shall refrain from joining the fray, relying entirely on your abilities. Upon hearing that Song Ming would not intervene, everyone prepared for battle. Then let us all charge together. The more, the merrier, Dianzhu declared as he rushed forward, followed closely by several others who drew their blades. Only Fuji, Zhuoqia, Gang, Tongma, and Rugai remained behind. We need not complicate matters further. This group of men is sufficient to handle it, Gang remarked. I have faith in my brother's strength. Tongma added, justifying their decision to stay back. I shall go lend them my support, Zhuoqia announced as he dashed forward to bolster their fighting force. When will little Zhuoqia finally grasp the situation? He has a chance to rest yet insists on rushing into danger, Gang lamented. By the way, what is the name of that celestial being, Song Ming? Lan Hua, came the reply. In the face of the onslaught, Lan Hua retaliated fiercely. Physically, Lan Hua possessed a distinct advantage, exhibiting agility that allowed him to evade the attacks while delivering powerful strikes. With a single blow, he sent Dianzhu flying from the battlefield, subsequently repelling several others with a series of punches. Our combat styles differ. Mingling among ourselves only serves to hinder our efforts. Shi Yuan shouted. During the conflict, Yizhu Diao Bingwei's techniques were simple yet brutal, making it easy to strike allies inadvertently. Mingu Yantai Zhai wielded his sword with a wide range, forcing others to divert their attention to defense. Shi Yuan hesitated to unleash his full power for fear of injuring someone. The Walon Pill's ninjutsu had a high likelihood of friendly fire, rendering its repeated use ineffective. Is it possible for two of us to engage together? The more participants, the greater the risk of accidental harm, Zhuoqia suggested. Indeed. Having too many is inconvenient for unleashing my full strength, Mingu Yantai concurred. Recognizing that the chaos of battle was exacerbated by the lack of coordination among the fighters. What are you all discussing? Lan Hua swiftly maneuvered through the crowd, sending one adversary after another flying from the battlefield until only he remained. With such feeble strength, you are unworthy to confront Zhu Jin and Mu Dan. Allow me to go first. You may follow after, Mingu Yantai Zhai called out as he rose. The others nodded and engaged in a rotating assault. After a period of time, Song Ming observed that they had worn down their opponents sufficiently and spoke, Cease your efforts, let Zhuoqia handle the remainder. The rest of you should refrain from intervening. Chapter 50, The Path of Zoche's Training. Shall Zoche face her opponent alone? Her strength still requires honing. Fear not. I am here. Nothing unexpected will occur. Song Ming hardly regarded Orchid, instead wishing to use this opportunity to further Zoche's training. It's all right, my lord Shi Yuan. I can manage on my own. Zoche, with unwavering determination in her gaze, gripped her sword tightly, eager to prove that a woman can wield a blade with prowess. Zoche, if you falter, I shall intervene. There is no need for your assistance. I can handle this. Zoche was resolute in her wish to rely on her own strength, firmly rejecting Song Ming's offer. Very well, this is what you have declared. With that, Song Ming tilted his head back and closed his eyes to nap, observing Song Ming's nonchalance. Shi Yuan stepped forward. Zoche, I shall assist you. Having trained with Zoche before, I believe I am better suited for this, chimed Wamaiwan. Miss Zoche's swordsmanship resembles mine closely. I am more fitting. Enough with the delay. Shall we fight or not? If not, I shall take the lead, bellowed Yizhu Diaobei. Indeed, I find this tiresome, another echoed. Suddenly, Orchid launched a surprise attack, and Zoche quickly raised her sword in defense. However, she was forced several steps back. My lord Shi Yuan, please step back. This is also a form of training for me. Very well, but do exercise caution. Seeing Zoche's resolute spirit, the others withdrew to a safer distance. You humans are truly peculiar. If you wish to die one by one, I shall oblige. Orchid approached once more, executing a fluid sequence of bagua palm strikes that compelled Zoche to retreat repeatedly. The onlookers felt a wave of anxiety wash over them. Clap, clap, clap. Moments later, Zoche was struck away by Orchid's powerful blows. Though Zoche had gained some insight, she lacked the formidable recovery abilities of Yazwa Diabe. With Orchid embodying the element of water and Zoche the element of fire, Zoche found herself at a disadvantage. Each individual possessed their unique elemental attributes. The celestial beings too had their own. For instance, Orchid and Zhu Jin represented water, Lian and Mu Dan were of earth. Tao Hua embodied wood, Goei Hua symbolized metal, and Zhu Hua represented fire. These 5 elements interacted in a cycle of mutual restraint. Will he intervene? Songming had previously stated he would act in case of unforeseen events. Mingu Yentieja had unwavering faith in Songming, even sitting down in anticipation. Songming is still asleep. Voiced Yinzhua, filled with concern. I can perceive Zoche's determination. This time, let her be. Shi Yuan sighed deeply. Now, they could only hope for Zoche's resilience. At that moment, Orchid had thoroughly battered Zoche, and with one final strike, Zoche was sent crashing to the ground. Yet she did not yield. Instead, she adjusted her breathing while prostrate on the ground, enhancing her strength beyond what it had been. Above, Orchid's palm transformed into a hand blade, descending once more. Shi Yuan sensed the impending danger, but it was too late. As the hand blade of Orchid descended, Zoche drew her sword in the air. The speed of this strike was so astonishing that none could perceive it clearly. They could only witness Orchid's form being cleaved into numerous segments. This delineates the path of cultivation for Xiaozhua Qie. As long as one maintains sufficient breath and a calm demeanor, their strength will inevitably augment. With arms crossed and a smile, Gang remarked, "How swift." Orchid, equally astonished, quickly regained her composure. Slash, swish, swish. Zhua Qie's blade accelerated in rhythm with her breathing, each strike landing heavily upon Orchid's dantian. Sustaining continuous injuries, Orchid swiftly distanced herself to a place of safety. Is this what a celestial being is like? Weren't you rather arrogant just moments ago? The mocking taunts of Min Gu Yen Tai Zhai swiftly followed. You fall far short of my expectations for a celestial being. Yazui Jiao Bingwei lost her desire to challenge further. She might be the weakest among the celestial beings, easily dealt with by Zhuo Qie alone. Listening to the derision from the humans, Orchid's fury ignited. Ignorant fools, you shall all perish. Enraged, Orchid activated her ghostly corpse dissolution mode, her height surging over 4 meters. Her body ensconced in layers of orchid branches and leaves. Both speed and strength amplified dramatically. What is this? Aside from Songming, few had ever witnessed the final form of a celestial being, and all were astonished by Orchid's transformation. To compel me to unleash ghostly corpse dissolution indicates that you possess some skill. No sooner had the words left her lips than Orchid appeared before Zhuo Qie in an instant, her speed surpassing Zhuo Qie's perceptual abilities. Bang, bang. Over 20 punches landed upon Zhuo Qie in a single second. Zhuo Qie spat blood and was sent flying. Zhuo Qie, the crowd exclaimed, launching their assault simultaneously. Too late. She will serve as the first sacrifice. Orchid's hand strike followed swiftly. Wood release, wooden barrier. A series of wooden fortifications arose, offering comprehensive protection to Zhuo Qie. Orchid's hand strike only left a deep dent in the barrier. Earth release, earth dragon. Boom. An earth dragon erupted from the ground. Orchid leapt into battle against the earth dragon. Though its skin was fragile, its recovery ability was formidable. Indeed, it surpassed even that of celestial beings. As long as there was earth or sand, it could regenerate endlessly. Earth release, palms together. Clap. The ground heaved as 2 massive palms descended heavily upon Orchid. Wood release, wooden dragon. A wooden dragon from the forest also joined the fray. The wooden dragon boasted robust defenses and formidable attacks. Water release, water dragon. Boom. A lake formed on the ground, which instantly transformed into a dragon. The water dragon exhibited excellent control and a variety of offensive maneuvers. 3 dragons assailed Orchid simultaneously. And even in her ghostly corpse dissolution state, she struggled to withstand the onslaught. Little Zhuo Qie. At that moment, Gang rushed to Zhuo Qie's side. Finding her already unconscious. She won't die, will she? No, but there is only one way to save her. With that, Songming waved his hand. Wood release, wooden house. A large structure rose behind him, and he cradled Zhuo Qie within. Dragon return. The 3 dragons that had been entangled with Orchid obeyed the command, soaring back and coiling around the wooden house. The rest is up to you. Do not let me down, echoed Songming's voice from within the wooden house. Rest assured, Lord Songming, I shall surely satisfy you, Mingu Yen Tai Zhai replied with a smile. Then he turned to ask Yaza Zhaobing, Hey, would you like to join me in defeating her? No need for you. I can handle it alone. Very well, Let us see who can slay her first. Agreed. But the loser must kneel before the victor. I relish this challenge. I accept. With that, both launched simultaneous assaults on Lan Hua. Meanwhile, within the large house, Song Ming had already unfastened Zhao Qi's garments. Simultaneously, Song Ming stood bare. It seems I can only rely on the techniques of this room to save you. With that, he began to transfer energy to Zhao Qi. As the frequency increased, Zhao Qi's body gradually began to heal. Outside the wooden cabin, Gang stood with his arms crossed, visibly displeased. Little Zhao Qi is truly fortunate to be able to train one-on-one with brother Song Ming. With the intervention of the techniques from within the room, Zhao Qi slowly regained consciousness. However, upon awakening, rather than pushing Song Ming away, he became increasingly cooperative. Outside the wooden cabin, the battle inside raged on with equal intensity. At the same moment, both confrontations came to an end. Chapter 51. Capturing the three celestial beings. How infuriating. The critically injured orchid never imagined she would be slain by two mere mortals. You have lost. Kneel at once, declared Yatso DB. Lost? It is I who triumphed. The one who should kneel is you, retorted Min Valley Yin Tianzhai, brandishing his sword. It is you who have been defeated. I can prove that my brother emerged victorious, asserted Torima, stepping between the two as a referee. You two are in collusion. I do not believe you. Who do you claim has won? Min Valley Yin Tianzhai relinquished the decision to others. The Yamada family, as the enforcers, spoke with greater authority. I did not witness it, the judge replied, scratching the back of his head. It was too swift for me to discern. Added Fu, acknowledging his limitations. Your abilities are lacking. It is only natural you could not see clearly. However, Shiwan, you must have seen it, right? Among the enforcers, Min Valley Yin Tianzhai only trusted Shiwan's prowess. Shiwan cleared his throat, truthfully. He had been distracted by the climax of Zhao Qi's voice and had not observed which of the two dealt the fatal blow. What are you two squabbling about? The celestial being is not yet dead, Rugai inquired. The two exchanged glances, and in the next moment, they both lunged toward the dying orchid. Her body lay paralyzed. Eyes shut tightly. Expecting her demise, she remained still for a moment, but upon opening her eyes, she found Song Ming standing before her. Both of their hands were simultaneously grasped and pushed away. Song Ming, what are you doing? They exclaimed in astonishment at his actions. He, who was supposed to be the one to slay the divine being, was now attempting to save her. Do not kill her. Orchid still has her uses. Uses? The two responded in confusion, yet they abandoned their intentions to kill Orchid. Song Ming, you've come out. Gang exclaimed, bouncing forward. Song Ming, what use does the celestial being have? Min Valley Yin Tianzhai inquired once more. The uses of a celestial being are manifold. They can assist with back and foot massages, cleaning, and so forth. In short, they can perform all the tasks that a servant can do exceptionally well, Gang replied, extolling the virtues of having a celestial being. To have a celestial being give massages? The two were taken aback, and Orchid wore a puzzled expression. She did not recall celestial beings possessing such abilities. It is also time for the other celestial beings to get some fresh air. Would release, coffin rise. Two coffins slowly ascended from the ground, and several individuals nearby gathered around. Upon lifting the coffin lids, Zhu Jin and Mu Dan were revealed to the crowd. Oh dear, I forgot to dress them, Song Ming remarked, as vines swiftly enveloped Zhu Jin and Mu Dan, covering all the necessary areas. Oh, Min Valley Yin Tianzhai clearly had not seen enough. Is Song Ming going to give a bath again? Zhu Jin inquired. Her casual mention of Song Ming as brother incensed Gang, as this title rightfully belonged to him. Yet Zhu Jin continually appropriated it. Could you wait a moment? The last position was so intricate that my back has yet to recover, Mu Dan pleaded. Mu Dan. Eugene? Orchid, nearby, felt a familiar resonance in their voices. Is that Orchid's voice? Zhu Jin questioned. Orchid? How could she possibly be here? Peony remained unconvinced, dismissing Zhu Jin's words as a mere misunderstanding. Zhu Jin's conjectures, however, proved accurate. Orchid had indeed joined the bathing brigade. At that moment, Song Ming invoked the wood release technique, summoning a new coffin beneath Orchid, which began to elevate her body slowly. Soon, the three reached a uniform height. Orchid. Both of them exclaimed in astonishment. You too. Orchid trembled as she turned her gaze towards them. It's truly you. You've been captured as well. What on earth is happening? Why are you lying in that coffin? It's a long story. We wish to return, yet we have been continuously restrained. That human named Song Ming appears to have a penchant for capturing celestial beings, Peony murmured softly from between the two. A penchant for capturing celestial beings? Orchid scrutinized Song Ming. having sensed from the very beginning that he was no ordinary individual. Having encountered 3 dragons of distinct attributes, she felt increasingly convinced of Tsang Ming's extraordinary prowess. Your Excellency Tsang Ming, what is the situation with these 2 women? Min Guyan Taizhai inquired. Both are celestial beings. One is named Zhujin, the other peony, Tsang Ming replied. Those 2 women are celestial beings. The onlookers expressed their astonishment. I've seen that woman before. She was the one who ambushed me alongside my master. Though she has donned a different guise, the attendant still recognized Zhujin. I never imagined she had been confined in that coffin. I thought you had already slain her, Shi Yuan remarked. In his view, celestial beings only had 2 options when facing Tsang Ming: to flee or to perish. A third option seemed nearly inconceivable. Your Excellency Tsang Ming keeps celestial beings as servants. Min Guyan Taizhai's worldview was profoundly shaken. Celestial beings were the bosses of the island, yet Tsang Ming treated them as pets. Meanwhile, Yizhua Tiaobingwei remained silent, clearly gripped by fear. Release me. Do you comprehend the consequences of imprisoning celestial beings? Orchid shouted. The consequence of imprisoning celestial beings is the world losing one celestial being, but gaining a servant instead, Tsang Ming retorted. I will kill you for such humiliation, Orchid declared. Calm down, Orchid. As long as you submit, he will not harm you, Zhujin urged. Zhujin, what are you suggesting? You would yield to a mere human? Orchid's eyes brimmed with disappointment. Very well, I shall leave the task of persuading Orchid to you too, if she maintains this attitude when next we meet. Prepare yourselves for punishment, Tsang Ming warned. Please. It is not our fault. We have already submitted, they protested. With a flourish of wood release, the 3 coffins merged into one, facilitating their communication. Orchid, cease your resistance, Tsang Ming commanded. I would rather die than submit to a human. You may as well give up, she retorted defiantly. Amidst their debate, the grand coffin slowly descended into the earth. Just then, Zoche emerged from the large house. Little Zoche. Gang immediately rushed over. Are you unharmed? Zoche nodded silently. It seems your leg is also unscathed. Reflecting on how Zoche had carried her back to the village, it appeared their fates following the battle were markedly different. Zoche, without a word, approached Tsang Ming and remarked, It is time for you to release Xiantai and Lord Yuanci, is it not? They have been lying in their coffins for quite some time. I almost forgot, if you do not let them out soon, they might start to sprout hair. As 2 more coffins ascended, they opened to reveal Yuanci and Xiantai still in slumber, their wounds having long since healed. During their time in the coffins, they had also grasped the essence of the breathing technique. What? One can comprehend the Tao while lying in a coffin? Had I known, I would have joined them. Min Guyan Tizai exclaimed. Xiantai, Lord Yuanci, Showdown and Dianzhua each called out, shaking one another. Before long, the 2 figures awakened. Is this heaven or hell? Xiantai mumbled, still dazed. You are not dead. You are still on the island. Island. The 2 sat up groggily, surveying their surroundings. In the next moment, clarity washed over them as they recognized familiar and unfamiliar faces alike. So many people. Yuanci rubbed his eyes vigorously, his memories lingering on the battle with the Longtai. Lord Xiwan, Dianzhua, and Fuji. Xiantai recited each name, relief flooding through him. It is wonderful. You are all still alive. We were all saved by Lord Songming and gathered here. Dianzhua explained. Indeed, it is thanks to Lord Songming that you survived. Otherwise, you would have perished long ago. Lord Songming? The group expressed astonishment at Zoche's new title. Typically, Zoche was addressed by name, but upon exiting the main hall, the tone had shifted to one of intimacy. The assembly quickly surmised that Zoche's address was likely not merely due to healing, but rather from a sense of deep comfort. Chapter 52. The Advance to Punlai. Has the celestial being fled? Zhuixia, Yu, and Songming. Xiantai remains uninformed. However, one can infer a few things from the titles used. Xiantai, stop guessing and emerge from the coffin, Shi Yuan interjected. Very well, Master Shi Yuan. Xiantai adjusted his spectacles and swiftly climbed out of the coffin. How long have we been asleep? Yuanzi inquired, his gaze flickering briefly over the others. He was familiar with the death row inmate and the executioner. But the other 2 were strangers. I'm not certain, perhaps about a week, Shi Yuan replied vaguely. Is that tree man a monster? Yuanzi whispered, approaching Shi Yuan. He was once human. During your absence, he took care of our needs. And that girl, who is she? Yuanzi asked, appraising her with admiration. Hey. Stop staring at Miss Mei. Min Guyan Taizhai moved to block Yuanzi's view. Miss Mei? She is the wife of Lord Songming. Upon hearing this, Yuanzi immediately glanced away. Have you finished reminiscing? We must not delay further. Let us set forth to Palai. As he spoke, Song Ming had already taken several steps ahead. Let us go, Gang shouted, following closely behind Song Ming. Lord Song Ming, wait for me. Mingu Yantai Zhai quickly caught up, walking behind Gang. Miss Gang seems quite cheerful, showing no concern for the celestial beings of Palai. With brother Song Ming around, I have no worries. Besides, I have long been curious about Palai. Palai? We are heading there right after waking up. Xian Tai, still stationary, clearly appeared apprehensive. We shall discuss it on the way. Shi Yuan urged the two to follow. As they traveled, Shi Yuan recounted the events of the past few days. Upon hearing that Song Ming had captured 3 celestial beings, both were taken aback. As time passed, they drew nearer to Palai. Along the route, they encountered numerous corpses of monsters, numbering over 100. They even spotted deceased Taoists and gatekeepers who were slightly stronger than the monsters. Brother Song Ming, did you slay all these monsters? Gang clung to Song Ming's arm as they progressed. It was not me. It must have been the new batch of executioners on the island. This new batch seems quite formidable to have killed so many monsters, Shi Yuan remarked. Xu Xian has indeed arrived. Dian Zhua, who shared a good rapport with Xu Xian, noted their similar youth and interests. That rascal Xu Xian is imitating my swordsmanship. Yuanzi chuckled as he glanced at the corpses. Xu Xian has mastered the sword techniques of our family. He can wield anyone's style, Xian Tai added. It seems Xu Xian has arrived at Palai ahead of us. We must hasten our pace. After Song Ming spoke, the group quickened their steps. The closer they got to Palai, the more they could smell a strong scent of blood. After a while, they beheld the hazy silhouette of Palai. Towering ancient structures adorned with religious decorations loomed overhead, and even large Chinese characters could be seen inscribed upon the buildings. Welcome, one and all, to the realm of tranquility, where fortunes abound. Outside the grand entrance lay the lifeless forms of numerous ninjas, alongside the carcasses of monstrous beings. Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed from within the ethereal abode of Palai. Quickly, venture inside, the crowd urged, rushing forth to witness the Yamada clan engaged in fierce combat against the creatures. Before any assistance could be rendered, the final beast succumbed to the might of Xu Xian's blade. Xu Xian, Yuanzi called out, prompting Xu Xian and his companions to turn, their previously stony expressions transforming into exuberance. Everyone, we are all alive, cried a towering woman, wielding a long blade, her stature reaching 2 meters. Zaki, Senior Weiling, how splendid that you are safe. In the next moment, Weiling dashed forward, lifting Zaki in a heartfelt embrace. 2 others approached, Lord Xuan, Lord Yuanzi, they greeted. You arrived quite swiftly, remarked Dianzhua. Haha, I knew you would survive. Xu Xian and Dianzhua exchanged a fist bump, laughter resonating between them. To their surprise, Shaoqing had also arrived. Yuanzi remarked, by the way, the monsters on the road were dispatched by you, weren't they? Indeed, Zaki confirmed. Is Shurha not with you? Xiwan glanced back in inquiry. He has ventured forth in search of clues. Upon our arrival at Palai, we encountered only monsters, with no sign of the so-called celestial beings. Could it be that the celestial beings fled upon learning of Lord Songming's impending arrival? Pondered Mingu Yantiezhai, stroking his chin. His words piqued Xu Xian's interest. Lord Xiwan, it appears these condemned souls have not perished. They have accompanied us throughout, fighting alongside us against the celestial beings, Dianzhua interjected. Fighting alongside you against the celestial beings? The true combatants were Lord Songming. We merely played supporting roles, Mingu Yantiezhai hastily clarified, shying away from the accolades. Thus far, we have vanquished 3 celestial beings, Xiwan proclaimed. Indeed, you are worthy of admiration, Lord Xiwan. You have always been my inspiration, Xu Xian asserted without hesitation, attributing the victories solely to Xiwan. However, Xiwan shook his head, declaring, it was not I, but Songming who defeated the 3 celestial beings. I was responsible for the first 2. My role in the orchid battle was merely supportive. Lord Songming sought to grant us an opportunity, otherwise, Orchid would have been vanquished long ago. As the group lavished praise upon Songming, Xu Xian's expression darkened. What are you looking at? Mingu Yantiezhai retorted, visibly displeased. Now, even the condemned dare to challenge the executioner? Without hesitation, Xu Xian unsheathed his sword, the tension thickening in the air. Mingu Yantiezhai, undeterred, drew his weapon in response. To Xu Xian, this act was nothing short of rebellion. Shaoqing Weiling, he called. Kill all the condemned. The declaration left all present in astonishment. Xu Xian, refrain from violence. We still require their assistance, Fu Ji interjected, attempting to mediate and avert conflict. Fuji, you dare to plead for the condemned? Shu Xian retorted. Now is not the time for conflict with them. Let us first defeat all celestial beings, Zoche advised. Zoche. This does not concern you, Shu Xian snapped. Miss Zoche, there is no need for further words. I am eager to witness his prowess. Mingyu Yantiezhe can sense the presence of a formidable opponent, and Shu Xian is evidently a strong contender. Engage. Shu Xian initiates the offensive. Yet, the blade is intercepted by the attendant. The one favored by the attendant is also a death row inmate, and naturally, he will not allow the attendant to act recklessly. Meanwhile, Weiling is obstructed by Zoche, while Shaoqing is hindered by Fuji. What are you all doing? Shu Xian exclaimed. Noticing the drastic changes in the Yamada family's demeanor after a considerable absence, Shu Xian, the circumstances here are not as you perceive. These death row inmates do not deserve their fate. Attendant, have you all been beguiled? Shu Xian forcefully swings his blade, forcing the attendant to retreat. If you insist on blocking my path, then I shall have no choice but to defeat you first. He then turns to Shiwan, my lord Shiwan. You must restrain them while I eliminate the death row inmates. Observing Shiwan's inaction, Shu Xian surmises that a bond has seemingly formed between the death row inmates and their executioners after prolonged contact. Chapter 53, The Supreme Power of the Yamada Family. Shu Xian. I hold you in high esteem and hope you can assist me, Shu Xian reiterated. However, Shi Yuan turned away, walking towards the distance. Addressing the crowd with his back turned, I shall seek the celestial being. He was reluctant to defy his family's orders or confront a death row inmate, thus choosing to depart. Moreover, Song Ming was also a condemned criminal. Engaging in battle with such an individual would inevitably require him to confront Song Ming. He preferred to seek a celestial being for a solitary duel rather than face Song Ming. Zaki, step aside. I do not wish to harm you. The brown-skinned girl, Wei Ling, shared a close bond with Zaki, yet she was also an ardent admirer of Shu Xian. If a comparison were to be made, Wei Ling would undoubtedly side with Shu Xian. Wei Ling, this is not the time to deal with death row inmates, Zaki advised. Shu Xian's expedition represents the entire Yamada family, and he has been granted the highest authority by the general. Do you not heed his words? It seems that power holds little sway on this island, Fuji acknowledged. Fuji, you are not my match. It would be wise to step aside. Qingwan's gaze turned serious. Shaoqing, I may not be your adversary, but there is a terrifying individual among us whom none of you can contend with. Terrifying? Indeed. Death row inmates are fearsome, yet when they face execution, they are nothing but pitiful, crying wretches. Shu Xian ceased his words, delivering a swift kick to the platform and unsheathing his blade, charging towards the weakest among the crowd, Song Ming. How dare you be so rude? Min Guoyan Tai swiftly intervened. Clang, clang. The clash of blades echoed as the two swords met. After several dozen exchanges, Min Guoyan Tai bore numerous wounds. Has age finally caught up with me? He realized he was no match for Shu Xian. Then let us commence with your execution. With that, Shu Xian aimed directly at Min Guoyan Tai's neck. Yamada family members. What glory is there in bullying an elder? Gang, gripping his kunai tightly, blocked Shu Xian's special blade. You are the female ninja responsible for the incident involving the Lord of Tianqing. Compared to you, I am still inexperienced. Your brutal methods are utterly detestable. Gang was aware of some of Shu Xian's deeds. Shu Xian had not hesitated to harm innocent relatives and children of the condemned in order to extract confessions. Even those from the shogunate were struck with fear upon hearing such tales. That was for the sake of the mission. Thus, I resorted to such drastic measures. Regardless, I could never commit such atrocities as you. Ninjutsu, sticky threads. Gang leaped back, emitting threads that ensnared the area. He had hoped to bind Shu Xian, yet all were severed by his blade. You have also grasped the way. Gang was astonished that a newcomer to the island could comprehend such a principle. After all, the understanding of the way was attained by many only after their arrival and guidance. Seizing the opportunity while Shu Xian was occupied with slicing the sticky threads, a Zuotiao Bing Wei struck swiftly, transforming his hands into claws aimed at Shu Xian's throat. Shu Xian tilted his head back, then swiftly leaned forward. His long blade descended from above, slicing through a Zuotiao Bing Wei's shoulder with a single stroke. One down. Just as the words left his mouth, a Zuotiao Bing Wei's head was severed. Brother. Upon witnessing a Zuotiao Bing Wei's decapitation, Tong Ma charged forward, brandishing his blade. You must be the newcomer. Tong Ma, am I correct? Lord Shu Huan had long surmised the connection between you and Yatso Tibiwa. Since you wish to protect him, I must take decisive action. With that, Shu Huan lunged towards Ti Ma, who was caught off guard and swiftly knocked away by the blade. As the long knife approached ominously, Huamei acted resolutely. Ninjutsu, Fire Master. A burst of flames surged forth, halting Shu Wan's advance. However, as he retreated, an unexpected grip seized him from behind, firmly restraining his arms. Seize this opportunity and eliminate him, Yatso Biwa commanded. You're still alive, Shu Wan exclaimed, taken aback. He had only witnessed such a resurrection in the Taoist. It was astonishing to find that even among death row inmates, there existed such capabilities. Leave it to me. Min Valley Yin Tizai seized the moment to dart forward with a thrust. Shu Wan promptly adjusted his combat spirit ring, sliding downwards to escape the constraints. Yet, Yin Tizai's blade struck directly at Yatso Biwa's heart. Once the turmoil subsided, it was likely that the two would quarrel endlessly over this strike. Though I am unaware of your experiences on the island, you must perish here today. Shu Wan steadied his breath, and to his astonishment, the silhouettes of several predecessors materialized behind him. At that moment, the imposing figure of Tsongming, among the condemned, spoke up. The farce must come to an end. A yawn echoing in the air. You are finished. Lord Tsongming is about to act. Min Valley Yin Tizai grinned, swiftly stepping aside as others cleared the way. Earth escape, Hell's funeral. A thunderous crash resounded as the ground fractured, and a colossal sand hand erupted from the earth. It first struck Shu Wan midair, and then elongated to grasp him within its palm. Helpless, Shu Wan could only watch as he was drawn underground, leaving only a deep pit on the surface. Lord Shu Wan, Weiling gasped, abandoning her confrontation with Yatso Biwa to rush to the edge of the pit, peering into the abyss that revealed no light. Lord Shu Wan echoed only the relentless reverberations. On the other side, Shaoqing also relinquished her struggle, approaching the pit to gaze down. Picking up a stone and tossing it, yet no sound of its landing reached her ears. Well done, Min Valley Yin Tizai chuckled, stroking his beard. Those he cannot defeat, Tsongming can eliminate in a single move. This fellow is indeed formidable, capable of dragging a person underground, Yatso Biwa remarked from the sidelines. Brother, are you unhurt? Tima inquired. Fear not, Tima. As long as there is a Tao, I can resurrect indefinitely. The others began to calm, though Weiling and Shaoqing, near the pit, were expressions of despair. With hope dimmed, Weiling rose, her blade pointed at Tsongming, demanding, What have you done to Lord Shu Wan? He is dead, Tsongming replied coolly. Dead. Dead. Weiling appeared to lose her spirit. Tsongming, have you truly slain Lord Shu Wan? Although Shu Wan acted impulsively, he was still a kin of Yatso Biwa. The news of his death struck Yatso hard. I cannot say for certain, but he should be approximately 500 meters below ground. 500 meters underground, the crowd was astonished. Given the capabilities of the shogunate, it seemed improbable that they could excavate such depths even over a century. Bring back Shuxian. Wei Ling's eyes shimmered with tears as her two long blades merged into one. Do you wish to venture underground as well? A mere glance from her immobilized Wei Ling. Moments later, her gaze transformed into one of unwavering resolve. I shall ensure your demise. With a swift motion, she executed the water release technique, conjuring a watery prison before her. As she stepped into the puddle, the water surged rapidly, enveloping Wei Ling entirely and subjecting her to the agony of suffocation. Wei Ling. Zhao Chia brandished his sword, attempting to slash through the watery confinement, but it proved futile. Curse it. The ranks of Shu Xian's team had dwindled to but one, Qing Wan, a mere child, shorter in stature than Fuji. I do not prey upon children. I merely hope you will return home to your mother. I am not an ordinary child. I am the offspring of a warrior. But isn't the child of a warrior still just a child? What distinction lies therein? Merely two additional characters. Unable to bear the loss of his two companions, Qing Wan surged toward Tsongming. Zhao Chia attempted to intervene, but it was already too late. Chapter 54 The appearance of three celestial beings, Earth escape, the Yellow Spring Marsh. Qing Wan's legs grew increasingly heavy, sinking deeper into the ground until her lower half was completely engulfed. Qing Wan, the attendant rushed over and grasped her, pulling her upward insistently. Lord Tsongming, spare them. They have recognized their wrongs. However, I did not believe they had truly come to such an understanding. Quickly apologized to Lord Tsongming, the attendant urged. Yet Qing Wan maintained a fierce glare, clearly reluctant to admit fault. If you wish for Shuxian and Weiling to be safe, you must promptly acknowledge your mistakes, the attendant added. I implore you to spare them. Meanwhile, Fuji had already knelt down. Lord Tsongming, please show mercy. We will comply with whatever you say henceforth, Yuanzi pleaded as well. Upon hearing that there was a chance to save Shuxian and Weiling, Qing Wan gritted her teeth and said, I'm sorry, I realize my mistake. Not sincere enough. Songming elegantly toyed with his fingers. You, Lord Weiling. At that moment, Zoche called out. Weiling, trapped in the water prison, had lost consciousness. Qingwan became anxious. Shouting louder, I'm sorry, we know we were wrong. She broke into tears. Indeed, she was still a child, capable of such emotion. After teasing her, Songming snapped his fingers, and the water prison was instantly released. As Weiling fell to the ground, Zoche immediately began performing artificial respiration and chest compressions. Ugh. Weiling coughed up water. The rest of the Yamada family sighed in relief. Please also release Xiaoqing, the attendant requested. Songming nodded, and Qiyuan emerged from the marsh. Relieved of her weight. Thank you, Lord Songming, the attendant expressed gratefully. Xuxian. At that moment, Weiling, lying on the ground, murmured, tears streaming from her eyes. As an outsider, she had faced exclusion from her kin, and it was only because of Xuxian that she had gained a position within her family. Seeing Weiling's sorrowful expression, Zoche rose and asked, Lord Songming, is Xuxian still alive? Indeed, Songming interjected. Not dead. The atmosphere of despair was replaced with hope. I beg you. Spare Lord Xuxian. Weiling turned and knelt on the ground, while others from the Yamada family joined in pleading. Come forth. As soon as the words left his lips, Shou emerged from the depths, clutching Xuxian as if he were a soul returned from the depths of hell. He tossed Xuxian onto the ground. Lord Xuxian. Weiling instantly sprang up, collapsing onto Xuxian in an attempt to discern his heartbeat. His entire body is fractured. It will likely take months for him to recover, Songming remarked. Thank you. Feeling Xuxian's heartbeat, Weiling wiped away her tears in excitement. Zoche, beside her, also exhaled in relief, kneeling next to Weiling to offer comfort. Zoche, what kind of person is he? Why is he more terrifying than the celestial beings? Weiling whispered, having noticed that while others addressed Songming as Lord, Zoche called him Songming, suggesting a unique relationship. He can single-handedly eliminate celestial beings with ease. No wonder. From this moment forth, you both shall serve as the subordinates of Lord Songming, while I shall be his foremost disciple. Henceforth, you will address me as your senior. Minggu Yin Tizai boasted with bravado. Ha ha, how amusing you humans are, resorting to mutual destruction. At that moment, the ethereal voice of a celestial being echoed through the vast emptiness of Palai. Instantly, everyone grew alert, surveying their surroundings. Suddenly, two figures streaked across the sky. It was Lord Qiyuan, exclaimed Xiantai, and also Lord Shurha would release Vine Net. A great net formed in the air and snared the two flying individuals. As they descended, both were gravely injured. Lord Qiyuan, be cautious. Qiyuan desperately managed to utter a few words. What transpired, Lord Qiyuan? 3. What do you mean by 3? There are 3 celestial beings. After speaking, he fainted. At that moment, 3 figures appeared in the distance. Lord Qiyuan mentioned 3 celestial beings. Where are they? The crowd's gaze fell in unison upon the approaching trio. Osmanthus, Chrysanthemum, and Peach Blossom. Songming nodded slightly, exhibiting no sign of anxiety. I had intended to watch you humans annihilate one another before making my appearance, yet it seems the process was merely a formality, with not a single life lost. Chrysanthemum embraced Peach Blossom, her face marred by disappointment. Brother Chrysanthemum, why are humans so peculiar? Why must they resort to self-destruction? Can't they unite like us every day? Peach Blossom gently remarked to Chrysanthemum. Meanwhile, Osmanthus maintained an impassive expression, uttering not a single word. How could humans possibly compare to celestial beings? Chrysanthemum touched Peach Blossom's orb. Their actions replete with desire. Hey, there are children present. To be mindful, Songming called out. You really have no sense of occasion, do you? Even now. You urge us to mind the children? Is there truly a child? How adorable. Peach Blossom gazed intently at Qiyuan. Brother Chrysanthemum, I wish to be with the child. Very well. After we eliminate them all, that child shall be yours. Chrysanthemum doted on Peach Blossom. Qiyuan gripped her blade, eager to advance and strike them down. Where is your leader, Lotus? Why hasn't he come? Our leader has more pressing matters at hand. The 3 of us are more than sufficient to deal with you trifling pests. Ah, you wish to capture all at once? Then we shall first secure the 3 of you, and later seek out Lotus. Secure? Osmanthus repeated lightly. With you 3, I shall possess 6 celestial beings. At that point, I shall have you don swimsuits to meet your leader. I wonder how Lotus will react. Brother Chrysanthemum, what is a swimsuit? I am uncertain. Perhaps it is a type of attire worn by humans. You would do well to surrender now. I can train you to become the finest alchemists. Sparing you from bodily suffering, Osmanthus declared. That sentiment is likewise directed towards you. Osmanthus needn't engage them. I alone am capable of handling all of them. Chrysanthemum released the orb, preparing to mobilize. Lord Songming, let us strike together, Mingu Yentizai shouted. The crowd has gathered, ready to share the burden with Lord Songming. The chief steward has prepared for another battle against the celestial beings. Is there any utility in sheer numbers? As the words were spoken, Juhua had already made his way to the center of the throng. With a swift motion, he unleashed a whirlwind kick, dispersing the masses. Onward, commanded Mingu Yentizai, leading the charge as the others followed suit. Weapons clashed against fists and feet in a fierce exchange. Earth escape, armor technique. The earth molded itself into armor, adhering to Songming's form. This armor bore a striking resemblance to that of the Kamen Rider in its design. Earth escape, terracotta warriors. In an instant, everyone except Songming found themselves ensnared by the earth, transforming into terracotta warriors, one by one, before being engulfed underground. This spectacle left the three celestial beings utterly astonished. Do you intend to subdue us by eliminating your comrades? Juhua inquired, intrigued by Songming's unexpected actions. He perceived their presence as an obstruction, hence allowing them to slumber beneath the earth for a while, until they would awaken to behold three exceedingly obedient women. Do you aspire to confront all three of us alone? Taohua erupted into laughter, declaring it the most absurd jest she had ever encountered. Juhua joined in the mirth, utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. You are completely unaware of the vastness of the world, Guehua remarked. Chapter 55. Ninjutsu combos. Your abilities are quite extraordinary. I have never encountered anything like them before. After a hearty laugh, Hohat remarked on Songming's peculiar talents. Indeed. It was quite strange. I wonder if I can learn the techniques you possess in my training chamber? Taohua placed her finger upon her lips, her eyes scrutinizing Songming's physique. Taohua, you may only train with me. Do not dwell on the notion of a third party. Do not be vexed, brother Juhua. I was merely jesting. Perhaps before we engage in battle, I should showcase some of my other creations. After the fight, you will comprehend your true purpose. Would release, coffin rise? A 3-in-1 coffin ascended from the ground. The celestial beings gazed on with keen curiosity. However, when the coffin opened, they were left utterly speechless. Jujin, Mudan, Lanhua. Each of the three celestial beings cried out in unison. What in the world are those three doing? Juhua stood frozen in disbelief. You defeated all three of them? Hohat inquired. Indeed, they insisted on presenting themselves as my trophies. I had little choice. Songming chuckled, a hint of mockery in his tone, signaling to his erstwhile companions. Within the coffin, the three celestial beings simultaneously opened their eyes. Upon seeing the other three celestial beings, their instinct for survival surged. Save me. Help me, Juhua. Juhua, rescue me. They urged, each pleading in desperation. You must eliminate him, called out the two celestial beings in unison. Truly pathetic. To be captured by a mere human while bearing the title of celestial being. Juhua felt no sympathy. Rather, he deemed them unworthy of their celestial status. Be cautious. This human possesses formidable strength. We were quite careless. Lanhua warned. He can manipulate trees. Mudan glanced around, relieved to find no one nearby. He is doomed. Jujin remained silent, her mind still in turmoil. I instructed you to persuade them to surrender, yet you seem so eager to survive. Do you doubt my ability to defeat them? Songming retorted. Defeating one of us was merely an accident. You cannot hope to triumph over all three celestial beings simultaneously. Mudan taunted, shedding her earlier gentility. Mudan, I see you are itching for a challenge. Indeed. With three celestial beings at our side, Mudan grew increasingly emboldened. Tell me, what abilities does this individual possess? They had previously regarded Songming with disdain. Now that they recognized his true strength, they understood the necessity of careful assessment. He can control sand. He can manipulate trees. Jujin remained quiet, her heart still wavering. Although the likelihood of Songming overcoming the three celestial beings was slim. Should he succeed, she would be left to bear the consequences of her earlier bravado. At that moment, Mudan exclaimed, First release US3. And together we shall surely vanquish him. The three celestial beings exchanged determined glances. In the next instant, they all charged towards the coffin. Songming swiftly advanced to the front of the coffin, taking a deep breath as he intoned, Fire release, great fire annihilation. A vast expanse of flames, reminiscent of a surging sea, erupted from his mouth, instantly engulfing the three individuals. How many abilities does he truly possess? The peony's pupils quivered. First, it summoned the defensive and controlling prowess of Wood Release. Next, it enhanced its attributes with the formidable offensive capabilities of Earth Release. Finally, it unleashed the Swift Water Release, catching its adversaries off guard. To its astonishment, there was also the devastatingly powerful fire release. The searing flames forced the three celestial beings to retreat, leaving their garments and skin scorched to the bone. As the flames dissipated, the three distinguished celestial beings were transformed into grotesque shadows of their former selves. Yet, in mere moments, they regained their original semblance. Descend now. We shall attend to your repairs once the battle concludes. Suddenly, Zhu declared as he descended, seemingly abandoning the celestial faction. Zhu, you traitor! I shall ensure your demise once we exit, voiced the two other celestial beings, their discontent palpable from within their coffins. As one coffin descended, three new ones emerged. These coffins are prepared for you, complete with garments for your change. You shall don them shortly. Despite the peculiarity of their power, they remained confident, asserting, you cannot possibly be our match. With audacity, the three celestial beings charged simultaneously at Songming, eschewing ninjutsu. Songming relied solely on his fists to confront the trio. Clap, clap. In the face of the 4 fists and 2 kicks, Songming remained undaunted. After a dozen exchanges, the 3 celestial beings were left in a state that rendered them unrecognizable. Following a brief warm-up, Songming abruptly altered his combat style. He unleashed a barrage of over 30 punches per second directed at Taohua. Taohua's body appeared as if pierced by bullets, unable to recover at a pace that could match the damage inflicted. Taohua. The chrysanthemum stealthily launched an attack against Songming from behind. Water release, water iron cannon technique. Songming raised one hand in the shape of a pistol, shooting forth a liquid projectile from the tip of his index finger, piercing through the chrysanthemum's entire form. Water release, water tooth blade. Water continuously coalesced around Songming's fists, forming a whirling water blade, enhancing the lethality of his strikes. The peach blossom was directly shattered by his blow. Water release, shark prison. Subsequently, Songming conjured a massive water sphere containing 4 sharks to ensnare the chrysanthemum, swiftly maneuvering behind the osmanthus and delivering a powerful punch that sent her soaring into the air. Earth release, earth dragon bullet. An earthen dragon had emerged at Songming's right, its mouth opening wide as it unleashed a barrage of mud bullets, systematically dismantling the osmanthus's form until she too was reduced to fragments. The remaining chrysanthemum found itself trapped within the water sphere, relentlessly assaulted by the sharks. Despite its formidable regenerative capabilities, it could not withstand the incessant onslaught of the sharks. Ghostly voices resonated, ethereal and haunting. The 3 who had been reduced to mere shards were revived once more. Such a swift deployment of a powerful technique. 3 celestial beings simultaneously transcended their corporeal forms, unexpectedly converging into one. Transform into a colossal flower spirit adorned with 3 heads, standing in poli like a monstrous entity. With the mastery of celestial arts, a myriad of blossoms dances in the air. A tempest swirls, lifting thousands of petals, each as sharp as a blade, capable of severing stone. Whoosh! The earth trembles as a massive earthen wall rises before Songming, halting the cascade of petals. Before this formidable barrier, the petals are rendered mere trifles. The triune celestial is momentarily daunted by the towering earthen wall, reminding them not to be complacent. With a resolute demeanor, Songming invokes the celestial arts, vines of countless flowers, arise. Boom. Hundreds of tendrils erupt from the ground beneath. Songming leaps into the air, directing his voice downward. Fire release, fire dragon bullet. A sphere of flames incinerates the tendrils below. At that moment, Songming stands atop the earthen wall. Water release, water blade. With a swift motion, a water blade over 50 meters long soars toward the celestial being. Whoosh. The immense form is cleaved in twain. Wood release, cutting technique. Upon uttering the incantation, a wooden spike pierces the celestial's body, continuously splitting and branching out. From 1 to 100, and from 100 to 1,000, it erupts within the celestial's form. In a brief span, the celestial's body is riddled with innumerable wounds. Even the most formidable regeneration proves futile. A heart-wrenching wail pierces the heavens, resonating throughout Poli. Spare me. Release me, cries Chrysanthemum as the 3 struggle to separate. Apart from Chrysanthemum, the other 2 celestial beings are left in a disheveled state. Fire release, Grand Dragon Fire Technique. Just as Chrysanthemum seeks respite, a fire dragon engulfs his being in an instant. The flames linger, searing him with unrelenting agony. Ah, I concede. I surrender. Surrender? It is too late. The flame shall consume you until nothing remains but ashes. Chapter 56. The Enchantress and Swimwear Brother, spare me. Taohua had reverted to her human form, crawling towards Songming while wailing in despair. Nearby, Guihua writhed in agony. In the distance, A fire spirit dashed frantically within the confines of Penglai. Enter the coffin, and you shall be spared from death. As soon as the words left his lips, the three hastily rushed towards the coffin they had prepared in advance. Once Tao Hua and Gui Hua fell into the coffin, the torment within them swiftly dissipated. After Ju Hua leaped into the coffin, the flames that had engulfed her were extinguished. The three celestial beings sighed in relief as they lay within. At that moment, Tao Hua and Gui Hua bore no semblance of their former selves, their bodies marred and battered. Ju Hua, charred from the flames, radiated heat from her entire being. After lying there for a time, their injuries gradually improved. Slowly, they regained their original appearances, albeit their internal powers were restrained by the coffin, remaining at their lowest levels. Once their wounds healed, the three lay still in the coffin until Song Ming spoke, instructing them to transform into women and don the swimwear he had prepared for them. The celestial beings glanced at the garments beside them, transforming into females before slipping into the swimwear. Once dressed, they emerged from the coffin, parading around in a couple of circles, soon climbing out with confidence. While adjusting their outfits, they flaunted their figures before Song Ming. Not bad, he remarked, visibly pleased, and summoned forth a large coffin. As the coffin opened, Peony and Orchid were seen assaulting Zhu Jin. Upon catching sight of the light, Peony released her grip on Zhu Jin's hair, laughing heartily. Ju Hua and the others must have succeeded. We are free now. This time, there could be no unforeseen mishaps. Orchid also had unwavering faith in the strength of the other three celestial beings. Yet, Zhu Jin wore a face of sorrow, knowing that if Song Ming were to fail, she would undoubtedly be refined into a pill by the other five celestial beings. Are you prepared to endure the punishment? Song Ming leaned into the coffin, his smile more terrifying than any expression could convey. Ah! The two screamed as if they had seen a ghost. You didn't die? No. It's impossible. Seeing their faces pale as death, Zhu Jin, however, was overjoyed. Brother Song Ming, it's wonderful that you are still alive. Zhu Jin, you are the most sensible. You shall administer the punishment shortly. All right. Zhu Jin replied eagerly. The other two trembled, their lips quivering, and after a moment, they asked, Did you kill the other three celestial beings? It's one thing to lose one-on-one, but to be defeated 3-1 is utterly despondent. The celestial beings were engulfed in despair, regretting their hasty threats made earlier. I did not kill them. They have merely been collected into the swimwear series. So you may join them now. Song Ming rose, pulling the coffin upright. The three celestial beings inside fell flat on the ground. Spare us. I was too impulsive. I meant no offense to you, Peony pleaded, kneeling at Song Ming's feet, clutching his trousers. Me too. I beseech you to grant us a chance for redemption, Orchid. Abandoning her previous haughtiness, begged earnestly. What are you kneeling for? Go and see what has become of your companions, Song Ming said, raising his foot and kicking the two away. Subsequently, they were dragged by their hair to the feet of the celestial in swimwear. What? Chrysanthemum, Peach Blossom, and Osmanthus, have you all lost? Peony exclaimed, her eyes wide, still clinging to a glimmer of hope. What do you think? Chrysanthemum replied coldly. She was a fiercely competitive celestial, now forced to adopt a female guise in swimwear for human amusement. You two have your designated attire, but first, you must endure a whipping. Upon finishing her words, the other celestials brandished thorny vines in their hands. Would release, inverted hanging punishment. Peony and Orchid found their feet ensnared by the vines, hanging upside down. Spare us. We shall never dare again. The two cried out. Now, lash them until I am satisfied, Song Ming commanded, seated upon a protruding wooden stump, watching the spectacle. The vine in Chrysanthemum's hands radiated lethal intent, and the other two celestials harbored resentment. Undoubtedly, Peony and Orchid had become mere instruments for venting frustration. Crack! A resounding sound erupted as the whip struck Peony. Ah! Peony cried out in pain. Zhu Jin, show some mercy. Orchid pleaded from the side. Yet Zhu Jin remained impassive, disregarding their pleas as she swung the whip forcefully towards Orchid. Ah! They are all celestials. Do not strike too hard. The entire Palai was enveloped by their anguished cries. Peony and Orchid bore numerous crimson lash marks across their bodies. All right, today's punishment concludes. We shall continue tomorrow. What? There is more tomorrow. The two were nearly paralyzed with fear. Yes, if you perform well, you may receive a reduction in punishment. If not, you may face this daily. Daily punishment? The two celestials' faces turned ashen. You two may return to your coffins for now. Everyone else, stand in place and arrange yourselves from tallest to shortest. The four celestials obediently complied and quickly took their positions. Subsequently, Song Ming summoned all the terracotta warriors buried underground. Cracks began to form on the warriors, pieces of clay falling to the ground. Mingu, Yin Tiezhai, and others regained their freedom. At this moment, no one dared to question Songming's actions. All were busy brushing off the dirt from their bodies. Songming, what was that all about? I instructed a 1 against 3. To prevent you from intervening, I had to restrain you first. It turned out it was all for Songming's goodwill, Mingu remarked with a smile. Songming, what about those celestials? Zoche inquired. They are standing over there, Songming replied. The crowd followed his gaze to see the 4 celestials in swimwear, resembling enchanting figures not far away. With the swimwear enhancing their beauty, they appeared even more alluring. What are they wearing? Why do they look so bashful? Wei Ling's face flushed, while Shaoqing covered her eyes. Hey, giant woman, I am not interested in their attire. Rather, I am curious as to why they stand there motionless, as if arranged. You 2 newcomers surely do not understand. Celestials defeated by Songming become servants. Celestials as servants? The 2 exclaimed in astonishment. Only 1 lotus is needed to complete the assembly of the 7 fairies. Indeed, that lotus is their leader. Why has she yet to reveal herself? The attendant inquired. The lotus is no longer on the island, Hohat stated plainly. If the lotus is absent from the island, could it be that she has perished? There are only 6 celestial beings, Fuji questioned. The lotus has not died. Instead, she has accompanied Pangu to the island nation to gather 5 varieties of superior essence. Once collected, she will unfurl Pangu and absorb the entirety of the island's inhabitants. Is she intending to transform all the islanders into sustenance? The crowd was taken aback, astonished that at the final juncture, the ultimate adversary was resorting to such treachery. Indeed, the lotus departed 3 days prior. It is feared that the island nation may have already fallen. Chapter 57. The fall of the island nation. The crowd was taken aback. Father, Zoche murmured. If the island nation is no more, the shogunate is doomed, and we need not seek any elixirs. Mingu Yin Tai Zhai appeared unconcerned. Did you not desire to achieve fame and success? If the island nation ceases to exist, your tale shall fade into oblivion. Yazhuatiao Bing Wei deliberately brought it up, seemingly untroubled by the nation's demise. He even found it preferable. Without the shogunate, the 2 brothers could live unfettered. To be a subordinate of Lord Songming is the greatest honor for me. Other accomplishments are inconsequential. Mingu Yin Tai Zhai waved dismissively, casually inquiring, Miss Gang, do you not have a sister? Surely you must worry for her. Haha, I was merely jesting. I have long been without family. Now, wherever Brother Songming goes, I shall follow. We should return and see. Perhaps the Yamada family still lives. Xian Tai expressed his concern, for both of his parents were from the Yamada clan. As the conversation concluded, Zoche suddenly noticed that Huang Meiwan was missing. Huang Meiwan has vanished. He must have gone back ahead of us. How rude of him to leave without a word, Mingu Yin Tai Zhai remarked. It is understandable that Huang Meiwan is eager to rescue his wife. For now, the 4 celestial beings shall accompany me, while the others remain on the island. At this moment, Songming spoke, expressing his intent to witness the downfall of the island nation firsthand. I shall accompany you, Zoche declared, his own family weighing heavily on his mind. I will go as well. My father is still with the Yamada family, Xian Tai added anxiously. You will only become fodder if you return. Stay on the island. Came the stern reply. But what? Lord Songming has commanded you to stay. Returning will only hinder our efforts. Mingu Yin Tai Zhai admonished those who resisted. Brother Songming, I want to go with you. I fear you may not return, Gang pleaded. Grasping Songming's arm with a look of desperation. Then Zoche, Gang, and the 4 celestial beings shall return with me. The others must remain. With that, they swiftly set forth. Lord Songming, we shall await your return on the island. You must come back. Mingu Yin Tai Zhai waved farewell from behind. Once I resolve matters, I will return to escort you, Songming assured them, his figure gradually fading from view. Songming, let us first locate Huang Meiwan. I fear he may act recklessly, said Xiao Zoche. Why did Huang Meiwan leave so abruptly? Because of his wife. His arrival on the island was also due to her. Do ninjas have wives? I had thought Huang Meiwan was merely ensnared by an illusion. Impossible. If that were the case, for Huang Meiwan, Zoche pondered deeply. If the wife he desperately sought were merely a figment, it would be a cataclysmic blow for him. Without us, Huang Meiwan cannot find his way back, Songming asserted, for without a vessel and lacking direction, he could only fret. Would release. Wooden boat. With a splash, a wooden vessel emerged from the water's surface. You may return first to your coffins. Yes. The 4 celestial beings replied in unison. Upon boarding the vessel, Zoche gazed longingly towards the direction of the island nation. although it was out of sight. Her thoughts had already soared across the waters. Song Ming, is that Lotus the mightiest celestial being? Indeed, the other celestial beings are merely avatars of Lotus, not true immortals. This implies that Lotus is the genuine celestial entity, while all Song Ming has faced were mere projections. Song Ming nodded in affirmation, noting that the real battle would commence only upon their arrival at the island. But why has Lotus suddenly returned to the island? Zoche inquired. For a millennium. Lotus has toiled to create Palai and its avatars with the singular purpose of resurrecting her beloved husband, Song Ming explained. Resurrecting her husband? Both women questioned in unison. Lotus's husband is named Su Fu, a member of the expedition sent by Qin Shi Huang to the island in search of the elixir of immortality. And Lotus was among them, to revive one man at the cost of the lives of all the inhabitants of the island. This is utterly dismissive of humanity. To be precise, it is sacrificing the lives of an entire nation to save one person from the Dragon Kingdom, Song Ming corrected. By the way, you are also from the Dragon Kingdom. Indeed, in my previous world, the Qing dynasty was nearing its end, while the current Qing dynasty is at its zenith. Song Ming mused, his gaze fixed on the horizon. From the outset, he had alluded to a grand scheme. This scheme was to alter the course of history. Yet, before he could act, Lotus had already set sail to obliterate a nation. Look, there is someone over there, Gang exclaimed, pointing to a figure not far from the vessel. Zoche quickly scrutinized the area, and her eyes widened in shock. It's Hua Mei Wan. He intends to swim back. No obstacle could deter the advance of the pure-hearted warrior, Song Ming chuckled, invoking a wooden technique to ensnare the swimming Hua Mei Wan with a vine, pulling him aboard the ship. You, Hua Mei Wan uttered in disbelief. Having ascended from the water to the sky, his heart settling upon recognizing Song Ming and the others. Hua Mei Wan, why the rush? We cannot leave without Song Ming. Zoche laughed. Hua Mei Wan remained silent, his face etched with worry. Do not fret. Even if your wife has turned into a tree, I can still save her. Song Ming's words undoubtedly provided Hua Mei Wan with a measure of comfort. As they traveled further, the great ship drew ever closer to the island nation. The group vaguely discerned a colossal flower hovering above the island. Song Ming, what is that? Gang exclaimed, pointing at the distant bloom. It seems to be in full bloom. Suddenly, with a splash, perhaps dissatisfied with the sluggish wooden vessel, Hua Mei Wan leaped back into the water, swimming towards the shore. Hey, Hua Mei Wan, do not act alone. Gang shouted from the bow of the ship. Forget about him for now. You two hold on to me. At that moment, sturdy masts sprouted from either side of the ship. Song Ming extended his hands and shot forth elastic vines, securing them to the masts. Each of you stand on either side. Is this correct? Yes, hold on tightly. I shall take you on a thrilling aerial glide. Song Ming wrapped his right arm around Zoche and his left around Gang, pulling back as he readied the vines. Once the tension reached its peak, he released. And the trio soared into the air with a swift whoosh. As the songbird floated on the surface of the water, it was startled to see three individuals soaring away like rockets. Had it known of the existence of rockets, it would not have chosen to swim. The trio arrived at the shore faster than the songbird. Be careful, I will search for the lotus, it declared. Water escape, water clones. To a brother Song Ming. They are both my clones. When I am not present, the clones will protect you. One will wait for the songbird to come ashore before guiding it to its spouse, while the other will lead you to find Zoche's family. Are they real? Gang waved his hand in front of the clone's eyes. Hello. The clone responded in a robotic tone. Startled, Gang exclaimed. It can even speak. Gang, stop playing around. We must find our father, Zoche said, casting a lingering gaze at Song Ming. Be careful, Song Ming Cohen. Song Ming nodded and departed alone, sensing the most potent source of fluctuation. He raced forward, and after a while, the enormous pango flower came into clearer view. At its base lay countless deceased islanders. Who? A powerful wave surged towards Song Ming. Bang! Song Ming swiftly activated the substitution technique, and a sturdy wooden post was shattered in an instant. Who are you? Lotus stood gracefully in the air, looking down with a solemn and icy voice. Someone with a similar plan, though I did not expect you to execute it ahead of schedule. I intended to conquer you before delivering Pangu to the islands. Why do you carry the sin of other celestial beings? The other 6 celestial beings are already imprisoned by me. Now only you remain. Imprisoned. Lotus sneered, narrowing her eyes as she scrutinized Song Ming, clearly doubting his capability to imprison celestial beings. You humans dare to entertain such fantasies? You will believe it upon seeing. Reveal yourself. Little darling. Just as Song Ming finished speaking, 6 coffins erupted from the ground. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh. The 6 coffins hovered around Lotus. As their lids opened, 6 celestial beings in swimsuits emerged successfully. This scene left Lotus dumbfounded. She had never encountered 6 such flamboyant celestial beings. The 6 awakened celestial beings were equally astonished upon seeing Lotus. "Lotus, what are you all doing?" she exclaimed angrily, feeling that the celestial beings had brought disgrace upon themselves. Before a response could be given, Songming suddenly shouted from below, "Do not converse too much with the rebel. Let us all take action and eliminate Lotus." Chapter 58, Celestial Techniques. Would escape, True Thousand Hands, completed, kill Lien. The 6 celestial beings hesitated. "Kill me? You may attempt it." At this moment, Lien displayed no emotion towards them, her expression brimming with disdain. "I advise you to submit to Brother Songming sooner rather than later." Zhu Jin spoke first. The instant Zhu Jin made her move, Songming restored all their paths. "You are no match for me. You have now become mere nourishment for Pangu." Lien unleashed her power simultaneously against all the celestial beings. Boom. The 6 coffins in the air were utterly shattered. Witnessing Lien's lethal intent, the 6 celestial beings ceased their hesitation and attacked her in unison. As they engaged Lien, Songming rushed towards the root of Pangu. "Traitor!" Slap. Lien struck Lan Hua, sending her flying, her face now marred. "Lien, cease your struggles. We are no match for Songming. After I eliminate you, I shall see what that human can do to command the obedience of 6 celestial beings." Fire Escape, Dragon Flame Song Technique. At that moment, fire dragons simultaneously attacked the root of Pangu from 4 directions. Lien, sensing the impending danger, reacted swiftly. "Lien, do not look around. It is time to end this." Upon finishing her words, Lien rapidly ascended into the sky, accumulating a vast amount of energy within her. The 6 celestial beings followed closely, charging towards her. Just as they approached, Lien swiftly released the energy she had amassed, shattering the 6 celestial beings' stanchions. All 6 lost consciousness and plummeted downward. Boom. At this moment, 2 fire dragons redirected their assault towards Lien. The remaining 2 fire dragons collided with the root of Pangu. A raging inferno erupted, consuming everything from the root upwards. With a powerful clap of her hands, Lien dispersed the 2 fire dragons. In an instant, she positioned herself above Pangu, delivering a punch downward. The roaring flames were extinguished by a gust of her palm. In the blink of an eye, Lien appeared before Songming, and the 2 engaged in a fierce struggle midair. Earth Escape, Armored Might. Songming's physical attributes surged dramatically, gaining the upper hand in their confrontation. Each punch threatened to shatter Lien. Yet, her recovery rate was astonishing. While the other celestial beings healed gradually, Lien restored herself to peak condition in mere seconds. Even with Songming's rapid punches, she could not inflict lasting damage. Earth Escape, Earth Dragon. Wood Escape, Wood Dragon. Water Escape, Water Dragon. Fire Escape, Fire Dragon. The 4 dragons were summoned simultaneously. Lien was struck down from the sky by the 4 dragons. A celestial being and 4 dragons battled fiercely on the ground. Songming seized this opportunity to strike the Pangu flower once more. Fire Escape, Inferno Technique. A more potent fire technique swiftly engulfed Pangu. Earth Escape, Heavenly Cap. A colossal pot lid descended from the sky, directly compressing Pangu in the raging flames. Damn. Lien gritted her teeth, channeling her power to repel the 4 dragons. Songming rapidly unleashed a technique of duplication. Dozens of Songming descended from the sky to attack Lien. Meanwhile, the true Songming surged towards Su Fu's corpse. Boom. A tremendous explosion resonated. The lotus flower gazed towards the position of Su Fu's lifeless body, her pupils trembling in shock. At this moment, the corpse she wished to resurrect had already been shattered by Songming. Ah! Lotus cried out fiercely, and the ghostly corpse was released. The crazed lotus shattered the lid that weighed upon the Pangu flower. Immediately thereafter, it merged with Pangu into a singular entity. Boom! The form of Pangua suddenly expanded, soaring towards the heavens. Even those at a great distance, such as Zoche and others, could behold it. Brother Songming. As Songming Jun gazed upon the transformations of the Pangu flower, both individuals could not help but feel a surge of concern for Songming's safety. At that moment, a colossal vine descended upon Songming with great force, striking the ground and creating an immense chasm. Die. Would escape. The coffin is collected. Songming, while evading, did not forget to gather the other 6 celestial beings first. With the celestial art, Vine's Dance, the tendrils of the Pangu flower writhed wildly around Songming. The tendrils were not only exceptionally thick but also numerous. No matter how swiftly Songming reacted, he could not evade them. With relentless force, he was struck down into the ground. In a moment, Silence enveloped the surroundings. That damned human, unworthy of life, having thwarted my plans. I shall ensure that all humanity pays the price. The pangu flower emitted a furious voice, reverberating for 100 kilometers. At that moment, Zoche and Gang also heard it. Simultaneously, the water clone accompanying them transformed into a puddle. Songming's brother's clone is gone, lying flat on the ground, with both hands cradling a puddle of water. The task has been accomplished, so shall it be cancelled? Xiaozhua, did you just hear the news of someone's demise? Indeed. I have heard it. The sound emanates from the direction of the flowers, yet it is unlikely to be Lord Songming. Zoche also harbors uncertainties. Aside from brother Songming, there should be no one else in the island nation, correct? Gang does not wish to entertain thoughts of Songming's demise. However, at this moment, the only one capable of thwarting Lian is Songming himself. Now, as Lian calls out that someone has perished, it seems that no one but Songming remains. The spirits of the two women plummet instantaneously. Come now, have a little faith. I firmly believe Songming will not meet his end, while Maiwen reassures the two. Standing steadfastly beside his wife. Though I am not acquainted with Songming, I am confident he will not betray your expectations, his wife adds in earnest. Upon hearing their words, the two women's gazes become resolute with unwavering conviction. They firmly believe that Songming is a man who has repeatedly conjured miracles, and thus he shall not fall. Would release, tree world descends. At that moment, a familiar voice resounds from the heavens, echoing in all directions. The hearts of Zong and Gang are instantly ignited, and smiles once again illuminate their faces. Boom. The ground surrounding the pangu flower was violently torn apart. In an instant, an expanse of several hundred miles transformed from flat terrain into a dense forest. All the trees clung to the pangu flower, growing wildly, their roots climbing all the way to its summit. For a moment, the pangu flower found itself unable to move. You are still alive, Nian exclaimed in astonishment. The word death is truly fitting for you, Songming shouted, invoking the mystical technique of wood release, summoning the formidable thousand-handed Buddha. The colossal statue rose majestically. Akin to a mountain erupting from the earth, its towering height surpassing that of Pangu's flower. This spectacle filled Lian with an unprecedented sense of awe, leaving her momentarily frozen in place. Let it come to an end. As the echoes of the voice faded, a myriad of punches descended. Boom. A resounding impact reverberated across the entire island nation. The ground quaked in tandem with the ocean's surface. The pangu flower succumbed to the onslaught, reduced to mere remnants of its former glory. The lotus embedded within was ejected forcefully. Impossible. A mere human cannot vanquish me. No. You are not human. The lotus was taken aback, once believing itself invincible, now beginning to doubt its own strength. Boom. Even the lotus, after landing, could not evade the force of the blows. Until its body could no longer withstand the damage, the world fell silent once more. Songming dispelled his ninjutsu, revealing an invisible and vast abyss below. At the bottom of the abyss lay the lotus. Would release, coffin lock. A coffin enveloped the lotus. Sigh, it is time to seek them out. Songming exhaled deeply, then hastened towards the location of Zoche and the others. At that moment, the two women were still anxious. Their worry dissipated upon seeing Songming's return, their eyes shimmering with tears of joy. Songming brother, Songming Kuan. The two rushed forward, embracing him warmly. Zoche, everything has come to an end. Songming gently stroked the heads of the two women. Did you slay the lotus? Hualing Maru inquired from the side. Songming released the embrace, a relaxed smile gracing his face as he replied, I did not kill it, merely added to my collection. Songming brother, when shall we go retrieve those on the island? I have already sent a clone to fetch them. Father, our kin, and the island's people are all gone. What shall we do next? Zoche questioned. At the mention of this, Songming chuckled and remarked that Hualing Maru was not in a position to speak. Hualing Maru paused, understanding, and took his wife to another area. Songming Kuan, is there something that cannot be said? With no one left on the island, our immediate priority is, of course, to create life. Create life. The two women's faces flushed instantly. At the very least, we need to find a suitable place. No need to search further. I believe this location is quite ideal. Upon finishing, Gang tore apart Zoche's clothing. Hualing Maru has tea left yet, Zoche exclaimed while covering her tattered garment. Fear not. They have already distanced themselves. Would release, House of Bliss. In an instant, a wooden house enveloped the three, and 7 coffins manifested within. A plan for creation was underway. The end, Gang's farewell wave. Epilogue, Rebirth automatic vending machine. Arriving in the world of Naruto, Konoha Village, Hot Springs. The area surrounding the pool was shrouded in white mist. The rising temperature birthed beads of sweat. The droplets cascaded down a pristine face, trickling to the chin and then falling onto a pair of smooth, rounded spheres. So hot. A girl in her 20s, named Sakuramai, remarked as she wiped the sweat from her chin. She had just returned from a mission, executing ninja tasks by day and soaking in hot springs by night. What bliss it was. Another woman in her 20s said. The mist obscured her face. Her voice robust, yet it was clear she was indeed a woman. When viewed solely from the perspective of physique, she bears a resemblance to a man. Her name is Yume-chin. How long have we been soaking? Approximately an hour, though I cannot recall precisely. My, are you unable to endure it? It feels a bit warm. I shall ascend for a glass of water. Splash. A pair of magnificent forms erupted from the pool, revealing their entirety. As droplets cascaded down from above, Sakuramai stepped out of the hot spring and, upon approaching the entrance, noticed an automatic vending machine positioned there. I do not recall seeing such a machine upon entry. She scratched her head, her mind retracing the moments since changing into her bathing attire and entering the hot spring, pondering if she had indeed seen this vending machine. Never mind, let me see what delectable treats await. Soaking in the springs has left me quite famished. Welcome, vending machine system loading. Loading products. There is nothing inside. Why are you standing there in such a peculiar pose? Yume-chin inquired from behind. There is an automatic vending machine here, and I'm inspecting its contents. An automatic vending machine? I have visited many times but never encountered one within a hot spring establishment. Yet, it is here, though devoid of items. A vending machine without products? Allow me to take a look. Yume-chin approached Sakuramai and beheld the vending machine. Products loaded. Are you jesting? There are clearly numerous items within. Huh? Sakuramai glanced at the vending machine once more, and this time it was brimming with goods. How strange. Sakuramai placed her finger on her lips, instinctively retreating a step, certain that the vending machine before her was not as it had appeared moments ago. Perhaps you've become dizzy from the hot spring. 2 customers detected. Please awaken promptly to serve them. Zhang Ming felt a jolt of pain akin to an electric shock. Just as he was about to utter a curse, the sight of the watermelon and cherries before him left him speechless. The watermelon drew ever closer, almost pressing against him. Zhang Ming was bewildered by the situation, yet his body instinctively yearned to move forward. However, he soon realized he was utterly immobilized, as if held fast in place. What is happening? Why can I not move? And who are these 2 enchanting ladies? It seems I am in a hot spring. Prior to encountering them, I believe I had perished. Could it be that I have traversed into another realm? To be greeted by a watermelon upon my arrival seems fortuitous indeed. Perhaps I am a wealthy and influential gentleman, for how else could 2 beautiful women approach me so freely? Yet, why can't I budge? The watermelon, tantalizingly near, remains out of reach. Could it get any worse? Zhang Ming exerted all his effort to move forward, but he remained completely still. What on earth is this? I have never encountered such food and drink in Konoha village. After a moment, Yume-chin expressed her confusion. Not only in Konoha village, but I have also never seen such items in the Hidden Mist village. Sakuramai cradled the watermelon, scrutinizing it closely. Konoha village, Hidden Mist village, what are they discussing? Zhang Ming could hear their conversation, yet they appeared oblivious to his attempts to speak. Moments ago, I spoke at length. Yet neither of the 2 women before me exhibited any reaction. Loading, generating prompt. Welcome, please insert coins to purchase products. Our merchandise is of excellent quality and affordable. Would you like to use prompts to remind guests? Welcome, purchase products? Remind guests? Zhang Ming's mind was overwhelmed by a barrage of thoughts. Initially, he paid little attention to his own form, as he was captivated by the plump and round watermelon. Now, however, he sensed that he might no longer be human. His gaze drifted downward, catching sight of the glass display, filled with a dazzling array of items. All of them rectangular in shape. His eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. I have transformed into a vending machine. The silent roar morphed into, welcome, please insert coins to purchase products. Our merchandise is of excellent quality and affordable. It seemed to possess the ability to see and hear us speak. Sakuramai tightly embraced the watermelon. Are you overthinking? How could anyone possibly hide inside a vending machine? There was an unmistakable peculiarity about this vending machine. Let us purchase something to test it out. The hot spring shopkeeper wouldn't dare deceive a ninja. Yume-chin returned to the changing room, bringing back 2 coins. 20 taels would suffice for a can of beverage, which wasn't exorbitant. What would you like to drink? It's on me. Perhaps we shouldn't buy anything. I have a feeling it won't be great. How can you know it won't taste good before even trying it? Yume-chin inserted the 2 20-tael coins into the slot. By the time the coins were deposited, Sakuramai realized it was too late to dissuade her. Thud. A bottle of iced tea tumbled down to the collection area. Have you made your choice yet? Hurry up. It seems like we want tea be able to select if too much time passes. All right. Sakuramai leaned closer to scrutinize the beverages within the vending machine. Iced tea, 20 taels. Qianshi Cola, 20 taels. Guanco Cola, 20 taels. Cool orange juice, 20 taels. Snow honey ice lemon, 20 taels. Member juice, 20 taels. Maidong, 30 taels. Sports Red Bull, 40 taels. Truth be told, just looking at the names made her reluctant to drink any of them. Yet, having already paid, she felt compelled to retrieve a drink regardless of her aversion. I'll try the snow honey ice lemon. Sakuramai pressed the button for the iced drink. A bottle exuding a chill fell into her hands, and she felt a wave of coldness, uncertain whether to open it. Gulp. This flavor. Mei-chin savored the sensation experienced moments earlier. Mei-chin. Have you already taken a sip? Witnessing Mei-chin's stunned expression, a sense of foreboding rose within Sakuramai. Yes. Are you all right? Not really. Is the drink toxic? Throw it away immediately. Why should I toss it? It's quite delectable. Delicious? Far superior to any beverage I've had before. It is icy and refreshing, sweet, yet not cloying. With each sip, a burst of revitalizing freshness emanates from within, leaving me yearning for another hearty gulp. Listening to the somewhat exaggerated descriptions from Mei-chin, Sakuramai felt a bit bewildered. Hurry and drink. With that, Mei-chin raised the bottle and took large gulps. Observing her dramatic actions, Sakuramai opened the honey snow lemon drink. A chill wafted out from the bottle's opening. She was skeptical that a mere beverage could be so delightful. How does it taste? Delicious. Sakuramai realized that Mei-chin's words were not an exaggeration. Let me have a sip. Mei-chin evaded the honey snow lemon and took a taste. Sweet, refreshing, icy. The sweltering heat around them diminished significantly, akin to standing before an open refrigerator. Though they had not actually done so, there was an immersive sensation. Why Mei-chin exhaled cold air. It's so refreshingly cold. Indeed, after finishing the drink, the heat within their bodies dissipated, replaced by a comforting coolness. Sakuramai also released a breath of chilly air. Do you want another? Do we have enough money? Did you forget we just completed a D-rank mission? The bounty is 500 Rio. D-rank missions correspond to the lowest tier of tasks for Genin. Typically mundane errands such as finding lost pets or retrieving items for elementary school students. These tasks are usually issued by ordinary citizens or nobles, with bounties ranging from 500 to 10,000 Rio and a very low risk factor, suitable for Genin's capabilities. Shall we get a few more bottles? Absolutely. I'll go get the money. The two quickly reached an agreement, and Mei-chin hurried back inside to fetch the money. Watching the overly excited pair, Zhang Ming felt a bit embarrassed. 40 points. Points can be exchanged for goods. Can I transform into a person? What kind of goods are not goods? Zhang Ming was most concerned about whether he could turn into a human. After receiving the coins from Mei-chin, he confirmed that he had indeed crossed over into the world of Naruto. The 5 greatest nations in the Naruto world are the land of fire, the land of water, the land of earth, the land of wind, and the land of lightning, each corresponding to the 5 most powerful ninja villages: Konohagakure, Kirigakure, Awagakure, Sunagakure, and Kumogakure. These villages are inhabited by ninjas, representing the strongest military force of their respective nations. The place where Zhang Ming found himself was Konohagakure in the land of fire. Would you like to view the vending machine panel? Yes. Name: Zhang Ming. Level 1, 45,000 HP. 100, recovers 1 point every 10 seconds. You can withstand 100 attacks. Regardless of the opponent's strength, the damage inflicted upon you can only be 1. So do not provoke Taijutsu ninjas. MP 100, recovers 1 point every minute. MP can be used to purchase goods at a rate of 110 for a product priced at 20 coins. Restocking requires 2 MP. Personal skills: unstable teleportation, randomly teleports to a location upon use. Level 1 shop, the higher the level, the rarer the items available. Shop skills: high-end shopping, a very slim chance to obtain higher level goods. Hidden items: acquire hidden items from the current shop level. Level 1 shop beverages: iced tea, Qianshi Cola, Guanco Cola, Cool Head orange juice, Snow honey ice lemon, membership juice, Maidong, Sports Red Bull. Level 1 shop food: seafood instant noodles 50 coins, beef instant noodles 50 coins, milk bread 30 coins, hot dog 30 coins, double layer cheeseburger 80 coins. Level 1 shop skill: exchange 1,000 points for 1 point of health. Can I transform back into a human? Zhang Ming pondered this matter. After all, this is an era that boasts Hinata, Tsunade, and Conan. If the pace of maturation is too slow, they might belong to others. Surely, no one would wish for such an occurrence. Level up, not to mention becoming human. Achieving divinity is also a possibility upon grasping this answer. Zhang Ming's desire to level up intensified. Welcome, please insert coins to purchase goods. Our products are of excellent quality at reasonable prices. This time, let us try purchasing some different beverages. The voice of Yume Qin echoed from within the room. Upon exiting, the two women adorned themselves in bathrobes. Zhang Ming's favorite watermelon was nowhere to be found. He glared at the two women, questioning the meaning of their attire. There is still food left. Sakuramai observed more closely this time. A late-night snack could be quite delightful. Yume Qin licked her lips. The double-layer cheeseburger appeared tempting, quite suitable for me. It is too large. I prefer something smaller. The hot dog seems quite delectable, easily fitting into one's mouth. Then I shall have a hot dog. The milk bread also seems appealing. You probably can't finish it. That is true, considering we still need to drink something. Yume Qin wished to taste everything. Yet her stomach would not allow such indulgence. The two purchased one hot dog, one double-layer cheeseburger, one bottle of Qianshi Cola, and one bottle of Guanco Cola. The total came to 170 coins. Points 170. Level 1, 210, 5000. Upon reaching 200 points, gratitude message activated. Thank you for your purchase. We look forward to your next visit. Thank you for your purchase. We look forward to your next visit. The hot dog appeared small in the display, yet upon retrieval, it was unexpectedly long and dark. Before devouring the hamburger, Yume Qin's attention shifted to the hot dog held in Sakuramai's right hand. Eating slowly will ensure its completion. Sakuramai first licked the ketchup atop the hot dog. With great care, she slowly inserted the hot dog into her warm mouth, her tongue swirling around it as she gently bit off a small piece. It's exquisite, she exclaimed. I must try some too, urged Yume. Her two-layer beef and cheeseburger untouched. Sakuramai presented the other end of the hot dog to Yume, and they each took a bite from opposite ends. Upon tasting the hot dog, Yume squealed in delight. She then turned to her towering cheese and beef burger, taking a generous bite that filled her mouth to the brim. The medley of meat, vegetables, sauce, and cheese mingled together, flooding her mind with an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. It felt akin to a low-ranking ninja successfully completing a B-level mission. Previously, she had eaten merely to quell her hunger, but now she discovered an entirely new sensation. It was as if she had unlocked the gateway to a new era, enlightening both of them to the notion that dining is an art, a multifaceted experience. With each new flavor awakening her taste buds, her imagination soared. She savored a large mouthful of food followed by a hearty sip of her drink. An uncontrollable wave of emotion suddenly erupted. So refreshing, Yume shouted, her joy palpable. While Sakuramai remained silent, her expression mirrored pure bliss. After indulging, they reclined beside the vending machine, their hands resting on their round bellies, faces aglow with happiness. I'm so full. Mai, have you had enough? Yes, I'm stuffed. Though I desire more, I simply cannot eat another bite. I never expected such delicious offerings at a hot spring. Yume felt as though she had stumbled upon a treasure today. Neither did I, but we should head back now. All right, let me grab a little more before we go. Yume insisted, rising to her feet while supporting her belly, returning to the vending machine. May, do you still wish to eat? I can't fit any more in. But I'll save it for a little boy tomorrow. As she spoke, a bucket of seafood ramen tumbled down from the dispensing slot. Points 50, level 1, 260, 5000. A little boy, could it be him? Yes, although that child can be a bit mischievous, he has a kind heart. Last time at Ichiraka Ramen, he even lent me money when I forgot my wallet.